Synopsis 1. Chapter 1 Prologue. At home, after 11 p.m., I busily moved my hands in my room, still burdened with unfinished work. Congratulations on Spark's 7th anniversary, the inextinguishable flame. Fortunately, I have almost finished the pink banner file. I could sleep once I finish this. No more nagging calls from Manager Nam. No more piles of reference materials cluttering my inbox every day. I could enjoy the Chuseok holiday one day earlier than everyone else. Just try canceling my annual leave again this time. I'll make sure you become an ambassador to the Ministry of Employment and Labor's interrogation room. Because of someone, my annual leave was now in September, and I had 17 days left. I couldn't give in this time. I would absolutely protect my vacation. I focused on typing while muttering words transferred from a certain community. How many times had I repeated looking at the calendar and focused on the photo flat? Done. I really won't touch it anymore. After a long struggle, the name of the file created with persistence was finally changed to Spark_7th Anniversary Commemorative Cafe banner. Now all I had to do was send an email. I quickly opened the internet window. Then, the dazzling faces I had grown tired of seeing on banners greeted me. This was because I had set the entertainment news as the main page since I was asked to always check for updates about Spark. These rotten people were the thieves who stole the heart of our company manager's daughter, and they were the main culprits who were keeping me up at this hour. But, what? There I saw it. The subject of the banner, who had made me change colors about 28,000 times until now, agonizing over which one would look prettier. A one-line article title with that damn Spark's name in it. Spark, unable to last for more than 7 years. Currently in the process of dismantling. F***ck. My memory was blurry after that. I didn't know if I was so upset that I fell back, or if I fell asleep with my head pressed against the keyboard due to extreme lack of sleep. I couldn't believe I didn't pass out while working overtime, but passed out while fangirling on behalf of my boss's daughter. And since I didn't collapse in the office, it wouldn't be treated as an industrial accident. From start to finish, it was utterly absurd. The blackened vision looked like my future. Warm sunlight. A quiet, peaceful morning. My body was so refreshed that I didn't know how many hours I had slept. Needless to say, it was the best condition I had been in a while. Everything was perfect, except for the wooden plank that I could see right in front of me. Was the ceiling always this close? Somehow, the ceiling seemed to be right in front of my eyes. For things to seem much closer than they actually were. I must be half asleep. After going to work 7 days a week, I had to work overtime until Monday. It was no wonder I lost my senses. In addition, I heard the shocking news that the banner I had been working on for 2 weeks had become useless. I might be tired. I didn't even remember when I came to bed and lay down. As I reached next to my head to grab my phone to check the time, a conversation my teammates once had in passing flashed through my mind. When you oversleep, doesn't the air itself feel different? Right? Strangely, your body feels refreshed and the sunlight is warm. It gets quiet around you. That's when you start breaking into a cold sweat. Calm air, check. Refreshed body, check. Quiet atmosphere, perfect check. F***ck. I raised my upper body like a metal spring. Then I almost hit my head against the strangely low ceiling. It wasn't an optical illusion. The ceiling was actually low. Did the house collapse while I was sleeping? I turned my head, wondering if I could write the ceiling of my house collapsed as my reason for being late. An even more shocking scene unfolded next to me. On the bed across from me, within arm's reach, someone was sleeping with their back turned towards me. Unfamiliar luggage was scattered messily on the bed and floor. This was an impossible scenario in my home, which had been a single-person household since I became independent. First of all, it's not my house. Definitely not. As my field of vision widened little by little, the number of mysteries increased by the minute. But I knew one thing. If they hadn't broken into my house, I must have been taken captive at their house. I immediately grabbed a pillow. It was time to utilize the strength I had developed after working as a porter for several years in the company's mountain climbing club. As I was carefully taking aim above the person's head, a flash of light appeared before my eyes. Reflexively, I squeezed both my eyes shut. When I managed to open my eyes again, an incredible phenomenon lay before me. System, the reuse of Assistant Manager Kim Yiwol's, hereinafter referred to as subordinate, life has been approved. What is this? Letters appeared in the air. And that too, with content that I didn't understand at all. I pursued an environmentally friendly life, but I had no intention of reusing my life. Or was this the sleep paralysis that Assistant Manager Huang was said to be suffering from? However, among the symptoms that Assistant Manager Huang mentioned, he never said anything like an approval window keeps flickering in front of my eye. If he had, Assistant Manager Huang shouldn't have come to work. He should have quit the company instead. This was the first time I overslept, after boasting perfect attendance until now. A stranger was sleeping soundly, even covering themselves with a blanket, even though it was my first time meeting him. And a typing display was floating in midair in front of me. In this place, I was suddenly brought to. I knew exactly what this entire situation was called. It's a dream. When I realized that I wasn't late, I instantly felt at ease. I covered myself with the blanket again and lay down on the bed. At that moment, once again, my vision lit up white. Just as I was about to request that the light be turned off, a message that I couldn't ignore appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. You should debut with this new batch of trainees as an idol group. This is truly a great opportunity, you know? There will definitely come a day when you'll thank me for this. Don't ever forget that the higher-ups have expectations of you. System, the KPI debut as a 6-member boy group has been assigned to subordinate. Plus, indeed, it sounded just like a superior. There were only 3 things I hated. One was my immediate family, the other was my boss, Manager Nam, and the last one was responsibility. I was just better suited to be at the bottom rung. The tone of the system sounded like Manager Nam himself. I thought Manager Nam had come back to life. Oh, by the way, I still needed to set this thing straight. Even if this was a dream, sending a message impersonating my boss first thing in the morning was unforgivable. No matter how unethical this industry was, there should be at least basic human respect. I'd report it as a voice phishing scam. And what? Debut as a boy band. Nonsense. It was a dreadful nightmare. I even thought it would be better to bang my head against the ceiling and find enlightenment. My bad relationship with idols started when I was a new employee. A week after joining the company, the first question that former team leader Nam, before he got promoted to manager, asked was this. Kim Yiwol, do you know how to handle flat photos? Unaware of the truth that sometimes you had to pretend not to know things, I ended up making the foolish statement. I have a certificate. Since then, my life has gone astray. From that day on, I was selected as Manager Nam's official chore machine. The chores ordered by Manager Nam were not limited to company work. Starting with transcribing recordings whenever the boy group Spark, which Manager Nam's daughter's favorite member belonged to, appeared on the radio. When their live broadcast started, I had to capture motion clips and post them on some cafe called a birthday cafe, even designing and ordering cup holders for them. As soon as Spark's activities began, I had to handle tasks I had never done before in my life. It was the beginning of an idol fan-like career that my life was not intended for. I don't understand why they pay someone else to do stuff like this. Looking at what employee Kim is doing, it looks like I could just learn the method and do it at home. Haha, it actually takes more time than you'd think, team leader. I told people at home that they don't know how to save money. And my kid wants the banner you made yesterday revised. Yes. Instead of just Emperor Choi Jiho, it needs to say Center Emperor Choi Jiho. Send it to my email by 1 p.m. So, for 6 months, I became the GIF expert for the center, also known as Center Emperor Choi Jiho, who was apparently my boss's daughter's favorite member of Spark. Manager Nam's daughter grew from a solo stan of Center Emperor Choi Jiho to a fan of all Spark members. You said Center Emperor Choi Jiho was the only one for you. You said you could only see Jiho. I felt like my world was falling apart. As the number of GIF clips I had to make increased 5-fold, my energy was quickly exhausted as I was suddenly reduced to a human GIF maker. Of course, I didn't just sit still and obey what I was told. Wondering if an office worker really had to do this, I sought advice from others around me. After being told that I didn't have to do all that, I tried 100 different ways to say things like, I'm sorry, but I think doing any more than this would be difficult. But after that, I got nitpicked a lot. Oh well, what does this mean? Why can't I understand anything you wrote? Did you upload this after getting reviewed by Manager Cho? Tell Manager Cho to come. In those days, I asked for confirmation 4 times a day, cursed inwardly 8 times, and bowed my head 6 times. After stubbornly refusing the fan-related tasks to the bitter end, I finally waved the white flag on the day team leader Nam, who had been squeezing his subordinates dry, got promoted to the manager position. And that was when those vile Spark jerks who put me through hell suddenly announced their disbandment. They did it right before my very eyes, as I was being forced to prepare for their 7th anniversary support. It was as if dealing with idols wasn't already enough to bring me to tears of blood. These unethical bastards. I didn't look in the mirror, but I was sure my eyes were bloodshot. I could feel my intraocular pressure rising in real time. To pull myself together, I reviewed my things to do after resigning list from the start, one by one. I was trying hard to calm my mind, but the guy sleeping in the bed across from me started tossing and turning. Could it be he was one of the kids from the current batch mentioned by the system? What kind of sin did he commit in his past life to be punished by becoming an idol with an old guy like me? That young man must have a pretty unlucky fate, too. Even though it was just a dream, I felt a bit of sympathy toward him, but then his sleeping face turned towards me. Surprisingly, it was a familiar face. Strong, well-defined features with thick eyebrows, a sharp facial line, and a long, slender neck. It was a face I couldn't fail to recognize, since it was imprinted on my corneas. It was exactly like the younger face of the Center Emperor Choi Jiho, my boss's daughter's bias, who had kept me staying up late for over 3 years. Spark appeared here. Why am of all people? The face that had once made me return to the office after I had already gone home, just because I missed one photo edit, was right in front of my eyes. You couldn't blame me if my eyeballs were about to pop out here. My whole body was burning hot, as if lying on an electric blanket. It was definitely an anger-induced sickness, but I had to be patient. This was just a dream. Even if I grabbed the sleeping person's collar and shouted, "Were you out of your mind when you deleted your feed when I was meticulously archiving your Insta?" Nothing would change. Anyway, unless you were a subordinate who was threatened by your boss and scraped other people's posts until 9 p.m., you wouldn't understand that pain. But I couldn't do anything about my seething anger. The rage seemed etched into my spine. Could it be that the other 4 are also from Spark? Adding me to the 5-member group Spark made it exactly 6 members, just as the system had designated. Everything fit together perfectly. Right now, if I could contact Manager Nam's daughter, I wanted to ask her. She once said that 5 minus 1 equals 0. I am sorry, but what happens if it's 5 plus 1? I deeply regretted not closing my eyes before seeing that absurd message, and I strongly denied the current situation. If it were Spark, I refused. If it was the Center Emperor Choi Jiho, I absolutely would refuse, even if they locked me up in a hotel and made me work with room service only. Debut with the guys who only smiled 3 times during a 2-hour live broadcast, even though I had to capture 50 smiling faces per member? Yeah, absolutely never. Perhaps it could hear the sound of my heart closing. The letters that had been floating disappeared, and new sentences appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button. I heard young people only work as much as they're paid these days. But can you really live like that in a company? Still, I'm not too harsh in my evaluations. Let's make sure our assistant manager Kim gets what he deserves for the work he's done. Sounds fair? System, personnel disadvantage has been assigned to subordinate due to failure to meet final KPIs. System, performance reward has been assigned to subordinate for meeting final KPIs. Plus, from start to finish, it was filled with infuriating phrases. Do you really think that I'd fall for that? I wouldn't deny that my life was so far gone that the system thought it could look down on me. I accepted all of Manager Nam's absurd demands, so I was practically digging my own grave. But even in my dream, I didn't want to be branded as a complete pushover. I'd rather poke my own eyes rather than continue watching this crap. But just as I was about to do that, my vision lit up again. What happened next was truly shocking. Plus, system, personnel disadvantage will be notified. Restrictions on job transfer will be imposed upon forced reemployment and resignation of Hampyong industry, permanently deprived of the opportunity to receive the final performance reward. Plus, it was a notice forcing me to rejoin my old company, which I hadn't even properly quit. Rejoin that hellhole Hampyong industry? It forced me against my will to join a company that would tell you to wait for Mart discount periods when the toilet paper ran out. It even stated that if I quit, it would restrict my chance to move to another job. It seemed dead set on pouring ash all over my career prospects. I had to work at that damned company until retirement? No way. My greatest regret in life was submitting my resume to Hampiong Industries. No, screw that. I regretted getting on that job search site on that very day and time. It took me a while to understand the explanation that followed. My mind wasn't functioning well because I was so enraged by the thought of rejoining the Hampiong industry. Final performance reward? The final reward didn't matter. I already hated the idea of rejoining so much I could die. I had no doubt that there couldn't be a worse situation than this. That was until I read the next explanation. Plus, system, final performance reward will be notified. Annulment of the death of your sister, biological sibling, and the opportunity to reunite. Plus, the chance to meet my sister, who died 2 years ago, was being offered under the mere term reward. Annul her death? I felt like I was hit hard by bad luck. Either that, or I was facing backlash for wishing Manager Nam would go to hell every night. Really, instead of a dream world, I felt like I had fallen into hell. Asterisk note, KPI, Key Performance Indicator. 2. Chapter 2, Boomer System 1. My parents were very indifferent to both of their children. They were generally irresponsible and sometimes violent. The environment I grew up in could be described with this one sentence. It wasn't until elementary school that I realized that people eat 3 meals a day on average. My sister and I, who had no luck with guardians, spent our childhood under neglect, abandonment, and dictatorial attitudes. My sister's childhood likely wouldn't have been much different from my own. However, despite growing up in the same environment, my sister felt concerned for me, her sibling who was much younger than her, and supported me in every way until I became an adult. Even when I was considering giving up on college because I couldn't find a way to pay the tuition, or when I was flipping through part-time job listings, trying to hold out at home until I could save up for a deposit. My sister, who tenaciously saved up money, eventually took me out of the house around the time I graduated high school, since I was incapable of looking after myself. And she enrolled me in college. I'm not just giving this money to you. I'll collect it all back from you later. I'll pay you back as quickly as possible. Yeah, I should get some filial piety from my younger brother in my old years. Would 15 million won be enough to sustain your old years? I'll get compound interest on it, so it'll be fine. As expected, members of society are not easy to deal with. Anyway, with 15 million won in my hands and no repayment period, I was able to completely separate myself from home. From then on, I only had to take responsibility for myself. A college friend, who heard about my hardship at Hampiong Industry, once seriously asked me, if there are so many weird people at your company, wouldn't it be better to quit early? Sitting across from him mechanically editing a Hyungline cuddly compilation.zip video, my reply was, I wish I could too. Who would want to keep working at a company that paid you so little and worked you like a dog? I even had to put fruit stickers on the faces of boys my age who I barely cared about. But I couldn't quit, because I wanted to repay my debt to my sister as quickly as possible. Especially once I became old enough to reach an age where I clearly knew the level of money that someone just starting out in society could save. I couldn't afford to waste time on changing jobs, so I persevered through sheer determination. My account balance inching closer to my target goal was my only solace. On the day I could finally fully repay my sister's loan with the money I scraped together by sacrificing my health, we vowed to do whatever we wanted at least once a year while living our lives. Though we couldn't meet often due to being busy, we stayed in touch occasionally through Messenger. Are you ready to buy me a bag at the duty-free shop? Are you ready to make me announce a missing person broadcast at the duty-free shop? Try me. We had conversations like that. And then, the very next winter, my sister died in an accident. It happened less than 30 minutes after we parted ways in front of a CAF near my house. Our last conversation was so ordinary that I couldn't even remember it. That moment was the last time I met my only family member. Was there anyone who hadn't imagined their deceased family member coming back to life at least once? But the dead did not return. Death was like that. It was the end. My confused mind cooled down. Instead, anger that had nowhere to go filled my head. How do I wake up from this dream? For the first time in my life, I desperately wished the morning alarm would go off, even just 1 second sooner, so that this terrible sleep would end, and I wouldn't have to recall the emotions of the past 2 years. But the alarm did not go off. I felt utterly alone in a silence with no end in sight. Plus, system, subordinate, will now undergo handover. Plus, in front of my eyes, another new message flashed. Say whatever sh*t you want. I pulled the blanket over my head and lay down. If I didn't, I might end up banging my head against the wall. But there was one thing I overlooked. In a situation where letters appeared in midair, there was no guarantee that any bizarre phenomenon wouldn't occur. The information about handover flowed one-sidedly into my head as if I were reading a book or document. Plus, system handover progress. Notification of work period, February XX, 20XX, synchronized and cannot be changed. Check manual. Check processes. Plus, as I was about to bang my head a couple of times, I noticed something strange amidst the unfamiliar information. The year that stated the work period was 9 years ago based on this year. The season was also way off. Yesterday, it was early autumn, but the preceding period pointed to February. It's not like I've gone back in time. I turned my gaze to the window, where there should still be plenty of greenery. But through the window, I saw a few bare branches. What I saw outside the window was the cool winter itself. The sun was out, but the window was fogged up, and I could clearly see the branches without leaves swaying in the wind. Where's my cell phone? I reflexively looked for my phone. It was placed right next to the pillow as usual, but the model was different from mine. To be exact, it was different from what I currently had. What I had in front of me was the 2G phone I had used nearly 10 years ago. I had bought it when everyone else was using smartphones because I wanted to focus on my studies, and the cost of the device was too much. A brick phone capable of restricting caller ID showed up in a society where 90% of adults use smartphones. So many things were strange. The face of Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho, who was much younger than I last remembered, and the phone, which I had clearly thrown away a long time ago because it would not turn on, they all pointed to only one possibility. I entered my old password on the lock screen as if possessed. Miraculously, the password was unlocked. What was even more incredible was the date floating on the phone. 9 years ago. It was the exact same date as the work period notified in the system, and it was the time when I had looked up English words with this cell phone. The year when Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho, who was my age, was 20 years old, and Spark was running toward their debut goal. I felt like all the blood was draining from my body. I ran my hands over my my rejuvenated face, now about 3,400 days younger than yesterday. Nuna. IMF *KED. A sunny winter morning. A room so quiet that it was peaceful thanks to the other person sleeping soundly. Sitting there, I opened my eyes and suddenly found myself 9 years younger. But now, my older sister and future were being held hostage, and I was being forced to become an idle, 29 years old per-office worker. I checked my face dimly reflected on the screen of my cell phone that had been turned off. Even on the black screen, I could see that my complexion had noticeably improved and the dark circles had decreased significantly. It was exactly the face I had when I had just graduated from high school. I really have become younger. Maybe the reason I felt so refreshed when I woke up was because I had actually gotten younger? If that was the case, I felt like I should feel a little sad. If I was the only one getting younger, it would have been a different case, but since the time had been reversed, it would be more accurate to say that I'd gone back to the past. If I could use the internet, I could verify this more clearly. But that was out of the question with this brick phone. I suddenly had an ominous premonition. I couldn't have died and come to the afterlife. Or something, right? I knew it sounded crazy, but if this was the afterlife, it might explain why letters were appearing before me. However, the likelihood of a 29-year-old man dying in his room while making a banner for an idol announcing their disbandment was as improbable as the current situation. Something had definitely gone very wrong, but it didn't seem like I had suddenly died while living a perfectly normal life. In addition, a person who died like that had to debut as an idol in the afterlife? That was insane. It was more reasonable to think that time had actually been reversed. Wait, if time itself had gone backward, wouldn't it mean that I didn't need to debut as an idol to save my sister? I could just meet her right now, convince her to listen to me, and ensure she lives a long life. I quickly searched for my sister's number in my contacts. But the phone book was completely empty. My phone, which used to be full of numbers for company CEOs, now had an unsettling emptiness it shouldn't have. Fortunately, I had my sister's number memorized. I quickly dialed it and called. The number you are calling now is not available. But the response I got was an unexpected automatic message. I checked the number again, and it was definitely the right number. Something was off. Nuna has never changed her number. It didn't matter. If I couldn't contact her, I could just go visit her. I grabbed my phone and got out of bed. But my momentum did not last long. Where was Nuna's house? I couldn't remember the name of the neighborhood or building where my sister lived. Other memories were vivid, but it was as if I only remembered that part of it. When my thoughts went crazy at this point, an additional long writing appeared. This time, it was more like a document than a message. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of the Life Reuse Manual. Life is considered reused when you wake up at a point in the past based on your previous life. Once the reused life begins, returning to the previous life is not allowed. Memories and knowledge acquired in the previous life can only be used within the permitted scope. If violated, sanctions will be imposed. If it is determined that memories and knowledge from the previous life hinder the tasks in the reused life, the use of these memories can be restricted without the consent of subordinate. To make life reuse go smoothly, additional tools, resumes, schedulers, etc. will be provided. Plus, I didn't fully understand what it meant, but one thing was clear. Something had gone very, very wrong. I simply woke up because my eyes opened, but my life had already been processed as reused. It felt like receiving a product that had been defective from the beginning and being told that opened items were non-refundable. There were times I wanted to change my lifestyle, but I didn't mean changing my whole life. By the fourth point, I wanted to give up thinking altogether. Simply put, it seemed that if I tried to achieve the final reward of reuniting with my sister through any illicit means without fulfilling the KPIs, compulsory measures would be triggered. For example, by erasing memories that served as the link to meeting my sister. If I go to the place where the accident happened and vow to wait until Nuna arrives. I tried to remember my sister's death anniversary and the location of the accident, and I failed. I couldn't recall anything, as if there was a hole in the back of my mind. What were the odds of someone suddenly reversing the flow of time in their life? And not only that, what if you were forced to change careers to something you'd never considered, with your family and future held hostage? What were the chances that the assigned job was to become an idol who had to sparkle and shine? And if you refused, you would have to work at the company that made you work overtime for 7 consecutive days a week for the rest of your life? I didn't know for sure, but I could tell this was a case of being royally screwed. I went through stages of denial and anger and finally reached the state of resignation. As long as there was a condition that my sister could live, there was no option for me to refuse. Even when my sister was alive, I couldn't repay her enough. How could I refuse it? I also didn't want to get involved with the hellish Hampyeong industry anymore. So the only option left was to debut gloriously as part of a 6-member boy group. Debut with Spark? It was chilling. I felt a cold blade piercing me, darkening my vision. Objectively speaking, Spark wasn't a bad group. It was just that I personally held a grudge against them. Looking at each member's individual abilities, they were so good that I should be begging them to accept me. K-pop idols in our country could largely be classified into idols with problems, idols without problems but get bashed for no reason, idols whose debut went unnoticed before disappearing without a sound. When categorizing into 3 groups, Spark straddled both the problematic idol category and the bash for no reason idol category. All the members had clean public histories. They didn't do drugs. But Spark was a group that established itself as a new issue maker in the entertainment world, frequently embroiled in all kinds of controversies starting with personality issues. Much greater than if you want to learn noise marketing, look up and look at SBRK. SBRK isn't noise marketing, they're just noise. More like the marketing king. Their recognition skyrocketed whenever an issue blew up. Let's imagine that I joined this group. When an ordinary person like me joined a visually stunning group that was criticized for everything but their looks, you'd anticipate the following reactions. Much greater than one rotten apple spoils the barrel. He single-handedly brings down the standard look of the group. That's a talent in itself. There are 5 first-class members and 1 subpar member, so of course the barrel is soiled. I don't need to tell you which one's the subpar one. Is that really the standard of an idol's looks? It's disheartening. Similarly, it was easy to predict their reactions when an ordinary person like me joined a gem of a group known for their exceptional talent. Much greater than one rotten apple spoils the barrel. He single-handedly ruined the show. That's a talent in itself. Watching him made me cringe, but he's so brazen about it. At least his mental strength is top tier. Having top-tier mental strength means no sh*t when the main part is subpar. It seemed like my existence would just add fuel to the fire of this already controversial group. Just the thought of it was a nightmare. Why did it have to be me? Why did it have to Spark? I could think of at least 200 people who would want to debut with Spark more than I did. I stared at the still floating message in the air, my eyes probably devoid of any light. Then, there was a part where I suddenly caught my eye. Plus, to make life reuse go smoothly, additional tools, resumes, schedulers, etc. will be provided. Plus, additional tools. Was it like a welcome kit? Hampyong Industry didn't provide anything like that because they were jerks. I glared at the screen, pondering how I could get those so-called additional tools. Then, a new screen really did appear. In front of me was a familiar resume layout. It was none other than my own resume, Kim Yiwol. 3. Chapter 3, Boomer System 2. When you were preparing for a job, one of the things you ended up revising multiple times was your resume. At the same time, having worked in the HR team, it was a document I had seen countless times, and at one point, it was also a document that I revised every day while dreaming of changing jobs. However, the resume I was looking at now was something I had never seen before. Plus, UA new trainee Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol, 20 years old per previously 29 years old. Career history. Joined UA through street casting. External activities. Assistant manager at Hampyong Industries HR team, 5 years. Performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 4 out of 20. Dance proficiency, 1 out of 20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, October 20th. Total EXP, 0. Total point, 0. Plus, of all things, it claimed to be my resume. The past at Hampyong Industry, which was as tough as the fiber of a poorly boiled sweet potato, was listed under external activities. It looked like my experience there had become worthless. More importantly, was my dance proficiency really one? I was truly lucky for never getting picked for any talent shows at workshops. As I was staring blankly at the total EXP and total point, wondering what they were, a new explanation appeared. Plus, system, EXP point system, is being notified to subordinate. Completing tasks will grant a certain amount of EXP. When the EXP reaches 100, it can be exchanged for 1 point. Points can be added to proficiency level. Plus, it was ridiculous. If you could get better at dancing by working a lot, executives would have already held extravagant talent shows for office workers worldwide. Other things that caught my eye were new trainee and street casting. Joined through street casting? In February, 9 years ago, on the street, an idol casting. I felt like I could almost remember something. Right before entering university, someone had stopped me on my way home. I vaguely remembered getting a business card while talking to my sister. I was quite perplexed when they handed me a business card from UA, a company famous for housing ballad singers, saying they were forming an idol group. I remembered thinking they were scammers using someone else's company name and completely ignoring it. It wasn't even the first time I had received a business card related to idols, so I had completely forgotten about it. Now, it seemed like I was in a situation where I had accepted that offer back then and joined the company. The only male idol group that later debuted from UA was Spark. The place I ended up, after all the twists and turns, was Spark again. What were the odds? I had no idea what they saw in me to contact me, but as the pieces fit together, my mind started to clear up. You couldn't get anything done when blood rushed to your head. I calmly tried to summarize what I had learned so far as simply as possible. I had gone back in time to 9 years ago. I became a trainee under UA. I had to debut in a 6-member boy group, or I wouldn't be able to save my sister. And I would have to join that damned Hampyong Industry again, with a lifetime contract. The situation was still a mess, but now I could accept the reality. Thinking of it as giving my sister 70 years worth of birthday presents that I almost couldn't give her made me feel a bit better. This time around, I would receive compound interest on those birthday gifts. I would just have to grit my teeth and hold on. I forcibly pulled myself together. At that moment, an alarm went off above my head. More precisely, it came from the wooden ceiling above me. At the same time, the Center Emperor Choi Jiho, who had been sleeping next to me, opened his eyes. He had the same face as he did on the reality. show before his debut, a nose bridge that hadn't changed even after 9 years, and a slight frown every time he woke up due to poor eyesight. The moment I saw his too familiar face that made me want to turn away in disgust, my composure completely evaporated. Instead, a deep-seated anger filled the void. Could I really do it? Could I happily debut with these bastards who made me upset just by looking at them? My stomach churned. It was definitely my acid reflux acting up. Oh, you're already up, too, Hyung. At that moment, a face popped out from the ceiling with a voice that was way too cheerful for the morning. Was it because of the lighting? Looking at the features that seemed to glow, I was momentarily at a loss for words. The visual was so unrealistically perfect that I thought he wasn't human for a second. No way, cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. His looks were so great that my bitter grudge was briefly erased from my mind. After seeing that face, I could almost forgive Yue for selling those full-body mini standees for 23,000 won each. Even so, that guy was a jerk who came back from his first long vacation with a sunburn, making photo retouching a nightmare. But still, to think such looks existed in this world. There was a mysterious aspect to cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun's face, with the round eyes, nose, and mouth coming together and giving off a cold aura. Jiho. Hyung is an early riser too. I really like our room's living habits. The Magne approves. That guy was way too cheerful in the morning. But it seemed the center Emperor Choi Jiho wasn't even listening. Hyung, we eat breakfast in the practice room. Let's get ready to go to the practice room first. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun explained kindly as he came down from above. How many more days would I have to listen to these voices that made my ears shudder? The future looked bleak. An hour later, I found myself standing inside the UA building along with Future Spark. The UA that had cast me was an agency that had long been known as a ballad powerhouse. Most of the singers affiliated with UA were also ballad singers, each with at least one hit song to their name. But then, out of the blue, UA suddenly announced that it would be entering the idol market. The underground practice room where I had arrived was a space hastily put together by UA to train trainees. Sparks fans called this place the UA Underground Prison. Much greater than a rookie who released only 2 songs has a hiatus of 1 year and 2 months, just say you don't want to make money. The kids must think it sucks too. They debuted, but they're mysteriously shelved. Sparks' hiatus was extraordinarily long. At one point, there were even rumors that their hiatus period kept getting extended every time an issue came up. For the record, this place wasn't unfamiliar to me either. I'd seen it countless times while screenshotting their choreo videos to survey their group dance. I stood there, feeling a familiar sense of being sh*Tion, and someone approached me and talked to me. You haven't been here long, so it must be overwhelming, right? Since you said it's your first time being a trainee, let me briefly explain our practice routine. It was Jong Song-bin, the mental pillar who would become Spark's leader in the future. To me, mental pillar Jong Song-bin was like a filial son. He had the most gentle face among the ruffian-looking group Spark, so I quickly memorized his face. Mental pillar Jong Song-bin explained things like when the trainer-teacher would arrive and UA's various rules. His orientation skills were top-notch. He'd be perfect as the trainee education manager. As I was admiring his calm and clear pronunciation, mental pillar Jong Song-bin suddenly asked me, "Do you have any other questions?" "No. Thank you for the explanation." Worried that he'd realize I wasn't paying attention, I answered quickly, but mental pillar Jong Song-bin's expression became strange. Hyung, weren't you going to drop the formalities starting today? There was that kind of setting? Seeing the more senior, trainee mental pillar Jong Song-bin speaking formally to me, it seemed the hierarchy here followed the order of age. I wasn't fond of such a conservative organizational culture. As someone naturally more inclined to be at the bottom rung, it made me even more uncomfortable. Maybe because it's still awkward. Look, if it's okay with you, just speak casually with me. Yes. I hated dropping formalities right after meeting someone by using age as an excuse. But I decided to go along with the flow to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, mental pillar Jong Song-bin didn't press the issue further. Then should we start with stretching? With those dreadful words, mental pillar Jong Song-bin got up. The time had come to sweat alongside my enemies from hell to achieve the same goal. I wanted to go home. I desperately wanted to go home. The words I had etched into my heart daily during my office worker days naturally came to mind. Then, my vision flashed white. I didn't need any manuals or explanations anymore. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button, you know how we give out points as a part of employee benefits? Starting today, if you do well, you'll get points. Not many places are this generous. Anyway, you're in luck, Assistant Manager Kim. Don't waste them on frivolous things. Use them only when absolutely necessary. Plus, but if it was a material reward, that was a different story. I was disappointed that it was points and not cash, but as the recipient, I had to take advantage of whatever I could get. Still, can't you just change that way of speaking? Just reading that saps half my motivation. Still, I was in no position to be picky, so it was a beneficial proposition for me, especially since my dance proficiency was abysmal. If I ask for work, will it give me one? The situation of requesting work was unfamiliar to me. Normally work poured in even if I just stayed still. For a moment, I wondered if I should kneel facing the direction where the text was visible or bow my head instead. Fortunately, the catastrophe of having to beg for work on top of being forced to debut did not occur. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Complete one basic move. Reward, EXP. Plus, I should be able to manage just one move, right? Surely, they gave me a task that I could achieve with my 1-point dance proficiency. I steeled myself. I had to say, this was undoubtedly the most foolish decision I had ever made. Do you know just how intense the practice regimen is for K-pop powerhouse Korean idol groups? F***CK, F***CK. I didn't know, and now I felt like I was going to die. Ignorance was truly a sin. Nothing short of punishment could explain the hardship and adversity I was currently experiencing. Kim Yiwol, turn to the left. T-yearning isn't the problem here. Be honest. You can't tell left from right, right? Even so, I could at least distinguish between left and right. Didn't I just turn left? How can a person be this uncoordinated? It's beyond clumsy. You're creaking. If your limbs are this uncontrolled, your brain might go on strike tomorrow. The group's dance members, Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho and King of Cuteness Kang Kyeon, were seriously discussing this situation with the utmost grave expressions. Watching these two being in charge of the group's performance quality, I was reminded of a post I saw on a community board. Much greater than, but don't you think UA gathered an amazing group of members despite being a horse sh*t agency? There's not a single one lacking in skill. They added an uncoordinated member to provide more amusement for the audience. My heart ached. The highly individualistic Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho seemed indifferent to this situation. On the other hand, King of Cuteness Kang Kyeon, famous for his perfectionism since a long time ago, didn't take his cold eyes off me until the end. For someone like me who got dizzy just looking at Sparks photos for 5 seconds, this was the worst punishment. After I rampaged through the practice room like a broken runaway train, King of Cuteness Kyeon's eyes glinted with sharpness. His icy stare was as piercing as his words. I'd gotten good at reading Sparks' expressions. Sure enough, he spoke in a chilling voice. Hyung. Yes. Don't even think about going back to the dorm today. It suddenly reminded me of what my junior at work who loved idols had said while blankly eating a triangle gimbap in the break room. She had asked if I knew the top 3 Mayo won. That was when our team was in the 3rd week of overtime, and an article came out about her favorite idol group canceling a fan sign due to illness, but they went to Kangwon Land instead. I forgot the 3rd one besides Tuna Mayo and Appa. Don't just do whatever you want Mayo. But King of Cuteness Kyeon's version of Mayo was quite harsh too. How many times had I repeated these indecipherable moves? Oh, got it. Quick, do it once more before you forget. As soon as the dry Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho and the relentless King of Cuteness Kang Kyeon gave the OK signal, my vision flashed white. I thought it was a sign I was about to pass out, but it was just the system. Persistent little thing. Plus, system, the task is complete. Reward, EXP, 20. Total EXP, 20. Total point, 0. Plus, 20, 20. After all that suffering, with my limbs trembling uncontrollably, it was absurd. I must have taken this abnormal phenomenon too lightly. 1. The Korean joke of the top 3 Mayo goes like this. Let me introduce the world's top 3 Mayos. 1. Tuna Mayo. 2. Chicken Mayo. 3. Don't steal my heart Mayo. So basically the top 2 are the most popular tastes, and the number 3 is a wordplay ended with the word Mayo. Chapter 4. Boomer System 3. Getting repeatedly trampled by the Spark members was quite the harrowing experience. First up were Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon, who were like the incarnations of dance themselves. These guys seemed to see me as an interesting alien creature. They would demonstrate intricate dance moves to a beginner like me and then ask, "Do you get it?" with a shockingly nonchalant teaching style. I flailed around vigorously to let them know that kind of teaching method wasn't enough for me. They both turned pale. But what could I do? I'd been an office worker all my life. My mind was so confused that I almost asked Choi Ji-ho in front of me, "Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho, am I moving correctly now?" After running a mental simulation of getting a disdainful look from him, I had been secretly practicing calling him without his nickname in my head. After the two blunt boys, Jong Song-bin and Park Ji-woo were the next to sink. Unlike the previous artists, these top-notch vocalists tried to pass on their knowledge in a more humane way to me, who was showcasing severely malfunctioning movements. Unfortunately, my stamina was better than theirs, so they collapsed first. Watching all these disasters, Lee Chong-hyun met my gaze and gave me a thumbs up. "Hyung, you're really amazing. Fighting." He even winked at me. His personality was optimized for being an idol. "Why didn't you wink more during your solo shots? If you had winked more, I could have finished making a compilation of your winks within a day." Thanks to Chong-hyun's sparkling support, I was able to straighten my arms out to the side while facing forward. It only took 4 hours. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ki-yeon clapping with his lips tightly pressed together. It was the exact same expression I had when looking at the boss' son who came to work part-time once. This second life was really tough. At this point, I couldn't help but wonder, what on earth did the casting director see in me to cast me for UA? Surely, the Spark guys must be wondering the same thing. Wouldn't it be suspicious if some guy who recently joined as a trainee couldn't even control his left and right feet? They didn't show it, but I could tell. One of my few talents was reading the room. Still, I couldn't help it. It was unrealistic for an office worker whose whole life revolved around fiddling with web apps to learn to dance well in just one day. Especially when the EXP rewarded were only 20 at a time. I had been in a similar situation before. Specifically, it was like when Manager Nam dumped 5 years' worth of unsorted documents on me and told me to organize them by the end of the day. When the situation was unbelievable and there was no obvious way to improve, the only thing you could do was simple repetition. I felt my eyes getting moist. It was like the sweat I shed back then was sinking with my eyes now. But there was a definite improvement. At least there was no Manager Nam here. I should be grateful that there were people helping me, even if they were my enemies from my first life. Since they put in the effort to teach me, it wouldn't be right not to try to learn. I vigorously rolled around as they instructed, fueled by anger. If I thought of it as a 20% salary increase, it was actually a big percentage increase. As expected, mental victory was all about perspective. How long had I been moving in a trance? I heard rough breathing around me and saw the Spark members one by one collapsing into the corners of the practice room. Weaklings. With that level of physical strength, they wouldn't even be able to climb Bugaxin Mountain carrying the executive's thermos. Taking advantage of the lull in instruction, I grabbed a bottle of water and quenched my thirst too. It was then. The practice room door opened, and someone vaguely familiar entered. Simultaneously, the Spark members, who had been sprawled out like overworked office workers, sprang to their feet. Their disciplined figures were exactly like Spark in their debut era, making my stomach churn. "You all must be working hard practicing." "We're fine. Of course. I haven't seen you since the casting, Yiwol." "Have you greeted everyone?" Clean business casual attire and a friendly tone that didn't seem to belong to a trainer. And most of all, that remark confirmed my suspicion. "It's you. The one who dragged me into this pit of hell." I wanted to grab this person and demand to know which part of me seemed like idle material. Was there really such a lack of talent in Hongdae that day? Yes, everyone has been helping me a lot, but I managed to hold myself back, thanks to my patience honed to the extreme. "Come on. We expect a lot from you too, Yiwol." This person should have seen Spark members' lifeless eyes just a moment ago. If he had, he wouldn't have said that. Even I, who held nothing but animosity towards Spark, felt sorry for them. If my friend the system would allow it, I'd be willing to write a new resume and apply as Spark's new manager right now. But there was no response from the system. It was always quiet at times like this. The sudden visitor took out his phone, saying he came to film Spark's group dance video. Since we have a new trainee, we need to rework the formations. Once you all know the choreography, we'll film again with Yiwol in it. When you don't know what to do, just nod your head. So I replied that I understood, even though I didn't know if that day would ever come. While Spark prepared for the video shoot, I moved to the mirror opposite and stood next to the staff member. The scene that unfolded in front of my eyes soon after was quite spectacular. Even to my untrained eyes, the 5 trainees dancing in razor-sharp synchronization looked impressive. When I made cross-edits, I thought these guys my age were just limber in their joints. Seeing it up close, I could tell for sure. These guys at least had the power to do their job. It made sense why this group had lasted 7 years despite all the controversies outnumbering their agency's employees. The public opinion about their looks and skills was right. For the first time, free from the obligation of video editing, I fully appreciated the trainees' dazzling movements. I made sure not to look above their necks, though. Seeing their faces would just make me angry. By the way, the move I spent hours learning and earned 1 welfare point for passed by in an instant. It felt like about 1.8 seconds. I guess it'll take about 2 whole weeks of rolling around to complete one song. Whether just rolling around would give me that kind of power was another matter altogether. The filming, which seemed to be a simple monitoring video, ended in 1 take. What do you think, Yiwol? Yes. The kids. They're good, right? What a difficult question. The answer was obvious. The only thing I could say here was, yes, they're awesome. The problem was, no matter how much I praised them, it didn't seem like it would be conveyed to Spark if I was the one saying it. Yes, I think they're great. I answered with as much sincerity as I could muster, being careful not to sound sarcastic. It reminded me of when I had just started working at Hampyong Industry. Back then, I tried to learn social life by pretending to enjoy it. Of course, I didn't miss those days at all. Fortunately, my mundane answers seemed to leave no impression. It was thanks to my 29 years of experience in blending in, with the intention of never standing out even once in my life. However, there was one thing that bothered me. After a moment's hesitation, I opened my mouth with difficulty. But all eyes turned to me. Their look was asking, is this clueless newbie really going to criticize this impressive dance? I took a deep breath and opened my mouth. Keon, are you okay to be dancing? Yes. You looked a bit strained. When a clumsy guy like me who couldn't even control his own body was making comments, even Jiho Choi's gaze was locked on me. It was the look I'd only seen in fancam videos. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would draw attention. If I had to make an excuse, it didn't feel right to stay silent when someone looked like they were in pain. When Keon was teaching me one-on-one, I wasn't sure, but watching them dance together, it was hard to miss. Nobody else told him to rest, so I wondered if they just didn't notice. It seemed I was right, as the gazes quickly shifted from me to Kong. Keon, are you sick? No, I'm not sick. Keon replied to the staff member with his usual expression. But he couldn't fool my eyes. That guy was 100% lying. Even before I turned back time, Keon had said with that same expression, we'll continue to work hard. You said that at the New Year's concert, then disbanded within a year? Shameless bastards. Keon says he's fine. I don't think he's fine. His left ankle. Feeling irritated, I stood firm on the issue with a genuinely concerned expression. Then Keon's expression became strange. It seemed I had hit the mark and struck a nerve. Keon, is your ankle hurting? Since when? The staff member and Chonghyun shouted at the same time. Keon looked flustered. No, it's not so bad that I need to go to the hospital. What are you talking about, Keon? If you're hurt, of course you should go to the hospital. Now, even Jong Songbin chimed in. Unlike my despicable self, he genuinely seemed worried. Since I had brought it up openly, those around him would take care of it now. Having done my part, I turned away from Keon with a lighter heart. Then a scene suddenly flashed in my mind. Keon singing alone, seated on a chair, at the Imjingak outdoor stage. It was due to a chronic ankle injury from relentlessly practicing difficult choreography since his trainee days. Just looking at his listless face through the low-quality public broadcast, you could tell that it was a grim period for Keon. As someone who knew about the future, I felt I had an ethical obligation to help him out. So I endured talking to Keon again and said, make sure you go to the hospital. Yes. I had a friend who had a hard time because he ignored an ankle injury. If it becomes chronic, It's a real pain. I felt guilty for trying to pass off that boy who was just in the same class as my friend. But seeing Keon's wavering gaze as if my words got through to him, I felt relieved that I could break his stubbornness. Considering I was doing this to get him to the hospital, my classmate would understand. Thank you, friend. You helped save a future dance genius. After that, it wrapped up nicely with the manager who showed up late taking Keon to the hospital by taxi. As I saw Keon off to the hospital, a quiet realization hit me. Half of me wondered why I even worried about these guys. The other half thought that I couldn't just ignore someone in pain. Next time something happened, I wouldn't pay them any mind. Still, if I kept needling like this a few more times, I might see all 5 of them dancing together at Imjingak. That is, if I don't die from frustration and rage before then. Despite the brief commotion, practice continued until 10 p.m. Any memorable episodes from our trainee days? Let's see 'em. I think we just practiced all the time. Sorry, sparklers, we were pretty boring, huh? When I used to transcribe live broadcasts, I thought, just say something so I can summarize 10 threads and get some sleep. But now I understood. When you practiced all day, there was nothing to talk about. All we did was eat, dance, and sing. So of course there weren't many memorable episodes. Still, now we could probably share the story of Chonghyun trying to carry the injured Keon and them both falling down together. A touching display of friendship. My first ever practice was definitely demanding, but not to the point of collapsing. Besides, my debut would be in jeopardy if I just continued to flail around. So even though I was in tears, I decided to practice a little more. Fortunately, none of the members tried to stop me. My clumsy moves seemed to have shocked them quite a bit. These guys were set to become regulars on the list of top talented idols in Korea within 3 years of their debut. Which meant, as long as I did my part well in this group project, that would be enough. For the first time in a group project, I felt like I was the one in charge of just gathering data, not the leader. The feeling of freeloading. It filled me with guilt, but it was also a refreshing experience. I was confident in mastering skills through repetition. My ancestors didn't give me any special talents, but endowed me with a stubborn tenacity that didn't easily give up. Seeing that 2 hours flew by with just a few repetitions of basic movements, I realized again that people's nature didn't change easily. Are you not going to give me EXP this time? I clicked my tongue in disappointment. Who knew? Maybe if I collected 1,000 points, they'd give me a free ice cream or something. As if reading my thoughts, the system reappeared again after half a day. But this time, the source of the experience points was a bit different. Plus, system, hidden task, first overtime, completed. Reward, EXP, 20. Total EXP, 40. Total point, 0. Plus, F***CK. Even if I didn't want to curse, I had to. It was impossible not to curse in this situation. 5. Chapter 5, Boomer System 4. My mood plummeted straight back to hell. I had traveled back 9 whole years, only to voluntarily board the overtime train again. How miserable. In exchange for losing my energy, happiness, and sense of achievement, I gained the basic step and 20 EXP. F***CK, what a fulfilling day. I felt disillusioned with life. Still, instead of giving up everything, I began cleaning up. I had to vacate the practice room before the security guard left at midnight. No one should have to work overtime because of me. If that happened, I might die from the guilt. When I turned off all the lights in the practice room, the already deathly silent company building felt even more desolate. The familiar air of overtime engulfed me. Just as I was about to get melancholic, I sensed someone in the lobby. Soon, a tall shadow stretched into the hallway. The owner of the shadow was Choi Ji-ho. Choi Ji-ho looked very grim, even though he was only standing at the desk. I was not just selectively seeing his negative traits because I disliked him. Really, as Ji-ho approached and our eyes met, he took out his earphones. I asked him in a doubtful tone, "You haven't left yet?" "Yeah." "Were you perhaps waiting for me?" "Yeah." Choi Ji-ho consistently gave one-word dismissive answers, as if annoyed. "Why were you waiting for me? Do you think a guy who's here for the first time could find his way back to the dorm? Are you being considerate?" Jang Songbin said he wanted to stay, but it was too late for the kids to go out. Meaning Choi Ji-ho didn't stay because he wanted to, but what did it matter? Our future leader was 18 years old. If Choi Ji-ho had any conscience, it should be him staying late instead of a minor. Still, knowing Ji-ho's loner personality, I gave him a pat on the back with a strained smile, wordlessly praising his consideration. Choi Ji-ho looked deeply displeased. When we got back to the dorm, Lee Chong-hyun, who used the top bunk of our two-floor bed, was waiting for us instead of sleeping. Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you, Hyung. When I pointed to Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chong-hyun confidently pointed to me. Did idols have hazing rituals for new members too? Like making the newbie buy 30 cups of coffee alone? Or washing everyone's shoes in the dorm? When I looked at him with eyes that seemed to say, I didn't know you were that kind of guy. Lee Chong-hyun looked flustered. Why are you giving me such a fierce look? No, I was wondering if you'd start hazing me from now on. The most vicious thing he could do at this hour would be something like making me buy lunchboxes from each convenience store brand, or packing pork bone hangover soup from a 24-hour hangover soup restaurant and having it delivered to the front door before it got cold. Having run cigarette errands from Gangnam to Gangbuk before, that was nothing to me. As I steeled myself and tried to recall the restaurants we passed on the way back, Chong-hyun said, No one's going to haze you. You won't. Of course not. Why would you say something so scary? I was already running simulations in my head of asking the soup place owner to pack some radish kimchi too. Well, if he wasn't going to haze me, then never mind. When Choi Ji-ho, who had long since lost interest in us, went to shower, Lee Chong-hyun sat on the floor beside my bed. I ended up sitting on the floor with him. Side by side. Kong Keon had inflammation in his ankle. I saw him wearing an ankle brace earlier. It seemed Lee Chong-hyun was waiting for me to talk about Kong Keon's ankle. He seemed the most panicked when I told them Kong Keon was hurt, but now he seemed more composed. Then he'll have to take a break from practice for a while. Right? He's really stubborn. That seemed to be the case. I nodded in agreement with Lee Chong-hyun. How did you know, Hyung? Know what? About Keon's ankle? Yes. None of us knew. Well, I didn't notice up close either. But when I looked from a distance, I could tell. If I said here, I came from the future, and thanks to Proxy Fan duties my boss made me do at the company, I learned about Keon's weak ankle, so I was confident I wasn't wrong. He probably wouldn't believe me. I didn't really want to explain in detail either. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened as if he genuinely believed my half-hearted answer. You must have really good eyesight, Hyung. It's not easy to notice something like that with just a glance. Normally, when someone who didn't know much luckily guessed something right, wouldn't people just chalk it up to a beginner's luck? This kid seemed to have a tendency to value people positively. I just got lucky. If you rewatch the footage, you'll probably see it too. I watched the video with Songbin Hyung when we got back to the dorm, but we didn't notice anything. Your keen eye is no joke. It wasn't keen eyesight but the benefit of years of accumulated big data, but I kept that to myself. If it was about being recognized for improving through practice, I could still accept it, but I preferred not to stand out for odd reasons. Taking the chance when Choi Ji-ho returned from washing up, I got up, saying I needed to wash up too. Lee Chong-hyun seemed a bit disappointed but obediently returned to his spot. He was quick to read the room. Once I finished my shower and lay on the bed, it finally sank in that the day was over. If possible, I'd like to get a better grasp of the system at times like these. Will it be difficult? There was nothing more troublesome than unexpected issues popping up while you were diligently working. I wanted to minimize such mishaps, and right at that moment, the system appeared before my eyes. It seemed it would show up if I wished for it earnestly. This time, it was the same text I had seen before. Plus, system, handover progress. Notification of work period, February XX, 20XX, synchronized and cannot be changed. Check manual. Check processes. Plus, but two of the points were crossed out. It seemed to indicate they were completed. The manual must be referring to the Life Reuse Manual. Thinking about that manual only made me angry, so I decided to set it aside. The only thing left to do was to check the process. I imagined checking the process in my head. Then, naturally, articles related to the process appeared. The speed at which it connected with the brain was impressive. Plus, system, process is applied to subordinate. Subordinate will receive tasks or KPIs irregularly. Welfare points will be awarded based on the task performance of subordinate. Awarded welfare points can be added to proficiency. As the process is applied and the handover progresses, the difficulty of tasks will increase. Penalties occur for task failure. System, the job role of subordinate, is set to producing member. Plus, F***CKU. If you're going to make me do something like producing, Can't you just appoint me as the new member of planning team instead of the group member? The fact that penalties could occur was also annoying. If I didn't debut, I wouldn't be able to save my sister, and I would have to re-enter the company. What more penalties would I need? I should have distanced myself from this crappy, old-fashioned system from the moment it started sounding exactly like Manager Nom. I almost tried to find an option to change it, like changing the navigation voice, but I held back. I didn't want to look deeper into this system. Still, I liked the idea of using points to improve my abilities instead of buying ice cream. Part of me felt bad about so easily taking the fruits of others' hard work and effort, but with my family's life and a lifetime contract on the line, I had to use any means necessary, whether it was an underhanded method or not. At least it doesn't say I have to stay active for 7 years. The condition for completing the tasks was clearly debuting. In other words, it could mean that as long as I made my debut, it didn't matter if I left afterward. I could just take out a loan to pay the penalty fees and spend a lifetime paying it back. It would be better for the team if an incompetent person like me left early on. Technically, this was fraudulent employment anyway, so I had to contribute enough to cover the losses caused by my early departure. With a guilty conscience, I opened my pathetic hologram resume. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 4 out of 20. Dance proficiency, 1 out of 20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 40. Total point, 0. Plus, there were the precious 40 EXP I had earned through relentless dance practice and overtime. Wait a minute. So you're telling me, even after dancing like a rabbit at a tiger's birthday party and voluntarily doing overtime, I can't raise my proficiency by even 1 point? This wasn't even an underhanded trick anymore. It was the ultimate life speed learning. I was looking for conscience in the wrong place. How naive I had been, not realizing my life was a sh*t storm. Anyway, my immediate task was clear: diligently accumulate EXP to earn points. At the time, earning another 60 EXP felt immensely far away. However, the very next day, I quickly maxed out the EXP and earned points. The incident started with a new task notification flashing at me demandingly first thing in the morning. Plus, system, a new task has been assigned. Attend your first dance class. Reward, EXP, 20. Plus, since the system got caught only giving out 20 EXP, it didn't even bother to hide the amount of rewards anymore. Since it was the company's first time forming an idol group, they were still in the process of creating a training program for trainees. Because of this, instead of having an in-house trainer, UA had vocal and dance trainers visit once a week each. Today was the day when the dance trainer came. It was also the day I would, for the first time in my life, perform something resembling a dance in front of an expert. I flailed around, giving my absolute best in front of the dance teacher, whom I had seen a few times on Spark's reality show. Ultimately, it proved that I was nothing more than an empty barrel. The faces of the prospective Spark members were filled with shadows, not a hint of a smile. They seemed disheartened by my helpless display, despite having helped me so earnestly the previous day. Their lack of smile was the reason why even when I sent edited videos to Manager Nom, he still said, "Can you make our kid's mouth curve up just a tiny bit? It's nothing big, do it quick." Just thinking about it made me feel mad again. The teacher, seeing me floundering in a daze, hesitated before speaking. Yes. I stood upright with my hands clasped politely. I could sense the teacher was carefully choosing their words. This pause, this tension, it was a perfect situation to crush me. The teacher who tried to choose their words, even in such a situation, was truly virtuous. You need to practice a lot. Understood. Just practicing a lot isn't enough. You need to practice more than anyone else, with utmost diligence. Yes, I will do my best. I could say with the utmost sincerity that I would work hard more than anyone else. My sister's life and my future depended on it. Moved by my sincerity, the teacher said no more. I was grateful for that. The problem was that the system had to pop up and open its mouth. 6. Chapter 6. Boomer System 5. Plus. System. Task completed. Reward. EXP. 20. Total EXP. 60. Total points. 0. Plus. Up to this point, it was fine. I was gradually getting used to the stingy points system. What pissed me off was the message that followed. Plus, system, work instructions from superior have arrived. Play button new. Hires these days don't seem to know how to do anything. Back in my day, even if our seniors didn't teach us, we learned by observing over their shoulders. Working at a company has gotten too easy, huh? Assistant Manager Kim, you need to step it up. Be grateful that you have someone giving you this advice. Consolation prize, 40 EXP. Total EXP, 100. Total point 1. Plus, consolation prize? Anyone could see it was just a way of saying cheer up after being publicly humiliated. This B***starred was definitely enjoying the situation. Still, I was the one at a disadvantage. With no choice, I invested the single welfare point I had painstakingly earned from that humiliating consolation reward into my dance proficiency. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 4 out of 20. Dance proficiency, 2/20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 0. Total point, 0. Plus, the effect of the increased proficiency was immediately apparent in the next individual practice session. I could follow the videos without getting the directions wrong. I used to flail around even when watching the mirror mode. Can't you even remember which hand you used to eat? Why can you mimic what you see in a regular video but mess up when watching mirror mode? It was the moment Choi Ji-ho's torrent of insults finally ended. I was overjoyed, feeling the joy of growth. I was diligently watching the video the trainer had recorded when Park Ju-woo approached me. Looks like you're getting the hang of it. Park Ju-woo asked in his characteristically relaxed tone, then squatted next to me. I'm not trying to be funny, really. I could understand it in my head just fine. I could roughly figure out how each movement connected after watching it a few times. But whether I could actually output it with my body was another story. Just being able to see the moves didn't mean I could perfectly imitate them. In the first place, if I had been able to do something like that, I wouldn't have chosen to be Hampyeong Industries' punching bag. As I was bitterly reflecting on my career path, Park Ju-woo said, "If there's a part you're struggling with, I can help teach you from there." I felt moved by this guy's silk-like patience toward the new trainee who had just suddenly barged in. However, I was not a foolish adult who would rob the precious time of a budding talent. Even if he was my enemy, there were rules that must be followed. Park Ju-woo was not someone who should be wasting his time managing fleeting connections like Kim Yiwol. He should be dedicating himself to practicing and honing his powerful high notes. So I politely turned down Park Ju-woo's offer, to which every second of his time was precious. Park Ju-woo probably had no desire to teach a beginner who only felt resentful toward him either. "No, I already imposed on you yesterday." Then just one section. Then Park Ju-woo fiddled with his phone to play the video. "Here, move your left foot, 1, 2. Yes, like that." "Really? Is this how you do it?" The movements are correct. The silence that followed the words movements conveyed a complex feeling. No matter how positively I tried to think, Park Ju-woo's words could only mean that I still had a long way to go. To someone who couldn't sing and dance well, my future must be looking grim since I couldn't sing well and my dancing skill was even worse. However, this was a remarkable improvement. Clearly, until yesterday, it took me over 30 minutes just to move my feet twice. Though, Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on had to hold me from both sides and move me themselves. Thanks to them, I knew what it felt like to be a puppet. Is it possible for someone to improve this much from just a 1-point increase in proficiency? No matter how I looked at it, this system was truly a cheat code for life. I reflected on how I had been whining just a few hours ago about my life being the hardest. As I wobbled like a newborn giraffe and completed one step, Park Ju-woo asked, "Aren't you getting tired? You look more exhausted than me." "Hyung, you really have great stamina." Park Ju-woo smiled awkwardly, looking all drained. Perhaps because he was still young, he reminded me of a happy puppy one might find in a countryside house. But no amount of 1:1 training and a single smile could make up for him saying just 5 words on a 50-minute radio show. If I had the time and opportunity, I would definitely get my revenge by making him practice smiling for 30 hours. Nevertheless, the practice ended fairly smoothly. It was thanks to the fact that I showed noticeable improvement after greatly lowering my expectations. Like the day before, I practiced 2 more hours and wrapped up the long day's work. There was no overtime reward this time, but it couldn't be helped. Just because you can shift your feet a bit doesn't mean you can easily debut. The only time I could deeply contemplate the system was at dawn. During the day, I was too busy rolling left and right to be able to firmly grasp my train of thought. At night, I had to stay behind in the practice room, dancing alone to the music playing from the device. Huffed. So as soon as I showered, I collapsed onto my assigned bed. I needed time to organize my cluttered thoughts. The system said I was set as a producing member. If so, it was likely that this aspect was considered even during the streak casting that led to me becoming an idol. In fact, Spark never had a producing member in the past. If there was any problem, it was that UA had no experience producing idols either. I still remembered the post that went up on the day UA suddenly dropped a surprise comeback promotion live broadcast. Much greater than UA, you dumb F***CK. You won't let Spark, a 5-year debut group, do a live broadcast without staff when all the other boy groups get individual lives? If this is how it'll be, just announce a monthly live schedule instead of sticking surprise on things and turning on broadcasts without warning. Even if the company posted a few pictures of Spark eating meals, they probably would have only gotten cursed at with things like, UA is so senseless, so emotionless. It was truly an incompetent company. I didn't know what they saw in me to give me this position, but if I wanted to debut safely, I had to steer towards the producing role as directed by the system. I racked my brain that I hadn't used for a long time. It took a lot of effort to rev up the rusted gears of an office worker's mind. The saving grace was that Lee Chonghyun would eventually be in charge of composing for the team. As unlikely as it might be, it was a great relief that I wouldn't have to come up with ideas, write songs and lyrics, and decide on concepts all by myself. Of course, I couldn't guarantee that anything I wrote would actually be singable. The saying, even if the sky falls, there is a hole to escape through fit perfectly. As I thought about Spark's dizzying concepts that flashed through my mind, the system appeared again. But I no longer felt a surge of anger when the system popped up. It seemed I had reframed the system as just a welfare point notification. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button. I don't care what Kim assistant manager used to do before. People who did sloppy internships elsewhere just pick up bad habits. Let's put aside whatever you did before and start fresh. Refresh, got it? System, new task has been assigned. Check your current personal information. Consolation prize, EXP, 60. Plus. Nope. It pissed the F***CK out of me. It took a special talent to say something that obnoxious. Anger surged within me. But the most ominous thing was the 60 EXP. And the attribute was consolation prize. My vision darkened as I thought that something worse than public humiliation in the dance class would happen. At this rate, by next month, I might end up shouting, I love you guys, from UA's rooftop. Though, unless it gave me 4 consecutive weeks off from working 7 days a week, there was no way I would say I love you to Spark. What am I supposed to check in my personal information? The back of the ID card I had checked yesterday had a sticker with the address of Spark's current dormitory. This meant the transfer of residence had been completed. My resident registration number was the same, and my name had been properly changed too. Name, resident. Registration number, address, education, military service, work history. As I went through the basic personal details one by one, my thoughts stopped at one particular point. Education. What day is it? February 9 years ago, more specifically the second week of February when I had just turned 20. That was the week I got street cast while on my way to meet my sister. It was the week I borrowed 15 million won from my sister. It was the week that I registered for college on regular admission. No way. My mind went blank. With trembling hands, I opened my phone, which showed the date as February 13th. Unfortunately, if my memory was correct, this date was 2 days past the regular admission registration deadline. I looked up to all the gods I knew and borrowed a laptop from Lee Chonghyun. Then I accessed the regular admission confirmation page. After a few clicks, the same acceptance confirmation page from 9 years ago appeared. My exam number on the screen had switched to registration forfeited status. No matter how many times I refreshed or logged in and out, the situation didn't change. The education that had at least allowed me to work at Hampyeong Industry was gone. In addition, I learned something that I didn't really want to know. The 15 million won I had borrowed from my sister was still intact in an account under my name. 3 years of high school gone to waste. My head felt empty. If I didn't debut as an idol, the penalty was rejoining Hampyeong industry. When I first saw that, I thought it was the worst possible outcome for my life. But as the saying went, there's an underground beneath the ocean floor. 1. At this rate, I wouldn't even be able to get a job at Hampyeong industry if I wanted to, because I wasn't such a great talent. What company would hire a completely incompetent person like me who didn't even have a meager degree? Plus, system, the task is completed. Consolation price, EXP, 60. Total EXP, 60. Total points, 0. Plus, I raised my head as tears welled up in my eyes. The despair I felt was so deep that 60 experience points were nowhere near enough to console me. 1. There's an underground beneath the ocean floor equals no matter how bad the situation is, it still can get worse. 7. Chapter 7, Boomer System, 6. They said that even if you chopped off the diploma's head, dawn would still come. 1. I lost my family home and my degree, but the morning dawned. An incredibly bright morning. It's over. What is? Everything. Are you okay, Hyung? Lee Chong-hyun, who had watched my dramatic emotional swings from the top bunk last night, asked. I wanted to say I was not okay at all, because I really wasn't okay. But I couldn't. There was nothing worse than someone who disrupted the organization's atmosphere with their personal emotions. Moreover, Lee Chong-hyun had even lent me his laptop that he used for composing when I was in a fraught last night. If I were a proper adult, I should be able to distinguish who to get mad at and who not to. Forcing myself to say I was okay, I wiped my face, which felt moist. It seemed Lee Chong-hyun had put a face mask on me last night. F***CK, this diligent and considerate guy. At this rate, he would only rank number 1 in photocard trading prices. Still, after spending the night in torment and denying reality about 230,000 times, I managed to reach an epiphany. I would definitely debut no matter what. To wash away this humiliation, and to find a way to make a living. To do that, I would thoroughly learn the basic choreography from start to finish today. From now on, it was all about debuting. I resolved firmly. And sometime later, they said that a dog could recite a poem after being in the village school for 3 years, and an idol could make a comeback in 3 months. I, too, was able to achieve remarkable results in just 3 days. About 30 hours of official practice, excluding breaks, plus an additional 4 hours of individual practice. In addition, intensive training from 5 private instructors. After a total of 34 hours, with a lot of help, I dedicated myself to memorizing the choreography. Although the form resembled the new Millennium Health Gymnastics, I was able to perform the 4-minute choreography without a single mistake. With the fierce determination of my newbie days, there was nothing I couldn't achieve. My eye sockets must be all hollowed out, though. Plus, system, task is completed. Reward, EXP, 20. Total EXP, 80. Total points, 0. Plus, successfully mastering the choreography of one song earned me some points. Just you wait. I'll collect 1 more point and reach dance proficiency level 3. After falling into hell once, only grit and determination remained in my heart. Humans naturally discovered hidden abilities in extreme situations. I also realized my potential when Manager Nam told me to write a report he'd forgotten about in 4 hours. I never thought past experiences would give me courage in a situation like this. Whatever comes next, I'll think I'm dead and get it done no matter what. I resolutely steeled myself. But F***CK, not only practicing dancing, I had to practice singing, too. Being a K-pop trainee was tough. Since ancient times, humans had been said to be creatures of adaptation. I was no different. Within just a few days, I reached the point where I could enjoy meals without batting an eye among the noble faces who had been praised for having flawless visuals since their debut. I was even savoring the slightly burnt flavor of the jjajangmyeon noodles, enjoying jjajangmyeon among the dazzling faces from the morning. I had quite a strong heart. The sight of boys with messy hair sitting huddled on the practice room floor, eating snacks, reminded me of my school days. Except back then, there were no kids with these kinds of faces. If you categorized idols into approachable types and non-approachable types, Spark clearly belonged to the latter. 80% of the reasons came from their faces. Recent idol groups tended to gather members with different types of looks and characteristic into one group. In this market where you needed to have at least one member that suited your taste, entertainment agencies aimed to create groups that made people say, how did they gather these kids in one place? However, UA was boldly ignorant. Cold, sharp-looking pretty boys? Handsome. Lots of handsome members? Good. Perhaps they oversimplified it like that. Or maybe they just preferred cold, handsome boys. UA ended up making Spark a group with lots of sharp-looking pretty boys, which is good. In other words, the group consisted solely of guys exuding ultimate frostiness. First of all, there was Lee Chonghyun, the official visual representative of Spark, who looked like he was born at the moment heaven and earth were created. Chonghyun's face was so flawless that you'd believe it if people said he only washed with water carried from the heaven lake. On Baked Mountain, if Lee Chonghyun's face was clear and cool like a fall morning sky, his friend Kang Kyeon, of the same age, had a face where the cold wind blew fiercely. Amidst a blizzard, downing a bottle of tequila. No, that was an inappropriate analogy for someone who would enter high school next month. Kang Kyeon, who looked like he could down a whole bottle of unsweetened hot ginger tea, had a visual that made it hard to believe he was the team's magne. The visual situation of the middle line members, 1 year older than Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kyeon, was not much different. The main vocalist Park Ju-woo's nickname was Human of Dawn Mountain Fog. In the past, I thought this nickname didn't really suit Park Ju-woo because about 80% of his expressions I saw during monitoring looked blank. However, after seeing Park Ju-woo in person, I could immediately accept that nickname. Park Ju-woo's bare face, pale enough to be called ghostly white, was a look that wouldn't be out of place if he appeared in the mountain wearing a traditional hanbok like a mountain spirit at dawn. Leader Jong Song-bin was in a relatively better position. Unlike Lee Chonghyun, who was often described as looking cynical even when smiling, Jong Song-bin's smile was undeniably that of an idol. Much greater than honestly, isn't Jong Song-bin a gentle, handsome guy? Look at that smile. How is he not a gentle guy? Picture of Jong Song-bin among gentle-looking guys. Yes, if my dear isn't in the gentle, handsome guy category, you must be blind. Even Jong Song-bin was called an unequivocal frosty guy when he went out, though. Fans' efforts to push Jong Song-bin as a gentle, handsome guy, due to his slightly less intense eyebrows compared to other members, were tear-jerking even for an outsider like me. Of course, I didn't actually shed tears. My eyes were just dry from staring at the monitor too much. Lastly, Choi Ji-ho, the center of Spark and the person who was guilty of captivating the heart of Manager Nam's daughter. This guy? He looked like he'd been born in the North Pole. His features had, "I'm not someone to be trifled with," written in 13 points bold font. He looked like someone you wouldn't want to encounter outside. Indeed, his presence was so empowering that it was only natural that he contributed to about 200 of my 800 visits to the Ministry of Employment and Labor's complaint submission page. If it weren't for him, my average monthly overtime would have been reduced by 20 hours. They were all extraordinarily impressive individuals. And here I was among them. I recalled my reflection in the mirror this morning. No matter which way I looked, it was just the common face of someone in their 20s who hadn't been too battered by society. Shouldn't there be something like visual proficiency? I felt the system was missing what should be there and only had the useless extras. The system seemed to not know how important looks were for idols. I must be deadweight to be discarded once I debut. Maybe I was thinking too seriously about my existence, as Lee Chonghyun, who had been watching me, asked, "Hyung, do you not like the Jalmayan? Should I get you something else?" No, I was thinking about something. What were you thinking? Maybe I'm a lost cause. I thought something like that. What kind of talk is that while eating? Lee Chonghyun then focused on eating again. It was a morning full of worries. No one would understand me, though. If the dance classes were somewhere between chaos, destruction, and despair, the vocal lessons were a bit better. There was no misfortune of having to demonstrate the wooden puppet dance of joy. Instead, I had to do my best to hide the hapless soul of an office worker who used to sing while sticking a spoon in a soju bottle. Awol, can you try to relax your body when you sing? Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Don't be tense, just sing. Your singing isn't bad. If I didn't stay tense, I might start belting out Manager Nam's favorite trot song medley. After all, I did have a knack for trot. Still, to meet the teacher's expectations, I clenched my fists tightly and did my best to sing as instructed. Plus, system task is completed. Reward, EXP, 20. Total, EXP, 100. Total point 1. Plus, thanks to that, I also earned EXP for completing the first vocal lesson. Unfortunately, I couldn't raise my visual proficiency, so I invested the newly acquired 1 welfare point into dance proficiency. Being handsome must be something bestowed from heaven. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 4 out of 20. Dance proficiency, 3/20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 0. Total point, 0. Plus, seeing my proficiency grow slowly but steadily didn't make me proud, but it did give me a bit of reassurance. If things continued like this, I might be able to escape from this broken dance locomotive before our debut. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button. It wouldn't be right for an employee with your rank to work like a new hire, right? Now, let's start showing some performance improvements. You need to demonstrate some improvement so I can vouch for you up to the higher-ups. System, as the adaptation period, work has been completed, acquirable EXP will be adjusted. Before, basic EXP 20. After, basic EXP 10. Plus, damn it, why don't you just ask me to pray to my ancestors and tell me to quit? Huh? Might as well ask me to mix up the 3 colored vegetables and serve it as ritual food, too. It didn't take long to adjust to the situation in the practice room. It was thanks to the experience of surviving for about 1,400 days under Manager Nam's watchful eyes. Oh, sometimes I made eye contact with Choi Jiho through the practice room mirror. Perhaps because I'd become so attuned to it, I could now hear Choi Jiho's thoughts just by looking at his eyes. If you mess up again today, I'll really leave you behind. That pains me, but it can't be helped. Choi Jiho's eyebrows burrowed like a dried filefish fillet. He must have picked up on my telepathic gaze. As the two of us were exchanging heated looks, someone came into the practice room. It was the person who had visited before, the one who had cast me at UA. His name was Min Jukyung from the management division. After his usual formal greeting, Min Jukyung said, "You all know there's a monthly evaluation coming up, right? I am here to announce it again because I thought Yiwol might not know. I didn't know the details, but I knew about the existence of the monthly evaluations. The only thing Spark mentioned when talking about their trainee stories was the monthly evaluation. Still, I was grateful for UA's consideration in notifying me even though the evaluation was more than 10 days away. Compared to Manager Nam, who dumped me in an afternoon meeting and fled by taking half a day off, UA's treatment was gentle. The evaluation will proceed the same as last time. For detailed explanations, Songbin, could you explain it to Yiwol?" "Yes." The kind-hearted Jong Songbin answered vigorously, even though he was tasked with it on the spot. He really did seem like the type to amazingly adapt to social life. If you'd already like that, people who'd sold their conscience would just take advantage of it. For example, by someone like me who wanted to flee after debuting. The difference this time is that the CEO will also be present. You know what that means, right? While I was worrying about Jong Songbin's future, who would likely become Spark's spokesperson in the future, Min Jukyung added, "We're going to start forming the debut team soon. Let's do well." 1. The original saying is, even if you chop off the chicken's head, the dawn will still come. It means whether roosters cry in the morning or not, the dawn will still come. 8. Chapter 8. Establishing KPIs. 1. The company was proceeding to form the debut team. In other words, if I slipped up here, I would fail to achieve the goal of debuting with Spark. Since I knew almost nothing, I was in a position where I could only cry out, "Heaven, just grant me a little more time." But for some reason, even the Spark guys, the most talented men of the century, had dark expressions on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Min Jukyung smiled sympathetically. "Everyone relax. Okay, you've all worked hard so far, so think of this as the time to earn your reward and do your best, okay?" After Min Jukyung dropped this bombshell announcement and left, a moment of silence settled in the practice room. Park Ju-woo was the first to go into the vocal room, and Choi Jiho followed after grabbing an empty water bottle and heading out. Only then did the others slowly return to their spots. For me, it was news, but these guys must have known that the evaluation period was approaching. Seeing them so downcast made me wonder, Just how harsh is this evaluation? Failing the evaluation would be a huge problem. However, even if I painfully made it through by the skin of my teeth, it was important to consider whether the Spark members, whose skills were leagues apart from mine, would accept me. Aside from my discomfort with them, I was already getting ahead of myself when no one had even let me scrape through yet. I really did have a short-sighted way of thinking. I wiped my dry face a couple of times. I could feel the dryness and fatigue that came with getting closer to the end of work. When my confidence was so low, I needed a spell to cheer me up. You worked like that for just that meager salary, so what wouldn't you be able to do? Moreover, the current reward was something that couldn't be converted to money. It was the opportunity to bring the dead back to life, so I shouldn't complain. Besides, it was a chance to erase the hellish Hampion industry from my career. Some people couldn't get such an opportunity even if they wanted to. My worries were a luxury. I wore a tight iron mask covering my face with a sense of responsibility. Let's brazen it out and go for it. Jong Song-bin, who was asked by Min Ju-kyung to help the new member, explained the evaluation process thoroughly and kindly from start to finish. Jong Song-bin went over everything, starting from the evaluation date to the typical preparations for new trainees and the guidelines. That's how you finish preparing for the evaluation. There's quite a lot to prepare. Well, the rankings come out every time, after all. With a calm face, Jong Song-bin spoke like Assistant Manager On from the marketing team. Assistant Manager On always looked haggard from presenting metric reports every morning. Jong Song-bin's face reflected a similar worldly burden. I expressed my humble gratitude to Jong Song-bin, who had even concluded the explanation by mixing in reassuring words. Thank you. Yes. You must have a lot to prepare too, but you're always helping me. Jong Song-bin's eyes widened, as if he wasn't used to hearing such words. It was definitely something you wouldn't hear often within Spark. Most of them preferred to try to do things on their own. In fact, aside from Lee Chong-hyun, all Spark members tended not to be very expressive. There was nothing to gain from withholding greetings and gratitude. It seemed I would have to make them say I see at least once a day after the debut team was finalized. Since I was in a position to rely on others, I should contribute something too for the give and take. Jong Song-bin's warm words made my calculated thoughts seem trivial. It's not just me. Hyun said next time if you mix up left and right again, he'll tie you to the mirror and show you. I'm so touched I'm tearing up. From a distance, Kang Hyun shouted, "What were you guys saying about me?" That you're the best teacher." Hearing what I said, Hyun made a face like he didn't know what I was talking about. It seemed Kang Hyun needed an explanation, but I didn't bother adding more. Complimenting them sincerely already exhausted my daily quota of positive energy for Spark. Up until that point, Kang Hyun and I had been at opposite ends of the practice room. When I came to my senses, only Kang Hyun and I remained in the practice room. UA's practice schedule operated on a 9 to 10 system. It was a schedule that could get them reported to the Ministry of Employment and Labor at any moment. On top of that grueling schedule, I did additional practice every day to make up for my lack of skills. However, Kang Hyun, who was clearly on a different level than me, also didn't seem to have any intention of going home today either. If he was sick, he should have gone home early to rest. It was obvious he was making up for the practice he had missed. It was mentally easier for me to remain alone in the practice room too. It was like how a student couldn't study well with the teacher standing behind them during self-study periods. Having to spend all my time with Spark was torturous enough as it was. Because every time I saw their faces, I felt pressured. Freedom needed courage. I spoke to Kang Hyun cautiously, trying to secure the precious 2 hours of alone time I had each day. "Hyun, aren't you going home?" "What about you, Hyung?" "The teacher told me to practice more." "You already practice for about half of the break times. You made an effort to help me, so I have to at least put in the basics." Upon hearing what I said, Kang Hyun contemplated something for a moment and then answered, "Then remember the parts you're struggling with and tell me tomorrow. I also have more practice to do today." "No, I'm telling you go home. I want to be alone, you see." It also bothered me that the sick person kept wandering around. I still vividly remembered the scene where a manager from the accounting team collapsed due to a herniated disc. To my eyes, Hyun's ankle was a hazard itself. I didn't want to see someone collapsing again. "You injured your ankle. Shouldn't you rest more?" They said it's fine as long as it's not too strenuous. His immediate response suggested he had asked about it thoroughly at the hospital. What a meticulous guy. Before I could ask if it was okay for a minor to stay late, Kang Keon moved to the opposite corner of the practice room. Seeing that reminded me of a Spark magazine interview. Hugh, I heard there was a story about you being in charge of turning off the lights in the practice room. Songbin, it's not just me. All our members did that. It seemed like someone was always doing extra practice. Everyone was diligent and wanted to improve. Most importantly, we really wanted to debut. Laughs. I remembered the reviews of Hampyeong Industries I had read before returning to the past. To sum it up in one line, it was said to be like a lighthouse where the lights never go out. At the very least, Hampyeong Industry seemed to never have its lights off when viewed from the outside. But this damn practice room was underground, so no matter how much the young trainees sang songs or danced all night, nothing could be seen from the outside. Even after debuting from such grueling practice, Spark hadn't managed to hit #1 in over 3 years. It was hard to believe, but that was the reality. The idol world Spark debuted into was a path of thorns, to the point that comparing it to an impromptu company dinner on a Monday evening would be rude. If they fought that hard to debut, they should have been more intense with their promotions. For me, who had to cover the monitoring duties, I was just grateful Spark didn't promote too passionately. But it probably didn't look good to the fans. What kind of group only turned on a live broadcast once during their activity period? Well, now is not the time to think about other people. I got up immediately. There was a long road ahead. How much time had passed? Are you planning to stay longer? As I was wrestling with my reflection in the mirror, Hyun turned off the music and asked, "It's 11 right now." 11? Indeed, the clock was pointing at 11 p.m. The last time I felt chased like this was when Manager Nam had told me to rearrange the office desk layout by tomorrow. In this situation, going home would clearly just lead to more hardship. Having grown into an adult who could foresee a little ahead, I decided to stay longer for the sake of tomorrow me and asked Kian, "What about you?" "I plan to stay a bit longer." "Go home early. You won't grow tall otherwise." The guy who had practiced to the bone only to receive nagging advice from the newcomer didn't look too pleased. But bear with it. I'm saying this because I know you won't be able to exceed 180 in the future. Your future self was super stressed about that. Although fans called him the king of cuteness Kian because he was a 173 centimeters puppy, it seemed he was extra conscious about it since his group had a lot of tall members. By the way, I too suffered quite a bit, because that guy ended up being a lone midget. 140 characters would not be enough to explain how cumbersome it was to edit the SNS header because of him. Let's just say I wanted to ban uploading vertical photos entirely. Still, I couldn't let a kid who had just graduated middle school walk home alone late at night, especially one with a bad ankle. Pushing aside my disgruntled feelings, I began cleaning up. Outside the building after a full 14 hours, a biting wind was blowing. The weather showed no sign of warming, so white steam came out every time I exhaled. "How's your ankle?" "You ask me that a lot, Hyung. Your body is your asset." Hearing what I said, Kang Keon seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. These kids had no sense of caution regarding injuries. They probably didn't know how scary medical bills were. Overall, industrial safety and health education seems urgently needed among the trainees. If they took 20 lecture sessions, they'd manage themselves better even if they didn't want to. But I felt a bit bad about nagging him about growing taller by sleeping early. Every working person knew that a superior's every word could be grating. Although my existence was more like a nuisance than a superior, I still felt apologetic. I pointed to a convenience store that happened to have its lights on and asked Kang Keon, "Want to stop by the convenience store?" Then, without waiting for his answer, I gently ushered him into the store, carefully considering his ankle condition. Perhaps due to depleted stamina, Kang Keon obediently shuffled into the convenience store. "Pick whatever you want." "Why?" "It's an apology for nagging you earlier." It was said that a sincere apology should come with monetary compensation. Kang Keon, whose nose was red from the wind, made a bewildered expression after hearing what I said. "When?" "Oh, for telling me to go home early." "Yes." I gently nudged the hesitant Kang Keon towards the fridge. After a moment of deliberation, he picked out an ion drink. I was about to tell him to get something more expensive, but remembered that this guy was an extreme fitness fanatic who didn't even put dressing on his salad. So, I paid for it without protest. even though my entire fortune was just this bloody 15 million won. I figured my sister would understand if I bought a drink for a student who had been working hard until 11 p.m. It was not like I was going to use that money for college anyway. When I handed over the paid ion drink, Kong Keon bowed his head. Thank you. It's just a 1,201 drink. I should be thanking you for helping me practice. More like I was rescuing you. I suppose so. After that brief conversation, we walked towards the dormitory in silence. The walk felt as suffocating as commuting with a coworker. After passing through a dark alley that felt as bleak as my future, we finally arrived at the entrance of the villa where the dormitory was. I gestured for Kong Keon to go inside. What about you, Hyung? I'm going to a karaoke place. Already got permission from the manager. Why the karaoke room? To practice. Kong Keon made a contemplative expression. Right. You must be unsatisfied too that the practice room isn't open 24 hours. I understood that feeling well, as I also prefer to stay up all night to finish work rather than let it pile up. Well, I'm not just going to karaoke. Hiding my true intentions, I motioned for Kong Keon to go inside quickly. 9. Chapter 9. Establishing KPIs, 2. For the past few days, I'd been eagerly looking for an opportunity to go out, all for the sake of going to a PC bang. Unaware of my impure intentions, Kong Keon kindly gave me a little encouragement. Don't overdo it. Yes. See you tomorrow. After confirming that Kong Keon was going up the stairs, I immediately turned my back. Then I ran out onto the street and caught the first taxi that came. I hated breaking the rules, because I was the type of person who found it easier to follow orders. Anyone would become like that after standing for 4 hours getting chewed out for complaining about personal tasks during a one-on-one meeting. But now, I had no choice. There was something I absolutely needed to confirm. The taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex where I had lived with my family before I moved out. Instead of entering the apartments, I walked for a few minutes toward the commercial district, where a familiar PC bang came into view. As soon as I opened the door, the part-timer waved me away, saying minors couldn't be in the PC bang after 10 p.m. If they had seen my dark circles and bright light, they wouldn't have made that misunderstanding. With no other option, I showed my ID to prove I had just turned 20 and was allowed to enter. I felt relieved. If I had time-traveled just 1 year earlier, I wouldn't have been able to enter PC bangs or karaoke places. Once I found a seat, the first thing I checked was the certified copy of the apartment registry and my resident registration. There was a lot of personal information to input, and I couldn't use Lee Chonghyun's laptop in case the search history remained. I discovered something surprising, though it was not particularly exciting. Around the same time my address was changed to Sparks Dorm, the ownership of the apartment was transferred from my father to someone else. I remembered it was me who had cut off contact with my family first back then. Interestingly, it seemed now, both my parents had severed ties with me first. Not that it mattered. The only difference was that I distanced myself from my family a bit earlier this time. Being dumped at an entertainment agency at 20 was a bit pitiful, though. Next, I started organizing my asset portfolio in Google Sheets based on my total assets of 15 million won. First, I set aside an emergency fund, calculated minimal living expenses, and confirmed the basic amount needed for a housing subscription, subtracting it from the balance. With the house gone, a housing subscription is a must. The remaining money, I'll invest in stocks. The past me had zero interest in stocks. Thanks to that, all I knew were stocks that were either already famous or destined to become famous, like the ones that soared 300%, becoming well known to the entire nation. Sure enough, when I checked, some major stocks did seem to be trading at low prices. Since I didn't even go to college and was about to squander this hard-earned money, I at least intended to grow it as much as possible before repaying my sister. Looking at a post titled Gamsunge Electronic, someday, it will eventually rise, with comments like, Grandpa, just go home and sleep, I exited the stock discussion forum. If I knew which stocks were going to be delisted, I would at least write a post warning everyone to run. As someone who didn't know much, all I could do was wish for everyone's investments to succeed. Hoping I'd made the right choice, I left the PC bang, feeling utterly exhausted. Then, to keep my word about going to a karaoke room to practice, I sang for about 2 hours before quietly returning to the dorm. It had been a long day. If there was one thing I realized every morning, It was that my physical strength at the age of 20 was incomparable to that of 9 years later. No matter how much I danced or cut back on sleep the previous day, I always had the energy to move in the morning. I guess it was youth that allowed me to do logistics part-time jobs every vacation. Whenever I felt my youth coming back like this, I only felt complicated. There were also some changes in my otherwise monotonous daily routine. Did the extra practice help? For the first time, instead of just nodding and greeting when we met in the morning, Kang Kian offered me his version of a morning greeting. I realized I'm not a genius who can gain proficiency in just one day. Did you practice separately again yesterday, Hyung? Wow, Hyung, your dark circles are no joke. Even Lee Chonghyun, who had clearly been following me from behind, peeked over to check my face and made a fuss. Even the manager who unusually came to our dorm this morning chimed in from behind. Juwoo can sing a song right after hearing it once. Isn't that proof that Juwoo is a genius? I immediately appealed to the manager about the greatness of the members. Being compared to the main vocalist from the morning was too harsh of an environment. It was definitely a noisy morning compared to when I lived alone. Still, I was getting a bit used to greet the morning together with everyone. It was scary, the adaptability of humans. Since then, Kang Kian would occasionally talk to me as we went about our day. Jong Song-bin, who had a habit of taking care of everyone, Lee Chonghyun, who was very sociable, and Park Juwoo, who would quietly observe my posture and vocals without me even noticing his arrival. The Spark members took time out of their breaks to help me practice. Meanwhile, I had to resist the urge to instinctively press shortcut keys in the air to correct their facial tones. Regardless of how hard I was trying to learn, these guys needed to realize how harmful it was to people's hearts to suddenly intrude on someone's space. Even Choi Jiho, who rarely talked to others, said this. You seem to get close to the kids very quickly. It seemed Choi Jiho noticed how I was passed around among the members like a subway circle line. Still, saying that we were getting close was taking it too far. I was grateful for their consideration and kindness, but that was all. Me? With the members? Yes. Isn't it because they're all nice? I suppose. Choi Jiho responded ambiguously. Anyone could tell. He wasn't in a good mood. Well, who would be in this situation? They advised me, gave feedback at night, and looked after me on the way home. Given the kindness Spark members were showing to me, UA's black sheep, it was only right to be grateful and acknowledge their good nature. But I had no intention of getting closer to them. You guys should just stick with each other. With Kian, it feels more like a strict teacher and a hopeless student. At least you know it was hopeless. You're saying that in the past tense? Choi Jiho let out a slight smile at my words. That smile, the fans. Please don't misunderstand. Our Jiho is laughing his head off right now. He doesn't bite. It was the kind of smile that they would have to explain like that. If I hadn't known, I wouldn't have been able to distinguish Choi Jiho's smiles. Of course, there was something that bothered me. The kindness of the members and my freeloading status were separate issues. If I wanted to cling to the bus window with a sinister purpose, I would need more than just effort. As long as I had a conscience, the best solution would be to improve my skills immediately, but that was unrealistic. Given that even my EXP was being adjusted, it seemed difficult to increase my skill level instantly. All I could do was to support and accommodate these guys who had staked their futures on this as much as I could. In any way possible. Speaking of which, I decided to check with Choi Jiho first. There's something I want to ask. What is it? I appreciate you guys stopping practice to help me, but I feel like I am too much of a bother to you guys. So, what do I need to improve on first so that I can at least cause you less trouble? I sensed the 4 minors looking at me from not far away. I thought I had gotten used to belittling my own incompetence while working under Manager Nam. But I had overlooked one fact. This was the first time I openly said, yes, I am the burden of this group. It was more embarrassing than I thought. It was an experience that filled me with determination to practice hard. I would remember this well and reflect on it every time I tossed and turned in bed. As I resolutely steeled myself, Choi Jiho asked back, "What's your intention in asking that?" "Oh," he responded more mildly than expected. If it were Choi Jiho, I thought he'd say something like, "Even if I tell you, will you be able to fix it?" I was already well aware of Choi Jiho's blunt remarks. In the idol world, where one wrong word could create a legion of anti-fans, Choi Jiho's blunt statements were perfect for making headlines. He seemed to be aware of this himself, as his speaking frequency on broadcasts noticeably decreased over the years. Unfortunately, that just led to the common vicious cycle of attitude controversies. Since he did his part well and was the older member, there was probably no one who would call him out within the team. In that sense, "What's your intention in asking that?" was quite a favorable response. However, the expressions of Kang Kian and Lee Chonghyun, who were now openly watching me, did not look good. It seemed they thought Choi Jiho's question could come across as confrontational to me. They probably interpreted it as him subtly criticizing me for feeling out of place after joining late. Language was quite a mysterious thing. The same words could convey countless interpretations depending on the context or nonverbal cues. If I had heard those words in an exhausted state with frayed nerves from overnight work, I might have flared up thinking, "Are you still dissatisfied, even though I'm lowering myself?" Perhaps because he wasn't the leader yet, even Jong Songbin seemed to hold back his words. This annoying seniority system, I should probably break it down soon. But if he was going to be an idol, it wouldn't hurt to be careful with the nuances of language. So I decided to rephrase Choi Jiho's question in the way he probably meant to say it. "You're asking if there's a reason I feel like a burden?" Yeah, I knew it. This guy might speak harshly, but he didn't seem like a bad person. After a brief silence, Choi Jiho looked up at me. It seemed he had just noticed the strange atmosphere around us. Not that there's a reason per se. I was just thinking to myself after hearing about the monthly evaluation. Everyone has prepared longer than me, and you want to do well, but your practice time gets interrupted because you're teaching me. I thought it might be a nuisance to you. It's natural to keep making mistakes. How long have you been a trainee? Still, it's disruptive. If a few interruptions ruin someone's form, that's on them. It was a harsh yet unexpectedly kind feedback. With the conversation heading this way, the other members couldn't say anything even if they had complaints. It couldn't be helped. I decided to neatly repackage the words of the genius Choi Jiho, who behaved as if he didn't care whether others sink or break their noses as long as his own condition was maintained. "I understand your point. Thanks for being honest." Then Choi Jiho paused. He had an expression that seemed to say, "Oops." Thankfully, he had some tact. Choi Jiho furrowed his brow in thought for a bit before opening his mouth with difficulty. "Well, that's just my opinion." The emphasis on "my" was subtle but significant. It meant that Choi Jiho had no intention of dismissing other people's opinions or pointing fingers at anyone. I glanced around and saw Lee Chonghyun silently mouthing words of admiration. Unlike Choi Jiho, Lee Chonghyun was very perceptive. Just in case, I sent a signal to him to take over the baton, and Lee Chonghyun approached with a cheeky smile. "Jiho Hyung didn't mean anything bad by that, did he?" I didn't feel that way at all. He really took it. "I'm grateful for your wit at this moment. I'm already overwhelmingly grateful that you're sharing the room with me, Jiho Hyung. If not, I would have been the only one wetting my pillow every night in that Siberian-like room." Isn't that a jab at me? Come on. You know I wouldn't be able to say anything like this if I were genuinely upset with you. Isn't that right, Jiho Hyung? Then, Lee Chonghyun sent a heart gesture to Choi Jiho. A perfect idol move. Lee Chonghyun continued while draping his arm over Kang Kian's shoulder. "If there was anything bothering us, this guy would have complained first. Kian's practically our drill sergeant, right? Take your arm off me. Isn't Songbin the drill sergeant? He's always the one checking during breaks. Songbin Hyung is more of an angel than a drill sergeant." That was true. Jong Songbin was nice. Still, everyone's doing so well, so I can't help but worry since I just jumped in. How many trainees do you think were street-casted? If I worry about each one, I wouldn't have time for my own practice. Chonghyun has a point there. Hyung, you don't need to worry too much. I'm glad I am not being a bother. Now the only one in my mind was Park Ju-woo, who hadn't participated in the conversation. I carefully asked for the opinion of the future main vocalist who would contribute his voice for the team's lifetime. Ju-woo, yes. Do you have any inconvenience because of me? I'm sorry, Park Ju-woo. I know you don't really like conversing with strangers, but for your pleasant practice life and smooth debut, I ask for your cooperation. I've never felt that way. Really? Yes. And everyone knows you're working hard. Thanks for saying that. Such a tolerant group. It felt very unfamiliar. So you're saying you don't plan to make a big issue out of it as long as I don't disrupt the practice atmosphere? That was in line with the company's policy of focusing on self-practice too. The people here seemed to have no intention of hassling me, as long as I didn't become too lazy and lack discipline. I just had to work hard? Actually, that sounded perfect. 10. Chapter 10, Monthly Evaluation 1. The days were busy enough just practicing, but there was so much more to keep track of. The most notable was the monthly evaluation. I happened to be assigned a new task related to the evaluation. Plus, system, a new task has been assigned. Establish a plan for the monthly evaluation. Reward, EXP, 10. System, a new task has been assigned. Achieve a passing score in the monthly evaluation. Reward, EXP, 30. Plus, it must be important to get a passing score. Even after the EXP adjustment, they were giving out 30 EXP for it. If I didn't get a passing score, I would have already failed to achieve the KPIs. I should plan properly. UA's evaluation criteria consisted of two elements, vocal and dance. And recently, I had been focusing more on dance practice. There were two main reasons for this. First, while I could at least pretend to sing a song, I had never danced even once in my life. If you had assignments in both Korean and German writing, you would start by buying a German dictionary first. I was more confident in memorizing song lyrics than memorizing choreography. So, I invested most of my initial practice time in dancing. Since I had successfully memorized the choreography, I had passed the first hurdle. Second, I was scheduled to have fewer vocal lessons than dance lessons before the monthly evaluation. This meant that I would have less feedback to listen to and reflect on compared to dance classes. In fact, even when I had one lesson of each, there was less feedback from the vocal lesson. It's better to master what I've been taught rather than recklessly trying things on my own. A newbie who perfectly executed one task taught was better than one who messed up all 10 tasks after learning some nonsense on their own. Fortunately, the problems pointed out in the vocal lessons were still within my ability to manage. So, while diversifying, I put a few more eggs in the dance basket. My ultimate goal was to grab the areas I was lacking in and pull them up so that I could at least show that I was about half of a person's worth. Once I set the direction, I could focus on dance practice, which was good in terms of efficiency. All these plans were ultimately aiming in one direction. Position. What I was aiming for was just one thing, sub-vocalist. Spark's vocals were quite solid, as they were ambitiously planned by UA, a company known for its vocal prowess. The group's position balance was also good. In the vocal line, Park Ju-woo and Jong Song-bin took the lead, and in the dance line, it was Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon. If Lee Chong-hyun, the rap member, had also perfectly handled the rap, it would have been a perfect performance, but, in reality, there were many twists and turns. This was because the vocal difficulty level of the songs that UA initially passed on to Spark was truly extreme. UA seemed to want to establish itself as a small but powerful idol company through Spark, so they gave Spark a bunch of songs that made you wonder, how do you sing this while dancing? Much greater than UA, you asterisk shoal, did you have a grudge against the members' vocal cords? If it were me, I would have already sued UA when I received 3 consecutive high notes. In 4 songs for my parts. Spark, with their shining talent, astonishingly managed to pull off dolphin high notes and power dances each time. In the process, Lee Chong-hyun had to handle composing, writing lyrics, rapping, and vocals. Jong Song-bin ended up with vocal nodules. Knowing that injuries could occur, the issue of position was already settled in my mind. If I take on some of the vocal burden, the members won't have to handle 4 roles each. So I decided to prepare for the sub-vocalist position, which would provide the members with some breathing room. In the first place, that was all I could do to help. Once I set my goal as a member who filled in the vocals while staying under the radar as much as possible, the task became clear. It seemed possible to become a member who just filled in the vocals with a bit of blood, sweat, and tears. Among the many songs Spark would sing in the future, there were definitely parts one could handle within my vocal range. It was a relief that the evaluation criteria were just these 2. If fan service were included, I'd have to bite my tongue and be reborn. But seriously, why didn't they evaluate the fan service? Wasn't that a basic skill for an idol? I didn't know the effectiveness of Spark's fan service, but I knew that fans desperately wanted it. They weren't completely stone-faced, as they seemed to be trying something, but objectively speaking, their attempts were crude enough to make you think they wasted their good looks. This was why Spark's fan service flopped. The fandom atmosphere soured. They attracted aggro. Articles came out daily, and the group disbanded. Thinking about it got me angry again. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Anyway, the remaining task now was to stay under the radar as much as possible within the team. If a stiff codfish was creaking among the sparkling idols, it was impossible not to stand out. So I had to work hard on dance practice as well. After making the potential conclusion, the task to establish an evaluation plan was marked as complete. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 10. Total point, 0. Plus. Now, if I accumulated 90 more experience points, I could match my dance proficiency with my vocal proficiency. My first milestone was just around the corner. Since moving out and becoming independent at the age of 20, I had lived alone for about 7 years, except for the time I spent in the military. During that time, I had momentarily forgotten one basic manner. When you have a roommate, you need to sync your sleep pattern with theirs. As a result, I had to pretend to sleep and wait for them to fall asleep, which wasn't part of my original plan. Then, once Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun stopped tossing and turning, I carefully came out of the room. The living room after 1 a.m. was dark and quiet. I couldn't turn on the lights because it would illuminate the whole house, so I decided to just use my laptop. Luckily, the agency had provided one in the dorm for video searches. I wanted to use WebCell, but unfortunately, the laptop didn't have the NS program installed. The desire to raise the license purchase approval was strong. If I ever need to use it again, I'll buy it with my own money. I had no choice but to open the spreadsheet and fill in the items one by one. In the order of song name, lyrics memorization, basic skills, and total sum. Next, under the song title, I listed all the songs I knew and eliminated any songs I couldn't memorize more than 70% of the lyrics for. With limited time, I decided to focus resources on improving proficiency rather than memorizing lyrics. Finally, based on the basics I learned in vocal lessons, I scored each item according to how well I thought I could showcase them. I should probably think of methods other than this labor-intensive brainstorming too. As I was typing with heavy eyes, feeling a familiar sense of stability, someone's hand appeared out of the darkness and tapped next to the laptop. When I looked up, Jong Songbin, with his eyes half open, was standing across the table. That surprised me. You're quite stealthy, aren't you? What? When I asked in a small voice, Jong Songbin blinked and said, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what are you doing? Choosing a song for the evaluation. Do you need to use the living room? No, it's late, but someone is in the living room. Jong Songbin's voice and face were full of drowsiness. Looking at the clock, it was already 3 a.m. I had no idea time had flown by so quickly. Anyway, in this lousy world, prices and time were all moving ahead of me. I'll finish up soon and go back in. If you woke up, go back to sleep quickly. A good night's sleep today creates tomorrow's 180 degrees. Instead of immediately turning back after being nagged in the middle of the night, Jong Songbin alternated between looking at me and the clock. Then he pulled out a chair across from me and sat at the dining table. Do you have any candidates in mind? Huh. The song candidates. Jong Songbin asked, rubbing his eyes. Surprisingly, it seemed Jong Songbin was willing to stay in the living room just for me instead of going back to sleep. I felt more comfortable alone. But no matter how much resentment I held towards Spark, I shouldn't ignore someone who was right in front of me. I showed Jong Songbin the list of around 70 songs that survived the intense survival process. The scores. You graded them based on what the teacher said, right? Yes. And focusing on songs with a similar vocal range to the ones I sang in class. Jong Songbin nodded occasionally as he read the list and listened to my explanation. Then he muttered in a voice still full of drowsiness. I think I have an idea of what kind of songs you'd like to pick, considering the vocal range you worked on in vocal lessons. What about this song? Have you heard it before? Are you trying to help me? It may not be much help, but if you wanted to choose from songs you already know to avoid messing up the lyrics. How about this song? The lyrics for the first and second verses of this song are almost identical. Plus, they're short. I knew Jong Songbin was a kind-hearted person from the way he was always referred to as Kind Songbin in independent content. But I thought that was only in comparison to the other members. Seeing Jong Songbin dozing off, I briefly considered whether I should just move him back to his room. Still, I meticulously took notes on his almost magical feedback. After that, K-pop tutor extraordinaire Young Songbin continued, pursing his lips and marking my candidates with and, adding and removing songs, until he narrowed it down to 30 songs. My batting average seemed to be around 0.41. Even with the guidelines, the speed at which Jong Songbin provided appropriate suggestions under the newly set conditions was impressive. Songbin Hyung is a real K-pop monster. He's like a karaoke veteran. He even knows the song that came out before he was born. Hyung, do you only eat and listen to songs? You only listen to songs. Then Mr. Jong Songbin's nickname shall be Korean Song Veteran. After seeing it with my own eyes, I realized how scary the veteran was. To survive in the harsh world of idols, you probably needed to be this knowledgeable. How about you pick from these? What do you think, Hyung? Do you think the recently released songs would be better? There was no way to interpret Jong Songbin's help other than him doing it out of goodwill. Even if he tried to take something from me in return, all Jong Songbin could take would be my organs. Jong Songbin's personality was hard to find in someone who danced and sang all day on low-calorie diets with only 4 to 5 hours of sleep. At least, it was impossible for me. Even more so if I was 18 like Jong Songbin's current age. This was what it took to be a leader. As I was inwardly admiring him, Jong Songbin and I made eye contact. Jong Songbin's eyes were bright, suggesting he had fully woken up. I had seen photos where countless light sticks were reflected in those eyes. This was when I made a birthday advertisement for Gangnam Station Exit 4. Hyung. Yeah? I'll listen to the ones you recommended and decide. Thanks. No problem. Cheer up. Though the kitchen was now dark, lit only by the dim light of the laptop, I felt the urge to ask Jong Songbin, why are you so kind even to a passing novice like me? But I held back, worried that if I didn't let Jong Songbin sleep now, it might stunt his future growth. An idol's growing years were precious, after all. I had to protect that. 11. Chapter 11, Monthly Evaluation 2. Hyung, your complexion looks terrible today. Did you pull an all-nighter again last night? Yeah, but thanks to Songbin's help, I survived. When did you even talk to that Hyung? Songbin Hyung is incredible, right? He's like a human song encyclopedia. I completely agreed with Lee Chonghyun. The songs Jong Songbin double-checked for me early this morning fit my requirements perfectly. Thanks to him, I only had to listen to 30 songs on repeat until my ears bled, and then made up my mind. All that was left was to understand the songs, listen to both the original and cover versions, sing them perfectly, incorporate feedback, check if the feedback was reflected, sing them perfectly again, and repeat the process. Who said if you make a good start, you're already halfway there? I felt like sighing, but I held back to avoid bringing down the atmosphere in the dorm. Meanwhile, Lee Chonghyun, oblivious to my thoughts, spoke excitedly from the top bunk bed. Right, we need to order breakfast. Lee Chonghyun picked up the phone, then looked at me and asked, but Hyung, do you usually keep eating the same thing you get hooked on? What do you mean? Jolmayan, you've been eating it for breakfast for over a week now. Huh, now that he mentioned it, it was true. All the trainees had the same meal routine. We ordered delivery for breakfast and ate salads and shakes for lunch and dinner. We always ordered from the same place, and now that I thought about it, I had indeed been getting Jolmayan for a week straight. Back when I was about 20, I went through a phase where I was really into Jolmayan, so I ate as if I was taking a trip down memory lane. A bit embarrassed, I carefully asked Lee Chonghyun, don't new trainees not get to choose their menu? What are you talking about? You've been ordering Jolmayan every day since your first day. Have you been asking me every morning? Hyung, do you want Jolmayan? Yes. You always said, yeah, without even changing your tone. It was only then that I realized why I had only been delivered Jolmayan every day for the past week. Perhaps because I'd never gone against Manager Nam's wish when he asked a question like, shall we eat this today? I had been mechanically saying yes to Lee Chonghyun, who had been earnestly asking me about the menu. It was absurd that such a trivial reason had led to me eating Jolmayan every day. Shall we order something else? No, I'll have Jolmayan. What? The Jolmayan there tasted good. At my response, Lee Chonghyun looked somewhat perplexed, shook his head a couple of times, and disappeared from my sight. It must be a hassle for him to place the order every morning. I should take over the ordering next week. There were some parts that reverted back to 9 years ago, like my taste for Jalmayan, but there were also some parts that were not the same as before. A prime example was my muscle mass. I used to take care of myself consistently until I graduated from college. Since I didn't want to spend all my part-time job money on hospital bills, health management was not an option but a necessity. However, after joining the company, my workout time gradually decreased, leading to muscle loss, and my current body seemed to reflect that state. Though I could handle hours of dancing for now, it was clear that without muscles, enduring future physical labor would be tough. Given the circumstances, I needed to carve out time for exercise, even if it meant splitting up my daily routine. Next was my dark circles. When I was younger, my age seemed to cover it up, but now the area under my eyes was pitch black. No matter how you looked at it, I didn't have the vibrant face of a 20-year-old anymore. The shadows that had loomed over my skin seemed to have followed me back through time. The muscle didn't come, but the dark circles tagged along. Frequent overtimes were really taking their toll. More importantly, an idol with discolored skin, was that okay? I rubbed my dry face. Of course, it wasn't okay, so I needed to take care of it. In addition to this, I had to keep checking because there were things that had changed and things that had not, although I didn't know what the criteria were. This was why I took out a copy of the registry of my old home. When I found out Hampyeong industry had already been established, I felt a bit of despair. But I decided not to dwell too much on the old company, since I could somehow start a new life regardless. All that was left to be considered was Spark. As far as I knew, Spark's debut date was about 2 years away. I had to move up this debut somehow. One of the reasons I decided to bring forward my debut date was because I wanted to get rid of my current lifestyle as soon as possible. However, there was a more important reason. If they debut 2 years later, Spark will end up going through the same trial and error process they experienced before. As UA's first idol group, Spark received quite a bit of attention once their debut took shape. It was seen as the new challenge from a ballad powerhouse. However, in the entertainment world where interest quickly faded if something new didn't come out soon, UA made the mistake of continually postponing Spark's debut. They delayed it by a whole year. This was a misstep by a company that only managed seasoned singers who took years to prepare an album. As a result, the attention Spark could have received upon debuting completely evaporated. Due to excessive pre-debut hype, when they finally debuted, the reaction was merely, "Oh, they finally come out." While UA was hesitant about the direction to take, Myth, one of the two major agencies, debuted a major rookie group. From investment to promotions, the gap between large and mid-sized agencies was significant. Later, as the idol generation split centered around Myth's new group, Part, who would become representative of the fourth generation, Spark's standing became shaky. Much greater than why do I keep seeing posts asking what generation SBK is these days. Honestly, SBK should be 5th gen, but those dumb sparkles insist on shoving them into 4th gen. Seriously, there's a huge gap in their debut years. No, Spark is definitely the 4th generation, the last Spark of the 4th generation. You're so mean. I could accept them being 4.5, much greater than, but I can see why they'd want to be part of the 4th generation. Not only was 4th gen the golden age, but when Spark debuted there was a flood of boy groups, so they got washed away, while Spark remained the 4th gen groups hang out a lot as peers and are all making progress. I hardly ever hear about Spark being part of anything. They're like an isolated island in the boy group world. Friendship isn't strictly tied to debut years, right? They're excluded by both the older and younger groups, so they just hang out among themselves. Putting all that aside, the members themselves seem to really lack social skills. What are the people above saying? Stop speculating without any basis. While generation affiliation didn't directly affect performance, it was crucial in the idol world. In an industry where just being mentioned was vital, being grouped in the same generation helped spread their presence significantly. The flow of broadcasts also played a role. A survival program called the Idol Dynasty Chronicles was launched, gathering male idols who weren't too senior, had some popularity, and could grab screen time while competing against each other, groups like Part. Although the concept was to strip away ranks and compete, the debut years were all similar. Since Spark debuted the year the show aired, they naturally couldn't participate. It was due to their low recognition. And this survival program, the Idol Dynasty Chronicles, became immensely popular. As the trend of grouping the groups that appeared in TIDC as one generation grew stronger, and fandom competition and issues became focused on that side. Spark ended up as an odd one out. Much greater than whether a band is considered a 4th gen or not can be determined by the TIDC lineup. With top 4th generation groups like Part and All Over all appearing, the generation is practically defined by the show. It's like the broadcast company unofficially decided the generation. Why is everyone going this hard over the generation thing? I'd understand if they were fighting over sales figures, but this? Unlike before when Spark was at least mentioned occasionally, after the program's success, mentions of Spark became rare. It felt like the path might be visible if they pushed a little further, but there were no easy signs of success. At this point, the groups that had appeared on TIDC made rapid comebacks to maintain their popularity from the show. If UA had persistently pushed Spark's activities instead, the outcome might have been different. However, with a lack of personnel and many other singers they had to support, the unexpectedly high amount of support required for Spark led UA to temporarily drop them. Thus, Spark, in its first year, faced a hiatus of 1 year and 2 months after only 2 activities. This lengthy hiatus was the biggest reason Spark didn't have many debut fans. Many fans likely saw the team's bleak future under UA's haphazard management. If I were a fan, I would have left as well if I saw no vision for the team. Given that Spark had to debut no matter what, it seemed best to eliminate any potentially fatal elements for the group. We can't afford to face a hiatus without even a comeback. Since debut was the goal, I thought a task related to the debut date would come up eventually. This time, instead of words, an object appeared before my eyes. It was a thick, green notebook. It looked like a scheduler. Coincidentally, a part of the life manual came to mind. Plus, for smooth life reuse, additional tools, resumes, schedulers, etc. will be provided. Plus, right, they did say they provide a scheduler too. The holographic scheduler that appeared in front of me automatically flipped pages without me touching it. As it reached the monthly page, I saw monthly calendars with occasional notes written on them. The last recorded schedule was the debut date, which would be my KPI achievement date, 2 years from now. Can't you move this date forward? If you're going to push others for debut, you should at least grant some autonomy. I fiddled with the debut date section, which was about 730 days away. The text area became selectable. Thinking it was worth a try, I moved the debut date to the day before, and a notice appeared. Plus, system, do you want to change the debut date? Play button yes/no. Plus, got you. I reflexively clenched my fist. No more waiting around for a year and 2 months like a tea bag in hot water. I reselect the debut date, and this time kept moving it forward continuously. The date moved smoothly until about a year ahead, where it wouldn't move any further. Considering various factors, it seemed 1 year was the practical limit to how far I could move it forward. Even 1 year earlier is better than nothing. It would have been better if Spark had debuted early and could have increased their weight class. After all, they were already perfect idols in terms of skills. I chose yes after setting the debut date as early as possible, and a new notice popped up. Plus, system, precautions are being notified to be. Excessive changes to the existing schedule may result in corresponding disadvantages. Even if the schedule is advanced, the frequency of occurrences for planned events remains valid, and their time of occurrence will be adjusted to the changed schedule. If schedules are postponed, the need for attendance management will be raised, imposing restrictions on activities. Plus, to put it simply, it was telling me not to change the schedule carelessly. Any issues that would arise within 2 years would now occur within 1 year. No wonder things were going too smoothly. If the universe was helping me enough to be considerate of my situation in the first place, it wouldn't have forced me to do this idle stuff. Still, looking at this, it didn't seem like I'd suffer any major losses. Having already lost my academic status and home, there wasn't much more for me to lose. The only thing I could lose in exchange for debuting early was my youth. But even if my youth were taken away, my goal of debuting as a new idol wouldn't be hampered to the point where my identity would immediately revert to 29 years old. If problems were going to arise anyway, it might be better for them to happen sooner. Without hesitation, I checked the box stating I fully understood the precautions and agreed to the contents. Now, all that remained was to shed my label as the ultimate klutz. If it doesn't work, make it work. The words that management used to chant like a broken tape had never resonated more deeply than they did today. I looked with satisfaction at the new debut date, which was shining brightly and with a countdown of fewer than 370 days. And this choice would soon be recorded as the dumbest decision in the second chapter of my life. After practicing until I felt as wilted as blanched spinach, the day of the monthly evaluation finally dawned. At the same time, today would determine whether I would obtain a passing score in 30 EXP or get cut from UA and have my life completely end. Hyung, you don't seem nervous today? I can tell by looking at your face. Really? Yes, you look really at peace. Lee Chonghyun gave me a thumbs up. I was past the age to be nervous about things like evaluation. I recalled my tear-inducing past experiences in the vocal practice room. The vocal practice room, which had looked like a small heaven for music genius when I saw Lee Chonghyun's vlog of him singing while playing the keyboard, had degraded into a dimly lit coin karaoke room when I entered. In that place, I had to confront my raw voice alone. It was a harsh introduction to the idol world, devoid of any echo microphone effects. Thanks to that, I spent every minute and second enduring the ordeal of hearing my unfiltered voice. It was a miserable time. By the way, I was told that the voice I heard and the voice others heard was different, so I tried recording and listening to it. It was the stuff of nightmares. After enduring those grueling days, evaluation day had finally arrived. Normally in situations like this, rather than nervousness, you'd feel a sense of relief that it was finally over. As I was stretching to wake up, Lee Chonghyun, who had finished all his preparations, was putting on his shoes by the front door. Got somewhere to go? A morning walk. I'll go straight to the practice room after. Lee Chonghyun answered energetically. I remembered hearing on the radio about taking a morning walk on evaluation day. It was a story about how Lee Chonghyun walked around the neighborhood every morning on evaluation days with his same-aged friend Kang Kyeon, who got very nervous. It struck me as a rare example of friendship in our harsh modern society. Be careful of cars, and watch out for the cold wind on your skin. Remember, your face should be the top priority above all else. Yes, Hyungnam, isn't your parting remark a bit strange? What's wrong with my parting remark? Never mind. Choi Ji-ho, who was trying to nitpick for no reason, ended up being stumped by my rebuttal. Oh dear, maybe he wasn't fully awake yet. 12. Chapter 12, Monthly Evaluation 3. The monthly evaluation at UA proceeded in the order of the best performance from the previous evaluation. Since I had no evaluation record, I was assigned the last turn. Although it was my first time participating in the evaluation, I knew who must have come in first place last month. Shall we start with Jiwoo? It was Park Jiwoo, who was set to become the main vocalist of Spark in the future. Park Jiwoo had quite peculiar characteristics from the beginning of his debut. Much greater than he sings well, dances well, looks good, has a nice personality. Is there anything this guy can't do? If you drop him in the middle of the Coex Starfield library, he might not find his way home. Aren't you being too mean to our clueless boy? You're laughing at him too. Smile? The unique atmosphere created by his cool demeanor and languid impression was something rarely seen in a 19-year-old boy. Among the stubborn members of Spark who insisted on saying whatever was on their minds, Park Jiwoo maintained a calm expression, quietly observing them. In the idol world, no matter how diligently one reacted, if they gave the impression of being passive, they were bound to be criticized. For the first year after his debut, it seemed Park Jiwoo could not escape such controversy either. But that was only if his singing skill had been at a mediocre level. It was a night when everyone took out the alcohol they had been saving. Park Jiwoo began to sing along to a famous band song that any student who had ever picked up a band instrument during their school years would have inevitably heard. Even amidst the strong band sound, Park Jiwoo's voice shone. Who needed elaborate techniques? Hitting every note perfectly was a technique in itself. By the way, his English pronunciation was also perfect, because this song was Park Jiwoo's favorite song. Even during practice, his performance was stunning, but when he gave his all, it was nothing short of impressive. The teachers showered Park Jiwoo with praise as he finished the song cleanly and bowed. The CEO sitting in the middle also looked fully satisfied. It was only natural. If I were his mentor, I would have already soaked 3 tissues with tears from his performance. Jiwoo is amazing. I feel like you've improved even more than before. Do you feel it? Thank you. He has a knack for choosing songs that suit his voice. Song selection is a skill too, and he has a good sense for it. From then on, the evaluation of Park Ji-woo was filled with nothing but praise. However, it did not end on an entirely pleasant note. But from now on, I hope you practice more conceptual songs. Like I mentioned last time. Okay. Yes. Good job. Next is Ji-ho, right? A slight hint of bitterness appeared on Park Ji-woo's face as he switched places with Choi Ji-ho. Maybe it's a matter of taste. Park Ji-woo, who resembled a fluffy cotton ball, had a taste in music that was quite different from his outward appearance. This guy was a hardcore rock band music enthusiast with rock spirit running in his veins. However, you could only see Park Ji-woo sing rock music in the cover content. Even that was when Spark was in its second year. The reason Park Ji-woo had to put aside the rock he loved so much for a while was revealed during a live broadcast one day. Ji-woo, can you cover a Rose D song? I like Rose D too, but I need to practice if I'm going to cover them. I can't quite capture the old feeling. I think it's because I've changed my singing style. Park Ji-woo ended the conversation by saying he would practice hard. And a few months later, he did cover a famous song by that band and uploaded the video. But the day when Park Ji-woo sang his favorite songs on stage or in front of people never came. Considering the grand concept Spark had pursued in the past, it wasn't hard to guess his reasons. It just didn't fit the image of an idol that Yue was going. 4. Unlike when preparing as a solo singer, the genres Park Ji-woo could sing became much more limited once he chose the path of an idol trainee. Moreover, Park Ji-woo was the member who could hit the highest notes in the team. For that reason, the company wouldn't easily allow him to sing rock songs that would excessively strain his vocal cords. I glanced sideways at Park Ji-woo, who was sitting next to me with a wilted expression like boiled spinach. Even to me, who had to strain to listen to Ji-woo's faint voice and struggled to write subtitles for fan videos, he looked a bit pitiful. While Choi Ji-ho was preparing the music file, I spoke softly enough for only Park Ji-woo to hear. I like that song too. You really sing well. I enjoyed it. Park Ji-woo, who had looked puzzled, suddenly brightened at my words. Even though it only brightened based on his usual standard. Hasn't he heard enough compliments about his singing? As I pondered his unexpected reaction, I quickly found the answer. None of the Spark members had the same taste in music as Park Ji-woo. It suddenly occurred to me that it could be quite lonely to sing every day without having colleagues who shared your musical preferences. Choi Ji-ho's, Jong Songbin's, and Lee Chong-hyun's performance next were all excellent. Yue, who had postponed their debut for another 2 years despite having such skilled members, was impressive in its own way. Next, Keon. When Kang Keon's name was called, Lee Chong-hyun mouthed fighting. I, too, shook my fist in a show of support as a disciple. Phew. Kang Keon took a small deep breath. In conclusion, Kang Keon's performance was good. However, it fell short of the performance he usually displayed in the practice room. Even considering that he hadn't been able to showcase his specialty, dancing, due to an ankle injury, it was still lacking. If even an amateur like me could notice, it must have been even more obvious to the experts. And Kang Keon himself seemed to know this fact better than anyone. Keon. Yes. We all know what you're capable of. Kang Keon's shoulders twitched slightly, perhaps anticipating the words to come. But you need to perform well during evaluations to prove your real ability. It wasn't wrong, which made it an even bigger blow to Kang Keon, a perfectionist who would take it deeply to heart. Relax and just do it. There aren't many people your age who can dance and sing well like you. Yes, thank you. You've worked hard. Let's do better next time. I could see each warm word engraving itself into Kang Keon's bones. As Kang Keon sat down with a stiff expression, Lee Chong-hyun enthusiastically ruffled his hair. As far as I knew, Kang Keon's habit of getting nervous in important moments would last for quite a while. 4 types of calming pills had appeared in his What's in My Bag content, after all. But now was not the time to worry about Kang Keon. Now, Yiwol, shall we see what you've prepared? I had to worry about myself first. If I didn't want to get cut from UA today, I had to get my act together. Since this is your first evaluation, was it difficult to prepare? Perhaps out of consideration for me, a new recruit, they added some icebreaker, unlike with the other members. It had been a long time since I was on the receiving end of such consideration, rather than being the one to offer it. Everyone helped me a lot. Thanks to them, I gained a bit of confidence. For just a bit of confidence, you don't seem nervous at all. I'm very nervous inside. The teachers laughed, perhaps taking my words as a joke. But I was actually serious. If I got cut off here, I was ready to go to every intersection in the country and camp out until my sister showed up. I had prepared as much as I could. All I had to do was show what I had built up until now and give my best. And in situations like this, I'd never made a mistake before. Because I strived not to make mistakes, I prepared sitting by the window. The three teachers sitting in front of me looked surprised. Only the director seemed pleased with my choice. It was understandable. Sitting by the window was an older ballad, not a song my peers would typically listen to. Even the future Spark members, except for Jong Song Bin, looked like they were hearing it for the first time. Having a wide spectrum is a good thing. Let's listen to the song. At the signal from vocal instructor Oh Eun, the accompaniment track was played. As the lyrical music began to play, I took a deep breath and focused on the song. I thought about it for a long time. The song Sitting by the Window, sung by a man in his late 30s, conveyed heartfelt regret for the time that slipped away unnoticed. Thanks to the gentle progression characteristic of ballads, singing this song did not require Korean-style high notes or great technique. It was a song that painted simplicity with notes, with a clear progression of beginning, development, turn, and conclusion. To give the impression of singing it properly, you had to maintain proper diction and vocal production without faltering. These were the basics I had learned in vocal lessons over the past 3 weeks. I was confident in thoroughly embodying what I had learned. With ears so sensitive that I could discern Manager Nam's mood just from his voice, I could strike the right pitch note by note in real time, as if squeezing out each sound. The same applied to strategizing for the evaluation. After all, I had plenty of experience setting up evaluation criteria at the Hampyeong industry. After 3 years in the HR department, I could recite performance review references by heart. Applying this, I could reverse engineer the algorithm used to set the evaluation criteria. I simply extracted the keywords from the tasks given in class, grouped them by category, and created a scoring sheet. It was a method I often used during school exams. I could bet my brick phone that the deviation between my predicted scoring sheet and the actual one would be less than 5%. Once I identified the problem, I intensively prepared for the items that would be included in the grading criteria. The strategy was to avoid deductions even if I couldn't earn extra points. Of course, there were some difficulties. Creating a calm, emotional tone to match the sentimental lyrics was a prime example. The disparity between the song and the appearance of a freshly 20-year-old was palpable even without looking in the mirror. So, I devoted most time to understanding the song and incorporating feedback. I deeply contemplated what I truly regretted the most. My deepest regret in life was joining the Hampyeong industry. But singing with that mindset would result in a song filled with social criticism and satire. Instead, I recalled the past when the open recruitment process that I had completed after 2 weeks of overnight work was overturned by Manager Nam's words, "I don't get it." The hours of work turned to waste, leaving related tasks lingering like remnants. The moment when the project deadline was imminent, but progress had returned to 0%. It's disappearing, leaving me behind. Everything, I sang, channeling the raw emotions of a man who suddenly felt the futility and emptiness on the brink of success. I confessed, I almost cried while singing it. The wind is dying down. And so the nearly 4-minute song ended, without a single mistake. 13. Chapter 13, Resignation Talk, 1. The demonstration of the basic choreography also ended without any major issues. Thanks to having memorized the choreography, the worst situation of my body freezing up in the middle did not occur. The teachers who watched my dance demonstration applauded. "Yiwol, you've improved a lot." "Thank you. Your posture is really good too. That's why your voice comes out well. You must have been very nervous since it was your first time, but you did really well." Objectively, there was a significant skill gap compared to the other members, but perhaps because of my overwhelmingly short practice period, the evaluation was generally favorable. What was surprising was that the system appeared at this point. Plus, system, upon completing the task adaptation period, an adjustment effect based on performance will be applied. Being recognized for excellent attendance management, you will receive a high evaluation. This will have a positive effect on the monthly evaluation. Plus, so it said. In other words, the performance evaluation scores on my resume would also affect reality. My attendance management score was 18 out of 20. If the only activated item was attendance management, it would be hard to expect any adjustment effect unless the score was significantly high. I'd be grateful if they gave me even one extra point. At this point where every word of praise was precious, I couldn't afford to be picky. We can go a bit tougher from the next class, right? I will work hard. Hey, you weren't nervous at all just a moment ago, so why are you getting nervous now? The teachers laughed out loud at my solemn answer. Sorry, but it was already hard enough for me to keep up with this class. Please don't take it as a joke. Since I couldn't complain, I laughed along with the teachers. It was the true sorrow of being a subordinate. One last question. What's the most decisive reason you chose this song? The vocal teacher asked. The answer to this was clear. I thought it was the best song to showcase what I learned. The teacher smiled, looking satisfied at my answer. It was important that there was someone who acknowledged my efforts to think things through. It was an achievement beyond my expectations. The evaluation ended after the individual feedback. We were finally able to catch our breath after the staff left and the practice. Room door closed. Hyung, as I was putting away the desks and chairs that were set up for the evaluation, someone jumped onto my back. Trying to keep my balance, I looked in the mirror and saw it was Lee Chong-hyun clinging to me. Amazing. I've never seen someone get so much praise on their first evaluation. Are you perhaps a genius, Hyung? A genius refers to someone like you, who has a porcelain-like face, raps smoothly like flowing water, and is great at composing music in the future. It would have been nice if he used that outstanding ability to take good selfies too. You guys would never know how cumbersome was for me to go to the post office to exchange photocard on the manager's daughter's behalf. I held on to his legs, worried he might fall, and Chong-hyun clung to my back like a cicada. I'm glad they appreciated my efforts. A lot of it is thanks to your help too. How humble. I need to learn that from you. If you're going to keep saying weird things, get off. If I am not going to say anything weird, can you just carry me on your back? Sure. You're strangely generous about weird things, Hyung. Even so, Lee Chong-hyun got off my back right away. Kong Kyeon, perhaps impressed that I did well on the evaluation, taught me a new move. I, too, worked hard with the thought. If I could sacrifice this body to soothe your troubled heart. Unfortunately, however, Kong Kyeon's face remained grim throughout the practice. He had clearly forgotten my words that there were natural-born klutzes in this world. After the monthly evaluation concluded, the staff who attended as judges gathered in the conference room on the second floor of the company. The kids are continuing their practice, right? Yes, they're all very diligent. Min Joo-kyung immediately answered the director's question. UA's trainees were truly diligent. For years, no one at UA had seen their trainees slacking off. Moreover, they all had mild personalities, so compared to the scandalous stories coming out of the big management agencies famous for producing top idols, UA's trainees could definitely be described as docile. Yiwol seems to be getting the hang of things already. Wasn't it you who brought him in, Joo-kyung? Yes. I was surprised that he did better than I thought. Since the trainee he cast was mentioned, Min Joo-kyung added a comment. I thought he seemed promising, but I didn't expect him to be this good. When the casting story of the new trainee Kim Yiwol was brought up, the trainers laying out the evaluation sheets showed interest and asked questions. Joo-kyung, you brought him in? From where? From Hongdae. He was watching people busking, and I scouted him on the spot. Even the location sounds intriguing. Yiwol does have a presence that stands out even in a crowd. As Min Joo-kyung answered, the director and the dance trainer each chimed in. Min Joo-kyung recalled the first time he met Kim Yiwol. He definitely stood out. When he saw Kim Yiwol's pale, shadowed face on the streets of Hongdae, he thought, he would fit perfectly with our kids. Kim Yiwol's noticeable presence was partly due to his exceptionally upright posture. He was tall and had an upright posture, so his distinctiveness stood out more in the crowd. Joo-kyung, you really are a bulldozer. What were you thinking when you brought in a non-major? I actually asked him about it before. He said he had a good sense of hearing. Really? Yes. Hongdae was very noisy, yet he could immediately tell if an instrument was out of tune. Everyone looked surprised at Min Joo-kyung's words. It was indeed surprising. Usually, Kim Yiwol only showed his stubborn dedication to practice, not a sensitive ear for catching every single note. However, Min Joo-kyung clearly saw it that day. Standing quietly a little away from the stage, Kim Yiwol slightly furrowed his brow, whenever a certain part of the melody repeated. Kim Yiwol didn't linger near the busking stage for long. While Min Ji-young was wondering if maybe he wasn't very interested in the song, the vocalist grabbed the microphone and started giving a speech. At that moment, he noticed the guitarists tuning their instrument again alone. There was no more hesitation. After that, Min Ji-kyung immediately approached the young student, who looked wary of his sudden approach, and earnestly explained he wasn't a suspicious person. And as he watched the student politely accept the business card he was offering with both hands, he thought, I really hope he joins us. Initially, I did scout him for his looks, but Min Ji-kyung cleared his throat. As long as the outcome was good, the process didn't matter. At that time, Oh-eun, a vocal trainer who was still listening to the three men's conversation, said, he does seem to have a good sense. He works hard, too. Oh-eun's words drew the attention of the people in the conference room. She was a former main vocalist of a girl group which debuted through a small agency, but did not leave much impressive results and disbanded after 3 years. Having been an idol herself, Oh-eun was known for her objective evaluations of the trainees among the UA staff. It was not easy to hear Oh-eun saying, he works hard. It was certainly a notable achievement for Kim Yiwol, who had been a trainee for less than a month, to have his efforts recognized, especially when long-term trainees like Jong Song-bin or Kang Ki-yeon hadn't received such acknowledgement. Min Ji-kyung couldn't help but look forward to what kind of evaluation Kim Yiwol would receive on his first monthly evaluation. In high school, I could go home after the mock exams were over. But as a trainee, even after evaluations, it was practice, practice, and more practice. After finishing the remaining practice with the feeling of making a wrong answer note, the time came to return to the dorms. Today, the members assigned to turn off the lights were me and Jong Song-bin. On the way out of the company, Jong Song-bin asked, are you getting used to things now? It was not easy for just anyone to always look out for others in a situation where they had a lot to do themselves. And yet, Jong Song-bin was always consistent. Enough to make me think that these were the kinds of kids who would become leaders. Yeah, except for the 1 hour of personal training from Ki-yeon, where I got thoroughly thrashed. If it was only 1 hour, that means you got off easy. So you do know how to joke around. Jong Song-bin laughed, half embarrassed. Unlike him, I couldn't laugh when I felt like I'd been tossed around like roasted chestnuts in midwinter by Kang Ki-yeon. Jong Song-bin looked at me and asked, you always stay until the end to practice. Aren't you tired? The teachers are kind and everyone helps out, so it would be rude if I didn't work hard. Luckily, I have the stamina to keep up. I respect your physical strength. Jong Song-bin trailed off, probably recalling how he had approached to teach me some moves only to end up collapsing like a boiled bean sprout. This was what happened when you only feed salads to growing teenagers. This company didn't understand the importance of the growth period. Maybe Kang Ki-yeon wouldn't understand until he failed to surpass 175 centimeters. You're not just diligent about staying to practice. You even walk around during breaks. In the practice room, Jong Song-bin moved like someone who didn't know what rest was. That didn't change even after debuting. Upon hearing my words, Jong Song-bin paused briefly. It was so fleeting that I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't looked closely. He soon relaxed his expression and smiled. I'm just normal. It was a humble thing to say, but really? Could you really call a lifestyle of waking up at dawn and repeating dance and song practice from morning until night for years normal? In today's world, even paid overtime was limited to 12 hours a week. Going back to being a trainee versus going back to the military? Jong Song-bin, whose reputation had been established as one of the 5 sages of idols, couldn't answer that question during his discharge celebration live broadcast. That said it all. If he was that diligent, he should at least have pride in the time he invested. But strangely, Jong Song-bin seemed to think his efforts were only natural. If there was an employee in our department who was diligent, didn't hesitate to lend a hand to others, and worked hard every day to improve their work capabilities, I might carry that person on my back to work every day. This modern society was just too stingy with praise. Maybe I should just give him a compliment. Giving out compliments didn't cost you anything. Moreover, Jong Song-bin was the least troublesome among the 5 members of Spark. He arranged the taking turns so that their voices didn't get mixed up during the broadcast, and he called out the members' names consistently so that they were easy to remember. For a novice forced into becoming a Spark fan, Jong Song-bin's consideration was a ray of light. For such a virtuous person, I could certainly spare a word of praise. If Jong Song-bin had managed to prevent the disbandment, he might have saved me from collapsing and aging 9 years younger. After walking a few more steps with Jong Song-bin, I spoke up at an appropriate timing. Ordinary people may have things they want to achieve, but they don't put in the daily effort like you. Yes, even more so when you're young. There are so many fun things in the world. Knowing there's fun to be had, but being able to hold back. Not just anyone can do that. For some reason, I suddenly felt like I was having a long overdue talk with a junior. I didn't prefer conversations with this kind of atmosphere, but I couldn't just bail and head to the dorms, so I forced myself to continue the conversation. And you're good at so many things. You sing well and dance well. Look at me. I can't sing, and I can't dance either. Hyung. I had clearly intended to console Jong Song-bin, but for some reason, it pained my own heart. Meanwhile, Jong Song-bin's expression changed strangely, perhaps because I had rambled on too much. They said you would become a boomer if you just talked about what you wanted without regard for others. That was exactly what I had done. Of course, considering the countless fans you'll gain in the future, it's good that you're working hard to develop your skills now. I didn't forget to apply some careful pressure, since you never knew with people. While Jong Song-bin wasn't that kind of person, if I misspoke and lost my leader of 7 years, I felt like I wouldn't be able to face the remaining Spark members. Fans, huh? Jong Song-bin smiled bitterly. Huh. For a moment, the back of my neck felt cold as if a cold wind had passed by. I recognized this unsettling feeling. A person whose self-esteem had dropped as far as it could go. The uncertainty about themselves seeping through their expression. The tone that clearly showed they had given up and didn't expect anything from the future. Assistant manager, I'm planning to quit by the end of this month. This was a clear sign of resignation. 14. Chapter 14, Resignation Talk, 2. In Spark, what kind of existence was Jong Song-bin? When asked this question in the past, the 4 members of Spark answered with one word. Leader. Setting aside how aggravated I was by those curt fellows, Jong Song-bin was still recognized in that barren group. Even fans who gave the other members all sorts of chaotic nicknames called Jung Song-bin mental pillar Jong Song-bin. What would happen if such a person ran away? Well, it would be the end, debut, and everything else. It would be like seeing the bus driver jump out of the window while you were trying to sneak onto a bus full of extremely angry passengers. What should I do? Should I take him to a CAF and buy him a 6,801 drink? I raised my head trying to recall if there was a cafe nearby. Then I realized it was pitch dark all around. Right, we came out at midnight. F***CK. I desperately racked my dusty brain. But no matter how much I searched my memory, I couldn't recall a single moment when Jong Song-bin said something like, I was uncertain if this path was right for me when I was a trainee. Jong Song-bin soon returned to his usual self. It seemed like he still hadn't recognized the deep, true darkness within him. I couldn't let my guard down. People like this were more dangerous. They were the type to work overtime until the previous day. Then they came in the next morning with a smiling face and said, Phew, I can't do this anymore, and expressed their intention to resign. In a tone as casual as if they were just suggesting a coffee break. The way it looked now, within a month, Jong Song-bin would definitely start feeling disillusioned with life and begin pondering what life was all about. And 2 months later, he would leave us. At that point, saying things like, what are you talking about all of a sudden? We were doing great. Would be useless. By then, he would have already run the resignation simulation in his head about 300 times. If I couldn't prevent that disaster, Yue would end up making a raccoon-washed cotton candy expression in front of the one-of-a-kind leadership material who suddenly declared he was quitting being an idol. I need to squash it before he can even start worrying. You'd think I'd just let him run away alone, leaving the 4 problem children behind? Absolutely not. Song-bin, want to talk for a bit before we head in? I stopped Jong Song-bin in front of the convenience store. I intended to be as clingy as possible, enough to make him feel like he'd regret it for the rest of his life if he quit now. A few minutes later, we sat side by side on the swings in the playground, each holding a warm cup of red ginseng honey tea. For the record, it was Jong Song-bin who chose the drink. A sharp wind dug into my outwear. I'm sorry it's cold. No, it's okay. Despite my sudden request for a talk, Sung-bin smiled and said it was fine. Huh, the leader. Had to be protected at all costs. Is there something worrying you these days? When I carefully broached the topic, Jong Songbin looked my way. It was clear from his face that he was wondering how I knew. Sorry, but it was way too obvious. Jong Songbin swung his legs a few times, barely touching the ground, then spoke. It's just, I am feeling a little conflicted thinking about how the evaluation results will come out soon. Then Jong Songbin smiled bitterly. UA's evaluation method wasn't harsh by objective standards. However, considering that each time feedback was given along with the trainees' rankings, Jong Songbin's concern was likely about his rank. Jong Songbin's next words didn't stray far from my expectations. There aren't that many trainees at the company, but at some point, the rankings haven't really changed much. This evaluation was carried out in the order of Park Ju-woo, Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chong-hyun, Jong Songbin, and Kang Ki-an. And this order was the ranking order of the last evaluation. Considering that Kang Ki-an hadn't been able to showcase his skills and received poor results each time, it meant that purely based on skill, Songbin's rank was the lowest. Even lower than Lee Chong-hyun, who had much less trainee experience compared to Songbin. No wonder he's anxious. It commonly happened when you were surrounded by too many outstanding people. Inevitably, they attended similar classes and invested similar amounts of time each day, and on top of that, Jong Songbin was a sincere person who was diligent in everything, so it must have hit him harder. I personally believe that having the resilience to work hard among geniuses was a talent in itself. But voicing that out loud was a different matter entirely. So instead of carelessly speaking up, I decided to give Jong Songbin a bit more time. I'd never seen a meeting go well when the other side fired off first at the person who was talked to. Drink your tea. It'll get cold. Yes. With a slightly gloomy expression, Jong Songbin peeled off the plastic wrap covering the bottle cap. As I fiddled with the ginseng honey tea bottle, I thought about what I could do right now. There were roughly 3 methods I could use. Trap him in a storm of praises. Appropriately mix in some cheesy compliments like those put on the coffee truck banners to envelop Songbin in love. But considering that I was UA's top klutz, I doubt it would work. Like how I wasn't happy at all when Manager Nam praised me for organizing the break room well in the past. Present a positive outlook with clear evidence. Utilize the vast data collected while tidying up contents and objectively explain which skills were improving, and based on that, what the prospects were for future growth. However, if Jong Songbin responded with, "How do you know I sang that song, Hyung?" it would immediately lead to a bad ending. Well, he'd probably look at me with disdain for being a creepy person. Even I would find that creepy. Just straight up open my mouth. Tell him I had the ability to see the future and that he would definitely succeed, gain wealth and fame, and be able to sing here and there until at least the age of 28. This approach had the fatal drawback of being carefully advised to seek treatment at a hospital if I said one thing wrong. Why can't I come up with anything useful to say? Thinking back, I felt my career at Hampyeong Industry might have been useless, but now I realized it wasn't necessarily a bad move. It made me aware of how incompetent I was outside of the company. None of the 3 options seemed promising, but I steeled myself. This was a matter of life and death for me, for this guy, for my sister's life, and my future. Songbin, if it's not too cold right now, can I say something? Yes, Hyung. I tried to sound as calm as possible, so as not to appear overly encouraging. I hope you don't get too disheartened if the gap with the other trainees isn't closing right away. Jong Songbin, who was about to drink his tea, reacted slightly. Sorry for interrupting your drink. If you keep doing what you've been doing, the day you'll be acknowledged will come. Really, you seem really confident, Hyung. Of course. At my confident attitude, Jong Songbin, who had been smiling faintly like a deflated balloon, seemed flustered. Kim Yiwol, you can do this. Compared to those like God Song of the Idol World, The Spark Among Sparks, or the drama OST Killer, your image is nothing. To help this young friend overcome his growing pains, no. To free myself from the Hampyeong Industry, let's boldly take this step. I opened my mouth with great difficulty, the red ginseng honey tea barely moistening my lips. I know the future. It was a shocking statement that could easily make a headline. Kim Yiwol, 29, claims, "I know the future." A great controversy did. A cold wind passed between me and Songbin. Yes. Damn it. This was the most embarrassing moment of my life. Was this what you call secondhand embarrassment? But it wasn't secondhand, though. I was the one experiencing it. I continued speaking with difficulty, holding back the burning sensation in my face. I saw it for a bit. No, it appeared to me. I quickly corrected myself since saying saw implied that I could do it at will. Even though this time might feel unbearably long and difficult for you right now. In the near future, you'll think you're happy thanks to this period. After hearing my words, Jong Song-bin remained silent for quite a while. Perhaps he was considering whether I was insane or had lost my screws. Taking advantage of the pause, I tried to wrap up the conversation as if nothing had happened. If you don't believe me, never mind. No, it's reassuring. At least lower the corners of your lips before you lie. Fortunately, Jong Song-bin's face looked much more at ease than before. It seemed more like he was amused rather than comforted, though. But still, at least I had refreshed his thoughts. I barely managed to hold back what felt like a million sighs of relief. It felt like steam was pouring out of my body, making me wonder if winter ever got this hot. The atmosphere on the way back to the dorm was much lighter than it had been a few minutes ago. What was I doing in the future that you saw? It was because Jong Song-bin excitedly asked me all sorts of questions. A little while ago, he had been forcing himself to pretend everything was fine, so his lies lacked sincerity, but now his every word was sprinkled with playfulness. If I had said here, yeah, you'll become the leader of a talented boy group, and despite the harsh entertainment industry, you'll steadily lead the team until you eventually see the light, though you'll disband in the end. And Jong Song-bin ended up taking this superstitious folk belief too seriously and getting carried away. That would be a huge problem. I racked my brain once more. I needed to minimize information, use synonyms, but still convey a sense of responsibility. Oh, a leader? Why the hell did this brain even exist? If my brain failed this much, I seriously needed to reflect on myself. Wouldn't the group fall apart quickly if I, became the leader? No, it'd be doomed without you. I didn't know what set him off, but Jong Song-bin finally burst into laughter, trying to stifle it with his hand. Nuna, are you watching? Nuna's Dongsing is desperately trying to survive. Songbin's questions didn't stop until we reached the dorm. These absurd stories must have been quite refreshing for the diligent Jong Song-bin. Thanks to that, our conversation remained like that the entire way. You can't see the future anytime you want. That's right. I have to live in the present too. If you think you want to see something, does it just appear before you? It's like being possessed by a spirit, I suppose. Not often, but occasionally it shows itself. Suddenly, I felt the need to apologize deeply to all shamans across the country. And I resolved that once I saw this kind, good friend debut, I'd go into the Yirisan mountain and atone. Whether it was because of the laughter therapy or something else, by the time we returned to the room, Jong Song-bin seemed to be in a lighter mood. Or maybe he had been so cornered that he couldn't even afford such silly thoughts. Still, it was a remarkable achievement that Jong Song-bin's face changed to a face that said, I'm going to give it my all today. I was about to go to bed, thinking that it was a relief that it worked out somehow, but my vision turned blurry. It was the system. It wasn't even surprising anymore. But something was off. The message type was different from before. System, subordinate, is notified of the penalty for breach of confidentiality. Internal regulation violation. Breach of confidentiality. Locked. The words were ominous, to say the least. With a sense of foreboding, I chose the breach of confidentiality item that was flashing conspicuously. Then a lengthy post appeared. System, subordinate, is notified of the breach of confidentiality. Any information that could affect areas beyond the successful activities of Spark, including details related to future events, is considered confidential and must be kept secret. Subordinate is responsible for maintaining confidentiality regarding the aforementioned details. The severity of the penalty will be determined by the importance and publicity of the leaked confidential information, with the maximum punishment being death. Surely they weren't warning me, even going as far as threatening with death penalty, just because I made that half-joking comment about Jong Song-bin becoming a leader? If I had known my life was at stake, I wouldn't have blurted out that careless, embarrassing breach of confidentiality. Not wanting to believe the reality, at 3 a.m. I reread that maddeningly unreasonable memo. However, reading the memo again did not change anything. Everything except calling my father father was prohibited from being mentioned. It was a story so hard to accept that I might lose my mind. 15. Chapter 15, Keyword 1. I thought it would be impossible to stay up all night at this age unless I had a sh*t ton amount of work. But it wasn't. When humans were in a pinch, they could do anything. Thanks to that, I greeted the morning with sleepless eyes. Not only my memory had been erased, but with my mouth sealed shut as well, it felt like all my limbs were tied up. The biggest problem is not knowing exactly what constitutes direct information. Such subjective expressions were dangerous. Wasn't it like laying traps everywhere and hoping something would get caught? I got out of bed with difficulty, pessimistic about an unfortunate future. Even though I was forced to sign a security agreement, I still had to work. That was the fate of office workers. Did I fall asleep while working overtime to end up like this? I unconsciously muttered to myself, and Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun looked at me with an uneasy gaze. I left the two of them and walked out of the room. Just then, Jong Song-bin was coming into the living room. Having made eye contact with me, Jong Song-bin approached and asked, "Didn't sleep well last night?" "A little bit." Then Jong Song-bin hesitated for a moment before whispering in my ear, "Hyung, what is it? Did you stay up because you were looking into the future?" "What?" The mischievous expression on Jong Song-bin's face as he turned around made it clear he was joking. His consideration in trying to hold back his laughter only made me feel more embarrassed. When I told him to just laugh openly, Jong Song-bin didn't hold back. "Are you happy?" "Since you're laughing, I'm happy too. Don't you dare say you're quitting being a trainee from now on." "Well, you said you wanted to see me?" When I arrived at UA, the manager called me. It was because I requested a meeting. It was only about one matter: the use of smartphones. As someone who only had a 2G phone, the only way for me to get outside information was by secretly going to a PC room at dawn or using the public phone in the dorm. Even when I used the spare phone, I always opened it in incognito mode. But my heart pounded, worrying that someone might suddenly ask, "Who searched? I see something weird in front of me on the phone." So, I tried to get a cheap smartphone under my name. But unfortunately, UA didn't allow trainees to use cell phones. Maybe they let me off the hook for a month because I had a 2G phone. Anyway, this company only had a soft spot for useless things. But what I wanted was not the confiscation of phones or the use of 2G phones, but the use of smartphones. Since I was dropped into the past with my memory erased, I needed to secure access to information. As expected, the manager's response to my request was not very positive. "That's not possible." The other kids also agreed not to have personal phones until debut. "Yes, I understand." Moreover, UA didn't let them use their cell phones for a year after their debut. There was no way I could just brush off such an important issue so easily. Despite my rising hostility, the manager remained steadfast. "We don't mean anything bad with it. It's because the company has to manage you kids, so I hope you can understand." I felt it was excessively outdated, but I kept silent for now. Even if I said, Spark never caused any problems with their phones, who would believe me? "Well, since you haven't been preparing to be an idol for very long, you may not know, but there have been many cases where one mistake made in a post later turned out to be a big problem. The company is trying to prevent that." "Yes, but manager, can you at least consider the reason I need a phone?" I expressed respect for the company's policy and that I would follow the result no matter what, but humbly requested to be heard. As long as I made it clear that the decision was up to the company, most people would let me speak unless they were an unreasonable person like Manager Nam. Fortunately, the manager was kind and gave me time. I don't remember if I mentioned this when I joined, but I don't have a good relationship with my parents, so I'm living independently. "Yes, I heard from the management team." Then that would make the story quick. My situation, where my guardian moved without a word and lost contact, was poorer compared to other trainees. Because trainees needed money for expenses beyond what the company covered, like buying shoes or medicine, for example. I need a smartphone to manage living expenses or find a part-time job, so I asked in advance. Would it be difficult to check it just once a day? Going to the ATM every day to check my card or bank balance was too difficult with the tight practice schedule. The manager agreed with this. "You're going to work part-time too?" "If I can find one that fits around my practice time." Of course, I plan to do it after mastering the basics. To reassure the manager, I strongly expressed that I had no intention of wasting time. However, the manager's concerns didn't end there. "I heard you're always the last one to leave." The kids say that. Do you have the stamina for it? All I have is my stamina. I'll be fine. To be honest, I believed Hampyeong Industry hired me based on my stamina. That was why they worked me tirelessly. While I was lost in thought, the manager pondered for a moment and said, I'll discuss it if it's just once a day, but don't get your hopes up too high since it might not work out. And consult me first before starting any part-time job. Yes, thank you. Okay, practice hard. The manager patted my back a couple of times and left. With this, my immediate tasks were more or less settled. I was worried that my sister might have tried to contact me, and I wouldn't be able to answer right away. But from my sister's perspective, it probably wasn't pleasant to be contacted by a younger brother who couldn't even support himself yet. Apart from finding out my sister's situation, I decided to remain silent, thinking it wouldn't be wise to advertise my presence here. Feeling refreshed, I headed to the practice room, where Park Ju-woo was coming from the opposite direction. Park Ju-woo must have been vigorously practicing dance while I was gone, as he was drenched in sweat and filling up his water bottle. Where were you? I had a meeting with the manager. He said I'm so shockingly untalented that special measures are needed. Park Ju-woo's pupils shook after hearing my words. Really? Half joke, half serious. Which is the serious part? That you're untalented? It's true, but it hurts a little. Relieved that I wasn't getting cut, Park Ju-woo seemed slightly at ease. Did he think it was good that I wasn't leaving? If my guess was correct, it would be best not to get too emotionally attached to anyone. The world outside would be full of people trying to take advantage of these kids. Since it seemed a bit cold to just joke and leave first, I waited until Park Ju-woo finished filling his water bottle. Hyung, have you decided on your song for the next evaluation? It hadn't been that long since the last monthly evaluation, but the next one was already waiting. The onslaught of tests reminded me of the pop quizzes back in high school. I've just narrowed down the list. I'll have to pick one by the end of the week. Then I suddenly remembered that Park Ju-woo had received some criticism regarding his song selection. He must have his own worries. When are you going to start preparing? I'm thinking about it. Park Ju-woo, closing the lid of his water bottle, looked quite troubled. No matter how annoying I found these kids, seeing someone 10 years younger so downcast was a bit painful. So, I called forth the social skills I had honed at Hampyeong Industries just a bit. I learned the bass as a hobby. If you ever want to sing a band song, let me know. I'll accompany you. Really? Yes. I learned it from a university club that I couldn't go to anymore. In front of my bitterness, Park Ju-woo's eyes lit up. He seemed quite excited. Chong-hyun knows how to play the keyboard too. Then you. Bring him along. Even if I debuted and quit immediately, there should still be a chance to accompany them. After that, the conversation about bands spanning different eras didn't end until we arrived at the practice room. When I suggested that we would have more opportunities to talk soon, Park Ju-woo nodded in agreement. Somehow, Park Ju-woo's back as he entered the practice room looked a little happy. A few days later, I got permission to use a phone. It was a primitive format where I had to ask the manager for a phone on the day I needed it, use it for 1 hour, and then return it, but it was satisfactory enough. As soon as the budget phone I ordered online arrived, I installed a stock trading app and checked that my beloved investments were doing well, then bookmarked a few remote job postings. With some time left over, I searched for keywords on the portal site that I couldn't show my housemates who used the unlock phone. TL note: unlock phone is a term in Korea, but I forgot what it was. I am sorry, guys. Suddenly became an idol. Woke up and found myself back in the past. I see letters in front of me. At the same time, I fervently prayed that the current situation was not just the Korean version of The Truman Show. If this situation was being broadcast nationwide, I would probably lose the courage to step outside. It was impossible for someone like me, who prided myself on being ordinary, to suddenly become a recycled life experimenter. So, I thought there must be similar cases I didn't know about somewhere and started searching. Something actually appeared in the search results. It was a link that led to a web novel. On the platform I accessed, there were countless sad stories of idols who returned to the past, idols who debuted by chance, and idols who ended up in a game world, all forced to stamp their contracts. By the time I learned that Hobingwon was an abbreviation for Hogwai, regression, Bingue, reincarnation, and Wanseng, rebirth, I also figured out that my situation fell under regression. TL note: as explained by Yiwol above, Hobingwon is a term in Korea commonly referring to the oversaturated regression/waking up in a different body genre. Usually, people who experienced Hobingwon got hit by a truck in the original world or fell asleep while passionately enjoying some content. Compared to me who regressed while overworking overtime, everyone else's setup was more dramatic. I suppose life wasn't always like a drama. Moreover, how could they roll me back 9 whole years without even sending a regression truck? Weren't they being too cost-effective with me? Due to the limited time I could use the phone, I only managed to read up to the 25th episode of the novels available for free. So I only learned the sad law that anyone caught in the shackles of regression must inevitably become an idol. Of course, I did gain some useful information. The most intuitive way to describe the members' personalities using refined language. #tragic, #schemer, #blackscreen, #healing. That's right, keywords. 16. Chapter 16, Keyword 2. Apart from Lee Chong-hyun, the members of Spark were generally quiet by nature. Moreover, they didn't speak in high volumes. Naturally, the personalities of the members all seemed similar whenever they were exposed on the broadcast. Lee Chong-hyun alone had limits in lifting up the subdued atmosphere. Thanks to this, if I had to put it kindly, the show Spark appeared on could be compared to nature documentaries. To put it unkindly, well, I don't have to bother telling you. That's why it's hard for people to become fans. In a situation where you would still have a hard time even if you put a group that suited everyone's taste. Putting them in a lineup as if they were stamped out from a fish-shaped pastry mold and saying, look, we've got this many of the same ones, so it must be even tastier, right? Who would come to see them? Marketing only worked if you had something to sell. To allow fans to dig into the members A to Z with an excavator, it seemed good to at least dig a shallow hole in the bare ground. At the very least, they have to be able to reveal their individuality to some degree. That way, at the very least, an additional perfect-fitting prop could be added to their debut album. TL note. In case you're confused, the additional perfect-fitting prop Yiwol mentioned here is referring to himself. After letting out a deep sigh, I erased all my search history and returned the phone to the manager. Then, I watched the members closely during the break time of group practice. I recalled the email I received from Director Nam's daughter, which said that perfect character understanding came from affection and obsession. There was nothing more convenient than using refined language when defining something. So I started describing these guys' personalities by borrowing the keywords I saw in web novels. For instance, I set aloof puppy as the default image for Park Ji-woo, who always sat blankly in a corner during breaks. As for Choi Ji-ho, who monopolized the director's daughter's affection and would become the shining center of Spark. So you are a cool, aloof genius character with a tactless side. I gave him a particularly more flashy label. However, Choi Ji-ho responded indifferently. What are you talking about all of a sudden? What do you think about changing your personality a bit since your aloof trait overlaps with Ji-woo? My reasonable suggestion did not ease Choi Ji-ho's scowl. It was undesirable for over half the team to achieve the triple crown of aloofness, coldness, and indifference. Such a shame. Hyung, what about me? Thinking that I was saying something interesting, Lee Chong-hyun bounced over, leaving Kang Ki-on in front of the mirror. There was something like sunshine. You can be that. Why am I one making a compromise? If a better description comes up, we can always change it. As I was assigning the third trait to each member, the practice room door opened. It was Min Ju-kyung. Sorry for interrupting your practice. Min Ju-kyung, who entered with a smile, was holding a piece of paper. He stuck the paper onto the whiteboard installed on one wall of the practice room. Then he looked at me and said, I'm posting the evaluation results here. There are no special notes, so everyone just check when you have time. Surely he knew it was human nature to check your grade reports as soon you received it. He was probably trying to talk lightly out of consideration for the trainees. I probably had a similar expression when I said to people around me, I've finished inputting the performance evaluation results. Please check them. And since there were no special notes, it seemed I wasn't getting cut off. Well done, Kim Yiwol. You managed to survive these terrible conditions. Having achieved my minimal goal, I headed straight for the whiteboard. Since I avoided getting caught, I could gladly accept whatever the remaining results were. February monthly evaluation. Ranked by score. Park Ji-woo, Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chong-hyun, Jong Song-bin, Kang Ki-on, Kim Yiwol. Detailed feedback will be provided during class. Even though it was the expected result, actually ranking 6th out of 6 people made me feel complicated. Maybe it was because I'd never been in the last place before. I guess people really do need to experience everything. System, task completed. Reward, EXP, 30. Total EXP, 40. Total points, 0. Just in time, the EXP for passing the monthly evaluation arrived as well. But it didn't end there. System, additional EXP awarded. Reason, highly rated by a close team member. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 50. Total points, 0. Someone must have thought very highly of me, as I received an additional 10 experience points. Thank you. May your family be blessed for 3 generations. I turned around, resolving to grow at least to the level of last place, but fought hard before debuting. At that moment, I made eye contact with Jong Song-bin, who was calmly checking the paper. At the same time, I recalled what Jong Song-bin had said a few days ago. There aren't that many trainees at the company, but at some point, the rankings haven't really changed much. Jong Song-bin now couldn't be said to be at ease, but his expression looked better than before. A face with a complicated expression, but not at all. Looked grim. For some reason, seeing that face, I felt somewhat compensated for the shame I felt that day. The advantage of being a beginner was that I looked like I had made great progress just by taking one step. And that one step was indeed a huge leap from a beginner's perspective. Thanks to the solid groundwork laid in the initial stages, the subsequent lessons didn't feel overwhelmingly daunting. Moreover, UA was a company that didn't hold back on praise in such areas. Yiwol, you've improved a lot. Really? The vocal teacher nodded. It was a great environment for a beginner to grow. Though I still had a long way to go in the dance classes where I worked my legs until I felt like they would explode, there was still progress. The most helpful aspect was that once I learned the movements, I didn't forget them. I didn't want to be the one stopping the music during group practice. With a desperate heart, I diligently invested the welfare points I earned from accumulating over 100 EXP into proficiency. As a result, my current proficiency levels were like this. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 5/20. Dance proficiency, 4/20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total point, 0. Even though I hadn't invested any points in a vocal proficiency, it increased on its own. It was a commendable feat. From this case, I learned that skills didn't necessarily only increase from gaining EXP. It was disappointing that the total proficiency was still in the single digits, but expecting results after just a month of practice was unrealistic. So, I decided to just appreciate the fact that the scores had gone up. A new task also appeared. System, new task has been assigned. Raise dance proficiency to 5 by the end of the March monthly evaluation. Reward, the right to view other members' resumes. 3 standard proposal templates for debut album planning. The next monthly evaluation in March would probably be the final assessment to determine the debut team. Since I had pushed the debut schedule forward by a year, the group should be finalized soon. But how could they drag it out until March while saying the debut team would be finalized based on the February evaluation? This was why the group disbanded and society collapsed in the past after delaying the debut for 2 whole years. Putting the task aside, the reward was really disappointing. I was interested in viewing the resumes, but the fact that they said it as a right felt petty, which was annoying. As for the debut album planning, I just had a strong feeling it would only create more work. Once you had things like that, you inevitably ended up using them at some point, and it would always be me using them. So I really didn't want to receive the 3 template set. However, since my job was set as the producing member, it seemed more convenient to receive them in advance, so I decided to accept the situation calmly. If necessary, I could just receive the templates and think, oh right, I had those, a few months later. Should we tear off the calendar now? Yes, please. With Jong Songbin's permission, Lee Chonghyun tore off the page from the wall calendar hanging in the practice room. March had begun. The concept of time for office workers differed slightly from non-office workers. For example, when I was in college, my concept of time was like this. March, June/September, November, semester period plus minor part-time work. July, August/December, February, working part-time like a dog. Then, after joining Hampyeong Industry, my perception of time changed to this. March, November, busy months. December, the month when I barely breathe. January, the month I can't even breathe. February, the month I can't go home. As a result, I had momentarily forgotten that March was the month when a new semester began. That meant the high school students at our dorm also went back to school for the new semester. It was when Lee Chong-hyun's alarm went off earlier than usual that I noticed this fact. Thinking that it seemed to ring earlier than usual, I got up and noticed that Choi Ji-ho across from me wasn't even stirring in his sleep. Just as I wondered what was up with that guy who usually got up right when the alarm rang out, Lee Chong-hyun came down from his bed with a tired expression. Are you sick? Why the long face? I'm just tired. Hyung, set your alarm and sleep more. It's only 7 now. 7. I checked the time, and it was indeed 7 a.m. It was an hour earlier than our usual wake-up time. I should have gone to bed early yesterday. I stupidly stayed up late. Then Lee Chong-hyun opened the closet and took out a familiar gray school uniform. It was the uniform I saw when compiling his private life photos to make a Subway birthday ad. Right, he's 17 now. So, Lee Chong-hyun was just starting high school. It felt like ages since I entered university. I worried again whether debuting in the same team with these guys was morally right. Is today the start of the semester? Hyung, it's not the start of the semester. It's the start of the school year. And it's not the start of the school year for me. It's the entrance ceremony. Lee Chong-hyun pounced on my slip of the tongue. Seeing him so energetic just 3 minutes after waking up, it seemed I didn't need to worry about his stamina. I left the room following behind Lee Chong-hyun, who seemed to be heading to wash up. In the living room, Jong Song-bin and Kang Ki-yeon were wandering around in their school uniforms. Perhaps because they were from different high schools, their uniforms looked quite different in color and design from Lee Chong-hyun's. Much greater than those blueberry yogurt-era photos are precious. Why the F***ck they didn't take selfies with those faces? Not taking 100 selfies a day with those faces is dereliction of duty. It pisses the F***ck out of me. This isn't just a gradient of anger, it's straight-up rage. Looking at their light purple uniforms reminded me of a post I had seen on social media. When I had time, I should tell these three to sit on the dorm couch and take some selfies. Are you guys going to eat breakfast before you leave? Songbin Hyung said he'd make toast for us. Now that I looked at it, 3 slices of bread were on the frying pan. It seemed he was just toasting the bread without any jam or eggs. The world of idols was tough on both the mouth and the heart. If it's just toasting, I can do it. You guys get ready to leave. Yes? You don't have to. I can't sleep anymore anyway. Once I wake up, I can't go back to sleep. I wasn't particularly good at cooking, but I could at least toast some bread. When I took the spatula away, Jong Songbin fidgeted around me before retreating. I think there are some eggs in the fridge. Should I fry them? No, Hyung. It's really okay. I am okay too. Please put eggs on mine. Before Kang Ki-yeon could even finish his sentence, Lee Chong-hyun shouted from the bathroom. I wondered what kind of hearing he had to catch that. 17. Chapter 17. Interview with the CEO 1. With each piece of steaming hot toast in hand, the preparations for their departure to school were complete. Despite the chaotic mess in the shoe rack, they somehow managed to find their shoes while firmly holding onto their toast. I bid them farewell. Be careful with the traffic, take care of your faces, don't mess around, and show a diligent attitude. At this, Kang Ki-yeon grumbled with a sullen face. Our parents don't nag us as much as you do. Is that so? I wouldn't know, since I never got nagged by my parents. Really? So, our Kang Ki-yeon doesn't care about traffic, doesn't value his face, and plans to mess around. Kang Ki-yeon, having missed the chance to rebut, grumbled about how the conversation turned out this way. I patted the shoulder of the boy, who had to endure the hardship of early morning school, and spoke. Ki-yeon, what? I never tell you to study hard, do I? Just don't mess around and come back. Got it. Then, I gave him a kind smile. Ki-yeon shivered at my affectionate demeanor. Wishing them a safe and uneventful day, the 3 high school students left the dormitory. It was a noisy morning. So you baked the bread? Choi Ji-ho, who got up like clockwork at his usual wake-up time of 8 a.m., asked. As I placed the now-cooled toast onto a plate, I answered. Yeah, I baked extra while making some for the kids. Want some? Sure. Park Ju-woo, who didn't need to attend school since he had already passed the GED, was already munching on his portion of toast. Lee Chong-hyun had muttered, "I'm so jealous of Ju Woo-hyung." As he left, "High school students, huh? Those were the days. You talk like you graduated 10 years ago. How did you know?" Fearing that I might be accused of leaking secrets about my regression despite not intending to do so, I pretended not to hear Jiho's words. As I was chewing on my toast, carefully watching their reactions, Ju-woo unexpectedly joined the conversation. "Hyung, what did you plan to do after graduating high school?" "Huh? You said you've never been a trainee before." "I was planning to go to college. The college I should have gone to but couldn't." This Ju-woo kid, who was known for his sharp insight during Spark days, was an expert at hitting sore spots. Thanks to him, I felt like crying while eating bread. The system had only made my position more difficult. I couldn't exactly say that I had gone to college in my previous life, but somehow couldn't this time around. Jiho and Ju-woo, unaware of how deeply I was hurt, just stared at me blankly. If you're going to make someone lie, at least provide a model answer too. This situation was cruel for someone like me who had neither the talent for making up stories nor for lying. After pondering for a moment, I chose to answer as indirectly as possible. I was considering whether to go or not, but in the end, I decided not to. Why? Couldn't pay the tuition. Why did the regression have to happen right after the registration date? As I was angrily chewing my toast, I noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the guys sitting across from me. They looked as if they had asked something they shouldn't have. "Why are your expressions like that?" "Oh, did they misunderstand and think I couldn't pay the tuition because my family was poor?" I pondered for about 3 seconds whether to correct this misunderstanding and decided against it. After all, the money I had now was borrowed from my sister, so it wasn't entirely incorrect. Even if I had registered at UA right before the registration and put all my money into the college, with my old home gone, I would have had to attend while being homeless. Having returned to the past with just my body, my degree had become Schrodinger's diploma. I thought of the diploma that had left me and all the money I had saved while enduring hell at Hampyeong Industry. Did you really have to take everything? Of course, I didn't have the confidence to explain all these twists and turns to them while maintaining secrecy. Nor did I have any obligation to do so. I'll just say I'm dirt poor. As I bitterly resolved myself, Choi Jiho, uncharacteristically sensitive, spoke. Hang in there." Of all people, it was an encouragement from Choi Jiho. Not just anyone, that Jiho was encouraging someone else without any cameras around. It was such a rare sight that even Manager Nam's daughter, Jiho's hardcore fan, probably hadn't seen it. The world was truly full of surprises. System, hidden task completed. Content, have a personal conversation with colleagues. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 10. Total point, 0. That wasn't all. As if wanting to encourage a harmonious trainee life, I automatically completed a hidden task as well. While busy building skills, now I had to foster camaraderie too. Even if communication was important in an organization, I felt like the workload was doubling while the EXP remained stagnant. The high school students returned one by one in the afternoon. Of course, the place they returned to was the practice room. I handed a handkerchief to Lee Chong-hyun, who had just washed his hands, and asked, "Did you get home safely? Is your face intact?" "Of course. I returned without a scratch." "You've got the right attitude." "Excellent. Hyung, aren't you a bit too obsessed with the safety of our faces?" Lee Chong-hyun remarked pointlessly. It seemed like he didn't know how many advertisements he would have to film with his face. I thought of getting insurance for each member's face before debut, if only to repay UA for their investment in me. But when do you practice if you're attending school? Songbin Hyung and Keon attend the minimum required days. Art high schools are somewhat accommodating with schedules. What about you? There's no such flexibility at my school. But since my school is close and Keon's school is far, it balances out when you consider the commuting times. Indeed, Kong Keon was stretching nearby with a very regretful expression. "You should have time to sleep, though." "I'm worried," Kong Keon responded. "Hyung, you practice every night." "I'm almost done growing, so it's fine for me." "Me too. They say some people still grow even in the military." "That's their story, not yours." Keon's height hadn't changed since debut. This was a fact that Keon himself had revealed. Did I have a growth spurt? Sparkler. We agreed not to talk about our heights. Isn't Kong Keon taking this too seriously? It's hilarious. My height hasn't changed since either my junior or senior year of high school. Keon, you're not going to cry, are you? In other words, this was his last chance for a growth spurt. In this crucial time, missing the golden hour and staying awake day and night would likely not end well. While everyone else was growing taller, what would he do? Alone? With such a lack of sleep, it was no wonder he wasn't growing. Considering his diet of just bread and salad, it was even more understandable. Who knew where he got his protein? If possible, I should try to secure time for the kids to sleep. If not, I'll have to at least make them drink milk in the morning. Was there always this much to consider when debuting idols? I wasn't sure, but I couldn't deny that being able to do something was far better than being able to do nothing. That night, I bought 2 packs of low-fat milk for Keon as we walked through the early spring night breeze, and only then did we return to the dorm. Maybe I should have applied to change my career to manager instead of idol. It was a regretful night, and this regret would soon fully blossom. For a while, my schedule was quite stable. These days, my daily routine was 7 o'clock wake up and bake bread for the high school students, plus make sure Keon has his low-fat milk. 8 o'clock have breakfast and get ready for practice. 9:00, 24:00 practice and other activities. 00:00:30 wash up and reflect on the day's practice. 00:30 contemplate the future, devise plans for Sparks revival, etc. It was very monotonous. Occasionally, I made French toast, which they seemed to enjoy. Preparing for the next monthly evaluation was also going smoothly. Because my vocal proficiency improved, I could instinctively tell where and how my singing was lacking. By combining the issues I identified with the training routes the members must have received, I could roughly predict the feedback I would get by the next evaluation. All that was left was to choose songs that would best demonstrate my improvement based on the expected feedback, and this part was also neatly resolved. Jong Song Bin, Sparks' Human Jukebox, immediately pulled out 20 songs in a day after hearing my conditions. I had only jokingly mentioned it because he seemed so apologetic about me baking bread a few times. The number of songs is fewer than last time. Listening to each one is a hassle. I considered your preferences from the last list and the song you sang during the evaluation, and I narrowed it down. Do you prefer having more options? No. You're a genius. Thus, the evaluation preparation was progressing smoothly. Now I just needed to upgrade my dancing from a runaway train to a steam engine level. By the way, my goal for dancing was simply not to derail. You really have no talent for dancing. They say when you join a company for a month, that's when you're the most incompetent. What kind of analogy is that? Just as I resolved not to derail, Choi Ji-ho lifted my elbow. Apparently, the angle was off again. Sure enough, Choi Ji-ho immediately pointed it out. You can see the angle is off if you look in the mirror. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? If my body could do parallel processing to that extent, I wouldn't be struggling like this. I missed being taught by Keon, who was strict but at least had a more humane perspective than Choi Ji-ho. You need to be able to perform at least one cover dance well enough to have something to say during the interview. Interview. Our company does individual interviews at the beginning of the month, with the CEO, the manager, and the management team. Buddy, shouldn't you have told me about this earlier? The thought of an interview with the CEO was utterly dreadful. There was nothing as unproductive as a meeting with those in power. Right then, the system appeared between me and Choi Ji-ho, brightly highlighting a new task. System, new task has been assigned. Content, conduct the first interview with the CEO. Reward, EXP, 10. If I shifted focus during a conversation with someone, rumors might spread that I was seeing things. I quickly read the key points and turned back to Ji-ho to ask, what do they usually talk about? Not much. Just about how you're doing as a trainee and how you've been performing lately. That's bloody important. Don't you know how tiring company life becomes if you're labeled as someone who doesn't fit in? Well, he's not the type to care about such things. I recalled my last interview with Manager Nam, that one-man talk show, where he had talked about how he was diligently praising Assistant Manager Kim to the higher-ups and how awkward it made him feel. And finally, he had requested to quickly finish that banner or whatever his kid had asked for. I sincerely hoped that UA's CEO had no expectations of me, and that, even if he had a kid who was an Idol fan, he wouldn't bring such personal matters into the workplace. As if Choi Ji-ho's words were foreshadowing, a few days later, The trainees were notified of their individual interview times. 18. Chapter 18. Interview with the CEO, 2. It had been about 5 minutes since I arrived at the CEO's office with the manager. With the arrival of Min Ju-kyung, who clearly seemed to have rushed over from work, all the participants for this momentous first meeting were gathered. No need to be nervous. We have these meetings just to catch up and greet each other once a month if you're an artist of UA. The CEO began. Sure enough, the manager and Min Ju-kyung didn't appear tense at all. UA's employee satisfaction rating was around 3.2 stars, wasn't it? That was a high rating for a small agency in the notorious entertainment industry. Probably twice as high as Hampyeong industry. I skipped last month thinking you'd still be adjusting, but you're all settled in now, right? Think of this as a short break from your busy practice schedule and relax. While this was a statement that idols undergoing physical training could appreciate, I felt my fists clenching. Usually, if someone wasn't feeling well, you'd suggest they take it easy, not call them to the CEO's office. After receiving buckwheat tea personally prepared by the CEO, the real conversation began. Most of it was typical new employee meeting topics like, how are you doing? And is there anything you're uncomfortable with? You don't get discouraged even if you started late. Chonyoung always praises you for staying late to practice every day. When I glanced at the manager, he winked at me. Thank you for framing up my extra study sessions so nicely. The CEO and Min Ju-kyung smiled and asked me question after question. You're rooming with Jiho and Chonghyun, right? Are you getting along well with the kids now? What do you usually do during self-practice time? How's your preparation for the next evaluation going? Do you have any ideas? For a rookie trainee in their early 20s who just entered the industry, these questions were considerate. However, for someone who had trained in HR management in the mud like me, I was already viewing this through dark-tinted glasses. To me, their questions sounded like this. Are you communicating well with your team members without any issues? What do you usually do to develop your work competencies? Have you started drafting your work plan for the second half of the year? Start early because we'll be doing surprise tests. If that wasn't their intention, I'd apologize, but I responded in the most sincere way I could. I'm comfortable living with my roommates because they're all nice. And so on. That statement meant Choi Jiho has a great personality, and Lee Kyun-hyun uses his laptop until dawn but doesn't harass me, so we maintain peace and get along well. After a few more exchanges like this, Min Ju-kyung laughed. CEO, don't you think Yiwol speaks sincerely? Right? When I heard from Ju-kyung, I thought, all of our kids are sincere, so is that unusual? I realized that by sincere, they meant the enthusiastic, yes, I'll do my best, type of sincerity, but I didn't say anything. This tone was something I picked up working under Manager Nam. Or maybe the effect of resume attendance management applied even here. Sure enough, a small phrase recognized for excellent attendance management and highly evaluated was faintly glowing. While the atmosphere was still friendly, the manager made an unexpected remark. Yiwol is quite capable. The kids quickly warmed up to him too. Those guys? I don't think so. There was no way someone would find any great charm in a person they met less than a month ago, who was only a year or two older. Especially someone as awkward as me. But the manager seemed determined to present me as a sociable person. He adapts quickly and is quite friendly. When they're all together, Yiwol subtly helps lighten up the mood. That was because it gave me some leeway in the tense practice room. Thanks to this, I ate 2 servings of humble pie every day and never felt hungry. Listening to the well-filtered words of the manager, the CEO spoke. Such people are truly rare. Not just in a group, but in any organization. Yes, I was taken aback. It was the kind of statement I had never heard during a company meeting. The CEO even encouraged me, saying, let's keep it up as you have been. In this atmosphere full of compliments, which seemed almost too sincere to believe, I was at a loss and could only smile mechanically. It felt surreal. After receiving experience points as a reward for finishing the meeting, I returned to the practice room, where only Lee Chonghyun was present. Why are you here alone? Lee Chonghyun cheerfully replied to my question. Jiho Hyung went to the convenience store, and Jwoo Hyung is in the vocal practice room. Songbin and Keon. Do they have school late today? They said they'd come after their ID photo shoot. We didn't have after-school classes today, so we finished early. Photos are important. Those photos would probably circulate on the internet forever. Lee Chong-hyun's words brought back memories of after-school classes and study sessions. And it also reminded me of my sisters. Annoying back in our day stories about how night study was mandatory. Every time I recalled things I thought I had forgotten, it felt nostalgic. What are you going to do today? I need to finish writing my rap lyrics, but I'll do that at night. I thought about writing a song since I was told to try it, but there are many parts I'm unsure about, so I'll probably just focus on dancing today. UA, with the CEO being a former singer-songwriter, was the perfect environment to learn songwriting. Hyun, who had majored in classical music when he was younger, only started learning popular music composition in earnest after joining UA. As befitting a member of Spark, a group of outstanding raw talents, Chong-hyun's growth rate accelerated greatly after he debuted. From a rookie composer who contributed one song to the debut album, he grew into a capable artist who could produce an entire album in just a few years. The only thing Chong-hyun regretted was one thing. Question from user 1103. Hyun, if you could change just one thing from the past, what would it be? This is a tough one. If I had to pick one, it would be starting composition late. Didn't you make this title track too? But you still have regrets. I didn't start composing early. I think if I had learned more diligently earlier, I might be better at it now. If only he had started composing earlier. At the time, he probably focused on his strength in rap, not knowing he had a talent for creating popular music, but once he got his hands on composition, it seemed he developed an ambition for it. There were so many kids around me who started dancing or singing early too. I reflected on the songs Lee Chong-hyun had made. As the years went by, his songs increasingly matched Spark's group identity. Unlike debut schedules, creating wasn't something you could suddenly do just by moving the date forward, but if he was going to regret starting late, he needed to try a different path this time, especially considering his potential. With the schedule pushed forward by a year, it'd be advantageous to have songs ready early for a stable debut. They say the earlier you post job openings and challenges, the better. The problem was whether composition was something he could immediately get into just by starting early. I don't know anything about the creative realm. After receiving 12 years of cramming education, I only studied business administration in college. The only time I had to exercise creativity at Hampyeong Industry was when I moved Manager Nam's Friday evening dinner meetings to Monday lunch the following week. What are you thinking so hard about? I'm thinking about how to turn you into a composition genius. Me? Lee Chong-hyun asked back. I continued cautiously, making sure the system didn't interpret my words as talking about the future. Yes, I want to raise you and recruit you as the team's composition machine. Your expectations are too specific and grand, Hyung. Is it wrong to have expectations for a young and smart talent? Oh, if you feel pressured, tell me. I'll restrain myself. But I already knew. This guy Chong-hyun wasn't the type to feel pressured by this level of talk. Sure enough, though he looked at me oddly, he didn't seem pressured. It would be nice if this young and smart Chong-hyun became a composition machine. But maybe because school just started, I'm not feeling motivated, Hyung. What does motivation matter in work? What's important is deadlines and pressure. What? I believe people can do anything if there's just compulsion. I placed both hands on Chong-hyun's shoulders. Chong-hyun. Yes. Pour all your thoughts into creating a beat first. I knew that creation didn't happen by force, but you could at least build a foundation to hold on to inspiration when it struck. I couldn't share the agony of creation, but I created a deadline as a token of encouragement and gifted it to Lee Chong-hyun. For about a week after that, Lee Chong-hyun really shared his progress with me every single day without fail. Even today, he was still struggling with his composition program until nearly midnight. As he stared at the monitor for a long time, Lee Chong-hyun asked me in a hoarse voice, Hyung, why do you tell Kang Kian to go to sleep when it's late, but not me? You look like you'll grow taller even if you sleep less. That's really mean. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. No, that hurts my pride. Of course, I wasn't shameless enough to make a kid stay up late while I went to bed alone. Instead, while Chong-hyun worked on his composition, I planned the next day's schedule anticipating the tasks the system would assign me in the future. If I just waited for the system to randomly pop up, I felt like it would take 10 years to fill up the EXP. It was the method of sweeping the yard before being asked to pick up a broom. Just like when I anticipated vocal feedback, I tried a few things based on previous tasks, and they matched up quite well with a high probability. Thanks to that, my current cumulative experience points reached 90. It would be nice if just 10 more fell from the sky. While I was just randomly scribbling lines on the poor algorithm, an alarm rang on Lee Chonghyun's phone. It indicated that 25 minutes had passed. It was the effect of introducing the Pomodoro study method, meaning to focus intensely only when concentrating and rest otherwise in the limited time. Lee Chonghyun was also adapting to this method, preferring it over staring blankly into space when stuck. Good job. Is it time to sleep now? I guess so. What about you, Hyung? I'll stay a little longer. Hyung, are you a human or an elephant? How can you sleep so little? I'm more surprised that you know that elephants don't sleep much. At that moment, a phrase so familiar that I was starting to appreciate it popped up. System, hidden task completed. Content, earn recognition for tenacity from a member. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 100. Total point, 1. Chonghyun, yes. You're truly commendable. What are you saying? Just go to sleep. Ignoring Chonghyun's disgust, I quickly exchanged the newly acquired welfare point for proficiency. Performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 6/20. Dance proficiency, 5/20. Self-PR, 12/20. Attendance management, 18 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 0. In the midst of this, my vocal proficiency had increased on its own again this time. The vocalist next door did well on his own, but somehow our dancer required so much effort. I decided to let it slide just once, impressed by the remarkable growth from 1 to 5. By raising dance proficiency to 5, I also completed the task of improving dance proficiency before the March monthly evaluation. System, the task is complete. Reward, trial access to other members' resumes, a set of 3 standard forms for planning a debut album. Finally, I could see the members' resumes. Instead of my own poor resume. 19. Chapter 19, Conflict of Opinions, 1. Saying there were no objective indicators for achieving KPIs was like saying workplaces with 5 or more employees didn't guarantee paid holidays on legal public holidays. In other words, it was nonsense. In that sense, it was also meaningless for me to be overly excited about raising my skill proficiency by 1 point on my own, because I had nothing to compare it to. If the goal was to debut with Spark, I needed to understand what level the other guys were at. Moreover, if the intangible factors were shown as clear numerical values of skill proficiency, only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity. If it's a trial access, maybe they'll let me view just one person's profile. I had already decided whose resume I would view if I could see just 1 out of the 5. Someone in a vocal position, with no noticeable shortcomings, and an all-rounder in Spark, including self-management aspects. System, would you like to view Jong Songbin's resume? Play button yes/no. It was Jong Songbin. Then a resume in the same format as mine appeared before my eyes. Before reading the contents, I looked for any viewing time limits or timers, but there were none. It seemed my assumption that the number of people I could view was limited was correct. Spark's eternal leader, Jong Songbin. Jong Songbin, 18 years old. Career. History. 4th place overall in February's monthly evaluation. 5th year trainee under UA. Performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 12 out of 20. Dance proficiency, 8 out of 20. Self-PR, 7/20. Attendance management, 13 to 20. Organizational adaptability, 11/20. The resume I finally got to see after a lot of hard work was shocking. It was only natural that while I barely managed to get my vocal and dance proficiency sum into double digits using underhanded methods, Songbin's numbers were different from mine from the first digit. However, it was a bit strange that Jong Songbin, who was much better at dancing than I was, had a dance proficiency score only 3 points higher than mine. In this case, the answer was one of 2 things. Either the density of skill built through actual effort is higher than the skill built through weak methods like mine, or there's a big barrier between 6 and 8 points. If it was the latter, it was time to start managing my vocal proficiency as well. Another notable point was his organizational adaptability. Jong Songbin's adaptability was as high as his singing ability. Considering his skill level was enough to make him the main vocalist even if he debuted elsewhere, it was possible to assume that his adaptability was also at a great level. That was the level of adaptability needed to be the leader of Spark. I mentally gave Songbin a round of applause of respect. It was a realm that I, with my adaptability of 10, couldn't even dream of reaching. I should put my welfare points into vocals for the time being. If a difference of about 5 points in proficiency didn't cause significant issues, it seemed right to start focusing on singing, considering my original goal of aiming for the subvocal position. Somehow, I felt like I had become a pitiful company employee obsessed with personnel evaluations for promotion. The opportunity to practice singing in a new way came sooner than expected. Our manager brought us a guide recording task for a seasoned singer under UA. Songbin will be doing the guide itself, but the director suggested to let all of you take turns recording to gain experience. It was indeed a perk of being with a company that had its own recording studio. Such an opportunity would be hard to come by in companies that have to book external studios by the hour. Coincidentally, a new task appeared at just the right time. System, new task has been assigned. Experience recording. Reward, EXP 5. 5. Speaking of those EXP points, an adjustment was made as soon as I confirmed that my vocal proficiency had reached 6 points. System, the obtainable experience points have been adjusted. Before, Basic EXP 10. After, Basic EXP 5. Special notes. When the performance evaluation score reaches 7 points, manual distribution of points will be restricted. Now they made adjustments without even providing a reason. Such a filthy system. Moreover, it seemed that from 7 points onwards, I wouldn't be able to arbitrarily increase my proficiency. Since I had no other choice, I'd have to do as told, but I hope they'd let me rate the system someday. You think you're the only one who can give scores? I can give them too. I'm a member of Job Planet, you know. Anyway, in order to get even a small, pitiful 5 points of experience, I had to focus on recording the guide right now. It's nice, and there's no pressure. The job itself didn't demand high perfection, and the completion criterion for the task was just experience, so there was almost no pressure. Still, I wanted to gain something. I didn't want to waste my time just to earn a few experience points. We had come all the way to the recording studio, after all. I asked Park Ju-woo, who seemed as relaxed as me, instead of Songbin, who needed to concentrate on performing his main job. Has Songbin been doing guide recordings for long? Probably. As far as I know, about 2 years. He's a talent, a real talent. Then Lee Chong-hyun interjected. I think Songbin Hyung has always done the guides for Junho Sunbinim's songs. I see. I also knew Jang Junho. He was a ballad singer who rose to fame after his debut song became a huge hit. Judging by the range and tone, it does feel somewhat similar. The song we were given to practice this time was also a traditional ballad. Personally, it wasn't as impressive as the debut song. Considering that I couldn't remember it well, it might not have been a hit. The song itself wasn't difficult, possibly because it aimed for easy listening. Whether it was due to that or his own ability, Songbin's guide recording went smoothly without any issues. The rest of the members also sang well during their turns. Even Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon, who didn't specialize in singing, showed decent vocal skills, thanks to years of training at UA. I too finished my first ever recording, making the most of my vocal proficiency of 6. Yiwol, you're not very nervous, even though it's your first time recording? And you didn't go off key either. You did well for a beginner. You can come out now. It seemed UA's unique shower of praise for beginners continued even in the recording studio. Receiving praise wasn't a bad thing, but I shouldn't become complacent. Objectively, the current praise should be seen more as encouragement and support rather than a genuine positive evaluation. There was only one thing to do at times like this: practice. As soon as the guide experience was over, I returned to the underground vocal practice room and solemnly opened the lyrics book. Today's goal was to sing the assigned song from vocal class perfectly without going off key. Just as I took a deep breath and was about to dive into the world of self-reflection, I heard voices outside. This vocal practice room didn't let sound leak out, but some noise from outside could be heard a little. If I can't hear it this clearly inside, they must be talking quite loudly outside. In society, there were times when pretending not to hear was the polite thing to do. Just as I was about to put in my earphones out of consideration, I heard, "That's not what I meant." It was Kang Ki-yeon's voice. Isn't it hard to hear this clearly unless they're shouting? I was already feeling troubled. What else was it this time? I sighed. I turned off the playlist that was playing on repeat and got up from my seat. Outside the soundproof booth, Kang Kian, who often looked angry even when standing still, and Choi Jiho, who looked visibly upset, were facing off. A hostile atmosphere swirled between them. Lee Chong-hin was beside Kang Kian, and Jong Song-bin was standing between Kang Kian and Choi Jiho. Unintentionally, I made eye contact with Song-bin, who looked very distressed. Song-bin, would it help if I just stay inside? In response to my telepathy, Song-bin made an expression like a dandelion seed drenched in rain. Please step in. That was a bit difficult. I believed in the principle. Kids grow by fighting with intelligence and logic. Kang Kian looked at me, apparently having heard the sound of the door opening. It seemed like it was time to deploy the side-eye acting I had honed at Hampyeong Industry but hadn't had a chance to use for a while. Are you two fighting? No, Kang Kian replied, suppressing his barely contained anger. It seemed he had raised his voice out of frustration. Just as I was thinking that I should teach him the method of enduring 3 times 1, Choi Jiho intervened. Weren't you picking a fight? You have a problem with me, don't you? At Choi Jiho's unyielding attitude, Kang Kian's brow, which had just started to ease down, furrowed again. Before teaching Kang Kian about patience, it seemed more urgent to educate that guy on speaking kindly first. Thanks to Choi Jiho pouring oil on the fire, the atmosphere was heading toward disaster. Hyung, can't you do something about that tone? Hey, Kang Kian, let's stop here. Lee Chong-hin tried to stop him in a deliberately cheerful voice, seeing Kang Kian grinding his teeth. However, Kang Kian didn't bother to hide the fact that he had a lot to say. It seemed the spark from Choi Jiho's provocation had ignited him as well. I had to reluctantly abandon my plan to watch for a bit and then try to separate them. Okay, Kian, I understand you're upset, but try to calm down. That way, you won't forget the reason why you started fighting. If you get fixated on the wrong thing, nothing good will come of it. Huh? All 4 of them looked at me simultaneously upon hearing my words. Why? Isn't addressing the core issue a basic step to problem solving? Hyung, you are trying to stop the fight, right? Lee Chong-hin asked with a visibly perplexed face. I shrugged and answered, I have no intention of stopping it. Huh? They wouldn't be acting like this for no reason. They're old enough. If there's something they don't get along with, they can fight. Jong Song-bin, whose face had turned the palest among them, moved his lips as if wanting to say something. You're not going to throw punches or anything, right? You're aspiring idols. You wouldn't do such a foolish thing. At my words, Choi Jiho and Kang Kian looked dumbfounded. Sorry, but I was quite displeased having to step in at my age for a fight between kids 10 years younger than me. 1. Yiwol was referring to the idiom, if you hold yourself back / be patient 3 times, you can avoid murdering people. 20. Chapter 20, Conflict of Opinions, 2. Why are you both silent? Don't tell me you were going to resort to fistfights when you're aiming to be idols. For a moment, silence fell in the practice room. Did you want to carry controversies even before your debut? Are you both the type to take high risks for high returns? If that were the case, these two should be having a conversation with me first instead of fighting each other. As I was contemplating whether I should straighten out their minds until concepts and manners were engraved in their spines, Choi Jiho asked, if you're not going to stop us, why did you step in? I want you to change your way of communicating. You're both old enough to express yourselves respectfully. With that, both of them clammed up. Considering they had the personality of immediately striking back when disagreeing with something, it seemed they both somewhat agreed with me. I want you to have a healthy conversation, not using a fight as an excuse to vent your anger. You too, Choi Jiho. Now that you know Kian has complaints, shouldn't you ask what's bothering him? Let's not waste what we learned in ethics class. The two sighed, looking like they had been hit with a bucket of cold water mixed with latte. It was a sign that they had lost the will to fight. If stopping the fight were all it took, I would stop here, but much greater than look at our Song-bin. He's exhausted from trying to manage the situation, sipping the last drop of cola through a straw with Juwoo main dancer line. Get a clue? Or better yet, don't. Sparkass really deserves its nickname. The live broadcast atmosphere was ruined, but they're all acting like they're fine and pretending to be cool. If you don't at least delude yourself, how can you support these guys? Watching the whole thing, King killed me. You say it killed you to watch, but you watched the entire live broadcast? Congrats on becoming a fan. Their delusion is really something else. Even if I aimed only for a safe debut, I would be with Spark for at least another year. In this situation, burying the conflict and pretending not to know was like agreeing to live with the feeling of walking on thin ice that could break at any moment. Moreover, the subjects of this tension were the two people who fought the most within Spark. I couldn't just completely ignore it and end the conversation. If it's still hard to talk after cooling down, get help from a third party. Having another person involved might clear your heads a bit. You've been in group activities much longer than I have, so it must be harder for you, and you must have held back a lot. But you don't want the other members to be walking on eggshells, do you? Then Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon's eyes turned to Jong Song-bin's pale face. This kind of thing must have happened more than once or twice, and each time, Song-bin must have intervened somehow to mediate. I didn't have to see it to know that. Then I hope you both reach an amicable agreement. I'm going back in. You can't go back in. Huh? With his arms crossed, Choi Ji-ho looked directly at me and said, You become the third party. No, shouldn't you, as the eldest, step up and say, I'll do it, as Spark's honorary mediator? I had no desire to get involved in their quarrel. My social capacity was already stretched thin by just talking and practicing with Spark every day. Still, as I was about to calmly suggest that they should handle their issues responsibly, a system pop-up appeared before my eyes. System, new task has been assigned. Resolve the dispute between members and eliminate potential controversy. Stick function can be used once. Reward, EXP, 20. Activate the stick function. No fu ***ing way. You want me to resolve the quarrels between grown-up kids? When there were multiple intelligent beings, it was natural for conflicts of opinion to happen. But the term potential controversy bothered me. I quickly went through Spark's history in my mind. Controversies that might have happened between Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon. Excluding the attitude controversy which was only about Choi Ji-ho, and the personality controversy which both of them had, but wasn't connected between them. So many potential controversies came to mind. Even for me, who was the most clueless on the team, this mess was unbelievable. I respected both Jong Song-bin, who had led this group for 7 years, and Manager Nam's daughter, who had passionately fangirled Spark for 7 years. If it were me, I would have stopped being a fan long ago when the member disrespect controversy first broke out. This is it. It was the controversy that spread when the awkward air between Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon was caught on camera about 2 years after their debut. If it were office workers fighting, it would end with some gossip. Ji-ho and Ki-yeon seemed distant despite being in the same group, and the misunderstanding snowballed as more posts were made. And eventually, it escalated to a personality controversy claiming that Choi Ji-ho, the older one, disrespected Kang Ki-yeon, who was younger and not even the center, creating a sharp atmosphere within the team. Much greater than if they're like this on camera, imagine off camera. The coldness is intense. Much greater than still, how can they openly disrespect a fellow member like that? I feel embarrassed for them. Much greater than how many years have fans been defending him claiming he's just shy? This is the result. So damn disappointing, Ji-ho. There's no need to blame others. You raised him like this, and now you're disappointed? Keep supporting your Ji-ho who you find cute, even with his poor social skills. On top of that, the cyber wreckers got involved. There were videos like a male idol who couldn't stand the military culture and rebelled, idol controversial for ignoring members. How could they do this to a member? Those kinds of videos ran rampant. The algorithm favored these so much that the fake thumbnail of Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon glaring at each other was still vivid in my mind. And unfortunately, all these incidents occurred at a time when mentions of Spark were noticeably increasing. In other words, it wasn't supposed to surface openly yet. Why is this happening now? It was true that Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon kept a strange distance right before their debut. But timing-wise, this shouldn't have happened for at least another 2 years, or considering when the issue actually blew up, for years. Even Jong Song-bin suddenly lost his composure. At that moment, I remembered the precautions I had read recently. System, precautions are being notified to subordinate. Excessive changes to the existing schedule may result in corresponding disadvantages. Even if the schedule is brought forward, the frequency of occurrences for planned events remains valid, and their time of occurrence will be adjusted to the changed schedule. F***ck, It wasn't them. I was the one who was taking a high risk and high return. When I realized that all of this was my karma, I felt a knot in my stomach. My head started to hurt a bit too. King sucks, but what's done is done. With time already limited, it was better to use any available time to find the best solution rather than regretting it. I racked my brain to find positive aspects in the current situation. Just like any other event, this one had its advantages. Considering how UA's poor response fueled solo fandoms, it might be better to prevent it in advance. Wouldn't this be better than watching Choi Ji-ho's and Kang Ki-yeon's fans tear each other apart? Of course, this was assuming that I could prevent the incidents in advance. I should have applied for a transfer to become a manager. If not that, then maybe as UA's exclusive confession booth operator. Guys, I don't think practice is the most important thing right now. What? Can everyone sit down? Let's talk. Emergency. It truly was an emergency. Including Park Ju-woo, who no one knew when he had come in, we sat in a circle in the middle of the practice room. I don't think this is something that needs to be made into such a big deal. Kang Ki-yeon expressed his dissatisfaction. Although he had shouted out of anger, he had tried to smooth things over in his own way. But it seemed he was irritated because Choi Ji-ho had insensitively stirred things up, and I had added fuel to the fire. I said, let's have a healthy conversation. Ki-yeon, you're banned from speaking until you cool down. So I decided to just keep his mouth shut. When you're angry, even good words can come out twisted. Choi Ji-ho, what exactly didn't you like about what Ki-yeon said? It's not that I didn't like it. Considering the effort the four of us are making to listen to your opinion, I'd appreciate it if you could speak honestly. When he tried to brush it off, I smiled and asked nicely, which made Choi Ji-ho flinch. He was a guy with no friends, so friendly conversation with peers must be awkward for him. I understood. He dislikes me. What? As soon as Choi Ji-ho spoke, Kang Ki-yeon reacted. The way they sat facing each other made it seem like sparks were flying in the air. They were truly members whose group name, Spark, suited them perfectly. I asked as calmly as possible to prevent Ji-ho from becoming too aggressive. Did Ki-yeon say with his own mouth that he dislikes you? Not exactly, but then why do you think Ki-yeon dislikes you? Do I have to hear it in words to know when someone dislikes me? In short, he had read Ki-yeon's nonverbal cues. This part was unexpected. Ji-ho was known for living his life without caring about others' opinions. There was a possibility that his personality had changed while being an idol, but from what I had observed while living and eating with him, Choi Ji-ho wasn't much different from how he appeared in the media. For someone like him to be this conscious of others, that's unexpected. Kang Ki-yeon, who had unintentionally become the person shouting, "I don't like you," with his whole body, wore a peculiar expression. I've learned a thing or two in my life, short as it may be. You've lived exactly as long as I have. I've had about 9 more years of experience than you, kid. Rather than guessing how others feel based on one's standards, I find it more helpful in continuing conversations to explain why one's angry. You look like you wanted to show that you dislike me even from 100 meters away, so I just set the stage for you to say it outright. Satisfied? It's not that I dislike you. Just as the conversation was about to heat up, Kang Ki-yeon explained. However, it was hard to believe those words. Kang Ki-yeon's expression was really terrible. We just don't get along. And I have no intention of trying to get along. Kang Ki-yeon was firm. Can I ask why you think that way? In response to my question, Ki-yeon hesitated for a moment before answering. Because he doesn't intend to get along with others either. 21. Chapter 21, Conflict of Opinions, 3. Kang Ki-yeon continued speaking, his eyes fixed on the floor. I'm not just making assumptions. Ji-ho Hyung, you lack enthusiasm for group activities, don't you? You know what I'm talking about, right? Choi Ji-ho seemed to have an inkling. It was something even an onlooker on a KTX train could see. Before we even debuted, hardships and adversities were pouring in like a tidal wave. Life indeed wasn't easy. As I watched the relationships crumbling like sandcastles, something came to mind. It was this stick function mentioned under the new task. Since it was labeled as a function, there might be something helpful about it. Praying inwardly, I pressed the task page that appeared as if on cue. At the same time, the members' movements froze as if time had stopped. A new explanation appeared. I quickly read through the text, worried that these guys might get leg cramps if this went on too long. System, stick function, is being notified to subordinate. Supports real-time monitoring of team members' cooperation status. Information on the relationships of members bound by the stick will be disclosed irregularly based on KPI achievement performance. You can create a connection by selecting team members and writing a proper combination name. The fact that this function appeared now probably meant I should connect Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on. I dragged their names floating in the air into the box in front of me, and an empty square appeared. System, please write a combination name. Without hesitation, I wrote oldest youngest line. System, improper combination name. Play button reason. The factual relationship does not match the combination name, and it was rejected in an instant. Why? I asked, but there was no answer. Ridiculous. It was the official name that fans used to call them. So how could it reject it? I slowly reread the reason for the rejection. Then I realized what the problem was. Did Choi Ji-ho stop being the eldest because I came in? Strictly speaking, if we considered our birthdays, I was born in February and Choi Ji-ho in November, so he wasn't the oldest now. Who knew memorizing Choi Ji-ho's birthday would come in handy like this? After that, I wrote over 10 combination names, all of which were rejected. The reasons for the rejection were varied. System, improper combination name. Play button reason, insincere. System, improper combination name. Play button reason, meaningless and simplistic. System, improper combination name. Play button reason, excessive malice detected. The difficulty of the evaluation was sky high. Naming these pairs made me feel like I should open a naming center. Finding a nickname moderately original, affectionate, and cute was as contradictory as having a team dinner to promote friendship. So, I decided to include the word love. This should convey affection. When I got to lovey-dovey, it started to sound a little cute. But using lovey-dovey would likely get rejected for not matching the associated image. Those guys didn't exactly give off a lovable vibe. After much deliberation, I added the final word. System, the combination name was confirmed as Sandpaper Dapper. Fortunately, the system also acknowledged that this nickname suited these two prickly men. Upon successfully creating the combination, the images they had of each other appeared. Choi Ji-ho can't understand what he's thinking. Kang Ki-on. I wasn't sure if I should be glad it wasn't not. Interested, he seemed to live in his own world, but apparently, he had at least some interest in his fellow trainees. The twist was on Kang Ki-on's side. Kang Ki-on feels disappointed Choi Ji-ho. To think he was hurt because he felt disappointed in his hyung. Wasn't that quite adorable? It seemed that Kang Ki-on, the magne of Spark, was a person with a cold mouth but a warm heart. This made it somewhat easier to understand why Kang Ki-on had been suppressing his anger alone. Above all, as long as they didn't dislike each other, there was hope. I immediately exited the stick function. The suffocating atmosphere returned at once. Choi Ji-ho seemed about to open his mouth, but fearing he might say something like, "I don't know" or "I don't care," I beat him to it and addressed Kang Ki-on first. Could you tell us what part made you feel disappointed? That way, we can be careful in the future. Disappointed. Kang Ki-on's eyes widened. Sometimes it was disconcerting when your emotions were clearly defined in words. I could understand. However, Kang Ki-on spoke decisively, making his earlier hesitation seem meaningless. Ji-ho Hyung, when I suggest we practice together as a group, you always say you don't understand why we need to synchronize from the beginning when you already know your part. Every single time. I don't know if it's because he hates the flow being interrupted by someone making mistakes, but he seems to think his role is done as long as he performs well. While that's not exactly wrong, it doesn't sit well with me. Kang Ki-on's words were refined and clear. The fact that his thoughts were this organized meant he'd pondered over the same issue multiple times. Then you should just ask him, why didn't you want to practice with Ki-on when he asked Choi Ji-ho? As the conversation shifted from Kang Ki-on to himself, Choi Ji-ho was taken aback. I didn't say I didn't want to. I just didn't see the need to practice together. It was a typical Choi Ji-ho response. After all, some people didn't find great joy in achieving something as a group. I see. So you didn't see the necessity because it didn't seem to offer any better results? Yeah. It's natural for people to think differently, but I understand Ki-on's position a bit more. Why? Well, maybe because we're preparing for a group debut, not a solo debut. I was reminded of Manager Nam, who often emphasized the importance of group culture in social life, and I felt a chill down my spine. I chose my words carefully, trying my best not to resemble that image. It's hard to develop teamwork just by debuting. While improving your skills might be your top priority, Hyun might also value additional factors like teamwork. So improving individual skills isn't important? It's important, but your skills won't deteriorate significantly from a few group practices. That's why I'm saying this. So if Hyun asks to practice together, why not think, oh, he wants to try something as a team, and go along with it? Isn't it commendable that he approaches his Hyung first? Is it such a commendable thing to approach me first? If you're curious, try counting how many times you speak to the members in a day. At that, Choi Jiho's expression became peculiar. Oops, that last part was meant to be a joke. That's right, Hyung. Because Kang Hyun is an only child, he's not used to asking older people to play with him. I didn't ask him to play with me. Don't twist my words. Lee Chung-hyun skillfully wrapped up the conversation before it could turn serious again. They all were quite commendable today. And so, the sudden, why do you talk like that? Incident was concluded with the manager's visit to the practice room. After the long, tense confrontation, I returned to the cramped, stifling vocal practice room and finally calmed my startled heart. Surely they won't fight like this once a week, right? It was horrifying just to imagine. I'd rather go through Kang Hyun's special training for 3 weeks straight than go through this ordeal every time just to gain 20 experience points. Still, it was 100 times better for them to fight than to have a slump like Jong Songbin. How did I end up in such a fragile group? I seriously wondered if my assigned role of producer member was actually mental produce member. But next time, there would be no conversations or meetings. I'd make sure I'd just say I see and let them resolve it among themselves. The conversation, which I thought just barely put out the flames, brought unexpected changes. Although very subtle, the members started to engage in a bit more dialogue with each other beyond just greetings. Even this morning, Choi Jio, are you baking that bread for teamwork too? He asked that. It was such an unexpected question that I almost burned all the bread. Lee Chong-hyun was the one who led this atmosphere change. Lee Chong-hyun, whose energy tension had always been on a different level, sensed the slightly loosened up atmosphere and dove into it like a fish in water. Hyung, aren't you hungry? This was the 3rd time this kid had asked if I was hungry since he came to the practice room after school. Of course I am. I was already thinking about what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. But you'll end up eating bread or jolmayan anyway. Well, that was true. At 20 years old, an age when you should be eating a lot, it was impossible not to be hungry when you only ate bread for breakfast and only salads for lunch and dinner. Do you guys eat school lunch? I don't think I've seen you bringing salads. Oh, we don't eat lunch during the school term. What? I was shocked to learn these guys were suffering like this when I wasn't looking. Lee Chong-hyun casually mentioned not eating lunch as if it was no big deal. Since we have less practice time, we have less exercise. If we eat like usual, we gain weight. But you're completely skipping meals? It's better than getting criticized during weight checks. Then Lee Chong-hyun sighed. Still, UA doesn't check weight that often. I heard big agencies are really strict about it. Aren't you already on the skinny side among your peers? Come on, Hyung. Idols can't be at the standard weight. The more I listened to Lee Chong-hyun, the more disturbed I felt. For the 7 years that Spark had been active, they certainly had always maintained a consistent appearance. The so-called well-managed appearance. However, while people's eyes were sensitive to change, they also became numb to things that didn't change. When you looked at people who didn't change in height or weight for 7 years, you started to think, I guess that's just how they naturally are. In the process, their efforts naturally got erased. They should at least be fed proper meals. Moving all day and then only eating salads already left them with little energy, and skipping a meal on top of that? This shouldn't happen in a country where rice was so important. It was also strange to focus only on weight management when the debut was a year away. Shouldn't they be thinking about feeding themselves to grow taller? Height was crucial for male idols. I knew managing their appearance was tough, but shouldn't there be priorities? You could always lose weight later, but you couldn't grow taller once the growth period was over. We're all just trying to eat and live, so this is just... Of all the expressions I've seen on you lately, this one looks the most serious, Hyung. Of course, high school students were skipping meals, so how could I not be serious? Even the hellish Hampyeong industry gave out lunch breaks. Of course, it was legally required, and I had to eat within 10 minutes because I had to deliver Manager Nam's lunch, but still, no fans would want their idol to be skipping meals. I'd never seen a sticker on a fan-made lunchbox that didn't say, "Don't skip meals." I suddenly remembered how Spark debuted 7 years ago, by my standards, as delicate high school boys in an ill-fitting high-teen style. Did they go through such harsh dieting for that delicate boy concept? I looked at Lee Chong-hyun in front of me and the other 4 members, including Choi Ji-ho behind him. Unfortunately, they all looked too coldly intimidating to be delicate youthful boys. Moreover, these guys were born with good bone structure, so unless they lost extreme amounts of weight, it wouldn't be noticeable. I have to think about the concept in advance. Something that suited them as much as possible. Above all, a concept where they didn't have to wear skinny school uniforms. 22. Chapter 22, Concept Planning 1. I reflected on the concept Spark had tackled over the past 7 years. From their debut album, where they sang ballads in a winter boy vibe on a frosty, dead grass field, to performing love songs in jumpsuits at an abandoned factory, perhaps trying to convey a sense of contradiction. Among them, there were concepts that suited Spark quite well. They just messed up badly on the seasonal feel or fashion sense. From the moment the Cyber Warrior concept came out, it was clear that UA's planning ability was dead. I pushed the image of the 5 gray Cyber Warriors, which I didn't even want to recall, out of my mind. So, what kind of concept should we give to Spark? We need to highlight their looks and physique somehow. First, I asked Lee Chong-hyun, who would have the biggest role in making the song, if he had any concept in mind. He replied, "I want it to fit a vibe that's explosive." Excitingly, isn't that just matching the song you're working on now? The song Lee Chong-hyun had been humming, which he was conceptualizing, was actually a track that had been included in the debut album. Knowing how that song would turn out, I could clearly understand what kind of feeling Lee Chong-hyun meant. My life goal is let's live this one life excitingly. It wasn't particularly helpful, but I took note of the precious composer's words. How about a futuristic concept? It's cool, right? Like a movie. Don't even utter such a horrifying word. Unless you want to be a cyber warrior born from LEDs. Anything else you need? Warm praise for a Dongsing striving for self-improvement? Chong-hyun, who looks cool striving for growth. Are you satisfied? Now let's get back to work. As I was leading Lee Chong-hyun back to his laptop, Park Ju-woo poked his head out from outside the door. I gestured for Park Ju-woo, who had appeared of his own accord, to come in. We were just talking about concepts among ourselves. Ju-woo, do you have any concept you'd like to try? Among idol-like concepts. Something with a bit of a strong feel. His taste was still the opposite of his gentle demeanor. Do you mean you'd like the lyrics or message to be strong? Or do you want the visible aspects like styling or choreography to be strong? Park Ju-woo pondered, seemingly not having thought that far. Considering Ju-woo Hyung's taste, I think he wants the song's difficulty to be on the stronger side, like with powerful high notes and such. As long as this group has Park Ju-woo and Jong Songbin, we can't avoid high notes anyway. If I have to choose, I'd prefer a strong message. It was quite a philosophical preference. The last time I pondered over philosophy was when I was asked to decide on the management philosophy for Hampyeong Industries website. After asking Jong Songbin and the other members, I had a rough idea of the concepts each of them wanted to try. Choi Ji-ho, something with intense choreography. Jong Songbin, anything that suits the members. Park Ju-woo, something with a strong message. Lee Chong-hyun, something exciting and explosive. Kang Ki-on, a concept that utilizes unique formations, draws attention, and shows off the group's color. They were like people who'd order 5 different dishes at a Chinese restaurant. How did they manage to work together for 7 years with such poor unity? Fighting off an incoming headache, I organized in my mind the concept I had to come up with once again. It should highlight the members' strengths in physique and visuals. It has to match the song that Lee Chong-hyun will compose. It should also satisfy the tastes of the demanding members. It should be marketable. I was at a loss. The only idol album concepts I knew were the ones Spark had done over 7 years. There was only one solution in this situation. Just like when I searched the internet for HR document templates right after joining the company, I had to entrust myself to the sea of information. I squeezed reference research into my already packed schedule. The day was so incredibly busy, I felt like I wanted to charge overtime pay to the system. There was a time when I went around collecting supportive comments to prepare a birthday present for Choi Gio. That was probably when I said I'd make a book of supportive comments as a gift. Among the posts I saw while browsing various communities, I often came across a type of article that seemed to be copy-pasted whenever Spark made a comeback. Much Greater Than UA is probably the worst company when it comes to utilizing the members' looks. They go out of their way to dress the guys in hideous outfits when just matching their clothes' colors would suffice. Going out of their way is the key point. Officially the #1 idol group that looks best in casual clothes. Below that post were countless pictures of Spark in mismatched outfits that looked like a Tetris game. Much greater than it takes talent to dress them like this for every stage. One of the members must have spilled iced coffee on the CEO's face. Judging by the looks of it, it seems like all 5 of them spilled it at the same time. If you consider that the CEO's shirt costs 800,000 won, it's totally understandable. Amidst the scathing criticism and flashy photos alternating to captivate one's attention, something caught my eye. What is this? It was a photo of me, wearing a black t-shirt with a fluorescent yellow vinyl vest and white cotton shorts. The post with the shocking photo also had a one-liner comment attached. Much Greater Than Kim Yiwol's outfit is truly epic. Almost like a post-it note fallen on a keyboard. The expressive comment made me break out in a cold sweat. There was even a comment on that post that only had 3 views. Much Greater Than his pupils looked completely lifeless. Poor guy? Gasp. The moment my eyes met my own blurry, lifeless pupils attached on the comment, I woke up. It was a terrible dream. No matter what, I'll avoid a post-it note concept. I steeled my resolve. Every day was already hell, but I had a feeling today would be no walk in the park either. When I went out to the living room, the first person I saw was Lee Chong-hyun, who greeted me. Hyung, did you have a nightmare? You were groaning in your sleep. You don't know how grateful I am that this is reality right now. Must have been a really bad dream. Receiving Chong-hyun's sympathy, I headed to the kitchen where someone was standing in front of the induction stove holding a spatula. It was Jong Song-bin, who had already finished getting ready for school. What are you doing? Oh, good morning, Hyung. Did you sleep well? Then Jong Song-bin pointed to the table. I toasted some bread today. Help yourself, Hyung. Neatly arranged bread was laid out on the table. No wonder it smelled so good since morning. If I had woken up earlier, I would have at least rolled around in bed. His diligence was truly like someone from a moral education textbook coming to life. Thanks, I'll enjoy it. No problem. Then Jong Song-bin sat down and started eating the bread as well. Even this diligent Jong Song-bin, after 7 years in the group, would become known as the epitome of a fierce male idol leader. I couldn't even imagine how our future idol life would unfold. There is a saying that learning never ends. For the past 29 years, I believe that saying didn't apply to me. I didn't particularly like studying myself. Why would I want to study as an adult when I was forced to study so much as a student? In high school, I studied to escape home, and in college, my only reason for studying was to get scholarships and graduate quickly to find a job. I could say with certainty that I never studied because I enjoyed it. Even worse, at Hampyeong Industry, I had to dig from scratch with a seedling shovel due to the lack of a proper handover document. I sincerely wanted to stop being forced to learn something new. If only I hadn't brought this situation upon myself, it probably would have been that way. But the old saying wasn't wrong. I admitted this as I massaged my eyes, which felt like they were about to fall out from organizing the monthly top 10 lists of music streaming sites for the past 5 years. As life went on, there'd come a day when even a corporate worker might have to study the idol market, proving that learning indeed never ended. How can so much work pile up just as I'm about to finish preparing for the monthly evaluation? I felt like the sad memories I had accumulated at Hampyeong Industry were coming back to me. As a result of sleeping only 3 hours a day, practicing during the day, and staring at my laptop at night. Hyung, I think your dark circles have evolved. My face had reached a state where even Lee Chong-hyun said something like that. I also felt like I was developing dry eye syndrome too. Aren't you tired after sleeping so little? I am. But if I didn't skip on sleep now, I'd definitely embarrass myself with a post-it note look in the future. Just thinking about it chased away any sleepiness. But Hyung, what do you do at night? Didn't you say you already picked the evaluation for the monthly review? Preparing for the future? Hyung, you really have a unique way of speaking. Lee Chonghyun laughed. I couldn't exactly tell them. Be grateful I'm saving you from looking like kimbap wrapped in foil. So I kept my mouth shut. Still, Hyung, you really don't seem nervous. Yeah, you did well on your first evaluation too, Hyung. Park Ju-woo and Jong Song-bin, who were stretching together, chimed in. I didn't want the attention. Focused on me, so I quickly changed the subject. Thanks for the compliments, but shouldn't we start practicing soon? Fortunately, Jong Song-bin, who was always serious about practice, immediately switched into practice mode. The small talk seemed to end there, or so I thought. Hyung. Huh. Late at night, in the practice room, Kang Kian and I were the only ones left, and he started talking to me, seemingly continuing the small talk. Can you spare a moment? Sorry, Kian. I'm starting to get scared every time you open your mouth now. 23. Chapter 23. Concept Planning, 2. I sat on the floor of the practice room next to Kang Kian. In the mirror opposite, I saw Kang Kian fiddling nervously with his hands. The awkward atmosphere was suffocating me. Debating whether I should try to lighten the mood, I decided it would be better to set the stage rather than be considerate, so I spoke up first. If you have something to say, feel free to speak up. Despite this, Kang Kian did not immediately start talking. Did he want me to make some small talk? I didn't think he was the type to have difficulty expressing himself. Fortunately, Kang Kian opened his mouth after a short while. I was wondering if I could get some advice about dealing with nervousness. Surprisingly, the reason Kang Kian had requested this meeting was his need for advice. It seemed my courage in not messing up the first evaluation had left an impression. There's no one in Spark who seems mentally strong, except Choi Ji-ho. Though Jong Song-bin would eventually become quite resilient, at this point, they were all just kids. And he couldn't consult with Choi Ji-ho, who was extremely hard to talk to. So, by process of elimination, I was the only one left. I'll give him credit for having the willingness to seek advice even from a klutz if there's something he needs help with. It took courage to directly receive criticism from others. This aspect was truly admirable. As I was genuinely moved, Hyun asked me, "Are you naturally the type who doesn't get nervous easily, Hyun?" I wasn't extremely nervous, but I wouldn't say I wasn't nervous at all. I think I was pretty average. How did you overcome your nervousness? Well, I overcame it by getting brutally ripped apart by Manager Nam in front of executives. I closed my eyes, trying hard to forget the scene of the conference room where raised voices were exchanged. Let's calm down. Kang Kian was a high school student, not a working adult. Instead of introducing Kian to the bitterness of organizational life, I explained my painful memories in the most gentle way possible. I did a lot of practice that felt like the real thing. Like mock interviews. Like the real thing. Kian murmured, repeated my words. I imagined failing and making mistakes. Through that, I figured out how to deal with mistakes if they happened, and in what situations I felt the most nervous. I've done a lot of mock tests, but they weren't very effective. I even set up cameras. If the pressure is less than the real thing, you might still be flustered even after a lot of practice. After all, no matter how much you prepared for a presentation, if your boss said, "Why do you look like that, Assistant Manager Kim?" you could feel like all the blood drained from your body. Didn't the teachers give you any advice? They said I'm doing well, so I should just practice as I have been. As expected of UA, their advice was gentle. They probably intentionally avoided stimulating the idols, considering how their mental state might deteriorate later. But praise from other people only registered when your ears were open to hear it. Given that he wasn't able to show his skills yet, compliments that he was doing well probably didn't resonate much with Kang Kian. How can I create that pressure? Kian asked. For my part, I had held countless Q&A sessions with myself, rotating through hundreds of follow-up questions that Manager Nam might ask. Fortunately, I lived alone. If I had a roommate, they would have surely thought I was losing my mind. I think you might adapt if you set up the nerve-wracking situation as much as possible in practice. But I guess you can't ask the teachers to create that environment for you every time. Exactly. I thought for a moment and made a suggestion to Kang Kian. How about I play the role of the judge for you? Huh. Kang Kian's eyes widened slightly. He had been speaking calmly without raising his voice until now. This must have been unexpected. You said just setting up a camera wasn't enough, right? Making the environment and atmosphere more realistic might help. But if you talk, the atmosphere might lighten up. Wouldn't we lose the tension? Don't worry. I can play the role of the boomer well. Kang Keon looked skeptical. He would be surprised by my earnest portrayal that channeled Manager Nam's soul. I never thought I'd voluntarily do something good for Spark in my life. I decided to think of it as repaying the help I'd received from Keon so far. Then, I'll take you up on that offer. Either because he had no other options, or because he was truly desperate, Keon accepted my proposal without much deliberation. It's to repay you for watching my practice during the day. If you want to practice at night, just let me know anytime. Let's start tomorrow. I really admire your passion. I didn't hold back my praise for Keon, who I was certain would have suggested starting today if we had just a little more time left in the practice room. And I briefly added one more thing. That had been on my mind. By the way, you don't need to hesitate for requests like this. It was 50,000 times better to see the problem head-on and deal with it than to make things bigger by agonizing over whether to ask for counseling or not. It was the same with fights. It was better to handle conflicts openly rather than let resentment build up in private. Of course, it would be best if they fought and made up before coming to me. Considering that he repeatedly asked Choi Jiho to practice together as a group, he's probably not the type to have difficulty requesting things from others. Moreover, Kang Keon was surprisingly the type who wouldn't complain if it was for his goals. That meant he wasn't the kind of person who would unnecessarily take up separate time just to ask this one thing. Then, Kang Keon gave a rather surprising answer. Hyung, you seem busy lately, so I was wondering if it would be okay to ask you for a favor. And with quite an admirable reason, at that. He was completely different from Manager Nam, who would say, Assistant Manager Kim, you look busy, and then ask me to book a cafe for Spark's birthday. It was a moment that made my previous thought, that I'd rather eat all the rice cakes myself than give one more to someone I dislike, seem foolish. Right? The humane thing to do was to take the rice cake meant for someone you disliked and give it to someone who worked hard. I thought of Assistant Manager Song, who was the epitome of a hard worker, good-natured, competent, and diligent to boot. Assistant Manager Song, I'm sorry I couldn't take better care of you before. My spot-on imitation of Manager Nam that made you laugh. I'll make use of it here too. I hope you don't work overtime today and have a peaceful evening. Just as I was starting to feel sentimental, I noticed the clock showing 11:50 p.m. Before worrying about others, I had to end my own overtime. How bittersweet. After our late-night conversation, my relationship with Kang Keon became a bit more interesting. You should move to Dedangtang here, but you're just doing Udangtang, Hyung. Sorry about that. During the day, Keon would grab me by the collar and pull me along. Keon, don't let your hand shake. Keep your gaze fixed forward. Straighten your back. Yes. At night, I would hold on to Keon as if catching a mouse. There was a time when Lee Chong-hyun would stay behind wondering what we were doing at night, only to escape after listening to 20 minutes of me lecturing him about keeping a straight face. Straighten your shoulders and your back too. If your posture is slouched, it'll make you more nervous. I get nervous even when my posture is straight. Then why don't you try lying down on the floor over there for about 3 minutes, and then get up? I meant it as a joke to help him relax, but Kang Keon actually lay down on the floor. He must be really desperate. How frustrating it must be to have an outstanding talent, but not be able to show it. With the determination to ensure my dance teacher would shine, I approached Keon as he lay down. How is it? Do you feel a bit less nervous? Yes. Maybe because it's comfortable. Keon's expression seemed more relaxed, so it wasn't a lie. Watching Keon regain his breath, I said, Then get up now. Let's run the simulation from the beginning again. Kang Keon got up with great effort. I gave him high marks for his perseverance. Not once had he complained about the difficulty. That didn't mean that Kang Keon was eating up all my practice time. Unintentionally seeing him every day taught me a few things too. Monitoring countless exemplary performances gave me an even more detailed understanding of movements. For example, it seems like you're putting less weight on your left foot than before. Is that because you're tired or because you're nervous? Because I'm tired. That must be hard. But you know the teachers won't take your fatigue into account during evaluation, right? Yes. When I mentioned that the angle between his index and middle fingers changed with each dance move, Keon's face clearly showed signs of frustration. Well, what do you want me to do? Even if I didn't say it, he'd pay attention to it himself later. I asked Keon, who was drenched in cold sweat despite not having moved much. Have your ankles hurt since then? No. I went to the hospital early, so maybe that's why. That's why you should go to the hospital right away if it hurts. Don't put it off just because it's bothersome and make things worse. Yes, yes. Kong Keon answered mechanically, probably used to my nagging. Still, your movements have become much more natural than they were initially. At least you seem to have adapted to me. I feel the same way. It might be because I appear soft and don't set the atmosphere quite right. Maybe it would have been better to have Choi Jiho sit here instead. Huh. Kong Keon made an incredulous expression at my words. Hyung, do you really think you come across as soft? I think I appear either ordinary or slightly vague. I was about to say that I probably looked more mushy than a dumpling, but I held back. Otherwise, there was no way Manager Nam would have singled me out to push around just 3 days after I joined. However, the response I got was truly shocking. Hyung, I don't know if I should say this. Tell me, honestly, without a filter. When have you ever used a filter? Just say it without holding back. Hyung, I get scared **** just by looking at your face. What? Lee Chonghyun thought you were a director, not a trainee, when he first saw you. What are these cold-hearted, cool-toned kids saying? Ju Woo-hyung said he was so nervous he couldn't even eat dinner properly the day you first came. You're lying, right? It's true. You're definitely giving off plenty of pressure, so you don't need to worry about that part. The more I listened to Kong Keon, the more bewildered I became. It seemed I needed to do something about my dark circles as soon as possible. 24. Chapter 24, Concept Planning 3. Was this music always this catchy? I rewound the 3-minute track and played it again. Although there were parts that felt a bit overdone, overall, it was more impressive than before. It's good. Really? Lee Chonghyun's face lit up at my words. I'm not someone with extensive musical knowledge, but I like it. Lee Chonghyun breathed a sigh of relief. However, I couldn't relax just yet. If Lee Chonghyun's talent suddenly blossomed, surpassing the Chonghyun I knew, that would be fine. But what if the past Chonghyun had created this song, and it was released as the version I knew after arrangement or some other process? That would be problematic. Taste was a personal matter, and public reaction was something you only knew after trying. In the latter case, no matter how much I said, "Oh, I think Lee Chonghyun's version is better," it would be useless unless I could convince the entire company. As someone who just joined, I can't influence the A&R team. I desperately hoped this situation corresponded to the former case. Perhaps pleased with the praise from the klutz, Lee Chonghyun grabbed the mouse with a more relaxed expression. Please listen to this too. This is the melody I originally thought of. The audio file Lee Chonghyun played was identical to the song I knew. Is there a reason you modified it from the initial version to the one you just played? Remember when we talked about the concept with Ju Woo-hyung last time? You mean your crazy tastes? Of course, I remembered. I was just thinking an exciting feeling would be nice. But then I thought maybe a more specific image would be better. So I considered various things, and the direction changed. What specifically did you think about? A 6-meter large metal fanfare. Lee Chonghyun raised his thumb. It did have an explosive feel, though the purpose of the fanfare seemed closer to destruction than celebration. If the song changed based on our conversation, then there's a possibility this melody might remain as it is. Although I needed to hear other people's evaluations, personally, I preferred the version Lee Chonghyun revised. I patted the shoulder of Lee Chonghyun, who had grown so much on his own. It must have been tough making it this far. You've worked hard. I still have a long way to go. True, compared to the work Lee Chonghyun had to do ahead, the melody was akin to preparing ingredients. Still, finding such fresh ingredients was no small feat. I gladly let Lee Chonghyun, who had worked hard for a whole week, return to his room. Probably quite tired, Lee Chonghyun quickly bid me good night and went straight to his room. Until then, I didn't know that there was someone watching our haphazard songwriting attempt. During group practice, we would practice for 55 minutes and then have a 5-minute break. I was trying to review my moves in front of the mirror when Jong Song-bin approached me and asked, "Aren't you tired, Hyung?" "Huh. You and Chonghyun seem to do something together every night. I was worried you might not be getting enough rest." I was about to mention songwriting, but quickly gave a roundabout answer. "Oh, we were just talking about songs. Were we too loud in the living room and disturbed you?" Lee Chonghyun, who was embarrassed to let others hear his songs, probably wouldn't like us talking about him. However, my worries were unfounded. "Lee Chonghyun, Picking up a water bottle solved Jang Songbin's curiosity by saying, "We were talking about composing," and left the practice room. If he was going to be this casual about it, why was he so nervous yesterday? As I was left speechless, Jang Songbin asked again, "Composing?" "Yeah." I noticed Chong Hyun was interested, so I encouraged him to try, and he's been working really hard at it. "Ah, I see. But don't overdo it, okay?" Songbin expressed concern for my health and returned to his spot. Watching Songbin's back, I thought, "You should worry about your health first, taking care of all 5 of us on your own. No one else would look after your health, especially if you didn't have a guardian or they were far away. All the more reason to take care of yourself." As I was wondering whether I should tell him that the battery of youth didn't last forever, another person approached me. This time, it was Park Ju-woo. "If it's composing, is it related to the concept we talked about before?" "No. Chong Hyun is just trying to write something on his own." "Then, Hyung-yu, a pacemaker with enhanced motivation features." In truth, all I did was listen and give a thumbs up. Still, since someone asked, I answered sincerely, but Park Ju-woo didn't leave after hearing the answer and continued the conversation. Hyung. Yeah, what is it? I know you're busy, but could you help me with my song selection too? For the monthly valuation?" I asked, hoping it wasn't the case, but Park Ju-woo nodded. There was only a week left until the next evaluation. Even though it didn't take long for him to learn songs, it seemed a bit late to be selecting songs now. Has he been worrying about this all this time? Thinking that quick song selection was important, I cautiously suggested an alternative, feeling that Jang Songbin might be more helpful than me. "Have you asked Songbin?" "I think he might be more helpful than me." But Park Ju-woo shook his head. "It's a bit difficult to talk to Songbin about this." Just then, Jang Songbin called us back, saying the break time was over. "Shall we talk during dinner? Let's practice first." "Yes." Park Ju-woo readily agreed to my suggestion, showing no signs of anxiety about the delayed song selection. After that, until dinner time, I had to endure Kang Keon's harsh instructions, trembling with anxiety. The first-floor lobby was very quiet during dinner time. Most of the staff had already left for the day. Thanks to arranging to eat separately, tonight's dinner group consisted of just me and Park Ju-woo. I sat down at the table, unwrapping my salad, and waited for Park Ju-woo to speak first. Park Ju-woo set aside the oriental sauce from the plastic container, like usual, and spoke. "Last time, I mentioned I wanted to do a strong concept. You did. I've been thinking about it a lot since then. But no matter how many songs I listen to, nothing feels quite right. Finding a song that matches your taste isn't easy. In the end, I even got confused about what I was looking for." It seemed Park Ju-woo had given deep thought to the topic we briefly discussed a few days ago. However, something felt odd. Was he always this particular about his preferences? If anything, the image Park Ju-woo had shown since debut was closer to this or that. It doesn't matter. Unlike most members who resembled what I knew of them, the current Park Ju-woo felt a bit unfamiliar. "What's your biggest concern in selecting a song right now?" "I don't know. 1. You couldn't find a song you liked. 2. You couldn't find a song that could reflect the feedback from the last evaluation. 3. Other reasons. Pick one. 3 maybe. Not good. In that case, I had no choice but to play a guessing game. I pondered hard on factors that might have recently unsettled Park Ju-woo. The biggest change would be my presence, Yue's most uncontrollable klutz. I didn't think Choi Ji-ho and Kang Keon's fight would have affected him much. That left only one thing. Lee Chong-hyun's composing. Park Ju-woo was definitely there when we were talking about it. Not knowing the exact cause and effect, I asked a question hoping it would hit the mark. "Did watching Chong-hyun compose make you feel something?" After some thought, Park Ju-woo reluctantly answered, "I think so." At that moment, a soap opera scenario based on the current situation flashed through my mind. Lee Chong-hyun, inspired by a few shallow compliments, pouring his soul into composing late into the night despite being a minor, and Park Ju-woo, frustrated, thinking, "I can't even sing the songs I want to sing while you get to find yourself." A failed soap opera. Haha. It would be fortunate if this didn't ruin their debut and everything else. Park Ju-woo carefully added a word in front of me, whose face must have turned pale. Chong-hyun is good at trying different genres of music. I think I'm the only one who hasn't found my direction. Then Park Ju-woo lowered his gaze. He seemed to think his worries were trivial compared to Lee Chong-hyun, who used to do only classical music but was now writing pop songs. I unwrapped the fork for Park Ji-woo, who hadn't touched his salad, and asked, "Are you feeling anxious?" "I guess so. I started to feel like I was being too complacent. And I feel ashamed." It was indeed a commendable mindset. I had never once questioned whether I was being too complacent during my time at Hampyeong Industry. It's not even your debut song, just a song for a vocal test. Honestly, I thought he could just choose any song for the evaluation. But knowing that dedication to song selection and serious attitudes had led them toward debuting, I couldn't dismiss it lightly. Instead, emphasizing that my statement was purely a personal suggestion, I said to Park Ji-woo, "How about thinking about other strengths of the songs you like, besides their message or concept?" Strengths. In one song, it could be the guitar riff you like. In another, it might be the drums. That's true. As you increase the elements you like, it might become easier to find songs that match your taste. That makes sense. Though I couldn't find any strong points of Manager Nam despite using this method. Who knows? Maybe there's an idol song written by a rock music enthusiast. I threw in a light-hearted joke, and Park Ji-woo finally smiled. With a lighter heart, I asked Park Ji-woo, "By the way, can I ask why you couldn't talk to Songbin about this?" That. I was worried I might have touched on a sensitive aspect of teenage friendship, but fortunately, Park Ji-woo answered with a calm face. When Songbin asked if I'd consider becoming an idol, I changed my career path to idol trainee because of him. I knew that. Park Ji-woo initially prepared to be a solo singer when he first joined UA. I enjoy preparing for debut with the members, and I don't regret deciding to become an idol after much thought. But when I listen to rock music, Songbin becomes self-conscious. So our Songbin feels guilty for dragging a friend along. Huh. Park Ji-woo nodded. He seemed to feel bad that his friend was being considerate of him. No wonder he couldn't talk about his song selection issues. Still, it seemed nice to have such a friend in the group. Wasn't it heartwarming to have friends who were considerate of each other's positions? Of course, I didn't really have any friends, so I couldn't relate. I suddenly felt like I might have wasted my life a bit. March passed by really quickly. I baked bread, experienced recording sessions, resolved disputes among the members, encouraged them to work hard on their songs, helped them relax by conducting mock evaluations, and gave song selection advice. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Join the debut group. Reward, EXP, 20. Plus, after such a fulfilling month, the March monthly evaluation, which would determine Spark's debut group, began. 25. Chapter 25. Debut Evaluation 1. This is so lit. It was a word choice that was too undignified for a proper adult, let alone a working adult, to use. But it was the only word that could describe my current feelings. The Spark members, who had torn apart the February evaluation like I did my resignation letter, were now flying around as if they were on a survival audition program. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun were already good to begin with, so there was no need to say more. Jong Songbin and Kang Ki-yeon's growth was remarkable. First of all, Jong Songbin earned extra points for appearing more confident than usual. Since he was originally good at both singing and dancing, just smoothly showing what he had prepared was good enough to demonstrate his skills. And then there was Kang Ki-yeon. Although he still had the habit of trembling hands and a stiff expression during interviews, he didn't make a single mistake in today's evaluation. He showed no hesitation, especially in dancing, which was his specialty. It was a demonstration that proved all those nights of practice in the rehearsal room were worth it. The dance instructor's eyes were already watery. No matter how much you'd claim, you won't know the result until you see it. This was something I could tell without even looking. Kang Ki-yeon, that guy, definitely did well. Meanwhile, Park Ji-woo, who had chosen his evaluation song a week ago, was even told by the vocal instructor that he no longer had any weak points. Should I be happy about this or not? My original goal was to narrow the gap with the Spark members, even if just a little, to show potential for improvement. After all, I needed to prove my worth by showing future promise. However, while I was making a small leap, these guys were pole vaulting, causing my challenge to fail before it even began. Hyung fighting. When it was my turn, Lee Chong-hyun, who was sitting next to me, whispered softly, "Thanks for the support, but I'm not sure if I can survive, given that you guys prepared the songs, danced well, and sang excellently. It's already Yiwol's turn." Min Ju-kyung, who belonged to the artist management team in the management division, checked the last remaining profile and Yiwol's evaluation sheet. Although Kim Yiwol was the latest trainee to join UA just 2 months ago, having only been there for 2 months, he was quietly acknowledged among the diligent trainees for being the last to leave the practice room every day. A diligent person could earn goodwill through their attitude alone. Min Joo-kyung believed that Kim Yiwol deserved support not just because he was a trainee he had brought in, but because of the dedication he had consistently shown. I hope he does well. The existing trainees had been training for at least a year longer than Kim Yiwol. Because of this, the company was considering Kim Yiwol's chances of joining the debut group versus the next group at about a 4-to-6 ratio. It would be easier for him to debut after building up his skills, but no one knows when the next group will come out. Considering young age was an asset in the idol market, Min Joo-kyung wanted to debut Kim Yiwol as soon as possible. It wasn't an impossible prospect if Kim Yiwol could just handle one person's vocal part. If he could just be a decent sub-vocal. Rooting for him internally, Min Joo-kyung looked at Kim Yiwol standing upright, just as he had been the previous month. Oh-eun, who was sitting next to Min Joo-kyung, asked Kim. Yiwol, you chose the same song for both the singing and the dancing? Yes, that's right. At Kim Yiwol's answer, Min Joo-kyung checked the song selection list. It was a song by a famous boy group. However, the song title was unfamiliar. Is it a B-side track? Min Joo-kyung thought it was a pretty good choice. If the original song's image was too strong, even a well-done cover could easily be overshadowed, especially if the performer was a trainee. Kim Yiwol had always made good choices in the few evaluations he'd had. This brought to mind what Oh-eun, one of the evaluators in past meetings, had said. He seems to have a good sense. And he works hard too. Min Joo-kyung agreed with that statement. An idol group needed the so-called intelligent character, whether for fan service or variety shows. If Yiwol could play that role, our kids wouldn't worry as much. Despite his short experience, his age as the oldest member and his reliable demeanor made Min Joo-kyung think it would be a waste to make him wait for a few more years. However, Min Joo-kyung didn't have much time to dwell on these thoughts. Then, shall we have you sing while dancing? In past evaluations, singing and dancing were assessed separately, but the CEO gave an unprecedented mission, saying, if it's the same song anyway. UA naturally aimed to produce idol groups that could perform live, but singing while dancing required a different set of skills compared to just standing and singing. There's so much to consider, including breathing. Min Joo-kyung was shocked. This was a crucial moment for Kim Yiwol, as it would be for any trainee. As such, Kim Yiwol, who had surely practiced diligently for a whole month, deserved the same opportunity as other trainees. As Min Joo-kyung was feeling perplexed about why this was happening during Kim Yiwol's turn, his eyes fell on the wall clock in the corner of the practice room. There were only about 10 minutes left until the meeting scheduled for the launch of the new idol group. In projects requiring collaboration among many people, even one delayed meeting could cause considerable trouble. Min Joo-kyung knew this, but he felt that at least such an important opportunity should be guaranteed for a trainee with a bright future ahead. Just as Min Joo-kyung was about to stand in front of his employer and say, I don't think this is right, Kim Yiwol beat him to it. I understand, he said, and 4 minutes later, Min Joo-kyung realized that he had been worrying for nothing. After the demonstration that felt like an eternity, there was only one thought in my head. This actually works. The reason I chose a song from a famous group was obvious. It was because UA was pursuing the standard idol image. This was evident from how they demanded songs with strong K-pop flavors from Park Ji-woo, and how they released the debut album with the classic rookie group concept of youth. If I had been obsessed with not getting points deducted and had chosen songs that only I knew, I most likely would have been criticized for lacking the passion and spirit a new recruit should have. Instead of title tracks with high and intense highlights, I chose a B-side track with more relaxed vocals. This was to make me appear suitable for the sub-vocal position. The lower popularity of the song itself could be compensated by the group's fame. If it's a song performed only once or twice in concerts or music shows, there's little chance of being compared to the original. It was a method of riding on the group's reputation. There was another advantage to B-side tracks. Since they were often performed for special stages, their choreography tended to be easier than title tracks. If a group covered this, They might be criticized for taking the easy way out. But it was a different story if one person sang it from start to finish. Being able to handle a song meant for a group alone was an undeniable advantage in terms of individual capability. To demonstrate that I could handle both singing and dancing alone, I needed to present them simultaneously, in a dramatic way. For example, performing what should have been separate song and dance evaluation together, in response to a sudden proposal. It was now the turn of a trainee who had only been with the company for 2 months, preparing for an Idol debut for the first time. At this point, how would it look if they had to listen to a song that didn't seem too difficult to sing, with choreography that didn't look too challenging, twice? Especially when there was not much time left before a meeting with several people. People who valued time as money, especially those executive types, tended to think, can't we just see it all at once? They could easily claim they would consider the different evaluation methods if necessary. If it turned out well, even better. This development could be anticipated based on the decision-making patterns of UA discussed by the Spark members on the broadcast. I had also confirmed all of UA's meeting room reservations for this week through people around me, like the manager and Min Joo-kyung. Thanks to everything falling into place, the evaluation went in the best direction among the cases I had anticipated. Thank goodness I didn't have to resort to Operation 21, inducing sympathy through storytelling and voluntary slavery contract scenario. I did practice singing and dancing to death until I could succeed at both. Since completing the performance was a prerequisite, I couldn't avoid the path of hardship. Once again, I could only hope for bonus points from attendance management adjustment. Now I just need to present the right image and step back. Balance was important when strategizing. If you had nothing to show, it wouldn't be appealing, but if you showed everything from A to Z, you gave the impression of playing tricks on the other person. The best outcome is for them to think I made a good song choice without realizing that I was deliberately inducing their reaction. I quickly observed the judges' reactions. The executives whispering among themselves and marking papers looked genuinely satisfied. It was the moment when my small but precious leap succeeded. Teenage years are really something. There's a big difference between last month and this month. Everyone who attended the monthly evaluation agreed with UA's CEO, Yoon Hyun-ju. The kids did exceptionally well this time. Is it because we mentioned selecting the debut group? Motivation can certainly help you focus more. Keon doing well was a real surprise. I was worried he might get more nervous under pressure. Dance trainer Song Joon-won, who always considered Kang Keon a bit of a delicate case, looked visibly relieved. I heard he practiced with Yiwol every night. Manager Chan-young, who monitored the trainees' attendance, chimed in. Really, Keon has a tenacious spirit. Oh, by the way, Joo-kyung, did you listen to the audio file Chong-hyun sent? Yes, it was pretty good. Right? I heard he even took it to the A&R team. In an environment where long-term trainee life could lead to complacency, the renewed enthusiasm among the trainees was a very positive development. Although the members had always been diligent, recently, the trainees had been so dedicated in their practice that even the staff and trainers could feel the difference. Realizing that everyone shared the same observation, Yoon Hyun-ju began to ponder seriously. What was improving the trainees' morale? From the company's standpoint, they needed to know the clear reason. They needed to hold on to that reason tightly. That was how they could maintain this positive momentum. While neatly organizing the 6 evaluation forms, Yoon Hyun-ju asked the excited staff, "What do you think was the decisive factor that changed the atmosphere among our trainees?" With this question from the CEO, a 2-hour brainstorming session began in the meeting room. 26. Chapter 26. Debut Evaluation 2. Hyung, it's your turn for the interview. Really? Lee Chong-hyun, who had just entered the practice room, called out to me. It had been 30 minutes since he was called for his interview. Starting the day after the monthly evaluation ended, the company began conducting one-on-one interviews, starting with Jong Song-bin. Considering that the last time we had interviews was at the beginning of the following month after evaluation results came out, it seemed they were seriously narrowing down the debut group this time. Well, I've done everything I can. Now I had to think about what I should do during the interview. For example, how to cling to the CEO's leg if I heard something like, rather than debuting with the current team with such a large skill gap, let's aim for the next chance. Once again strengthening my resolve to repay my sister with compound interest, I headed to the conference room. After knocking and entering, I found the CEO, the manager, and Min Joo-kyung inside. The atmosphere in the conference room was quite different from what I had expected. "Oh, Yiwol is here. Sit down, sit down. What would you like to drink?" How should I put it? They were surprisingly friendly. Why? Usually, when trying to persuade someone like me, who both lacked skills and was older than the other kids, they should come prepared to criticize everything about me. "Assistant Manager Kim, are you not afraid of your performance review with your work like this?" If it were me, I'd be so ashamed I'd give up my position first. "You're not thinking of changing jobs, are you? Get real." "Assistant Manager Kim, aren't you almost 30? Do you think you can compete with kids in their 20s? Like that. Recalling memories of Manager Nam made my mood 3 times worse. Thanks to that, I had to do my best to manage my expression. With me seated, the interview officially began. But something was a bit unexpected. "How did you get along with the other members? I heard you all gathered in the practice room to talk recently. Wasn't that difficult? Yiwol, in your opinion, who do you think would be suitable as the team leader?" All the questions directed at me were more about personality. For a moment, I wondered if someone had reported, "Kim Yiwol seems to have a problematic personality." Of course, it wouldn't be strange if someone had said that. I tried to be as sociable as possible, using the social skills I honed at Hampyeong Industry, but I never initiated small talk with Spark first. So, I emphasized that I really enjoyed living with the members, and I felt satisfied that we had become closer recently. I also calmly talked about how diligent and improving the trainees were, and how great their personalities were. Since my KPI was to debut as part of a 6-member boy group, there couldn't be any dropouts. Especially when asked who I thought was suitable as the group leader, I reluctantly pointed to Jong Song-bin. Without him, the team would fall apart. After a lengthy conversation, the CEO spoke up. "Actually, the company was considering you as the leader of the next group." It wasn't an unexpected proposal. Even I wouldn't want to put a novice on a well-prepared table. Being offered the role of leader was unexpected, though. If that was how it was, I had no choice. I had to show my secret weapon of kneeling down, which I'd honed for years to gain momentum when resigning. "But you have such good chemistry with the existing trainees." Huh. This was a completely unexpected development. I almost wondered if the CEO misunderstood the meaning of the word chemistry. Usually, you wouldn't call it good chemistry when you saw someone push the magne around for 2 hours in the middle of the practice room pretending to be a judge or whipping the other magne to write songs. Teamwork is really important in idol groups. The word relationship comes up for a reason. I knew that well. I'd seen how much those Spark guys act individually in the past that I got fed up with it. Except for the start of fan signs, I had a hard time making a series called Spark Relationship Analysis Compilation by forcibly cutting and pasting the scenes of the members that scattered all at once or maintained a distance. I even thought it might be better for their future if the stick function had some compulsory power to pair those guys up. Ignoring my confusion, the CEO, who definitely seemed not to know the meaning of chemistry, continued talking. "The kids aren't very affectionate, but they seem to become friends with you quickly. Your skills are also improving daily." "Yes, thank you." In the interviews, there wasn't a single kid who didn't mention you. I felt uneasy. It seemed these people hadn't seen the expression on Kang Kyon's face when he looked at me dancing. The CEO mentioned considering Jong Song-bin, the all-rounder, as the leader and then asked me, "So, Yiwol, can you help Song-bin as the hyung and coordinate with the members?" Yes. I had never lost my composure in a conversation with someone before, but now I felt like I was losing my grip. "What does that mean?" While I was contemplating, the manager patted me lightly on the back. "You're debuting with the kids. Congratulations." Oh, so that was what he meant. Compared to Manager Nam's direct verbal abuse, the CEO's words were almost like classical poetry. His skill in speaking in a roundabout, yet sophisticated way was top-notch. "You've always acted so decisively, but you didn't even think you'd be in the debut group?" Min Joo-kyung said, looking proud of me. "Well, I was thinking I might have to kneel if it didn't work out." As I wondered if all the officials were collectively deceiving me, the system appeared with a flash in the air. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP, 20. Total EXP, 55. Total point, 0. Plus, the words felt touching. They were so dazzling it hurt my eyes. "No, cheer for me. I'm going to debut as an idol." A few days later, We were congratulated on being confirmed as a debut group with a small whole cake. But everyone only got to taste it because of the upcoming weight check. There were only two good things about having the debut group finalized. The monthly evaluations were gone, and the practice room was available until 2 a.m. And the downsides were, the company started to seriously manage our weight. The phone usage monitoring became a bit stricter, limiting us to 1 hour a day. We had to develop individual specialties, foreign language study was added, and so on. Amidst all this, the system also brought a new task. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button. Assistant Manager Kim, plan the team-building event this time. Use your youthful insight. Oh, and don't make it too innovative since the executives will attend. Something retro yet fresh. I am counting on you. System, new task has been assigned. Decide on the debut album concept. Reward, EXP, 10. Plus, bring it on. I was waiting for this. The album concept was something I had been preparing in advance. Though it was my first time planning an idol album, having the documents made it less daunting. With the template available, I could understand the components, so filling in the content was no big deal. The problem was that I couldn't use these documents provided by the system as they were. What would I say if they asked where I got this planning document? I thought about saying I downloaded it from a universal form site, but when I checked, no such format existed there. I couldn't accuse an innocent person of leaking internal documents either. In other words, I had to pretend not to have the documents even though I did. Instead of focusing on the concept, I had to worry about how to conceal Schrödinger's documents. I also had to think about how to disguise myself as a trainee with unusually good intuition. Being a K-pop trainee really wasn't easy. Come to think of it, I haven't even opened those documents yet. I pulled out the 3 planning documents that had been gathering virtual dust since I received them. And as soon as I saw the forms, I had a gut feeling. This form would be discarded once the debut album planning was over. That was what happened when a document lacked fundamentals. If even a non-expert in planning could tell it wasn't right, this fellow was beyond salvaging. I scanned the outline with a heavy heart. The overall concept and message are one set, and there are 3 areas, including the costumes and music videos. I had just resolved to take care of my dark circles, but I already felt them doubling in intensity. At least office workers get paid for working. I had a materialistic thought for a moment. Then I remembered that the Hampyeong industry didn't pay overtime either. I quickly returned to my trainee mindset. Once I achieved my KPI, I'd make sure to find a job that didn't have a comprehensive wage system. After overcoming the big mountain called evaluation, a relatively peaceful daily life followed. It was days filled with scheduled practices and wrestling with planning documents. I thought this routine would continue for a while. Unfortunately, the peace didn't last long. This morning, while preparing for school, Jong Songbin left a message without telling the others. Can you spare some time this afternoon? It was because of this one line. I can spare time. Do you have something to talk about? Yes. And Jiho Hyung too. Choi Jiho. The selection alone was ominous. It was only natural. The moment Choi Jiho was involved, the likelihood of a smooth conversation dropped to 0. Choi Jiho's reaction when I relayed Jong Songbin's request to him wasn't much different. Me? Yeah. Why? I don't know either. And back to the present. The only 2 adult members among the trainees were trembling in fear. I wanted to ask Park Ju-woo, Jong Songbin's roommate, if he had sensed anything strange, but it seemed Jong Songbin didn't want others to know yet, so I couldn't even ask him. I honestly can't think of anything. Did you do something wrong to Songbin? While waiting in the lobby for Jong Singbin to return, I probed Choi Jiho. Choi Jiho answered seriously. I've been thinking about it too. I see. At least he was considering it. Now, it was a huge improvement compared to last month when he confronted Kang Kian with just face reading him. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Jong Songbin came through the main entrance in his school uniform. Jong Songbin must have informed Kang Kian in advance, as he just greeted us and went down to the basement practice room without saying much. Jong Songbin looked at us, took off his bag, and bowed deeply. Thank you for making time for me. It's no big deal. Nothing unusual at school. I waved my hand dismissively and asked about Songbin's well-being. Songbin nodded a couple of times. No, nothing unusual with you, Hyungs. Except for Jiho almost swearing at me, nothing much happened. While making light conversation, I subtly observed Jong Songbin's expression. He didn't look unwell, but appeared slightly anxious. A reason too awkward to openly tell others from a guy who usually behaved well and had recently gotten his mind together. The group he called out, consisting of Choi Jiho, who looked like he could bring frost in midsummer, and the worn-out me. Considering various factors, no matter how much I racked my brain, there was only one answer that came to mind. I carefully asked, hoping Songbin would say no. Does this request involve burying someone? 27. Chapter 27. Workplace Bullying 1. What? Like causing a ridiculous accident that needs to be covered up or dreaming of revenge after getting extorted by a scary senior. It's definitely not like that. Jong Songbin shook his head vigorously, startled by my examples. Good. I couldn't be in the same boat with someone having such scary thoughts. With a lighter heart, I waited for Songbin to speak first. Before meeting Jong Songbin, I had promised to wait until he spoke first, so Choi Jiho was also keeping quiet because of that. With the mouth of terror sealed, my mind felt much more at ease. I wanted to tell you something before you Hyungs misunderstand. Jong Songbin began cautiously, despite the solemn tone. Well, we are debuting in the same group, but the CEO asked me what I thought about being the leader. So things were proceeding as originally planned. In a situation as volatile as manager's mood, this news was welcome. With a satisfied heart, I waited for what he would say next, but Jong Songbin just lowered his head and didn't say anything. No way. Is that your main point? Given Jong Songbin's personality, it didn't seem likely he'd called just the Hyungs together to congratulate him on becoming leader. Glancing next to me, Choi Jiho had "Is that all?" written all over his face. Spark members, be grateful to me. If I hadn't shut Choi Jiho in advance, this meeting to serve your 7-year boss would have ended in disaster. But if that really was all he wanted to say, the reason Songbin called us was obvious. He must have felt uncomfortable about becoming the leader when there were older members in the team. There were some people at Hampyeong Industry who found it difficult to deal with subordinates older than them. It was common for age differences that were tolerable as peers to suddenly become apparent after promotion. Still, doesn't he realize there's no one else suitable for the leader position? I thought of Spark's dazzling lineup. Starting with Choi Jiho, the world's top trash talker, who caused discord just by speaking. Park Ju-woo, whose fans recorded the date when he spoke more than 5 sentences even in self-produced content. Lee Chong-hyun, the bright kid whose head seemed to be full of flower fields. Kong Kyeon, the bright-eyed madman whose gaze was always intense. None of them were suited to stand in front of the public and say, "Hello, we are Spark. Please take care of us." It was like having a company of 5 employees where all 5 only did practical work and had no one to approve things. In short, the combination was messed up. Without Jong Songbin, that is. I also thought you'd be the most suitable if we were to choose a leader among us. I honestly shared my opinion. But Songbin's expression was still dark. With you Hyungs here, it doesn't seem right for me to be the leader. Are you that obsessed with seniority? It was half a joke, half a serious question. It had been bothering me that Songbin was the only trainee using extremely formal speech. If I could get Choi Jiho to agree, I planned to introduce a more informal speech system in the group soon. Songbin's shoulders trembled slightly as he finished speaking. He must have been really worrying a lot about this. If you're feeling the pressure of having to represent members with poor social skills, I understand. But if you're being conscious because of your age, there's no need for that at all. I never thought the members had poor social skills. Songbin waved his hands. He was a really good kid. I definitely had thought about that a bit. So, the reason for your concern is truly because of age? I think there's a reason why the eldest usually becomes the leader in most teams. Compared to the Hyungs, I lack leadership skills. I was surprised. I never thought Jong Songbin, who was reputed to be a top-notch leader with an impeccable personality, would be this timid. I remembered the stories from his school days, known among the fandom, about how well he got along with everyone. It seemed that as training life prolonged, self-esteem inevitably lowered. That's a bit concerning. Unlike me, whose self-esteem eroded from being beaten down at Hampyeong Industry, these kids weren't 20 yet. It seemed this team needed to recover their self-esteem before debuting. Except for Choi Jiho. However, apart from protecting self-esteem, it would be troublesome for us too if Songbin didn't become the leader. Even if you excluded me, who had the disposition of a low-ranking employee not wanting to stand out. Based on years of monitoring experience, Spark guys wouldn't even be able to open their mouths anywhere without Songbin. For the sake of fans desperately scraping together content of their favorites, Spark needed Songbin. In times like this, the most effective method was to make them say with their own mouths why it had to be them. Putting everything else aside, Songbin. Yes. Do you think there's anyone else in our team suitable to be the leader besides you? Songbin paused at my words. I knew. Someone like Songbin, who thought about a lot of things, would have imagined at least 20 times what it would be like if someone else became the leader instead of him. I don't think it would look good for Choi Ji-ho, who took his fights seriously even with the Magne, or me, who can't distinguish between left turn and right turn when explained verbally, to become the leader. Why are you dragging me into this when I was just sitting quietly? Are you denying what I just said? Just continue what you were saying. Apart from his personality, there were plenty of reasons why Jang Songbin should become the leader. He led the practices, and he took care of the trainees most meticulously. That wasn't something that could be explained simply by innate nature. Willingly going through trouble for others wasn't something that happened automatically just by wearing a title. After kindly explaining, when younger members become leaders_despair version.zip, I added, so don't worry about feeling guilty or whether the Hyungs will be uncomfortable with a younger leader. Hyung, you'll be fine with the other kids since they're your friends or younger siblings, but if Choi Ji-ho doesn't listen later, tell me then. I'll have a big fight with him on your behalf. Why do you think only I won't listen? You could also cause trouble for Songbin. I'm the type to grovel before those in power, so that won't happen. Songbin finally relaxed his expression, perhaps misunderstanding my words as a joke. Seriously, I meant it. Even though he had nitpicked at everything I said, Choi Ji-ho also expressed his opinion indirectly. There's no one else who could be leader besides Songbin in the first place. Sometimes, one word from someone you wouldn't expect to say such things could hit harder than 100 words. Having passed Choi Ji-ho's gate, Songbin finally smiled with relief. I'm glad it's not the position itself that's burdening you, but I thought we had overcome the big mountain while talking about rankings. I was too complacent. It was troublesome that Jang Songbin's self-esteem continued to plummet even after overcoming the ranking issue, especially when seeing the case of Kang Kian, who was already struggling with lost confidence. Watching Songbin's back as he headed to the practice room in the lead, I fervently hoped this wasn't a side effect of me pushing forward the debut schedule and that nothing else would happen from now on. However, my prayer was completely shattered in exactly 3 days. It was utterly and completely shattered. The incident occurred while I was getting my phone from the manager and, at the same time, receiving a confidentiality agreement. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Take a photo that includes the confidentiality agreement. Reward, EXP 5. Plus, it was a task completely different from anything I had encountered so far. Did someone mess with the document? The system had never given me a task that would be detrimental to my idle activities before. At first, I wondered if the confidentiality agreement had any toxic clauses. However, I couldn't have missed something as significant as that. It's especially suspicious that it's not the agreement itself, but a photo of the agreement. Looking at the task description, it seemed like the agreement was being used. Even when I took a photo with the agreement right in the center, the notification that the task was completed didn't appear. What am I supposed to do? I took about 20 photos, putting the agreement in the left corner, in the right empty space, and so on. Finally, when only the edge of the agreement was visible and 3/4 of the break room door behind it was in the frame. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP 5. Total EXP, 60. Total point, 0. Plus, a notification of completion appeared with a bright light. The photo's poorly taken, but it's complete. I checked the last photo in the gallery. The focus was so off that even the words confidentiality agreement were unreadable. The focus was so strange that Songbin and a man behind the break room's glass door looked clearly visible instead. Huh. I looked up from my phone to the break room in front of me. Indeed, Jang Songbin was standing inside, with a face clearly showing tension. The person sitting opposite was also a familiar face. Jang Junho, the owner of the song we recently recorded a guide for. Are they close enough to meet separately? I had my doubts, but I already knew. If one person was comfortably seated while the other was standing nervously, I should throw away any assumption that they were close. As if to confirm my assumption, Jang Junho threw something toward Jong Songbin. This crazy B***TCH? I immediately knocked on the break room door and entered. Both their gazes instantly turned towards me. Songbin, you were here? At my sudden appearance, both of their faces stiffened. I looked straight at Jang Junho and greeted him like an inexperienced rookie who didn't realize a senior was present. Jang Junho sunbeamed him. I didn't know you were here. Hello. Oh, haven't seen you before. I'm Kim Yiwol, a new trainee sunbeamed him. It had been a while since I used the voice projection from the days when I was disciplined in front of Manager Nam. Glancing at the floor, I saw a water bottle with some water in it rolling around. **T. What if it had hit him? I involuntarily clenched my fist. I barely managed to suppress my primal anger and spoke. The manager is looking for Songbin. If you have something to discuss, should I wait outside? I'll inform the manager. No, it's fine. Thank you. I cheerfully bowed 90 degrees like an oblivious idiot, then pulled on Songbin's arm. I hoped I was overreacting, but if Jang Junho had been harassing Songbin, I needed to separate him immediately. Wait. Just as we were about to leave the break room, Jang Junho called us back. Jang Junho's gaze was on the phone in my hand. Aren't trainees not allowed to carry phones around? Jang Junho asked, leaning back. I maintained the most good-natured smile I could and answered. I'm using it with the manager's permission, due to special circumstances. Then Jang Junho beckoned to me with his hand. Bring it here. The atmosphere froze instantly. My hand holding the phone tensed. 28. Chapter 28. Workplace bullying, 2. So he's being meticulous about removing anything that could be nitpicked, huh? It was ridiculous. Then shouldn't he just behave? When I obediently held out my phone, Jang Junho snatched it from me. It's pointless anyway. I had already deleted all the photos of the break room entrance before entering the break room. Those photos had served their purpose by alerting me to the situation. Whether intentional or not, I had no intention of using anything potentially illegal, no matter the benefits. The system's intention seemed to align with my thinking. This notification popped up the moment I deleted all the photos. Plus, system, subordinate, is exempted from penalties for complying with professional ethics. Plus, unlike tasks that rewarded you upon completion and had no penalties for failure, professional ethics seem to only impose penalties for noncompliance. Basically, it means I should act properly without resorting to shortcuts. This was an unnecessary rule for someone like me, who felt guilty for not following the rules, even including Hampyong Industries' absurd company policies. Jang Junho continued to fiddle with my phone for a long time. Here, take it. Back. Yes, thank you. And when nothing particular came up, he returned the phone with a dissatisfied look. But, sunbeam. However, following rules is one thing. Did Songbin do something to deserve a harsh scolding from you? And pointing out mistakes is another matter. What kind of grown man, nearly 40 years old, picked on a kid barely out of their teens? Jang Junho's eyebrows twitched, seemingly affected by my remark. What do you mean? From what I briefly saw outside, it looked like Songbin was being scolded by Sunbeam. Young, it's not like that. This time, Jong Songbin, whose face turned pale, grabbed my arm. Jang Junho smiled and said, You heard him. Don't go around talking nonsense. I think you're the one who needs to be careful about your actions, Sunbeam. What? What I said was that it looked like Songbin was being scolded. If Junho had just said, Did it look that way? It wasn't my intention. I'll be more careful. The issue would have ended there. He's the one who confirmed the situation by getting defensive. The speed at which he shot himself in the foot was impressive. Clearly, this man wasn't very wise. Expecting decency from someone who behaved like this was laughable. If someone misunderstands your actions, it could be problematic, don't you think? Are you lecturing me now? No, I was seriously considering it. I held back my laughter as I watched Junho try to intimidate me. Did he really think he could intimidate someone trained by Manager Nam? Regrettably, he was about 10 years too early. I was considering if I should stay at an agency where the seniors, who aren't even caught scolding trainees, snatch the trainees' phones to check them. Of course, I had no intention of leaving. If anything, if they told me to leave, I'd have to apologize for my wrongdoing. But the current situation is entirely unfavorable for Junho. If I were a trainee who had been at UA for years like Song Bin, I would have no choice but to submit to Junho. He was a senior in the industry and a colleague at the same agency. The more one had to lose, the more cautious they had to be in front of those with power. But I was a trainee who had just joined the agency and knew nothing. I was closer to the outside world than the entertainment industry, meaning I had nothing to lose even if Junho exerted external pressure right now. Unless he wants to be the subject of scandals. Like the downfall of a famous singer who tried to bury a trainee in the industry for whistleblowing their misdeeds. Whistleblower reports were always subject to constant suspicion about their intentions and evidence. And I could easily prove that I was actually affiliated with UA with just one contract. That was why I could act like a naive newcomer who was completely oblivious. Someone who would go through a stranger's phone and even destroy evidence probably wasn't completely senseless. Moreover, he was 10 years older than me. He must have seen his fair share of dirty fights. F***CKU. Jang Junho muttered, laughing bitterly. He seemed to have concluded that there was nothing to gain by trying to win against me here. He likely anticipated the backlash if I exposed everything just because he bullied me out of spite. Much greater than is it true that JJH bullied a trainee at UA? Yeah, it's true. The kid who exposed it provided all the proof. But calling it bullying just based on the post. I'm staying neutral for now. F***K, these neutral stance people. Can't we just split them in half and throw them to both sides? Instead of always shifting to neutral, it might be easier to split their brains in two in advance. Much greater than who even is JJH. Why do people only talk about JJH? He's some singer who had a brief moment of fame and then faded away. It's so pathetic to harass kids who are just preparing to debut, sir. This would be the moderate response if I hadn't debuted yet. If I had debuted, there'd be more chatter about noise marketing or disrespecting a senior, but such assumptions were meaningless to Junho, who probably thought I could leave UA at any moment. In the end, Jang Junho left the break room after telling me to be careful. With my words, he closed the door so hard, I wondered if the hinges had broken. Hyung, are you okay? Jong Song-bin, who had shrunk like a crushed can caught between me and Junho, asked. Why wouldn't I be okay? That's a relief. You said the manager was looking for me? That was a lie to get into the break room. What? More importantly, Song-bin. Yes. I think we need to talk. At my words, Song-bin hesitated before nodding. It was the second group meeting after the fiery confrontation between Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-an. Even Jong Song-bin himself knew he wasn't always like this. He had always been confident in his ability to work hard and never give up. He believed that the time he spent putting in effort would eventually become an asset for him someday. So the years of trainee life weren't difficult at all, until he met an impossibly difficult senior. A trainee. Yes, but he's been singing for a long time and he's really good. Even Eun acknowledged him. Hyung, I'm not in a position to receive guide vocals from a trainee, am I? Was it a problem that someone as inexperienced and green as him was assigned to guide someone who had already debuted? Or was his skill really so lacking that it was embarrassing to show? Hey, you recorded like this and no one in A and or had anything to say. I've listened to your guide track repeatedly. Your voice isn't exactly mainstream. It gets tiresome after a while. I heard you're going to be the main vocalist in your group? If you're the main, your team is doomed, isn't it? Whatever the reason was. And even before knowing what it was, Song-bin had to hear criticism disguised as honest advice from Jang Junho every time they met in the hallways or the lobby. Such words were unhelpful at all. They only left wounds on the listener. To Jong Song-bin, Jang Junho's scathing remarks were no different from a dagger. Unfortunately, Song-bin's respectful, humble, and self-conscious attitude towards elders only made him look like a pushover to Junho. It didn't take long for teasing to turn into mockery, mockery to criticism, and criticism to turn into insults. The low end-of-month evaluation rankings, the feedback that was disguised as praise but couldn't hide the disappointment. And most importantly, his own lack of progress over the years. All seemed to prove Jang Junho's words true. When it became a routine for Jang Junho to nitpick and criticize every aspect of his recordings, it started to feel like an established fact. Jong Song-bin began to believe he was truly incompetent. Just keep doing what you've been doing, and the day will come when you're recognized. Really, that was, until a newly arrived, indifferent colleague, who had no reason to be considerate of him, said the words he most needed to hear. Silence fell in the practice room. Only Song Bin, with his reddened nose, occasionally let out small sighs. The first emotion I felt after hearing the whole story was regret. I had been happy about earning experience points for guiding Jang Junho's songs, not knowing he was such a despicable human trash. The next emotion was anger. A few years ago, Jang Songbin was just a middle school student. All these years, he took out his frustration for not being able to make a comeback on someone 20 years younger than him. It was unacceptable and didn't deserve any attempt at understanding. At this point, all I could think of were profanities. That asterisk, there were things a person should and shouldn't do. Even I, who had to work 20 hours of overtime a month because of Spark, was going through thick and thin with these kids. Who did he think he was to cause such a fuss? Forget watching my words, I just wanted to say, "Excuse me, is Jang Junho here?" and then set the place on fire while questioning his humanity. Choi Jiho, who was next to me, was already cursing. Isn't that guy a Fing lunatic? I get mad too, but let's not swear in front of the kids. It was not Jang Songbin's fault, and having the two older members rage would only make the younger ones more anxious. I swallowed my anger and asked Jang Songbin, "Songbin, how do you want this resolved?" If Jang Songbin wanted an apology, I was ready to publicize everything until Jang Junho's face was pixelated on every news portal. I was confident in my ability to persistently drag this out. However, Jang Songbin seemed to want everything to be quietly buried. I don't want to interact with that senior any more than I already have, even if it's for the sake of resolving things. Okay, but I don't think it's a good idea to keep working with that person. Do you agree on this point? Yes. Then let's move in pairs of 2 within the company at least. Kian, please keep an eye on him when he goes home. Yes. And if you hear any nonsense anywhere, make sure to tell at least 2 members. Got it. The meeting continued as we discussed ways to keep Jang Songbin and Jang Junho apart. What if they suggest another guide? I know they've been assigning it to trainees for convenience. I'll practice until my throat bursts, and then I'll go. At Chonghyun's concern, I raised my hand and volunteered. I figured it was better for my throat to bleed than to send these kids into a dangerous situation. After a lengthy 30-minute meeting. Lastly, Songbin, I'd like you to do just 2 things. Yes. First, never think you're lacking. I said this while looking at Songbin's still youthful face, which seemed incapable of saying harsh words even if he was told to use them. It was a face I rarely looked at directly, afraid my own buried sorrows might resurface. When you feel a bit better later, bring me everything that could be evidence of how that person mistreated you. That damn is asterisk hole. Did he think he could steal away a capable new employee like this? We couldn't take revenge now because we hadn't achieved anything yet. But I'd show him how petty a working adult could be when protecting promising young sprouts. 29. Chapter 29. A competitor turning up. 1. Even after hearing Jang Songbin's story, our daily lives didn't change much. The most we could do was for me to cause a scene by quitting and shouting, "That jerk S deserves to die." I'm certainly confident in my ability to create chaos. Instead, we decided to compliment the next person by age once a week. The idea was to encourage each other, whose self-esteem had taken a hit. Surprisingly, it was that Park Ju-woo who first suggested the idea. I'm a bit worried that Choi Jiho will be the one to compliment Jang Songbin, but if he had any sense, he'd watch what I did and follow along. Oh, I mentioned it once in the office when I went to return my cell phone to the manager. "Manager, there's no such thing as hazing in our company, right?" "Of course not. If there were, it'd be a big problem." "Really?" "Absolutely. Don't the trainees also avoid such things?" "They do. I just wondered if there's something to observe between seniors and juniors. Basic manners are important, but there's no bullying. If there were, it would be the end of them." This conversation took place in the office used by the management division. It meant I spoke in a space with more than 10 pairs of listening ears. And about a sensitive power abuse issue in the entertainment industry, at that. Jang Songbin's face turned pale, perhaps thinking I might immediately report Jang Junho's actions. But since I didn't actually say anything, Jang Songbin also let it go without comment. It might seem like nothing now, but someday, someone might understand the context of these random words I blurted out. If it didn't blow up, that was fine, but if it did, that would be nice. I considered it a form of insurance. While I didn't particularly hope for it, a series of events naturally led to group membership training. For the first time since joining, a group meeting with all the trainees was scheduled. This marked the beginning of the official debut preparation project. UA's meetings was more civilized compared to those at Hampyong Industry. For starters, there was no shouting or pens flying across desks. It was so different from the meeting room scenes at the company I had been part of until recently. Who cares about legal and ethical ways? Bring me shortcuts, shortcuts. The ones not coming to the mountaineering club are all new employees, right? Compile a list of their names. No, tell them all to come to my desk right now. The management is cursing at us, so what else can we do? Does everyone hate working in society? If you hate it, write your resignation and leave. No matter how much I thought about it, I should have left then. If I had left, at least I wouldn't have had to light Manager Nam's cigarettes every 15 minutes. Even though UA's building was a non-smoking zone, whenever I thought about that time, I felt like I could smell the acrid scent of cigarettes on my clothes. In this much more fragrant atmosphere compared to my previous life, I heard again about this group's initial concept, which I had grown tired of while being forced to be a fan of Spark. The management team says you all have cold handsome guy vibes. So we're thinking of giving the overall album and group logo a winter boy feel. That was why they shot the debut music video in a field where all the grass had frozen to death. Wait a minute. Then why did they name the group Spark? Usually, you'd choose a name that reflected the team's image, right? I shouldn't be the one to talk, having changed my name to Kim Yiwol just because I was born in February. Anyway, there was a bit of a contradiction between aiming for a winter boy feel and having a team name that means flame. The company has 4 candidate names in mind for now: Spark, Flake, Glint, and Flame. We're always open to ideas, so feel free to speak up if you think of anything. The candidates were all simple and flashy. Just hearing the names made my eyes dazzle and my face heat up. I almost forgot. This was a company obsessed with classic idols. These incredibly glamorous names clearly showed their desire to include symbolism and mass appeal, throwing everything in and planning to sort it out later. This was why project proposals should be written by one person. When multiple people wrote it, the content went off track. Personally, I wanted to keep the original team name. It was respectful to preserve Spark's legacy as much as possible. However, the conversation didn't go the way I hoped. If we're sticking with the fire theme, isn't Flame a stronger name than Spark? If we want to go strong, shouldn't it be something like Blaze? The staff's passion for the rookie group was burning brightly in the group name discussion. Of course, there were some rational people among them. Didn't you say we were going with a winter boy concept? But intellectuals were always lonely in a crowd. The trainees, including myself, could only silently watch as the group name turned into a blazing pillar of fire. This is what we're discussing. Any thoughts? The CEO asked. I answered with a bright smile. We'll discuss it at the dorm and share our thoughts through the manager. For now, let's just end this pointless discussion. When the CEO gave the okay sign, Jong Song-bin, sitting opposite me, let out a small sigh of relief. Yeah, even you probably thought it was absurd to have a fire show over the group name. After that, the usual precautions followed. We know you're all diligent, so I won't say things like, work hard on your practice. Instead, be much more careful with your actions from now on. I fully agreed with the CEO on this point, especially considering when Park Ju-woo got heavily criticized for not paying attention to his expression when greeting a senior group. And we'll be adding more classes from now on. We're thinking about foreign languages and fitness, but which one did we say we'd start with again? Foreign languages first, CEO. With fitness as an option, why start with foreign languages? That didn't make any sense. Muscles built during adolescence could last for 10 years. It was not like Spark was going to expand overseas right away. They debuted in Japan in their 5th year, so why foreign languages now? Moreover, all Spark members were in their growth period. If utilized well, they might grow a few more centimeters than before. Neglecting that physical potential was clearly a loss. Since Lee Chong-hyun knows English anyway, foreign languages aren't that urgent. To my knowledge, Jong Song-bin was also quite proficient in Japanese. He might not have learned it yet, but considering how fluent he was during activities, he might have a knack for learning languages. If worst came to worst, I could always showcase my 100 business sentences for office workers. I thought my last English study would be when I prepared for TOEIC speaking just before graduation. Just the thought of it made me weary, but it couldn't be helped. All right, let's aim for basic conversation, reading, and writing in English and Japanese. Mr. Jukyung will give you the details later. I took 100 deep breaths in my head. Objecting to a higher-up's decision would have gotten a stack of documents thrown at me at the Hampyeong industry. But if it's just me taking the hit, I should prioritize the group's average height. Thinking about Kang Kian, who had looked sunken among the lined-up members, I couldn't help but feel a sense of duty. CEO, I took a deep breath in my mind and called out to the CEO. Even if everyone accuses me of freeloading in the distant future, Kang Kian, you at least shouldn't. Yes. I'm sorry, but could we start with fitness classes first? This isn't a request. Approve it right now. It's all for the growth of your charges. Perhaps sensing my determination, the CEO reacted positively. Yiwol, you want to start with fitness? Since you want it so badly, should we start with fitness first? Since we're starting with a month's difference, I don't think it will make a big difference if we do fitness first, CEO. Then let's do that. Just report back to me later on when you've managed the expenses. Yes. And so, the objection to secure fitness training was peacefully concluded without a single flying object. Though I felt like managing expenses might suit me better than building muscles. Along with securing fitness classes, there was one more piece of good news. Hyung, what? I finished the song. Lee Chong-hyun had completed the song he'd been working on for several weeks. I wasn't sure how long it typically took to compose a song, but it seemed impressive to create a first piece in this amount of time, especially considering that Lee Chong-hyun had no memory of working on music before, yet he produced something better than his previous work. It wouldn't be fair to dismiss his effort as mere talent, but his ability was truly remarkable. Did it change much from before? It's almost the same, just tweak the ending a bit. As he said this, Chong-hyun fumbled for his earphones. Watching this, Kang Kian asked, What? Hyung, you've heard it before. The pre-edited version? Yeah, Chong-hyun played it for me. What's with you, Lee Chong-hyun? Why haven't you let me listen to it until now? I was waiting to let our Kang Kian hear the finished version. Chong-hyun kneaded Kian's face like dough, asking if he was upset. I had told him so many times not to touch faces to avoid potential trouble. He didn't listen to me at all. By the way, it was surprising that Kang Kian hadn't heard the song either. Given Lee Chong-hyun's personality, I thought he would have asked everyone to listen to his song twice a day. Did he not play it for anyone except me and the A&R team? Oblivious to my puzzled look, Lee Chong-hyun handed his wired earphones connected to the laptop to Kang Kian. What do you think? Wait, it's only been 13 seconds. While Kang Kian listened to the song with his chin resting on his hand, Lee Chong-hyun looked extremely nervous, like a child approaching a flock of pigeons. And after about 4 minutes, it's good. Really? Chong-hyun's face lit up. Kang Kian still had an indifferent expression, but answered seriously. Yeah, really. Then Kang Kian turned to Choi Ji-ho, who was lying on the sofa, dozing off. Hyung, want to work on a choreography together later this evening? For what? For Lee Chong-hyun's song. Before, they would glare at each other at the slightest eye contact. This was remarkable growth. I was so moved that I considered changing their relationship status from sandpaper dapper to lovey-dovey. The thought only lasted for 2 seconds. As the dance line duo set up a constructive practice plan, Lee Chong-hyun, who was tidying up his laptop before bed, exclaimed, Huh. On the laptop screen was the unchanging pink UI of an entertainment news site that had remained the same for years. What's wrong? Even Jong Song-bin, who was drinking water, approached Chong-hyun and made a strange expression after seeing the article. Myth is debuting a boy group. Indeed, this was the group that would dominate the rookie boy group scene for the next 3 years. The group that would engage in an exasperating performance battle with Spark, who could never get their comeback timing right, for years to come. And the group that always emerged victorious in those battles, the debut of Par that had been announced. 30, Chapter 30, a competitor turning up, too. The group has 8 members, and their age range seems similar to ours. It's been a while since Myth released a boy group, so I thought the age range would be a bit higher. Is that not right? Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun spoke in turn. Myth was a massive entertainment agency, much larger than UA. As such, Myth had a vast pool of trainees. Even if they only chose the young and talented ones, there would have been plenty of candidates. The image of being an idol powerhouse wasn't for nothing. Even the usually composed Park Ju-woo looked quite serious. Is this the recognition level of a major agency? Well, it was not easy for most groups to build name recognition before their debut. Dozens of idol groups appeared and disappeared in a year. In fact, it was not uncommon for over 100 teams to debut in a single year. It was an oversaturated market, and within it, generational shifts were bound to happen in the K-idol scene. In such a fiercely competitive environment, a group from a major agency with the highest potential for this generational shift was about to debut. It would be strange not to pay attention. The article revealed the profile photos and stage names of the members that would debut soon. It wouldn't be surprising if they already had a fan base, given that their profile pictures were all set. There are agencies that promote their trainees even before debut. In addition, a company like MYEH, which had been in the idol business for a long time, had a distinct identity and values, which also became a marketing element. Thus, they had a solid fandom that followed not just the groups but the company itself. In other words, they secured supporters from the beginning for any idols in myth lineage. Looking at the atmosphere, everyone seemed to have thought this far. It was a good thing that there were no naive comments like, how lucky they are to debut from a major agency. I said as I scrolled down the article. First of all, we lost in terms of numbers. They have 8 people. Their strategy of one of them might suit your type was their strategic victory. The risks that came with personnel management were their own problem, so let's put that aside. How are we going to win then? Win? If we lost in numbers, we need to find another way. If it's about height, our team would win with Choi Ji-ho. After fully absorbing the article's content, I closed the internet window. I understand your concerns, and they are very real and important issues. But let's not get discouraged before we even try. Although I generally advocated for realistic goals, considering that about half the members had low self-esteem, I decided to shift towards encouraging their motivation through warm support. You need to think about winning to feel motivated to do anything. That's true. Hyung, should we work on individual talents? If we practice 3 per person, we could even do a medley of individual talents. I don't think just overpowering them in numbers is a good strategy. If they practice 3 skills each, Partha will have 24 individual skills. Really? Why is the conversation going in that direction again? Choi Ji-ho, watching the exchange between Lee Chong-hyun and me, looked perplexed. I couldn't understand why he seemed so puzzled by my objective review of the members' opinions. In my opinion, the best approach is to improve our skills. If we have the skills, we'll find a way to compete. I knew well how Spark had survived 7 years despite controversies and upheavals due to their skills. If the time came for them to focus on something, the members would likely choose to hone their skills to the very end. And the next most important thing was maintaining a controversy-free image. Well, talking about this now would just be a pain in the butt, so I'd work on establishing discipline later. Anyone disagree? Since it was a group activity, I thought I should hear their opinions, but there were no objections. Then let's all get some sleep to win in terms of height. Let's wake up early tomorrow and improve our skills. As I was speaking, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt ominous. It was a very bad feeling. It felt like going to a meeting room at 4 o'clock only to find out that the meeting had already started at 3:30 because Manager Nam didn't inform me about the time change. Monthly calendar. I hurriedly pulled out the hologram calendar that I had forgotten about since advancing the debut date. In today's date box, the debut plan release was written, and in tomorrow's date box, confirmed debut team press release distribution. Indeed, the press release schedule, which used to start circulating 2 years before debut, drawing all kinds of attention but draining the actual substance, was listed for tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I should have anticipated that this issue would also be accelerated. I was too complacent. Could it be that my discipline had slackened because Manager Nam wasn't here? If that was the case, I needed to overhaul my mindset. Hyung, the manager said they're also releasing a debut announcement for us tomorrow. Tell them to stop it right now. Tell them you'd rather hang a congratulations to UA's first idol banner at your debut instead. After that, we wasted about an hour communicating with our manager via PC Messenger. Manager Chanying. Why? When you debut, there will be several times more articles happy face if you're already getting embarrassed by this. What are you going to do later? Our manager interpreted our hesitation about the press release as the humility of a rice plant that bowed its head. TL note. The humility of a rice plant that bowed its head refers to the idiom, the riper the rice plant, the more it bends its head. It means people who know a lot are humble about their knowledge. Frustrated, I tried to retreat, but Park Ju-woo supported me. It was a heartbreaking sight. I thought I had earned at least a level 1 certificate in keeping quiet if you lack experience, but I was completely wrong. I couldn't stay silent in this situation, knowing that we'd regret it deeply right before our debut if we let this slide. Me. Manager, I'm cautiously suggesting that if our debut schedule isn't confirmed, it might be too early for a press release. In Part's case, their debut is scheduled for next month. See more. Manager, I thought some reference materials might be needed, so I've summarized some promotion articles and debut schedules of groups that debuted in the past year. Due to time constraints, I couldn't conduct a full survey, but I conducted a sample survey. See more. 20XX Group Debut Marketing Article Sample Survey.png. Manager Chanying. I'll talk to the company about it. In the meantime, since WebCell still wasn't installed, we had to work on a shared spreadsheet online and send screenshots. The work environment was too poor. I should have asked for a program account. So you stayed up all night waiting for a reply? Yeah. They decided not to distribute the press release. You're really something, aren't you? Indeed. If the company had insisted on the press release, that would be a real something. I had even prepared to stand next to the staff's desk for 2 hours, like when I asked Manager Nam for approval. Staying up all night to save the impact is not a bad deal. You're a tough one. I'll take that as a compliment for my survival skills. Everything had gone as desired, so the outcome was perfect. Incidentally, a hidden task also popped up. This Jack *SS. System. Plus. System. Hidden task. Stop the press release. Completed. Reward. EXP 5. Total EXP 65. Total point 0. Plus. It seemed blocking the press release distribution with all my might was the right move. To be honest, ethically, it should have notified me. Even if it gave me 2 hearts, both hearts would have dropped. Moreover, this task was directly related to achieving KPI. Are you kidding me? Moreover, I was a weakling, so I was weak to sudden events like this. They should at least have some consideration for a jaded office worker like me. Imitating the king of self-management King Kong Kion, I mechanically chewed on a plain bread slice without even a spoonful of jam and said to Choi Ji-ho, Ju-woo and I are going to the practice room first. Why? I need to stop by for a moment because I have somewhere to go. Today, I had to visit the artist management team. Since I never knew what UA might do, it was time to take the initiative. For Assistant Manager Kim Yiwol, no, for Intern Kim Yiwol's first project. Of course, considering my narrow perspective that only knew Spark as an idol, I had consulted with an expert in advance. Concept. Yeah, I've been working on something that I think will suit Chonghyun's song. What kind of concept is it? I've decided on something that suits you all. A real youth drama? Jong Song-bin had a hesitant expression. It was understandable. Spark nearly got buried without a trace when they debuted with a classic youth drama concept in the past. It seemed they were quite objective about their visuals. None of them looked particularly youthful. However, my primary goal was to sneak my concept past UA's insistence on the traditional idol image and push it through. To do that, it was best to slightly alter the original debut concept of Spark. Fortunately, my idea was evaluated as a bit too classic but potentially good depending on the details. Considering the nature of the task, I think I need to go to the planning team, but I should probably talk to Mr. Jukyung first. The only way for trainees to communicate with the company was through the manager or Min Jukyung. Skipping this might seem like ignoring the system, so I decided to follow the regular procedure. I had heard enough of the crossing the line lecture from Manager Nam 5 times a week. At least, the bright side was that UA appreciated trainees' proactive attitudes. Mr. Min Jukyung kindly listened to my bold proposal without showing any annoyance. He was an outstanding talent, rare in this era. I only hoped UA paid him well. While flipping through the planning document I printed, he said, "You planned this." "Yes, but I don't know who to ask for advice. Usually, it goes to the production division. They have the planning team and the album production team. But there's a meeting with the CEO this week, so I'll bring it up then." The speed at which the proposal was moving up was extraordinary. UA was indeed a small company. How did you come up with this idea? I wanted to try something. I'm not really a planning person, so I don't know much, but it seems well organized. You must have worked hard. I followed the basic items from UA's concept planning proposal format, so it would have been a problem if it wasn't well organized. Still, I couldn't say. I got this from a valuable document, so I quickly bid farewell and left. I appreciate your help. Yeah, keep up the practice. Fortunately, the busy Mr. Min Jukyung didn't hold me back any longer. Thanks to that, the planning report scheduled for the morning ended smoothly. After that, it was back to the usual practice routine. Sorry to interrupt your practice, but Yiwol, can you come out for a moment? This was right after lunch when I was called to meet with Mr. Min Jukyung. 31. Chapter 31, Slave Chaser 1. Min Jukyung, who called me over, asked if I had ever given a presentation during my school days. A presentation? Yeah. Have you ever done one before? Of course, I'd done it to death. I could easily give a simple report presentation for 4 hours straight with a smile. But I shouldn't be able to do that now. The current me, on the surface, was just a fresh 20-year-old who didn't have the experience of presenting at Hampyeong Industry or giving presentations in college. I hesitated, pretending to be unsure, before answering. Not particularly, no. That makes sense. Earlier, I showed the proposal you gave me to the CEO when he stopped by the management office. The speed at which things moved up the chain was faster than the KTX train. Even the CEO of UA reviewed the document this quickly, so what was Manager Nam so busy with that he couldn't even process a simple leave request? I felt a surge of frustration. But Min Jukyung wasn't to blame. I swallowed my anger and forced a smile. Not noticing my internal struggle, Min Jukyung continued. The CEO said he'd like to hear you explain it in person. Me, personally? Yes. What do you think? It might turn out to be a good experience. I'd given presentations 100 times, but not once had it been a good experience. To me, presentations were nothing more than a collaboration of stress and nausea. Still, if an opportunity was given to me, I should take it. Right now, even worrying was a luxury I couldn't afford. Yes, I'll do it. Thank you. No need to thank me. You just need to explain what you've envisioned, so you don't need to decide on all the details. As for PPT, it would be good to have one, but it's fine if you don't. We're planning to schedule the meeting for next week, is that? Okay, that's fine. I had already gathered references while working on the concept. With the content organized, creating visual materials wouldn't be a problem. Once I received the email address where I needed to send the file and the NS program account, all tasks were completed. There was only 1 week left until the presentation. I had to settle it within that time. And my specialty was pulling all-nighters. I started to rack my brain on how I could utilize my time to create the best materials. No matter what, I will avoid the frozen grass fairy graveyard. I steeled my resolve. My shoulders felt heavy. My Avoid the Grass Fairy project started that very night. Lee Chonghyun asked me a question. That's great and all, but shouldn't you sleep while you're doing this? He should have been resting for a few days now that he had finished composing, and yet Lee Chonghyun was still pacing around the living room. At 20, you're at an age where you can pull all-nighters and chew rocks. What are you saying, Hyung? You don't sleep enough as it is. If you were about to become a group of frozen grass spirits, would you be able to sleep? I might die of pent-up frustration, but I certainly didn't want to ascend to the afterlife by freezing to death. Where did you learn to make things like this? Lee Chonghyun threw out an unexpected question. This coming from someone who effortlessly operated a complicated music composition program that made my head spin just looking at it. Though I couldn't take my eyes off the monitor due to lack of time, I tried my best to give a kind answer. If you live long enough, you can do anything. Wow, amazing. More accurately, you just needed to be the bus driver for group projects for 4 years, but the kids didn't need to know that. A few days later, the day of the showdown arrived. I found myself giving what felt like the 450th presentation of my life in the UA conference room. No one here had high expectations of me, so there was less pressure. The catch was that, contrary to what I had been told beforehand, representatives from every department were present. Still, since it was just a presentation to share ideas, I managed to wrap it up in about 20 minutes with a surface-level overview. After the presentation ended, I instinctively prepared myself for some sarcastic remarks. However, no one said something like, "Did you think we cleared our schedules to listen to this nonsense?" Instead, The CEO made a counter-proposal to me. Yiwol. Yes. I'll give you the project proposal format. Would you like to try writing it up properly? Pardon? For a moment, I wondered if these listeners had actually paid attention to the presentation. Assuming they had, the lack of questions about the content meant they found no particular problem. This implied that, even from their perspective, my ideas were realistically feasible enough to be commercialized. Yes, I understand. A decision-making process without a single curse word. A meeting room where no one raised their voice. For someone like me, who was trained at Hampyong Industry, this was a puzzling turn of events. Still, I think I succeeded in giving the impression that it's worth a try. It was a pretty good result. Can everyone stay for a moment? As soon as Kim Yiwol left the conference room, the CEO called back the meeting attendees. The CEO sounded excited. The atmosphere in the room was similar. That's understandable. Min Joo-kyung had expected this to some extent from the moment he first saw Kim Yiwol, that he was quite unique compared to his peers. I didn't expect him to have a talent for presentations, though. He had attended the planning meeting simply because he was the one who passed on the proposal from Kim Yiwol, but it turned out to be a surprising experience. What did you think? I thought it was pretty good. The CEO asked, referring to Kim Yiwol's presentation. To be honest, it was good. Me too. I was worried that it might be cliché, but it was better than I thought. The employees, flipping through the proposal, agreed. The concept Kim Yiwol presented was the classic youth. The spark he envisioned. In the music video started with a scene that could easily be misunderstood as a gangster situation due to its rough atmosphere and visuals. Compared to the pure and innocent winter boy concept the company had been preparing, it was a bold direction. On top of that, school uniforms and youth. These elements that anyone could easily think of could have felt cliché, especially since a major new group had just debuted last week with a mythology-based concept. Considering the recent market trends, it was hard to ignore the need for a strong concept. However, Kim Yiwol's choice was the most spark-like. At the same time, it also had an element of originality, thanks to a small twist at the end. The company wouldn't refuse a choice that could best showcase the team. Everyone agreed that the idea considered not just the visuals, but also the team's characteristics and public image. The proposal alone was good, but the presentation was top-notch. Is he really only 20? So he graduated high school this year? That's incredible. It's rare to see someone that age with such guts and brains. So I was thinking, the CEO said, closing the proposal he had been examining. What do you think about grooming him for producing? At this point, the artist management team couldn't help but get involved. Min Joo-kyung, having grasped the situation, hurriedly sent a message to his team leader and opened his planner. With an excited face. After the presentation, I returned to practice when a system notification popped up. Plus, system, hidden task completed. Content, gain recognition as a producing member. Reward, EXP 5. Total EXP 70. Total point 0. Plus, the employees had been told to stay behind. It seemed they had a really fun meeting without me. With this, Spark met all the conditions necessary to become a self-produced idol group. With me as a producing member, Lee Chong-hyun composing, and Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on handling the choreography, a perfect structure was in place. With such a complete setup, the company couldn't help but aim for a self-produced idol group. It looks like switching to a manager role is even more out of the question now. At this point, I should start thinking about how to prepare for my retirement after leaving the group post-debut. My career, which had already turned to water, was now becoming as hazy as mist. Maybe I should consider getting some certifications while I was at it. It would be good to study something productive. For example, coding, or perhaps coding. So, does this mean Chong-hyun's song will be chosen as the title track? Originally, the concept was just the image of a winter boy, without any specific ideas attached. UA hadn't even discussed getting songs for Spark. So unless the CEO or someone from the planning team got a sudden flash of inspiration, there was a high chance that Lee Chong-hyun's song, which I attached a concept to, would be chosen, especially since the song turned out pretty well. In that case, the company would likely push Chong-hyun's song as the title track to market our self-production abilities. Sure enough, soon the manager came over. I heard you might debut with Chong-hyun's song, and said that, although it wasn't confirmed, the 4 Spark members seemed to be motivated just by hearing those words. Wait, 4. There was one missing. I immediately turned my head to check the surroundings. One small head was missing. Hasn't Lee Chonghyun arrived yet? No. Why? He always comes right on time. I don't know. He didn't mention he'd be late today. Kang Kian responded. Since Chonghyun didn't have a phone, there was no way to contact him. He was tough, but as a seasoned sommelier who grew up surviving on scraps at Hampyeong Industry, I could guarantee you, this didn't feel right. He's not the type to skip practice. He'll probably be here soon. I think so too, but Choi Jiho replied nonchalantly, as usual. But I've seen the deep darkness within you guys recently. How can I not be anxious if something happens? Still, I decided to trust the stories about how Lee Chonghyun was generally the mood maker during trainee days. Maybe he made the ridiculous mistake of leaving his bag in the classroom or something. I tried hard to think positively. If you wish hard enough, it might come true. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Content, secure the debut song. Reward, EXP, 10. Plus, what now? Secure the debut song? With the way things going, the debut song should be decided automatically. Are you telling me to buy the rights from Chonghyun in advance? How greedy. I still hadn't fully grasped the issues related to song rights yet. The feeling of unease grew stronger. Somehow, it felt like 2 disaster flags had been planted in my back. Hyung. I'm sorry, Jiwoo. Could you not call me right now? It's just that I have a bad feeling about everything around me right now. Chonghyun has seemed lost in thought lately. Do you think something might be wrong? Damn it. Where the hell did that son of *ch run off to? 32. Chapter 32. Slave Chaser 2. Even after waiting another 30 minutes, Lee Chonghyun didn't show up. It was becoming clear that something was troubling him. How is it that not a single one of them can just let things go smoothly? I suddenly felt a newfound respect for teachers who graduate dozens of hormonal high school students each year. What could possibly bother him? Jang Songbin said in a worried voice. It seemed that no one had any idea why Lee Chonghyun had suddenly skipped practice. To my recollection, I had never heard any rumors about Lee Chonghyun skipping practice during his trainee days either. While Choi Jiho and Kang Kian's conflict or Jang Songbin's struggles were just accelerated versions of events that were bound to happen anyway, this was the first time an entirely new incident had occurred. If we're talking about changes related to Lee Chonghyun, the only thing different is that the debut song has changed. Just like the other trainees, it was highly unlikely that Lee Chonghyun, who didn't have a phone, had heard anything about the debut song while on his way home. But no matter how I thought about it, there didn't seem to be any other issue besides Lee Chonghyun's self-composed song. Or did this kid figure it out? While he might seem quite clueless on the surface, Lee Chonghyun was surprisingly perceptive. He was the one who always managed to smooth things over whenever Choi Jiho or Kang Kian created tense atmospheres during past broadcasts. In other words, he might have realized that the song he composed could potentially be chosen as the debut title track. The kid who didn't bat an eye when his composition was included as a B-side was now emotionally affected by it potentially being selected as the title track, especially after creating an even more incredible song than before. If that was the case, it was obvious why Lee Chonghyun bolted. He doesn't want to stand out. To be exact, he didn't want to be at the forefront. The fact that he had been so proactive to the point of being called the camera person after debuting as a member of Spark was probably just him being considerate. It could be a side of him that developed as he took on the role of the team's variety show member and gained more experience. There were those kinds of people sometimes. Those who did their work well, but didn't show it off. There were plenty of unsung heroes like that at Hampyeong Industry too. The reasons for staying under the radar varied. Some were shy, some grew up being told that humility was a virtue. Or maybe they were just too focused on their work to care about taking credit. And then, people like Manager Nam would swoop in, steal their achievements, and get promoted. F***CKM. Anyway, the current Lee Chonghyun was just a high school student. It wouldn't be surprising if he felt burdened by the prospect of his first ever song being chosen as the title track. So that's why the new task is like that. Securing a debut song must have meant persuading Lee Chonghyun, who had run away. Although I didn't want to force him into something he didn't want to do, his song was far too good to be a B-side. With Jang Songbin's emotional turmoil as well, I couldn't shake the feeling that things were getting deliberately complicated. It felt like chasing after a lit fuse connected to gunpowder, only sweeping up the ashes left behind. For now, I guess I need to go catch him. I picked up my workout jacket that I had folded on the practice room sofa. I had an ominous feeling that it was going to be a long day. Hey, are you really going to leave without even knowing where he went? Yeah, I think I can find him if I try. A few years ago, I once wandered through bars looking for a necktie that Manager Nam had lost somewhere during a dinner with executives. The only clues were the corporate card transaction records from the accounting team and the atmosphere of the seat where Manager Nam said he had sat. To cut to the chase, I found Manager Nam's lost necktie that day. It was under one of the many bar chairs in the Gangnam area. I stopped myself from recalling the process, fearing it might bring me to tears. I found a plain black tie, so why wouldn't I be able to find a person? Since he was a high school student, Lee Chong-hyun would just move within the range of public transportation. Because all the trainees, except for me, were using allowances from their parents. I started searching on the smartphone I got from the manager. Everything from bus stops near Lee Chong-hyun's school to the buses that stop at those stations. Next, I retraced the criteria I had used when I looked for a new place when I wanted to quit. The most important thing is how far you can get from the place you want to escape from. I couldn't agree more with my colleague who said that they wouldn't even park near Hampyeong Industry if they quit. I selected 5 places based on how far their terminal stations were from Lee Chong-hyun's high school and the UA practice room. Then I ruled out busy areas and so-called hot spots. This was because I had previously read Lee Chong-hyun's post-it note on a fan signing event. If Chong-hyun was given a free holiday, walk around comfortably in a crowded place versus rest quietly in a secluded spot resting quietly in a quiet place. I even remembered Lee Chong-hyun had written neatly below, "Please recommend a healing travel destination later." Even if he didn't look like it, he seemed to be the type who reflected deeply when troubled. Moreover, he was a trainee about to debut. I believed he was not stupid enough to hang around inappropriate places and risk controversy. Finally, I searched for Seoul outskirts walking trails on a portal site and checked which place had the most recommendations. Someone who hadn't made many PPTs probably wouldn't be good at searching the web. At best, he probably borrowed a friend's phone at school for a quick search, leaving little time to think. I checked the location with the most influencer recommendations. It was a place that would take quite a while to reach by bus. When I caught this guy, I'd definitely hold him responsible for leaving work without permission. Determined, I sent a message to the manager saying I'd bring Lee Chong-hyun back. Of course, I didn't forget to stop by a convenience store to buy a transportation card. I was itching to ask if I could charge UA for the expenses incurred in finding Lee Chong-hyun. Lee Chong-hyun sat on the bench, alternately swinging his legs by moving only his knees. Each time his feet brushed the ground, dust rose. The view below his feet was so distant that it felt like he was in another world. Having grown up under impeccable home education from parents who had lived diligently all their lives, Lee Chong-hyun had never once skipped academy classes. This was only the second time Lee Chong-hyun rebelled. The first time was when he and Kang Ki-yeon had ditched practice to visit a neighborhood playground, and he hadn't even been scolded for it. Now that he had made it to the debut team, he knew he had no excuse if he got in big trouble for this. Is this how Kang Ki-yeon feels when he takes a walk before every evaluation? On the day he learned that his same-age friend had a habit of getting nervous at crucial moments, Lee Chong-hyun had dragged Kang Ki-yeon out of a bathroom stall where he had been stewing and taken him for a long walk until he had calmed down. He couldn't fully understand Kang Ki-yeon's anxiety. Lee Chong-hyun wasn't the type to be nervous. He had just impulsively taken his suffocated friend out for fresh air. Lee Chong-hyun never imagined that at the end of that long outing would be his own escape. Unlike before, when he had been with Kang Ki-yeon, today Lee Chong-hyun was alone, and he couldn't even ease his knotted heart with a walk. When he looked down at his watch, it showed that it was already an hour past the time he was supposed to be in the practice room. But he didn't want to go to the practice room. Maybe it was more accurate to say he couldn't go, because he had a feeling some uncomfortable news was waiting for him in the practice room. He even hoped that his prediction was just wishful thinking. Lee Chong-hyun had a shameless streak, allowing him to brush things off with a playful, "Let's not talk about this incident anywhere. It's a dark history," when something went wrong. Unfortunately, Lee Chong-hyun was also well aware that he was more perceptive than most. He had somewhat sensed that his song might be used as the group's debut title track, since his roommate, Hyung started writing what he called a proposal with bloodshot eyes. It wasn't so much that he believed in his colleague's passion, but rather that his colleague's output made him think that way. After the convincing document came out, he couldn't help but consider the surrounding circumstances. It didn't seem likely that the agency, which was still trial and error with adding and subtracting classes even after the debut team was decided due to lack of a set curriculum, would discard such a high-quality concept. From the company's perspective, it would also be a waste to give up the opportunity to add the label self-produced group in an era overflowing with capable and talented idols. Lee Chong-hyun understood the situation and accepted it. However, what if it fails? It didn't make sense to him that a song composed by a high school student would be used as the title track. Taking responsibility for an entire song was a completely different matter from contributing a few rap lines. Moreover, the people debuting with that song were the members Lee Chong-hyun had been watching closely all this time. He knew all too well how hard everyone had worked towards their debut. As such, Lee Chong-hyun wished his colleagues could debut with an even better song. Of course, all these worries could have ended if Lee Chong-hyun had declared that he would not use his own song. But that wasn't easy for him either. Pathetically, Lee Chong-hyun found it extremely difficult to refuse an adult's request. The only time Lee Chong-hyun had gone against his parents' wishes was when he declared that he would become an idol. For someone like him, it was difficult to defy the opinions of the company, a group of adults more distant and difficult than family, in a position of authority and with significant influence over his future, especially after learning that even Jong Song-bin, who had been with the agency much longer than him and was like a leader to the trainees, was being bullied by a senior artist from the same company. It was perhaps natural for Lee Chong-hyun to be anxious about not being able to rebel against adult society. I want to run away. As he was thinking this, a long shadow fell across Lee Chong-hyun's eyes. At the same time, a cool voice came down from above his head. So you were here after all. Lee Chong-hyun looked up at the familiar voice. Perhaps due to the backlight, his colleague and roommate, looking more ominous than usual, was standing there expressionless. 33. Chapter 33, Slave Chaser 3. Lee Chong-hyun got up from his seat, startled. How did you find me? He had thought that someone might come looking for him if he didn't return home on time. But that was just a thought. He never imagined they would actually come to catch him. How could anyone find him in the middle of Seoul without any communication? What was even scarier was Kim Iwol's utterly calm reaction when he found him. So you were here after all. That meant it wasn't a coincidence that Kim Iwol found Lee Chong-hyun. That made it even more terrifying. Chong-hyun desperately wanted to lighten the mood by joking. Hyung, did you work part-time at a detective agency before becoming a trainee? But he couldn't. Kim Iwol's expression as he looked at him was truly menacing. The colleague who had come to find him had an unusual aura from the first time they met. It was hard to say if it was dreary or cold, or perhaps a combination of both. A face exuding such coldness that it made anyone think, this Hyung is not ordinary. When Kim Iwol stood still with an expressionless face, he had such an intimidating presence that no one except Choi Ji-ho dared to approach him easily. Kim Iwol's quirky personality contradicting his appearance made him somewhat more approachable, but facing him one-on-one was still not easy. Lee Chong-hyun respected his friend Kang Ki-on for practicing with this Hyung every day. For Lee Chong-hyun, facing Kim Iwol, who had come all the way here, an hour by bus, because of him, was almost terrifying. He had run away without a word from the company that had placed him in the debut group. He feared facing the situation where his humble first creation was being discussed as a potential debut piece upon his return. Everything felt overwhelmingly heavy to Lee Chong-hyun. He felt like he was taking an exam that never ended. So, Lee Chong-hyun chose to run away. He was haunted by the terrifying imagination. If I get caught, I'm dead, a thought so extreme that, in hindsight, it seemed irrational. Lee Chong-hyun. A voice called his name from behind him. Lee Chong-hyun shouted inwardly, I'm sorry, Hyung. It was an action completely out of character for him, not thinking about the consequences. He forgot that Kim Iwol, who had the best physical stamina among the trainees, could catch him effortlessly. Lee Chong-hyun, who had recklessly run up the hiking trail, was caught by the arm at a spring halfway up the mountain after just 20 minutes. The grip on his arm was so strong that Lee Chong-hyun had to stifle a scream that almost escaped his lips. Chonghyun. At the same time, he heard Kim Iwol's voice much closer than before. If there had been urgency in his voice earlier, now it was filled with anger, pure anger, and nothing else. Just as Lee Chonghyun was thinking, I'm out of breath, but how is Hyung perfectly fine? As if the previous grip wasn't at full strength, Kim Iwol tightened his hold on Lee Chonghyun's arm and asked, Is being an idol a joke to you? The words that came out of Kim Iwol's mouth were the last thing Lee Chonghyun had expected. What's with this kid's expression? I thought as I looked at Lee Chonghyun's face, whom I had finally managed to catch. While I was being serious, he looked clueless. Does he not realize how dangerous the situation could have been? Of course, he didn't. That was why he was making such a blank expression. My chest felt stuffy. I might need to take some stomach medicine again. Trying to stay calm, I thought about the top 30 scenes to think of when you need peace of mind, and asked Lee Chonghyun, what were you thinking, running around the mountain? What if you had scarred that golden face of yours? Are you not in your right mind? Can't you think about the fans who will be crying and laughing, feeling full just by looking at your high-resolution photos? With a face like that, Lee Chonghyun needed to understand the impact of his appearance. I was not someone who believed looks were everything, but the world didn't work that way. There were so many comments saying they'd forgive Spark's mistakes just because of Lee Chonghyun's face. Not everyone in the world would forgive Spark's controversies just because of Chonghyun's face. But at least it could help retain some fans, and preserving Lee Chonghyun's face was a matter of team survival. I had to take 3 deep breaths to suppress my rising anger. My head was throbbing. Some people were racking their brains from morning till night just to make a smooth debut. The last time I felt this uncooperative vibe from those around me was when Manager Nam suddenly moved my desk right in front of the restroom. So I tried to remind myself that Lee Chonghyun was still a minor and might be feeling distressed in the eye of the storm. That helped to cool my anger somewhat. You're not angry because I ran away, right? Why would I be angry about you running away when I've already caught you? To someone like me who had survived for years at the Hampyeong industry, this barely counted as playing hooky. I'm not saying I'm not mad. It's more like having your meal taken away. Well, at least it's a meal, not Jalmayan, so that's a relief. What ticks me off is that you were running around the mountain without any safety gear. If you had just come along quietly, we could have sat at a level negotiating table. Just as I was about to regret the rambling, Lee Chonghyun mumbled, I'm sorry. It was a dejected apology. Although I hadn't known him closely for long, he didn't seem like the type to act this way. He must have felt truly cornered mentally. Having a rational talk. We should. Especially after knowing what happened with Jong Song-bin, who had been pressured by an adult. I didn't feel good about pushing him. No matter how well-intentioned I might be, it was difficult for younger people in Korean society to not be conscious of age differences. In the end, I decided to hold back and change the mood first. No, I knew you wanted to be alone, but I one-sidedly came looking for you. I am sorry, but I came because I was worried about you, so I hope you don't feel too uncomfortable. Lee Chonghyun smiled, awkwardly at my words. It seemed he wasn't genuinely trying not to feel uncomfortable, but rather pretending to be nonchalant because he didn't want to be scolded. I was just planning to stay for another 30 minutes and then leave. But I got caught, so I guess I have no choice. Too bad. Lee Chonghyun then got up from the bench and dusted off his pants. Then why not stay for the remaining 30 minutes? Huh. You can just do more self-practice later. Since it's already late, you might as well take the break you planned. I checked if there was anyone nearby who needed the seat, and then sat down next to where Lee Chonghyun had been sitting. Lee Chonghyun glanced at me sideways and awkwardly sat back down. Why are you so nervous? Well, it's only natural to be nervous when you're caught skipping practice. If you're going to be that nervous, why did you skip in the first place? You're getting extra demerits for that. When I looked at Lee Chonghyun, he swallowed. I kept my gaze fixed on somewhere in the city below and asked, Are you still worried, even after writing such a good song? Then Lee Chonghyun asked back, How did you know? I didn't bother answering that. I didn't feel the need to explain in detail the process I went through to reach that conclusion, nor did I think it would be important to Chonghyun. Instead, I decided to address what seemed to be Chonghyun's main concern. I understand you're worried about the outcome, but that's not your problem to worry about. Huh. There are so many factors that affect the results. The difference between the streaming and album markets, group recognition, promotion, exposure on music shows. The list goes on. There's no way all the responsibility would fall on the composer alone. This was something Changhyun could intellectually agree with. His feelings might be a different matter, though. It had been proven in numerous cases that no matter how good a concept talented members brought out, if the song wasn't appealing, they couldn't even make an impression. Moreover, Changhyun was someone who never missed out on music or studies when he was younger. People like him, who had always done well, often felt a lot of pressure to perform. They were afraid of failing because they had never failed before. While they might be confident in showing off something they were already recognized for, they became excessively anxious when trying something new. Just looking at that, I could easily figure out Lee Changhyun's personality. Of course, you'd be concerned. But even if the results aren't good, no one will put the blame solely on you. I can't stand someone taking all the blame. Even as I spoke, my face scrunched up in distaste. But then I quickly smoothed my brow, knowing that frowning would only lead to more money spent at the aesthetic salon. It's tough. Not long ago, all I had to do was report my progress to Hyun. If you're really worried, we can hold feedback meetings as rigorously as those progress check-ins. Wow, just imagining it makes me feel drained already. Lee Changhyun rubbed both his arms. I've felt this way since last time, but he seems to be very weak to negative reviews. Up until he went to the A and our team with his work, I thought Changhyun didn't have any aversion to that. But it seemed that as a creator, he couldn't help but care about evaluations. No one went through life receiving only praise. Naturally, everyone experienced criticism or rebuke at some point and grew from it. However, for Changhyun, this criticism seemed to have a significant impact. If others knew, they might say, "Are you so afraid of maggots that you can't make soybean paste?" 1. But everyone valued different things. Just as some people hated maggots so much it made them shiver, negative evaluations might be something like that for Changhyun. It wasn't a completely incomprehensible feeling. To begin with, neither I nor the members are experts. At most, we'd just be sharing our impressions as listeners, right? That's true. An indescribable expression flashed across Lee Changhyun's face. But Changhyun immediately hid that expression, still keeping my gaze on the top of the tallest building at the foot of the mountain. I said, "What's there to feel drained about? You're always done well." 1. Afraid of maggots. So can't make soybean paste equals this means avoiding a task or not pursuing a goal due to fear of potential difficulties or problems. A proverb similar to this would be, "Don't let fear of failure prevent you from trying." 34. Chapter 34, Slave Chaser 4. Lee Changhyun had the shortest training period among the 5 trainees. He wasn't someone who had danced before, like Choi Ji-ho or Kang Ki-yeon, nor had he learned to sing early on, like Jong Song-bin or Park Ju-woo. The only talent Lee Changhyun had was in classical music, which was the complete opposite of pop music, and even then, it was solely piano performance. You ranked 3rd in both the last evaluation and this one, right? However, Lee Changhyun consistently placed in the middle, sometimes even in the upper middle, during evaluations. I'm in no position to talk since I'm at the bottom rank, but I think it's impressive that you achieve good results among those practice maniacs. It's not something that can be done with talent and effort alone. It could be just luck. Lee Changhyun immediately countered. That might be the case, but the important thing is that you always deliver results. In sports, they call that an ace, and in an organization, they call it a pillar. It was understandable that Jong Song-bin and Lee Changhyun were going through turbulent times and experiencing emotional instability. However, the words they needed were very different. If Jong Song-bin needed comfort, then Lee Changhyun, "Hey, remember when you asked me why I told Kang Ki-yeon to go to bed but told you to write a song? Yeah, it's because I have expectations for you." It seemed better to give him a sense of assurance. "I believe that you can do it if you try." Perhaps because we were in the mountains, the wind felt as ticklish as the encouragement. "Well, if you don't like hearing criticism, should we hold a praise listening party? We'll just praise each other. It'll be motivating." "No, that would be extremely burdensome. When you go out into society, no one will compliment you. Cherish the opportunity." "Hyung, why do you always talk like someone who's tasted all the bitterness of society?" I wanted to live tasting only sweetness too, but life isn't that easy. To be honest, I wanted to tell him that if he didn't want it, we could postpone using his original song as the title track. After all, he himself had said he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Even I would want to bury my face in a wash basin if the PPT I made early in my career ended up being my lifelong portfolio. Lee Chong-hyun must have easily anticipated such a situation. Because of various circumstances, and above all my stubbornness, things had turned out this way, and I genuinely regretted it. So I considered apologizing. But I decided against it, thinking that an apology here would only sound like, "I'm sorry for pushing your song as the title track when it might not be up to par yet." Instead, I'll praise him generously. I had even praised an intern who couldn't find a downloaded file, saying, "I can see your hard-working attitude." Drawing on that experience, I figured I could manage up to 30 compliments a day. While I was seriously pondering this, Lee Chong-hyun, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up. His face had turned pale. "What's wrong?" "Hyo Hyung, I think I left my bag down there earlier." "Bag?" "This one." Only then did I remember the bag I had picked up just before I ran after Lee Chong-hyun. I had hurriedly put it down next to the bench after catching up with Lee Chong-hyun, but it seemed Lee Chong-hyun couldn't see it from his side. Gasp. "When did you grab that?" "I brought it when I chased after you as you were running away." "Then you ran up the mountain with that bag?" "It's just a hiking trail. You should try going around all the mountains in Seoul every weekend. This much is nothing." I dusted off the dirt and gently placed the bag in Lee Chong-hyun's arms. Then I put both hands on his shoulders. "Chong-hyun." "Yes." "I took a 1-hour bus ride to find you and even brought this bag. Considering my effort, would you allow me one chance to make a boomer remark?" "What is it?" "It's nothing much. I just want to see all of us 6 members debut safely and impressively." I tried to hold back the strength in my hand on Lee Chong-hyun's shoulder and forced a bright smile. Conversely, Chong-hyun's expression, looking up at me, grew increasingly reluctant. "So, whether you're worrying or struggling, try to resolve the issues at the dorm." "Got it." Chong-hyun nodded passionately, seemingly understanding my message about not making people run around for him. If he ran away again after this, it wouldn't end well for him. After spending the remaining 30 minutes with Lee Chong-hyun, I returned to the practice room, retracing the long road back. I thought I'd be reprimanded for rushing out blindly, determined to bring back the diligent composer. But surprisingly, there wasn't much said. Apparently, Jong Songbin had made a tearful plea. As expected, the diligent ones tended to earn the company's trust. If I had begged for leniency, I'd probably already have been signing a termination contract. Oh, there was an unexpected surprise as well. The dance break choreography that Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon had worked on together for the first time was finally complete. We haven't shown it to the teachers yet, but it's roughly like this. Along with their nonchalant words, they showed amazing dance performance. Faced with their godlike movements that seemed to say, "Just give up already," I could do nothing but applaud. Unaware of my feelings, Lee Chong-hyun kept exclaiming how incredible it was. He seemed genuinely happy that they had choreographed a dance for his song. I received a notification that the debut song selection task had been completed. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 80. Total point, 0. Plus, it seemed Lee Chong-hyun had finally prepared himself to accept the reality of debuting with his own song. Through the system, I could see Lee Chong-hyun, who had regained his cheerful smile, bouncing around next to Kang Ki-yeon. "This is amazing, but can't you make it even cooler? If you can do 2 front flips at the front, it'll be perfect." "Should I?" "I can manage to do 1 flip. I am going to start a special training from today." Surely he wasn't going to ask all 6 of us to do that flip together. My knee joints, which had been sore until recently, were starting to ache again. Depending on the company's situation or promotional policy, idol trainees often got exposed to the media even before their debut. They might appear in advertisements or as backup dancers for senior artists, making their faces known early on. For example, in Lee Chong-hyun's case, he appeared in a music video for a senior artist from the same agency before his debut. So, it looks like Chong-hyun will be playing the male lead in Jang Junho's music video this time. That was Jang Junho's music video. I hadn't even thought about it. Since the guide track was recorded not long ago, I guess it's time for the music video shoot. Who cared about that as Hole's music video? It didn't matter at all. If we needed to build up recognition by appearing in a music video, I'd rather work night shifts at a convenience store and use that money to put up the kids' photos at Gangnam Station. I wanted to cause a scene, saying, I don't think it's right to drag the kids into the work of a workplace bully like that. However, this issue seemed to require prior agreement with colleagues and some careful maneuvering, so I decided to hold back for now. Instead, we held an emergency meeting as soon as the manager left the practice room. Except for Lee Chong-hyun, the subject of the issue, who was forcing a smile, the expressions of us five were really not good. Even Jong Song-bin, who usually believed in a good thing is still a good thing philosophy, had a pale expression, so that alone said it all. It was only natural. In a situation where everyone was hesitant to speak up, I was the first to break the ice. First of all, I think the risk that Lee Chong-hyun has to take is too great compared to the benefits of getting 60,000 views on MeTube. Why specifically 60,000 views? I remember that's roughly the average number of views for Jang Junho's music videos. A trainee who hadn't even debuted should be grateful for even 600 views, let alone 60,000. But it wasn't worth crushing the mental state of a pre-debut kid just for that. I guess I really should work a night shift and put up an ad in Gangnam Station. As I was seriously thinking about how many convenience stores were in this area, Jong Song-bin cautiously raised his hand. Maybe I should go instead since I'm more familiar with the senior. Okay, anyone else want to give their opinion? I cut it out because it was an opinion that didn't need to be heard any further. That was as rubbish as Manager Nam's nonsense. I acknowledged his admirable attitude of trying to protect a member, but sending Jong Song-bin, who had suffered the most damage, was out of the question. Then there's only one conclusion. I looked at Choi Ji-ho, who was sitting slouched over and listening to the conversation in silence, and said, Choi Ji-ho, you should go. Me? Who else me? We can't send the kids. But it's not like we have the right to say no to them. I'll bring a recorder and make sure to keep everything documented. I haven't had much interaction with that guy like Song Bin Hyung, so you don't need to worry too much. No, in a normal situation, you shouldn't even have to worry about whether to go or not. And the reality was harsh. No matter how much you tried to prepare with a voice recorder, once the shooting started, it was obvious that everyone from the stylist to the filming director would be watching everything from clothes fit to behavior. In that situation, it wouldn't be strange if unexpected accidents occurred. In the worst-case scenario, if the recorder got discovered, we'd get criticized. The guy hasn't even debuted yet, and he's already bringing weird stuff to work with a senior artist. How can I send the kids to a site where anything could go wrong? Excluding the kids, the only choice left was Choi Ji-ho, who was at least 20 years old and wouldn't be easily pushed around. However, Choi Ji-ho spoke with a reluctant look. Why don't you go instead? I can't just volunteer to be in a music video with my face. Well, if you just look at the face, you two Hyungs have a similar vibe. Park Ju-woo, who had been sitting quietly, said something that I didn't agree with at all, so I didn't pay much attention to it. How will you persuade the company? They might not agree if another trainee goes without a solid excuse. Kang Kian was the only one who made a rational point. However, I had already thought of a countermeasure for this issue. Don't worry about that. I'll go and talk to them. Yu Hyung. Yeah, I think I have a rough idea why they picked Lee Chong-hyun. 35, Chapter 35, Internship Practice 1. It wasn't just a rough idea. I knew exactly why Lee Chong-hyun was chosen to appear in the music video. It was because Chong-hyun himself mentioned it in passing during a variety show he appeared on early in his debut. I heard Mr. Chong-hyun debuted first through a music video. Yes, I appeared in Jang Junho Sunbinim's music video Time Past, who is from the same agency. And the reason you were chosen among the trainees was because you're handsome? From what I later heard from a staff member, yes, that was apparently the case. They literally chose him based on his good looks alone. However, casting Lee Chong-hyun in a music video wasn't a particularly wise choice. Lee Chong-hyun was good at almost everything, but he had less experience performing in front of other people compared to the other trainees. Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kian had participated in every competition since they were young. Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo had gone through practical tests in music classes and auditions. In contrast, the only experience Lee Chong-hyun had standing in front of a crowd was a piano competition he participated in when he was a child. As a result, Lee Chong-hyun's facial expressions and expressiveness were the weakest among the five at that time. The future Chong-hyun quickly overcame this gap as he gained stage experience, but that wasn't the case now. If the plan is to promote them as a talented group that can do anything, even setting aside the issue with Jang Junho, it would make more sense for Choi Ji-ho to be in the video. The music video's protagonist was supposed to be a sorrowful man reminiscing about his long-lost first love. A 17-year-old boy in a coat, walking down a street covered with fallen leaves on a lonely autumn day, lost in nostalgic memories? It couldn't have been more out of place. He doesn't have the image that would make people say he's perfect for the role. The current Chonghyun was at an age more suited to being called a pretty boy rather than a handsome young man. Choi Ji-ho, who was known for his indifferent image, was the perfect person for this kind of thing. Even if Ji-ho Hyung is going, I don't think he should go alone, Jang Songbin said, hesitantly but clearly expressing his opinion. It was typical of his straightforward nature. You don't have to worry about that. I knew what Jang Songbin was worried about. Even though the younger ones were minors, Ji-ho and Songbin's ages weren't that far off. If an adult man decided to harass him, even Choi Ji-ho might not be able to handle it. But what concerned me more was the controversy over his personality. After all, the person we'd be sending was that Choi Ji-ho. No one could predict what Choi Ji-ho might say on that day to provoke others' anger. I smiled at Songbin reassuringly and said, I'll go with him. I didn't think you'd actually follow me. Choi Ji-ho, who had just finished his makeup, said as he showed off a hairstyle that highlighted his neatly styled forehead. Though he couldn't completely hide his youthful vibe, he definitely looked more mature compared to Lee Chonghyun. Today, the day of the music video shoot, I had been sticking to Ji-ho like a leech from the moment he left the dorm until now when we arrived at the salon. This is all because I'm worried about you, Mr. Choi Ji-ho. At least wet your lips before you lie one. I am saying this just in case. Don't actually wet your lips. It'll make them more chapped. You're so annoying. Don't go around saying things. Didn't I clearly tell you to watch your words when we're outside? It wasn't easy to maintain a smile and act friendly enough to make it look like we were getting along. After checking people's positions through the large mirror, I spoke in a low voice that only Choi Ji-ho could hear. You remember the 10 commandments for when the camera is rolling, right? Just in case, last evening, I had sat down Choi Ji-ho and all the other members to remind them of the precautions to take when the camera was rolling. The content was all basic stuff. Keep your mouth shut. Smile when the camera is rolling unless instructed otherwise. Greet people properly when you're out working. Listen attentively when someone is speaking. Answer and react loudly. Sit with your legs together and posture straight. And so on. Even after making them write it down 10 times, some of them couldn't memorize it, so I muttered it by their bedsides all night, asking them to think of it as ASMR. By about 3 a.m., they said they had memorized it all and could recite it fluently. Indeed, repetition was best for memorization. Choi Ji-ho answered my question with a look of exasperation. Ugh, my ears are about to bleed. Don't worry. I checked, and they're fine, I said, massaging Choi Ji-ho's shoulders, which had been styled to perfection. Well, it was only 10 things, so he should at least memorize that much. I had even given a tear-jerking presentation to the planning team to get the lead actor changed. Since that day, the way people looked at me within the company had become 100% strangely negative, but I didn't care. Compared to the days when I was openly mistreated by Manager Nam, this was heaven. As we waited outside the salon after finishing our preparations, our manager came up after pulling the car out of the parking lot. I sent Ji-ho, today's great actor, to the back seat and sat in the passenger seat, then asked, Manager, will Jang Junho's Sunbeam be coming to the shoot today? Because Yiwol asked, I checked with Junho's manager. He said he's going to shoot separately, so he won't be there today. Really? Why? Are you a fan of Junho? I was just wondering if there's anything we should be careful about since he's a senior. Since I'm not filming, just tagging along. Oh, come on. Mr. Junho isn't that difficult of a person. He's not good at expressing himself, but he really cares for his juniors. What do you mean he's not? That B***TCH did something unforgivable to our kid, you know? I had no intention of agreeing that his rude and aggressive behavior could be passed off as not expressing himself well. Anyway, this means he's not coming, right? If he was not coming, that was good news. That meant I wouldn't have to confront him on Ji-ho's behalf. More importantly, Ji-ho, you really look great all dressed up. Thank you. What? Did he just hesitate before thanking him? This kid clearly didn't get enough ASMR last night. When I looked at Jiho through the rearview mirror, he seemed to realize he had hesitated with his thanks and avoided my gaze furtively. I'll let it slide just this once since we're heading to work. Still, I was satisfied that he received praise for his good looks. The reaction at the salon was good too. When the music video plays, Choi Jiho will be the only one people see. It wasn't a bad development. The first film set I ever visited was bustling with activity. As soon as I arrived on set with Choi Jiho, I greeted everyone with a deep 90-degree bow. I greeted the filming director, who had allowed even me to scurry around the set, with a bow so deep I nearly planted my forehead on the ground. The main objective was to act as a buffer between Choi Jiho and Jang Junho if he showed up, but since he didn't come, there's no need for that. I took a look around the busy set, where preparations were in full swing. The shooting equipment I had only seen in behind-the-scenes footage of music shows was now right in front of me. In the past, I would have been interested in the employment conditions of the video industry, but not now. When I saw Choi Jiho walking to the bench where the camera was pointed, Kang Kian came to mind first. That guy would tremble like a leaf even when you put just one small cam in front of him. Considering we'll be shooting our debut music video, we need to come up with a plan. He already struggled to keep his gaze steady in the first Spark music video. Considering the not-too-distant future, Kang Kian needed to get used to the camera as soon as possible. I had plenty of experience learning by watching over others' shoulders at Hampyeong Industry. Drawing on those memories, I made an effort to take in the camera placements and angles while standing next to our manager. At the very least, I needed to get a feel for the atmosphere so I could help with mock tests or whatever else might be needed. Fortunately, I didn't need to worry about Choi Jiho's acting. That guy was good at facial expressions. Perhaps because he had danced for so long, his expressiveness was outstanding. At this point, there was probably no one else on our team who could portray a lonely man showing a hint of melancholy after a breakup, as well as Choi Jiho. That's part of the reason I chose Choi Jiho. It would be troublesome for me if he can't do it well. I had no intention of hearing Yue's team say something like, "This instructor is disappointed in Assistant Manager Kim's decision about the results." Suddenly, I was reminded of the freeloaders who had coasted through countless group projects with me. So, this was how comfortable and relaxed they must have felt. I won't forgive you, but I can at least relate to how you feel now. The filming took place at multiple locations. This was because Choi Jiho was scheduled to shoot all the drama cuts. It seemed the singer would only be filmed singing in the studio or on set. If the two shoots didn't overlap, that'd be better for us. Of course, I didn't just stand around watching the filming. As the shooting locations changed several times, I noticed there was a lot of luggage to move, so I started helping carry various bags. People were worried about the weight of the equipment, so I proudly demonstrated my skills, honed by carrying Manager Nam's share of water battles while hiking up every one of the top 100 mountains. Thanks to that, I even received compliments for how efficiently I managed to carry the equipment without getting in anyone's way or blocking the cameras. "What's with all the stuff you're carrying?" As I was moving the youngest rider's bag to the car with a sense of satisfaction, someone asked me from behind. It was Choi Jiho. "1. At least wet your lips before you lie equals if you're going to lie. At least do a better job at it." 36. Chapter 36. Internship Practice. 2. I slightly lifted the bag I was holding to show Choi Jiho and said, "They allowed me to check out the filming set, so I thought I'd express my gratitude while I'm at it." "Is the shoot done?" "Yeah, we're on standby now, but they said we'll shoot some sunset shots when the sun goes down." I heard it took 2 nights to shoot one music video. It really did take up an entire day. "Okay, then I'll go move these bags." "Who told you to move those?" I volunteered. If I don't work while others are working, I feel like my heart will sprout thorns. I was about to send Choi Jiho, who must be tired from acting, to the manager and continue moving the luggage, but Choi Jiho followed me. "Do you really need to go that far?" Choi Jiho asked. He must be afraid that someone might hear his question. "You might want to. Be careful with how you phrase that. It could be misunderstood. Besides, I'm helping out because I've learned something valuable here. Even if I can't help much, I can still contribute." "You've learned something?" "The atmosphere on set, or things like that. You should observe carefully too. That way, when we shoot our music video, you can run simulations with Kian." "How often do you get to see experienced professionals working right next to you?" "You can't buy experience even with money." I was basically trying to get some tips at someone else's workplace, so carrying luggage was no big deal. In a world where it was hard to get proper handover even at my own workplace, this special treatment was a luxury. I'd even run to the convenience store right now and buy drinks for everyone if someone asked me to. After hearing what I said, Choi Jiho walked quietly behind me, seemingly thinking about something. Then he suddenly turned back, went to the staff members gathered a few steps away, explained something enthusiastically, and came back with a piece of luggage. "What are you doing?" When I asked if there was anything else to carry, they gave me this. "Oh, are you sacrificing your precious break time?" I don't want to cause a controversy about my personality by resting alone while the members are working. This guy had a talent for twisting words around. Still, I decided to let it slide since he was actually thinking for once. Maybe the sight of two young rookies trying to help out was endearing, because by the end of the shoot, we were even allowed to take a few pictures of the set with the manager's phone, under the promise that we wouldn't share them publicly. I couldn't help but hum a little at this unexpected gain. I'd organize everything as references and use them to have mock training with Keon. "Yiwol, I heard you were interested in planning, but I didn't know you were interested in directing too," the manager said to me as I was eagerly looking through the photos in the car on the way back. "I thought there might be some tips to share with the kids. I'm glad I came along. Thank you for bringing me. It's good to make an impression early. And it seems you should share the tips with the kids as soon as we get to the dorm tonight." "Huh. They've been messaging me all afternoon. They must be really curious about how your shoot went." The manager then smiled, saying that the kids were getting along well. I think they're more worried than curious. The fact that they had been in contact with the manager all afternoon meant they had taken the laptop with the PC chat program to the practice room. I should have at least messaged them that Jang Junho wasn't coming. I felt a bit sorry for making them worry pointlessly when they should be focusing on practice. With this unexpectedly heartwarming news, I resolved to share the details of the shoot with my teammates as vividly as possible when we got back to the practice room. Up until this point, I had no idea that I, who had been forcibly cramming the process of shooting music videos into my head, would end up planning our own content. It all started with a single task. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Content, set dorm rules. Reward, EXP 5. Plus, how annoying. We had been living fine for months without rules. Even I, who found Spark awkward to be around, hadn't found dorm life with them particularly uncomfortable. Despite being at an age of peak puberty, no one in the dorm raised their voice. At most, some guys occasionally didn't fold their laundry on time. Even that wasn't a problem since I folded them when doing my own laundry. Like now, for instance, I was folding the 13th communal towel that had been sitting on the drying rack for 3 days. But I can't ignore the experience points they're offering. I accepted everything offered to me, as long as it was not work. Maybe because I'd lived my whole life with this principle, it was hard to ignore the clear instructions from the system. So, just as I was wondering how to bring it up, "Hyung, what do you think about having a group discussion about our dorm life together?" As if by fate, Jong Song-bin brought up the topic. This guy really had the makings of a great leader. I was so excited about the experience points falling into my lap that I almost immediately agreed. But then, much greater than what were those clueless UA guys doing, not filming videos of those faces? While others promote their trainees through survival shows and self-cam content before debut, we're the only ones with a surprise debut. They keep it a secret so thoroughly that no one knows about them. Did they think everything becomes wild ginseng if you keep it hidden? I automatically remembered the community's reactions. It seemed that due to my overzealous vicarious proxy fangirling, information related to Spark was engraved in my bone marrow. I think it's a great idea, but could you give me 2 weeks? 2 weeks. It's not urgent, so that should be fine. Self-cam content was definitely needed to establish each member's image. Moreover, the more content, the better. For a newly debuted group, fans had extremely limited content to enjoy, so it was better to prepare as much as possible. But that didn't mean I could do everything from filming to editing by myself. I could if I tried, but if I did it alone, the sustainability would drastically decrease. In the end, I needed the company's help. Given that all the planning resources were tied up with album preparation, it was unlikely that someone would suddenly shout, "Ah, let's film some self-cam content for our kids too." So that left me with only one option, pleading. And I was quite good at begging desperately. I immediately thought of the 3 planning documents the system had provided. If I tweak the structure a bit, I can use these as content plans. I turned on the shared laptop, determined to stay up all night. I was overflowing with inspiration, making me feel like I'd returned to my days as an assistant manager at Hampiong Industry, when my mind went slightly dizzy from frequent overtime work. This is a proposal for self-produced content. Yes, even if it doesn't get approved, your feedback on any shortcomings would be greatly appreciated. I handed over the proposal I had written overnight to the planning team manager I was introduced to at a recent presentation, bowing at a 90-degree angle. It would be nice if they introduced an electronic approval system instead of exchanging paper reports like this. I wonder why both Hampiong Industry and UA were so obsessed with analog methods. I was curious, but I didn't really want to know. I heard you were enthusiastic, but you've really outdone yourself. But it might not work out. The company doesn't have the manpower right now. If there's a chance, please review it. I'll come up with alternative solutions if needed. All right, you've worked hard. I already had a backup plan in mind. If the company really couldn't help at all, I was prepared to endure the hell of self-filming. We could buy a tripod and set it up. Of course, if anyone moved even slightly from their fixed position, they wouldn't appear on screen that day. The important thing was to keep the footage, even if we couldn't upload it right away. Whether it was for making a documentary later or creating content about our early debut days, we needed material to work with. If records were needed, it was best to have as many as possible, preferably in video format. So I emphasized this point heavily in the proposal. I wrote about it as if discussing the importance of the annals of the Joseon Dynasty 1, though I wasn't sure how it would be received. From the company's perspective, it's an unexpected increase in work, so it won't be easy. Even the most docile employee could get upset when unexpected work came up. I just prayed that UA would give the planning team generous bonuses. While I was hoping my wishes would reach heaven, Lee Chong-hyun said, "Hyung, you really look like a human zombie. It might be better to be a zombie." "Why? Do you like the apocalypse setting, Hyung?" "No. If I were a zombie, I wouldn't need to sleep." "Wow. Are you serious?" "I am serious. If I could split myself into 2, that wouldn't be bad either." "But Hyung, your dark circles are really bad. You might get pigmentation at this rate. It would be troublesome for an idol to have." "Pigmentation. Exactly. What are you 2 doing?" As Chong-hyun and I were seriously contemplating skincare, Choi Ji-ho asked from afar with a dubious expression. "This wouldn't do. After the dormitory rules content, we should film some skincare content next." A week later, after a week of bowing my head and pleading with the planning team for support with the filming, the video team finally agreed to help. As expected of UA, they might not be ahead of the curve, but their support was reliable. UA even went as far as to ask if we needed anything else. The planning team asked if we needed any props or cue cards. A small whiteboard should be enough. Since we're not used to speaking on camera, it might be better to film in a natural atmosphere for now. And so, using our afternoon practice time, we gathered in the dorm living room with just one board. I never thought there'd be a day in my life when leaving work early would feel unsettling, but it couldn't be helped. I had to make sure the video team staff left on time. This is the first time I'm being filmed with such a professional camera. Watching the cameras being set up in the corner of the dorm felt strange. There was a time when a filming team came to Hampiong Industry for the company website renewal. But even then, I stayed behind the scenes, communicating with the team, never stepping in front of the camera. Jong Songbin, who ended up taking the lead due to his role as the leader, seemed a bit nervous as well. "Don't be too nervous. It's not a live broadcast." "Yes, but anyone who doesn't speak more than 10 times during filming will have to have a chat with me afterward." "What? Is that a mission?" "Well, is an idol going to stay silent in front of the camera? I'd rather get mud in my eyes than just watch you sitting there clapping like a robot." I seriously refuse to see Spark in their applause bot era again. For the sake of the fans who gather even the smallest anecdotes to write promotional posts, do your best. Perhaps my sincerity got through to them, as the guys nodded with determined faces. 1. The Annals of the Joseon Dynasty is a compilation of national records spanning the entirety of the Joseon Dynasty. 37. Chapter 37. Setting House Rules. All right, let's start the first group meeting now. Yay! Everyone applauded enthusiastically at Jong Songbin's opening remark. True to their Korean nature, All 6 members were sitting on the floor, ignoring the sofa. It felt familiar and nice. Today's agenda is setting house rules. We haven't had any issues so far, but I thought we could take this time to have a discussion and ensure we all live together even better moving forward. The meeting was progressing smoothly, which was nice. As it turned out, Jong Songbin had prepared a script and practiced after receiving the content briefing. He seemed to have gained experience from being a class president or student council president. This was why you hired people with experience. But, should I say something first? It was easier for others to speak up once someone broke the ice. I hadn't felt any particular inconveniences living with these guys, but I had thought of a few ideas for the sake of the video content. Simple and healthy suggestions like drinking a glass of water every morning. While I was racking my brain trying to come up with topics that wouldn't overlap with what the members had prepared, Jong Songbin spoke first. I'd like everyone in the dorm to help out when a member is doing house chores. Unless there's an unavoidable reason, like exam period. It was a harmonious and good idea. Choi Jiho asked, "Don't we all clean properly?" The other day, I saw Yiwol Hyung folding towels alone. Hyung prepares our breakfast too, but it doesn't seem right that he's doing everything alone, especially doing the things we don't even pay attention to. Was this meeting held because of me? I remembered Songbin came to help me fold towels that day, and when it came to breakfast, all I did was just toast some bread. Suddenly becoming the subject of discussion, I felt fine, but Songbin looked very serious. The others also appeared to be taking this situation seriously for some reason. I wasn't sure why. Still, I didn't like how the conversation was starting to sound like it was blaming the other members. I wanted to show a lively and cheerful discussion among these guys, not hold some sort of disciplinary hearing. If we don't manage this atmosphere, we'll have to edit it out. I quickly interjected into the heavy atmosphere that seemed to be heading towards an apology session. Who's going to take notes on what Songbin just said? We need a secretary. I'll do it, Park Ju-woo said, grabbing a marker. It was great to see him trying to do something. Then can I speak now? Lee Chong-hyun raised his hand as if he had been waiting. Sure, go ahead. I'd like us to have more conversations with each other. Conversations? There's a part of bonding that comes from talking. Honestly, don't we say good morning? Or let's practice way too much. Lee Chong-hyun had a point. If we ranked who talked the most in this dorm, Chong-hyun would be first, I'd be second, Songbin third, and the rest tied for fourth. We should bond through conversations. Of course, things are great now too, but the younger members would like the dorm to be twice as lively. Why are you dragging me into this? Do you prefer a bright and cheerful dorm or a dull and harsh one? Come on, tell me. As Chong-hyun pestered Kang Ki-on, a playful quarrel broke out. As expected, he was a guy who knew broadcasting. Riding this wave, I also expressed my agreement. I agree that it would be good to talk more. Then Songbin added, do we need to specify what kind of conversation it is? Let's just say have more conversations for now. If it doesn't work out, we can improve it then. All right, I'll write it down like that. With Park Ju-woo finishing the record, the Let's Talk Together More agenda was nicely wrapped up. After that, Kang Ki-on and Choi Jiho took turns sharing their opinions. Ki-on suggested, let's keep the shoes organized in the shoe cabinet, while Jiho proposed, make sure the night light is turned on in the living room at night. Kang Ki-on's reason for suggesting this was that he felt bad about stepping on other people's shoes when he came home late at night. Choi Jiho's reason was, when I come out for water at night, I can't see anything and keep bumping into the dining table. Right? Your eyesight isn't good. Does it get that bad in the dark? Yeah, that's why I put a light there on purpose, but someone keeps turning it off. It was yours, Hyung. Judging by the guilty expression, the culprit seemed to be Chong-hyun. Anyway, everyone agreed to leave the mushroom-shaped night light on even if the living room lights were turned off. Songbin, do house chores together. Chong-hyun, talk more. Ki-on, keep the shoes organized. Jiho Hyung, don't turn off the night light at night. After writing these down, Park Ju-woo looked at me and asked, what about you, Hyung? Me? When it was my turn, I was about to bring up drinking water in the morning that I had casually thought of last night. But the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Why does it feel like everyone is expecting something big? Assistant Manager Kim, I'm asking you just this once. Team leader, how can I set the team KPI as I please? I'm just an assistant manager. Who cares who sets it? Just make it look good, that's all. If the department head finds out, we'll be in big trouble, team leader. It's fine. The department head said to leave it to you, Assistant Manager Kim. What? So please, do this favor. You know I don't ask for favors like this often. That was a lie. The team leader asked for favors about 1,021 times while I worked at Hampyong Industry. It seems others were convinced that I would come up with something amazing, including the 5 members looking at me right now. If I mentioned something like drinking water here, I felt I might receive cold stares for not reading the room. So what should I do? Write a report every time someone says something careless? Set up a dispute resolution committee when a fight occurs? I was confused. The only group living situation I had experienced, including meals and lodging, was in the military. I thought about everything for a moment, and then blurted out the last thing that came to mind. Let's not ruin the practice atmosphere, or something like that. Oh, if we skip or mess up practice, someone's life might be over. Whatever. As long as everyone practiced hard, it should be fine. Barely making it through my turn, only Park Ju-woo was left. What about you, Jewel? Everything's fine, but I'd like the dishes to be done on time, preferably right after they're used. It was quite a thoughtful opinion. It hadn't been much of an issue since not many people eat in the dorm, but that's true. Now that summer's coming, flies will start showing up. At my words, all 5 of them turned pale simultaneously. Fortunately, it seemed none of them had a hobby of raising insects. And that was how our dorm's first 6 commandments were established, with a small amount of experience gained. It was a historic moment. After filming raw footage that was more like a vlog than self-produced content. A few days later, I received a call from the planning team. The production department? Yeah. The CEO said you'll be coming here often now, so he asked us to teach you well. The planning team staff member said they were asked to introduce me to the production department. Apparently, there had been some talk about me behind the scenes that I wasn't aware of. Well, it wouldn't hurt to know the organizational structure, especially if I needed to collaborate with various teams while producing. I was having trouble because there was no organizational chart on the company website, so this worked out well. Pleased with this timely opportunity, I had a face-to-face meeting with the teams belonging to the production department. During that process, I picked up on some small, albeit not particularly exciting, bits of information here and there. Is it you? The guy who carried boxes at Jang Junho's music video shoot. I believe that was me. The PD seemed really impressed by that. He kept mentioning how you were working hard despite the heat. Maybe because he's been in the industry for a long time, he really notices things like attitude. Jiho helped too, and we really didn't do much at all. Things like that. I also heard things like, so you're the one who wanted to shoot your own content, or we were just about to review the proposal you submitted. The meaning behind these words could be summed up in 2 sentences. So it's you? The one who's given us more work. It was a painful realization. I, who hated Manager Nam for dumping work on others, had now become someone creating work for others. I smiled as innocently as possible, while bowing so low my head nearly touched the ground. After finishing the tour of the production department, as we were heading back, the staff member said, "Your parents must have raised you really well, Yiwol." Really? Yeah. I've never seen someone your age be this polite. Should I take this as a compliment about my upbringing? Of course, that expression wasn't quite accurate. I had never received any proper education at home. If I had been caught doing something wrong, they would have kicked me out of the house rather than disciplined me. Fortunately, I was able to grow up without any delinquent behavior thanks to a few well-placed hits in the back from my sister. But I vividly remembered struggling to learn manners at school that I hadn't learned in my early years. Learning communication skills while working in the HR department also helped. So, when considering each factors, my parents had nothing to do with shaping my character, neither for better nor for worse. Still, I had no choice but to reply thank you. I knew how harsh society could be to those who had no family to rely on. After returning from the tour of the production department, I found all the members gathered in the middle of the practice room. It was an unusual sight, so I couldn't help but ask about it. What are you all doing here instead of practicing? I wondered if they had already broken the rule we'd set about not ruining the practice atmosphere, just as I was considering whether I should seriously drag them one by one into the vocal practice room. Lee Chong-hyun looked up and waved his hand. "Hyung, your timing is perfect. Let's watch Par the Sunbeam's teaser together." "Teaser? Yes. It just dropped." As Chong-hyun pulled me over, Park Ju-woo and Kang Kyun moved aside slightly to make room for me. On the phone Jong Song-bin was holding, Parth's teaser, which had apparently been uploaded an hour ago, was on pause. You said it just dropped, but it was uploaded an hour ago. We were practicing, so we only checked it during our break. What a relief. It seemed I wouldn't need to have one-on-one talks in the vocal practice room after all. Then I'll play it. When Jong Song-bin played the video, a majestic and eerie sound filled the practice room. 38. Chapter 38, Competitor Analysis. Parth's teaser began with a sophisticated group logo. Soon after, pretty boys with intense makeup showed their faces one by one. Their all-black outfits and the smoke on the floor were impressive. The teaser ended with them standing in formation under a bright red moon CGI. Aside from the slightly awkward expressions of the rookies, it was a good performance. It's decent, Choi Ji-ho said. It was a concise review typical of him. What kind of concept is it? A werewolf theme because of the moon. It seems more like an underworld theme. The group name comes from the Parthenon temple. Maybe they're going for a Greek mythology concept from the start, I said while moving the playback bar forward. I'd been too busy fangirling over Spark to pay attention to other idols, but a concept this clear was hard to miss. We won't know for sure until the next teaser is out. Has the next release schedule been announced? It's out next week. Next week was also when Jang Junha's music video would be released. In our case, the release would be without a teaser. I wasn't sure if it was due to a lack of promotional plans or if they were trying to focus all attention on the music video rather than splitting it across teasers. Even considering the difference between an idol and a ballad singer, the comparison is inevitable. Having seen a filming site in person, albeit only once, I could roughly guess the scale of the set just from the teaser. This must be why there was a saying, if you're going to be a servant, be one in a rich household. I scrolled down to check the comments. Half were in English, despite the group not having debuted yet. It seemed they already had international fans. The Korean comments I saw were mostly positive. Much greater than "this is why big companies are the best." Much greater than "the taste of capital is sweet." Much greater than "Minal, congratulations on your debut Heartsuit, let's walk only on the flower path." Much greater than "how does Myth keep finding such good-looking guys? Every day there are new, handsome ones." I could confidently say our team's visuals wouldn't lose to anyone either. Led by Lee Chong-hyun with his jade-like beauty, no member fell short in looks. It was Spark's strength. There might be suspicions that my vision had blurred after making over 20 Spark Cup holders, but I could be certain of this one thing. Spark had never received any malicious comments about their looks. It was just regrettable that with me, a completely ordinary person, joining the group, they wouldn't be able to claim that honor this time. In that case, the main issue would clearly be capital power. As trends became more important in the entertainment business and the scale of investment in the idol business changed, the public's evaluation criteria also increased every year. It was good that we moved up Spark's debut schedule to narrow the gap with frontrunners like Partha, but it was inevitable that we'd get compared. Much greater than honestly, Spark's music video looks pretty lame. UA seems to be spending money, but it looks so cheap. Much greater than I can accept them skimping on stage costumes, but I wish they'd spend more on the MV. They can't just rely on the members' faces forever. Much greater than the company just doesn't want to spend money on unnecessary things. Why spend money when fans will still praise it? Even if it's badly shot, the fandom brought this upon themselves. Wow, you're blaming the fans for this. This was just from the comments I saw while making a compilation video of Spark comments. And now we were being directly compared to a major rookie group? I could already see people gleefully pasting 4 or 5 screenshots from the MV background together and spreading it with titles like "The Reality of Small Companies Across Online Communities." The image of being from a small company itself wasn't bad. What could be done if the company was actually small? Besides, it was not like there weren't successful cases of debuting from a small company. But continually instilling the image of the company doesn't invest in the group was dangerous. It could cause fans to feel fatigued. I'd be leaving soon, but Spark was a group that would last for 7 years. At times like this, I had to think from a long-term perspective. For that, securing the budget from the company was important. I was thinking of begging them to pour every bit of the production costs saved by Lee Chong-hyun writing the song and Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kyun creating the choreography into the music video. That way we might last 7 weeks, if not 7 years. F***CK. Even thinking about how they disbanded on their 7th anniversary still gets on my nerves. Oops. Thinking too hard about the group's future made me recall unpleasant memories. It was time to take a deep breath to regain my peace. When I handed over my phone to calm my mind and body, Kang Keon and Jong Songbin started reading through the comments I was looking at, including Lee Chonghyun, who had just joined. The three of them read the comments seriously with their faces gradually hardening. To think there'd be hate comments even though it's this cool. And it's just a teaser. There are mixed reviews. Was I the only one who liked the sound? At the same time, these guys were wearing down their mental strength. At this rate, they might stay up all night leaving positive comments for Partha, risking accusations of viral marketing. In particular, Kang Keon's face looked grim. If there are so many hate comments for people who haven't even debuted yet. After debut. Hey, give me the phone. Ah, yes. And you guys are banned from monitoring and browsing your names from debut day. Got it. Huh. That was close. I almost dragged our team members into a swamp while monitoring another team. I made a mental note to keep an eye on these 3 particularly vulnerable members. I resolved to do the monitoring myself, even if it meant getting dry eyes from reading comments. Lastly, could you share your determination for this upcoming stage? I'll work hard. Please cheer for us. Cut. As soon as I called for a cut, Kang Keon, dressed in his training clothes, let out a sigh of relief while wiping his chest. Tonight as well, the two of us were conducting the popular Kang Keon exclusive mock interview without fail. And in just 4 weeks and 3 days, Kang Keon achieved remarkable results. It was a miracle like a midsummer night's dream. Do you know that today, for the first time, you finished the interview without shaking your hands even once? Really? Kang Keon looked surprised. I played back the recorded video for him to check himself. Good pronunciation, good volume, good comments. This was a great improvement. Although his gaze was a bit uneasy and his responses were somewhat mechanical, those could be improved with more practice. Plus, system, hidden task completed. Content, helping members grow. Reward, EXP, 10. Total EXP, 95. Total point, 0. Plus, look, even the system acknowledged it as a success. This was clear evidence that Kang Keon's skills had improved. Kang Keon himself seemed to notice the clear change, unable to take his eyes off the camera screen. There's still a lot to improve going forward. You know that, right? Yes. Especially my gaze, it's almost on the floor. You'll improve with practice. Let's try focusing on other things starting tomorrow. After pointing out the next tasks, I started packing up the tripod I had set up on the floor. Maybe next time, I should get a broken camera or something instead of using my phone's camera. Even at Jang Junha's music video shoot, there were several cameras. The pressure from those lenses couldn't compare to the tiny camera on a smartphone. Just as I was starting to desperately wish for even the camera that Manager Nam bought wanting to take commemorative photos at mountain peaks, Kang Keon, who was clearing chairs behind me, spoke up. Hyung, what is it? Where did you learn to do this kind of thing? Ahem, huh? When I turned around, Kang Keon had an innocent face that showed no sign of malice. He had no idea he had just stabbed at a regressor's weak point with a knife sharpened 100 times. My heart pounded so hard it was going to burst, as if pierced by an awl. Learn? I just thought, wouldn't it help to practice similar to the real thing? And gave it some thought, that's all. I did learn, by using my superiors as negative examples. But Kang Keon wasn't convinced so easily. But Hyung seems to be very thorough in explaining things. The things you point out are different every time. Maybe it's because I have a good eye? Everyone always says I have a good eye for things. Try handling and orientation with dozens of new hires. Your pupils will split in all directions. Still, since I couldn't tell him the truth, I decided to act brazen instead. What? You don't trust my teaching methods? Should I play you speech training videos from MeTube starting tomorrow? I'm sorry. Fortunately, Kang Keon backed down. Right away, my humanity might have taken a bit of a hit, but there was no helping it. What if they found out that I knew about the future, stripped me of all my information, and then kicked me out? That could never happen. I'm going to stick to you guys like a leech on the bottom of your shoes. Do you think you could handle simple photo shoots, aside from interviews and stage performances? We have profile shoots coming up soon. Right. The profile shoot that would go up on the portal sites after debut was coming up soon. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have kept Kang Keon who needed to sleep a lot and grow quickly, here until this hour. I think I could manage it if it's just taking photos. I was fine when taking ID photos at school too. Oh, that photo where there was no hint of a smile to be found, no matter how hard you looked? I recalled Keon's high school ID photo, which would later become famous as the Northern Grand Duke shot, unparalleled in the world of art's high school ID photos. It didn't really matter how the photo turned out if he liked that kind of stern image. Fans would love any photo as long as his features were clear anyway. But since he didn't like that kind of photo, I wasn't sure if it had always been that way, but Keon didn't particularly like his own stern image. All the guys in this group were like that. They had expressions that were easy to misunderstand when they kept their mouths shut. Am I sick, you ask? No, Sparkler. I'm in a good mood today. Does my expression look very stiff? No, Keon. Don't be discouraged. It's just that the camera quality is bad today. Right, everyone? I could vividly picture Keon getting gloomy whenever the topic of his expression came up, and Ki Chonghyun trying his best to comfort him. Of course, I wasn't going to let him off just because that was how his natural face looked. Since he wanted to fix it, I'd make him into a smiling machine, even if it meant using rubber bands to pull up the corners of his mouth. I'd engrave the joys and sorrows of social life onto his face. I was even thinking of making him greet the members with a smile every morning when Keon spoke again. I'll practice taking photos by myself more. Are you sure you can do it? Yes. Hyung, you should go home early today. I wondered if he was being considerate and telling me to go home early, but this was that Keon. There was no way the guy who made me roll on the practice room floor until 11 p.m. would suddenly show me such kindness. Well, whether I go home early or late, I'll still have work to do. If I stayed in the practice room longer, I'd just practice more. If I went back to the dorm, I'd still be working, so it wouldn't really change my rest time. Okay, let's call it a day. Still, I couldn't send the kid off alone, so I wrapped up practice and packed my things. Not even imagining that, a few days later, Keon would return with a bright smile. 39. Chapter 39, Profile Photoshoot. Although the group name issue was still unresolved, other preparations were steadily progressing. Today's profile photo shoot was part of that process. For this day, I had to go to bed at 1 a.m. for a whole week. It was because Jong Song-bin, following the manager's instructions, strictly prohibited late-night work citing skin condition management for all members. Song-bin. This research for reference materials might take some time. We'll take care of breakfast ourselves this week, so just go to bed and finish it tomorrow morning. I wasn't the only one under Songbin's special care. Songbin Hyung, I swear, I just need to finish one more line of this melody, and then I can sleep peacefully. You said the same thing an hour ago. Chonghyun, you should go to bed too. I had to admit, I was a bit overwhelmed by the resolve of Jong Songbin, who was still a high school student. There was no room for compromise. Thanks to sufficient and regular sleep, newfound youth, and the skills of professional makeup artists, my dark circles completely disappeared. It was so impressive that even Choi Ji-ho gave a backhanded compliment. You shouldn't pull all-nighters. You look better without dark circles. Don't ever say that in front of Songbin. While I'd rather avoid overtime, it was better than falling behind on work. Accumulated tasks tended to cause headaches. Oh, when I see you in a shirt instead of your usual practice clothes, you look much more handsome. Really? Should I take a selfie? Amidst the chaos, the manager and Lee Chonghyun were chatting excitedly. It would be nice if they could keep their fun conversations to themselves, but Chonghyun ran all the way to where we were. Hey, the manager says we look good in shirts. Let's take a picture together. Yeah. Go take 100 pictures by yourself first. Why? Let's take one together. You shouldn't be asking to take pictures with others right now. You should be thinking about preserving your own face. Chonghyun's face was a shock when I first saw it. However, it was natural that the impact from someone's face subsided and you got used to it when living together. I, too, had gotten used to Chonghyun's face, or so I thought. A well-groomed, handsome man was completely different from his bare face. Now I understood why fans were so passionate about having all three elements, hair, makeup, and outfit, perfectly balanced. No way. Do I look that good? How much, specifically? About 850,000 won per unit. Why 850,000 won? That's the current price of gold. I accept your evaluation, Hyungnam. Lee Chonghyun gave a thumb up with a touched expression. Over Chonghyun's shoulder, I could see the video team's camera lens pointing this way. I should ask them to edit out the scene just now. As I barely managed to escape Chonghyun's reach by saying we should sit down to avoid getting in the way since there were so many people, I spotted Jong Songbin. Hair's done. Makeup's done too. He seemed ready, so I turned to check on the other guys, but then I noticed the tie in Songbin's hand. Our profile photo concept was Neat Student ID. It was surprisingly hard to find a decent, clean front-facing photo of an idol, especially in a neat outfit. I remembered how the fans used to Photoshop school uniforms and suits onto Sparks' faces. We could always take conceptual photos during activities, but a youthful ID photo could only be taken now. So we chose white shirts and gray ties. It was the most basic and clean look. But if he's holding that, I pointed at Songbin's tie and asked, "Do you know how to tie a tie?" No. Our school uniform had clip-on ties. As expected, now that I thought about it, I didn't know how to tie a tie in high school either. Looking around, the two stylists seemed to be struggling to take care of all 6 of us. It would be inconsiderate to ask for help tying a tie in this chaos. "Come here. I'll tie it for you." "You know how to tie a tie, Hyung?" "Yeah." I had never tied someone else's tie before, though. Maybe because I used to tie it while half asleep every morning, it wasn't difficult to do it for someone else. I shaped it nicely and patted Songbin's shoulder. "All done. If you want, you can learn how to do it later. It's not hard." "Yes, thank you." "Hyung, me too." Next to Songbin, who was brightly thanking me, Park Ju-woo shyly held out his tie with both hands. His politeness made it impossible to refuse. I made a mental note to request clip-on ties in the handover report once we received our payments. With visions of a distant future in mind, I carefully tied Park Ju-woo's tie as well. The photo shoot went smoother than I expected, starting with Choi Ji-ho, who seemed to have gotten used to the camera after filming a music video once. Jong Songbin, who had been through 3 years of camera tests in school. Lee Chonghyun, who had adapted quickly to cameras even in his early debut days. And Park Ju-woo, who maintained a calm demeanor whether there was a camera or not. As for me, well, I'd mastered the art of smiling without looking fake, so I passed both the expressionless and smiling photos on the first try. The real challenge is getting Kang Ki-on through this. The 5 trainees, including me, watched breathlessly as Kang Ki-on walked into the set last. We were ready to jump in and tickle him if necessary. That was likely to happen. Smile a little more. Yes, that's it. Looks natural. Kang Ki-on was smiling, faintly but definitely. It was hard to believe this was the same guy whose expression during his birthday vlog, while looking at the cake, became the meme, a mafia boss overseeing an execution. Do you practice smiling at night? No, it's the result of self-study. Smiling beautifully was actually pretty difficult. A natural bright smile could make viewers happy too, but idols had to be conscious of how they looked even when smiling. If it looked even slightly awkward, they became targets of criticism for having a forced smile. But they couldn't just smile all the time either. If the smiling face didn't match the public's beauty standards, it could lead to malicious screenshots and hateful comments. Though not comparable to idols, I could relate to them, having been scolded for my eye corners twitching when I smiled and said, "Enjoy your lunch," to Manager Nam. But back then my eyes were just malfunctioning because I worked so hard and couldn't even drink water. Anyway, it was surprising to see Kang Ki-on, who was the most stiff among us, especially in front of a camera, smiling so openly. We stared at the monitor, watching intently, and then surrounded Kang Ki-on as he returned after successfully completing the shoot. "Ki-on, the pictures turned out great. They looked really good. Come on, it's just taking one photo." If it were Chonghyun or me, he would have brushed us off with a "whatever, go away," but he was visibly flustered by Songbin and Jua's compliments. It was a bit annoying. I heard that when you go out into society, there aren't many people who will compliment you. So let's enjoy this while it lasts. Kang Ki-on. Who said that? Yiwol Hyung. From what I see, I think Hyung is living his second life. His thoughts are so worldly. If you two don't want to receive manner lessons from this worldly Hyung, you two better cut it out. Being worldly aside, I was curious. How did this stiff guy suddenly learn to smile like an idol? The answer was simple. I practiced. Whenever there was a mirror around. Indeed, an attitude that would impress even a drill instructor. The saying, "effort never betrays you," was absolutely true. Unexpectedly, I felt most uncomfortable when taking group photos. I experienced cognitive dissonance at the fact that I had to be among these 5 people. The image of Spark walking the red carpet at the year-end awards ceremony was still vivid in my mind. I thought I had prepared myself for the inevitable comparisons when I decided to debut with these kids by holding onto their ankles. But trying to take a photo with these shining faces, I felt my own face dimming. To prepare for this, I had suggested a specific composition when proposing the profile photo concept. It was a composition where I stood at the very end. This way, they could easily crop me out if I left the group later. I resolved to stand at the edge as much as possible in group photos from now on. I should make a 5-member version in Photoshop later and back it up separately. With a new task in mind, the profile shoot ended successfully. How should I say this? It was a very strange feeling. Now that we've taken the photos, doesn't it really feel like we're about to debut? I was so excited last night that I couldn't even sleep. You need to sleep. That's how you grow taller. Look at this Hyung ruining the mood again. Lee Chong-hyun recovered so quickly that it was hard to believe he had once run away due to pressure. He was chattering nonstop while eating watermelon with one hand and solving English worksheets with the other. I looked at today's workbook in front of me and thought, at this age, doing worksheets, if that doesn't make it all feel real, I don't know what will, you brat. I was deeply moved to be solving private education worksheets at this age, which I couldn't afford as a teenager. Chong-hyun, let's focus during the time we agreed to use for study, okay? I knew someone would say something. After being chided by both Songbin and Kion, Chong-hyun finally quieted down and started on his own homework. In line with global trends, idol groups usually had at least 1 or 2 members responsible for foreign languages. Moreover, when it came to English, everyone was expected to know at least basic greetings. That was why we were gathered in the living room of our dorm at 10:30 p.m., solving English worksheets. Since we couldn't cut back much on practice time, we had a one-on-one session with a tutor once a week, and on other days, we had to complete the assigned homework. Honestly, it wasn't that difficult. I had prepared for the TOEIC speaking exam up until I was job hunting, after all. But my heart was a different matter. After 12 years of studying what others told me to, and 4 years of studying stuff that didn't suit me, I finally escaped, only to be dragged back to the desk. It was killing me. I did recognize the necessity of studying. The only English phrases I could remember were all business-related. If an idol said, "Thank you for taking the time to attend," to overseas fans in the live broadcast. I didn't know for sure, but it would certainly come across as strange, to say the least. Still, I couldn't complain. Even Chong-hyun, who could converse freely in English, had joined us in the living room to study music theory under the pretext of studying with the members. Thanks to that, Chong-hyun was using his excellent English skills to become a personal tutor for the studious Jong Songbin. Lee Chong-hyun, when did you learn English? Choi Ji-ho, seemingly having lost concentration, put down his mechanical pencil and asked. I was wondering how long he'd last. This is all the skill I honed at English kindergarten. Can you really speak fluently just from attending an English kindergarten? There was compulsory education after that, Hyung. Lee Chong-hyun said with a smile that looked like it had been burned pure white. There was no need to explain the frustration that came with it. It was clear enough. Iwal Hyung, aren't you able to converse fully too? I can only respond to things I know. I've been injected with too many scripts. But you were pretty precise when you asked for a receipt. You guys, you should definitely memorize that. Proof of expenditure is essential when you spend money. Got it. As soon as I said that, I remembered employees who'd pleaded about not getting receipts when applying for dinner expenses and transportation costs. Or they'd submit just the receipt without noting the account number, or the claimed amount would be incorrect. Thinking about this too much is bad for mental health. I should probably learn some kind of peaceful meditation technique soon. My mind and body were too worn out. 40. Chapter 40. Health management is also a skill one. Just as Lee Chong-hyun mentioned how being in the debut group felt real, the debut was gradually becoming a reality. The biggest sign of this was the confirmation of the group's name. The group name, which had sparked heated debates, finally settled on Spark after much deliberation. Whether there could have been a better name, I wouldn't know. However, since Spark was the name cherished by the members and fans in my time, I didn't interfere with this decision at all. Besides that, various other topics were also discussed, like the opening of the official SNS accounts. After hearing concrete plans about the group's future, the atmosphere in the practice room changed positively. You could say the determination was different. Everyone's concentration seemed to have doubled compared to before. The intensity of practice also increased. During the overall practice sessions, rest time decreased while active time increased. Park Ji-woo, who didn't have great stamina, often had to sit on the floor for 5 minutes after practice to rest before heading back to the dorm. Meanwhile, I, who still hadn't improved my dance skills enough, had to receive twice as much feedback as usual. Yiwol Hyung, get in position. Kim Yiwol, your angle is off. Like this. Somehow, I couldn't get through a single phrase without issue. I said I'd focus. Why is this happening? It felt like my body wasn't cooperating. This sense of defeat was something I hadn't felt since I first joined UA. Hyung, you've been making the same mistake since morning. Wouldn't it be faster if you practiced separately? Today, my instructor was Kang Kian. Kian was the most driven in practice among us, but he had been excluded from dance practice for 2 days in a row due to a slight problem with his already vulnerable ankle. Kang Kian said he would try to move within his limits, but everyone stopped him, since he would quickly pick up the choreography anyway. Instead of making him practice more, we assigned him to supervise the choreography practice. His ability to spot mistakes was almost uncanny. The problem was, I was the only one getting caught. Sorry, I'll try it again. I wiped off my sweat and apologized to the members. We had already stopped the music several times because of me. Whether it was due to nerves or something else, I felt short of breath. Normally, I'd still be full of energy at this time, but my body felt hot. Is it because it's summer? I looked around, wondering if the practice room itself was hot, but the others didn't look any different from usual. It seemed the anxiety about falling behind was manifesting as heat. It pained me. Still, as I stood up with renewed determination, Kian, who was sitting in front of the large mirror in the practice room watching us, asked, Hyung, why are you sweating so much? I think it's because of my anxiety. About being cut from the group if I don't dance well. Don't joke around. Does my worry sound like a joke to you? I was always 100% serious. Lately, I'd even lost sleep at night worrying that the day before the debut, someone would say, I've thought it over. Let's go without Yiwol. My concerns were mountainous. If I failed to debut at this point after coming this far, I wouldn't be able to face my sister even in death. So I couldn't help but take it seriously. Seeing my serious expression, Kian didn't press further. It seemed my sincerity did get through to him. Instead, Jong Songbin came over from the corner of the practice room with a towel and water and said, Hyung, it might be because you're nervous. If everyone's okay with it, how about we take a short break from practice? Yeah, let's rest for 10 minutes. I agree. As soon as Jong Songbin gave the okay, Park Ji-woo and Lee Chonghyun collapsed to the floor like raw eggs. Sorry, you're all having a hard time because of me. If you think like that, you'll feel more burdened. Try to relax, Hyung. Then Jong Songbin handed me the towel and water he had brought. For some reason, looking at the incredibly kind Songbin, I was reminded of the detestable manager Nam. Assistant Manager Kim, are you drinking tea right now? Huh? Ah, yes. Employees these days have it easy, having tea time while working. Is it because no one around gives you a hard time? You should feel a little uncomfortable at work. The image of Manager Nam, who berated me for 30 minutes for taking a sip of Solomon's seal tea while working, faintly flashed before my eyes. I also remembered how others barely managed to stop him from criticizing only me, even though he himself used to disappear for an hour saying he was going for coffee. Moreover, I had quietly drunk at my own desk. How could unpleasant memories be so vivid? It was inexplicable. Hyung, are you really okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else for a moment. Are you sure? Of course. Thanks for the towel. I'll go wash my face for a bit. I quickly left the practice room with just the towel. When your discipline slipped, a splash of cold water would be the best remedy. Heading straight to the bathroom, I turned on the water so cold it nearly froze my hands and scrubbed my face vigorously. It woke me right up. After dousing myself with cold water until my skin stung, I raised my head to see a reddened face with unfocused eyes in the mirror. I knew what idol fans called eyes like these. I've got dead fish eyes. Seeing myself with a dumb expression when I should be self-disciplining, I couldn't help but chuckle. Even if I wasn't feeling well, I had to endure to some extent. After all, people couldn't always be in perfect condition, and there were times when you had to work even in unfavorable situations. But what if, like Songbin said, I was nervous because I alone was falling behind? Then I need to pull myself together even more. I was the one clinging on to them like a leech begging to debut together, so getting nervous and holding others back would be inconsiderate of me. I wiped my face and returned to the practice room, where I pulled the members who were sitting down to their feet. Everyone's rested now, right? Get up. Come on. Hyung, are you sure you don't need more rest? I've washed my face. If we want to finish the first verse today, we need to practice diligently. The first verse? Can we get that far? Yeah. So don't adjust to my level, adjust to yours. I'd show them the perseverance and tenacity of an office worker who rewrote a proposal 8 times, even after it was rejected 7 times. Perhaps my determination was conveyed, as practice resumed immediately, and quite intensely at that. Thus, we finished the day by dancing passionately until 10 p.m. And the next day, I deeply regretted this rash decision. It was a day during my university years. That was when I attended lectures during the day, worked as a tutor in the evening, and then took on a part-time job at a convenience store from night until dawn. That night, as soon as the store owner, who had been covering the shift before me, saw me arrive for work, he said, "You don't look well, Yiwol." "Hello, boss. I think it's because I didn't sleep well last night." "You didn't sleep well? Why?" "It just happened. But I'm not sleepy at all now, so don't worry." I remembered saying this very carefully so that the store owner, who had to leave the store to a part-timer who looked pale, wouldn't feel anxious. For me, a bit of lost sleep wasn't a big deal. My sleep schedule was always the same, and my daily routine rarely changed. So after finishing my last day's work at the convenience store, I returned to my apartment and fell into a deep sleep. I slept so soundly that I didn't even remember the night before. I was so deeply asleep that I didn't even notice that my pillow was soaking wet with blood until I woke up. And today, a few years later, I had that dream for the first time in a long time. In the dream, I vividly recalled my shock upon waking up and seeing the darkened pillow. It's been a long time since I've had such a strange dream. When I thought back to that time, my nose felt a little sore. I wondered if that was why I had a dream about a nosebleed. Instinctively, I reached up to touch my nose. At the same time, I realized the pain in my nose wasn't just in my head, and I felt a sticky sensation under my nose. I could also feel a pungent metallic smell from under my nose. No way. I raised my head, praying earnestly that it wasn't true. Unfortunately, today's pillow was also stained with dark red splotches, as did my fingertips. Had I overexerted myself recently? No. Then, was there anything that made me feel extremely stressed? That wasn't it either. Then why on earth did I get a nosebleed? No matter how much I racked my brain while turning on the frying pan, I couldn't find anything suspicious. There was no way I had any health problems. My annual health checkups had always come back clear. Perhaps my body knew that its owner couldn't afford any major hospital bills, so I'd never been seriously ill. By morning, the nosebleed had already stopped. Thanks to that, I didn't have to plug my nose, but I was too preoccupied washing the pillowcase at the crack of dawn. It was fortunate that I woke up before the alarm went off. If I'd been unlucky, I might have shown Lee Chong-hyun an unsightly scene when he got up to get ready for school. Since I was up early, I decided to bake some bread, and that was when Jong Songbin came out from the other room. Judging from the fact that he was in his pajamas, he must have not washed up yet. "Hyung, you woke up early?" "Yeah, I did." Still half asleep, Jong Songbin was about to greet me with the dorm's 6 commandments morning pleasantries, but I quickly pushed him into the bathroom. Then Kong Keon popped out from somewhere. It was a busy morning, so I didn't have the presence of mind to care about my nose. Well, a nosebleed is no big deal anyway. I put toast on the table for the high school students going to school and returned to my room. Since I was up early, I thought I'd go to the practice room early. And 30 minutes later, at the practice room. It sounded really stupid, but I finally realized it then. I had a summer fever. I had never been sick in my life, so I thought I was just having a slump. At least up until I started breaking out in a cold sweat. The moment my back became damp just from warming up, I knew something was seriously wrong. I could feel my fever rising even when I was staying still, so I understood why I sweated so much yesterday. Does it show? It would be a problem if the illness showed on my face. I had a bad memory because I had been sick at Hampyeong Industry once, crawling out of the bathroom on all fours and getting yelled at by Manager Nam. Assistant Manager Kim, are you trying to make a scene because you're sick? Haven't I told you over and over that taking care of your health is also a skill? You think you're the only one who gets sick? I'm sick too. Who doesn't get sick while working? I didn't even remember what else that person said. I had to make a U-turn back to the bathroom because I felt like throwing up again. I took out a fever reducer from the first aid kit in the practice room and swallowed it. And before Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo came, I tried my best to cool down my fever by fanning myself with my hand, and I made a vow to myself. I'll endure it no matter what. I absolutely must not let anyone notice this. Absolutely. 41. Chapter 41. Health management is also a skill, too. If there's a system that increases ability points, wouldn't there also be a system that restores stamina? I thought while chewing on the cold noodles that I couldn't taste at all, as if my nose was clogged. If a person's physical functions could be artificially increased, then a similar mechanism should be possible. The system surely knew how much intense practice was required to become an idol. After all, the way the system awarded points and the processes it followed were focused entirely on nurturing idols who could debut. Then, there should be measures in place for when idols face situations where they couldn't fulfill the required amount of practice due to physical limitations or they encountered difficult situations. They brought a perfectly alive person back to the past with their memories intact, so they must have prepared countermeasures to this extent. As I waited for the system to appear while slowly finishing the chewy noodles, the system that had been quiet appeared, as expected. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of additional work support. Service. If you wish to continue working but feel physically unable to achieve your KPIs due to physical limits, this service will assist you in continuing work smoothly. Upon activation of the support service, fatigue is reduced by 20 points, and the reduced fatigue will be returned to subordinate when the support service is terminated. Subordinate may specify the start and end times for the service. Physical side effects may occur due to various reasons such as prolonged use of the service, excessive accumulation of fatigue, or if the temporarily reduced fatigue exceeds a certain level. Plus, it was exactly the function I needed. Compared to the breach of confidentiality, which mentioned that it could lead to death as the worst consequence, these side effects were hardly a concern. At least this service didn't mention the possibility of death. After the service guide appeared, a familiar resume showed up. However, this time, a new category called Total Fatigue was added beneath Total EXP. Plus, our attendance management, 18/20. Our organizational adaptability, October 20th. Total EXP, 0. Total fatigue, 40%. Plus, thanks to the medicine I took, my accumulated fatigue wasn't too high. If I could reduce it by 20%, I'd feel almost normal. I imagined pressing the service activation button without hesitation. Then, the system window lit up brightly once. More. Plus, total fatigue, 20%, work support service activated. Plus, the fatigue level decreased as soon as the service started. The effect was immediate. My fever subsided, and my tense shoulders relaxed. Hyung, is that cold noodle dish that delicious? Yeah. What? No. It's just that your complexion suddenly improved after eating the cold noodles. Did you sprinkle protein on the noodles, or something? Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Ji-ho started talking nonsense about my face, which had apparently improved in color. Choi Ji-ho, I didn't know you had the brilliant idea of mixing protein into food. I'll keep that in mind when toasting bread. That's not what I meant. Despite my kind consideration, Choi Ji-ho just got annoyed. It seemed he got sick of people chiming in positively. Now that I thought about it, I could adjust my condition by monitoring the system, but what about these guys? Looking at these guys who'd been on low-sodium and low-calorie diets for longer than me, an ominous thought crossed my mind. While their vascular health might be better than mine, at this point I couldn't help but worry about malnutrition. Wasn't it not too long ago that Kang Keon got caught dancing hard while hiding his injured ankle? If UA had been thoroughly checking the members' health conditions while recommending weight loss or practice, I wouldn't have had to do this. But in the idol market where the only feedback you got was lose as much weight as possible and practice as hard as you can, expecting such care was absurd. Out of concern, I asked them, do you guys get health checkups? We get health checkups every year at school. Kong Kian, currently a high school student, answered. I mean, besides just measuring height and weight. Wait, don't tell me you all got your teeth laminated too. I didn't. As far as I know, none of us did. I've heard it's common to get them done as trainees. Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo spoke in turn. It was a relief that everyone's dental health was at least good. Since the group was quiet, there were more than one or two things to pay attention to. I was starting to wonder if we need a suggestion box in the dorm for them to voice their concerns. Wasn't the national health checkup age set at 20 and above? We should probably get some basic measurements done as a group at the gym soon. Just as I was recalling the time at the Hampyeong Industry when I was busy scheduling health checkups for the employees, Lee Chong-hyun asked me, why the sudden interest in health checkups? Just because. I'm saying this just in case, but take good care of your bodies. Your bodies are your assets, got it? Did you hear that, Kong Kian? Why me? Yiwol Hyung is worried about our Kian's ankle. Is that what you heard from what he said? They had a talent for misunderstanding perfectly clear statements. That wasn't exactly my intention, but as long as they got the message. After saying all this, it would be pretty ridiculous if I started skipping practice because I wasn't feeling well. I forced myself to finish the stiff, almost dry noodles. I didn't forget to clean up the empty bowl afterward. Everyone, what content are we going to film today? Introducing our members. With an enthusiastic response, we all clapped our hands. Today's final schedule was filming self-produced content. It was a project planned by Kim Yiwol, supervised by Kim Yiwol, and sponsored by UA. Considering UA's pattern of not properly promoting the group after debut, we filmed it before our debut. I nearly fainted when the company suggested going with a no makeup look to make it look natural since it's before debut. Regardless of whether we were well-groomed or not, it wasn't acceptable to show that little effort when filming something that fans would watch. I'd seen them film themselves removing their makeup during live broadcasts later on, so there was no rush. We could reveal our bare faces then. We filmed ourselves taking profile pictures last time, right? Well, those pictures are finally out. This meant that the final versions of the concept photos for the debut album's title track, which would also be registered as profile pictures on portal sites for a while, were out. Unfortunately, I heard it took quite some time to edit because the photos didn't capture the real-life appearances of some members, like Lee Chong-hyun, very well. I briefly considered joining as support staff when I heard the news. I ultimately decided against it because if I had touched the mouse, the kids might have turned into sparkling, shining princes. Apparently, Subway advertisements were made by polishing and refining people's faces. Anyway, to commemorate our first profile photos being released, we decided to film content where we introduced each other while looking at these photos. I strongly pushed for this, citing that it would be suitable for showing what you would call a close relationship. If I let them introduce themselves, they'd probably be too embarrassed to speak for even a minute, so I had them introduce each other instead. In Korea, where humility was a virtue, it was easier to praise others than to promote oneself. As idols, they'd need to get used to showcasing themselves, but for now, I planned to nurture them with the mindset that it was good enough as long as they didn't run away before debut. We decided to write and introduce the profile of the person next to us in age order. But who should we start with for the presentation? I think it would be good to start with the leader. Me? Yes, you. Jong Songbin was startled by my words. He had to spend the next 7 years with these reticent guys. If he was going to lead them, it wouldn't hurt to practice first. Take your time preparing. Since it's self-produced content, we can take our time editing it. I gave Songbin time to prepare and neatly arranged the materials in front of me. We had decided that everyone would make the profile for the person they were introducing in a creative way. Not just writing the content, but also preparing visual materials. Then, do we have to make panels like the ones that appear on TV? I don't expect anything that professional. If you really want to make a board, search for foam board. You can also search for wood rack. The more we prepared by making it up ourselves, even if it looked amateurish, the better it would be to evoke the image of realistic students. We could always use professional editing techniques later. The point is to find a way of explanation that's familiar to you. Whether you write in your school notebook or draw in your practice notebook, just make sure anyone can see that you've done your best. Though I said I'd nurture them, I didn't plan on not making them experience PR. If they were destined to enter the era of self-PR anyway, it was much better to make mistakes in a small, not-so-cute self-produced content than on TV broadcasts. It seemed they understood, as they spent the past few days in the dorms racking their brains and groaning, but not complaining. It was an admirable attitude. Then I'll go first. I organized my notes on cue cards like this. Having steeled himself, Jang Songbin took out a small bundle of yellow paper, cut into the shape of music show scripts. Lee Chonghyun asked, "Hyung, do you usually write in those?" "I've been writing them to practice scripts since we decided to film self-produced content." Songbin laughed bitterly. Flustered, Chonghyun gave 2 thumbs up to Songbin, who was lifelessly flipping through the cards. The 5 questions and answers about same-aged friend Juwoo that Songbin prepared was quite informative. Jang Songbin's introduction consisted of exactly the kind of content I had requested. Trivial, yet wholesome introductions that wouldn't break their image. To summarize roughly, what was Juwoo's childhood dream? Didn't he say he originally prepared to be a singer? I mean his dream from when he was much younger. Like kindergarten age? Answer, dinosaur. Good confident attempt, but wrong answer. These were the questions. By the way, the correct answer was a shooting star. Apparently, Juwoo wanted to make a wish upon seeing a shooting star, but because they were so rare to see, he wanted to become a shooting star himself. Since no one got it right, Park Juwoo ended up revealing the answer himself. The member introductions proceeded smoothly after that. Park Juwoo, who often left post-it notes, brought a whiteboard with several post-its describing words associated with Lee Chonghyun and the reasons. One particularly impressive expression was Prince of the Forest. Did I get the prince title because I'm good-looking? More like Sleeping Beauty in the forest. Chonghyun, you're the sleeping prince of the forest. He does sleep like a log once he's asleep. Chonghyun created what he called a compilation of Kong Keon algorithms for quick and easy personality analysis. There were 4 different types. Isn't that your composition notebook? The inspiration came too suddenly. I couldn't help it. We were all impressed by the divinely organized chart that seemed to perfectly capture Keon's thought process. Especially useful was the part that said, Kong Keon likes it when you show interest in the games he's playing. It was a presentation that showcased their friendship. Next, it was Kong Keon's turn to introduce me. Is it something like a list of a practice routine? Practicing is all I do. Contrary to my low expectations, Keon's expression was a bit more serious than usual. He rustled around and pulled out a large white piece of paper. Seeing the large table drawn on it, it seemed my prediction was correct, but what is that? I doubted my eyes for a moment when I saw the phrase neatly written next to my name. Then I will introduce Yiwol Hyung. I couldn't just let this slide. I immediately raised my hand and asked, I have a question. Why is there a scary phrase like gentlemanly ruffian written next to my name? Ruffian? What did I do to deserve that? 42. Chapter 42, Friendly Office Bonding. Kong Keon's presentation was quite a spectacle. Kong Keon meticulously laid out the reasons why I was such a troublemaker and just how weird of a person I was. You can even see how uncompromising Hyung is from the fact that he has Jalmayan for lunch for an entire month. I felt like he was just mocking me. While I, the subject of the topic, was dumbfounded, the other guys seemed to be agreeing with him. This was the most ridiculous situation. I have a question. Did I do something wrong to you, Kong Keon? I think the most incomprehensible part is that you are unaware of your own peculiarity. I agree. The sight of the 5 of them banding together against me reminded me of the old Spark. You guys go ahead and bond when I'm not around. Just thinking about Spark makes me sick. While I was fighting this lonely battle, the 5 members, with the enthusiasm of a congressional hearing, heated up the room. You keep raising objections, but if you just rebut without evidence, we'll bring in a witness. Who's the witness? When I asked, Lee Chonghyun covered his face with Jang Songbin's cue card and attempted a ridiculous voice modulation. Everything that has been said so far is true. Mr. Kim Yiwol has been ruthlessly draining our neighborhood of Jalmayan. That's all fine, but don't cover your face. Keep it in the frame. Fans will watch this video to see your faces, so why are you hiding them? Unfortunately, my directions for the sake of future fans didn't seem to reach these guys. Did you hear that? I am telling you, Hyung is a real ice man. Why are you disparaging my effort to give your face an extra 3 seconds on screen? The fact that you don't understand is proof of your extraordinary nature, Hyung. With those words, my profile introduction, which I didn't understand at all, came to an end. Even Park Ju-woo was avoiding my gaze, trying hard to suppress the smile forming on his lips. I felt utterly betrayed by the world. Next, ahem. It's Yiwol Hyung's turn. Jong Song-bin, his face slightly flushed from holding back laughter, struggled to continue hosting. The person I had to introduce was Choi Ji-ho. He was the only trainee who was the same age as me on the team and my roommate in the dorm. The guy who gave me the hardest time in Spark before I returned to the past. To be honest, I could write Choi Ji-ho's profile without even looking at it. How long had I been monitoring Choi Ji-ho's every move on Director Nam's orders? The only thing I wouldn't know about him was probably the exact number of hairs on his head. But if I said that, I'd just be called a ruffian again. Since I planned to participate in activities only once before quitting, it was better not to stand out in the team. To make my output look as ordinary as possible while including specific content, this is indeed the best. So I prepared it. Here, take one each. This was Kim Yiwol-style Choi Ji-ho's activity record. The student record book was a quintessential document that perfectly suited a school concept while also introducing a person. I referenced the categories here, but made everything from the header to the footer myself, ensuring it felt different enough to avoid any controversy about document forgery. Since its purpose was as a prop for filming, it shouldn't be illegal, but it was always best not to give anyone a reason to nitpick. Even though my profile was written in a decent 15-point font, it wouldn't look good if everyone was just staring at their papers, so I decided to present it using a projector. Of course, we had already discussed this beforehand. Name is Choi Ji-ho, part of the oldest trainee line in the practice room. In line with the current trend of blind assessments, no photo is attached to the record. Are you briefing about a suspect? Choi Ji-ho interrupted, but I pretended not to hear. I'm explaining everything so kindly. Why are you making a fuss? For what it was worth, I'd reviewed dozens of resumes daily at Hampyeong Industry. I even used my experience of scrutinizing photos posted on Ji-ho's fan accounts on a weekly basis. There was no way a document I made could have any shortcomings. Ignoring Choi Ji-ho's dumbfounded expression, I steadfastly presented the content I had prepared. He's a trainee who contributes to improving dorm life, such as by bringing night lights to the dorm. Sounds like an impressively proactive trainee, doesn't he? Indeed. You could say he's making an effort to show a cooperative attitude for group living. Moreover, Lee Chong-hyun interjected at just the right moment. His word choice was very much in the style of a student record. Although there were differences between high school and college admissions, it seemed Chong-hyun had learned something while preparing for arts high school admissions. His older brother and younger sibling were also from a science high school, so he must have picked up some things from them too. His hobby is spreading jam on bread to an 80% transparency level. That's not a hobby. It's because of the calories. Seeing that he achieved first place in arm wrestling within the team as a result of his efforts to reach grade 1 in arm strength, we can say his future potential is promising. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Choi Ji-ho raised his voice. You'd think he'd be grateful for how much effort I'd put in for the enemy who caused my overtime work. I kindly smiled at Choi Ji-ho, who didn't seem to realize how much patience I had shown, and said, "Thank you for listening." Judging by his expression, I should probably ask them to edit Choi Ji-ho out of my scenes as much as possible. As the debut song, Untitled, a title still undecided at that time, as the lyrics were not yet completed, neared its final stages of completion, the system dumped a mountain of tasks on me, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Thanks to this, I gathered a ton of EXP and was able to forcefully increase my dance proficiency once again. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 6 out of 20. Our dance proficiency, 6 out of 20. Our self-PR, 12/20. Our attendance management, 18 to 20. Our organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 0. Total fatigue, 20%. Work support service activated. Plus, however, this time, my vocal proficiency didn't automatically increase. I didn't feel the same sense of progress in singing just from practice as I had before. If I lack the points to raise my skills, I just need to gather more. I opened my scheduler to check the piled-up tasks once more. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Final approval of debut song. Reward, EXP 5. System, New task has been assigned. Perfect mastery of debut song choreography. Reward, EXP. 5. System, new task has been assigned. Provide advice to improve stage quality 3 times, 0 thirds. Reward, EXP 1. Plus, looking at the packed list, I felt reassured, like stocking up on supplies before a new employee arrived. I had no idea why I had to give the final approval, but I had long since given up thinking about it, considering it part of the difficult path to becoming a producing member. Let's practice again. Just as I was scrolling through the scheduler while pretending to drink water, Jong Song-bin announced the end of the break with perfect timing. At Jong Seon-bin's signal, Lee Chong-hyun and Park Ju-woo, who were lying on the floor, stood up weakly. The intensity of the practice is definitely increasing. I had never thought my basic physical strength was declining, but lately, I could definitely feel my body getting tired. What was the point of being able to put a chicken breast on my evening salad when I was doubling my personal training sessions? If it weren't for the work support service or whatever it was, I would have been pretty exhausted. So, it went without saying how much those guys must be struggling, doing this without any support. Fortunately, no one showed signs of struggle during practice. Overall, this was a good thing. But not complaining didn't automatically mean they were giving their best effort. 20 minutes after practice resumed, I hesitantly opened my mouth. Hey, can we stop the music for a moment? At my request, Park Ju-woo, who was closest to the music player, turned off the song, and only the sound of breathing could be heard in the practice room. You all know our concept for this debut, right? You must have heard it through Chong-hyun and the company. Do you remember what it was? Fresh but mischievous troublemaker classmates, right? That's right. Now, can you all look in the mirror? At that, the 5 pairs of eyes turned towards the large mirror occupying one wall of the practice room. The faces reflected in the mirror were terrible. It wasn't about their features. The problem was their expressions. It's natural for our appearance to be a mess. We've been dancing for hours. But our expressions shouldn't be. None of us have a single smile on our faces. We can't make bad expressions just because we're tired from debut activities. Since the lyrics weren't out yet, we were practicing by rotating a selection of songs from other idols. However, despite the cheerful song selection, most of our faces were tightly scrunched up. Jong Song-bin and I danced with smiles, but I didn't think there was any need to divide the team over it. And more importantly, we don't look like classmates sharing everyday life at all. A heavy atmosphere never improved work efficiency. Manager Nam used to worry that the employees would slack off whenever he wasn't around, but in reality, everyone worked in peak conditions without him. The practice atmosphere at Spark wasn't much different from Hampyeong Industry when Manager Nam was around. In other words, everyone was extremely tense, just without the hopeless old fart around. Of course, it was important to practice as if it was the real thing. But it was a different matter to be holding your breath and feel terrified of making mistakes. Such worries were enough for me alone, the only klutz in the team. I'm not saying you should smile while practicing, but I'd like us to think more seriously about our concept and practice while being mindful of how well it shows. Yes, I'm sorry for saying this when I'm far worse than you guys. Instead, I'll start to be more vocal from now. No, it's okay. I'll start the 100 cheers per day challenge for the members from today. 100 times is a bit much. Then how about praising each other once every time we go through a song? No, that's still too much. Thanks to the enthusiastic interaction between Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Ji-ho, my words were accepted without being dismissed as, "What is this person with the worst skills saying?" The others didn't seem upset either. Well, that was great. Fostering a supportive atmosphere was more important than one might think. The sight of them starting to smile slightly despite being drenched in sweat wasn't bad to see. Above their smiling faces, a notification appeared saying that advice for improving stage quality had been fulfilled once. Spark's strength was their ability to learn quickly. Although their communication skills in front of the camera didn't seem to improve much, everyone had an exceptional understanding when it came to building technical skills. Maybe that was why. Even during our last practice at 9:57 p.m., when we were all so exhausted we could hardly stand, the 6 of us managed to dance with mischievous expressions. I'm not sure if this is growth or awakening, but everyone's eyes seemed a bit crazed. I decided to leave it be, thinking it would be 100 times better for them to be described as fiercely determined rather than lifeless. Then, it's time to solve this. As it was approaching 3 a.m., I stared at the system glowing brightly in the dark room, alone. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Secure a location for the music video shoot. Reward, EXP, varies depending on the condition of the filming location. Plus, I am telling you, if you're going to make me do this kind of thing, you should make me a company employee instead of an idol. 43. Chapter 43, Friendly Office Bonding. 2. When you became a working adult, especially a junior employee, there was a high probability you'd be assigned certain tasks. Mr. Yiwol, where did we decide to have the company dinner today? Team leader Cho recommended a barbecue place, so I made a reservation there. Barbecue? Ugh, great, my clothes are going to smell. From booking the venue for a company dinner to reserving a chicken restaurant for a welcome party, choosing a location for a company outing, and even planning hiking courses for the executive's goal of conquering 100 famous mountains. For the past few years, I'd been the one handling all the arrangements at Hampyeong Industry. And yet, Manager Nam, that jerk, had no problem gobbling up meat when I wasn't the one who made the reservation. I remembered apologizing about 30 times, thinking I was inconsiderate for choosing a barbecue place. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Secure a location for the music video shoot. Reward, EXP, varies depending on the condition of the filming location. Plus, I've never scouted a filming location before. What should I do? It felt like this system was holding me responsible for everything I'd changed since returning to the past. If this wasn't the system picking a fight with me for changing the music, then what else this could be? The first thing that came to mind was a school as an easy and accessible location. But the part about varies depending on the condition of the filming location bothered me. It seemed that factors like location selection and production directing would be included in the evaluation. Normally, they would have filmed in at least 2 places, outdoors and in an indoor studio. Do I have to consider all of that too? I had always believed in the power of experts. Why else would someone be considered an expert? Because they were good at doing their job. I couldn't understand why I had to do this when there were professionals who were much better suited for the job. I was an expert in purchasing office supplies for goodness sake. The bigger problem was that even as a university student, I only did part-time jobs, and after getting a job, I'd been working overtime and hadn't had a chance to go out much. If I had at least wandered around, I might have had some ideas, but the only thing I could think of right now was that there were a lot of good restaurants near Hampyeong Industry. I have no time to go out and scout locations right now. The sweet days of getting some decent sleep at night for the past few days were over today. Thinking about diving into the sea of information until dawn made me want to cry with joy. Since it was a task that needed to be done, it was better to start as early as possible. Work was something that came knocking without regard for my circumstances. After lying down for about 2 hours, wanting to sleep, a familiar alarm went off above my head. It was Chonghyun's alarm. The alarm turned off immediately, and soon after, I heard the sound of Chonghyun struggling to get up. Why did you set your alarm at this hour? It's 5 in the morning. Just in case Lee Chonghyun might have set the alarm wrong, I asked in a low voice, careful not to wake Choi Jio. But the answer I got was, I didn't set the alarm wrong. I have exams coming up soon. I was going to study and then head to school. What? Before I knew it, the exam period for high school students had crept up. Up until high school, I spent a significant amount of time studying. Aside from eating, washing, and sleeping, studying was all I did. There were many reasons why I studied so hard. Because in our country, there was still a tendency to value academic background. Because if I focused on studying, I could block out the loud noises at home. Because if I achieved grades good enough for a scholarship, I could go to college. By some stroke of luck, I received rewards that were far greater than my efforts. Although I received a lot of help from my sister, in the end, I was able to leave home. So I didn't regret the time I spent just studying, nor did I remember it as a painful period. After graduating from college, I lived a life far removed from studying. Or at least, I thought so. I thought as I watched the students sitting in the living room, huddled together, opening their workbooks. How did things end up like this? After getting up from the bed. In the morning, Chonghyun spent an hour studying in the living room, while I spent time searching for a music video filming location. Then Chonghyun started scratching his head. What are you doing? There's a part 1 don't understand. The answer key is at school, so I can't even check it right now. Fortunately, It was a problem I could solve, so I roughly gave him the solution. Chonghyun then asked if he could ask me questions whenever he didn't understand something. Several days passed, and now that the exam date was approaching, the students decided to have a large study session in the living room. And somehow that included me. Wait a minute. Why me? You said we could talk to you whenever we needed help. Did I say that? Jang Songbin, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Kian all had different weak subjects, so I had no choice but to sit at the table with them. It was a small relief that I still retained some of the knowledge from my own exam days. Jang Songbin and Lee Chonghyun, who were managing their grades, occasionally asked me questions, while Kang Kian, your pen seems to have stopped moving, was practically out of it. He seemed to be solving the problems of other subjects well, but when it came to math, he had completely given up. As a result, I had to stop browsing for the 15th closed school and give Kang Kian a math lecture in the style of an educational TV broadcast. I drew on all my experience from my tutoring days, and eventually, Kang Kian's pen began to move again, albeit slowly. With Park Ji-woo cheering him on and giving him an ion drink, it really felt like I was giving a private lesson. Hyung, why did you decide to become an idol? Lee Chonghyun asked me as he took a break and sipped his drink. From a distance, I saw Park Ji-woo, who was about to put the juice back in the fridge, flinch. Ah, right. He was still under the misunderstanding that the reason I didn't go to university and became an idol was because I couldn't afford the tuition. I deliberately asked in a loud voice, pretending it was not a big deal. Why do you ask? Just curious. Hyung, you seem good at studying too, so I was wondering what made you interested in becoming an idol after graduating from high school. That was actually something people were curious about regarding Chonghyun. He had studied classical music as a child and was preparing to enter a special high school for gifted students, but then suddenly switched tracks to become an idol trainee and enrolled in a general high school. But I couldn't exactly tell Chonghyun. No, I originally had no interest at all, but there was no other way to fulfill my filial duty and switch careers at the same time. I smiled brightly as if practicing the saying of the wise that you can't spit in the face of a smiling person, and pointed to a new page that had not been solved yet. Chonghyun, is that important right now? Of course, studying is more important, Hyungnam. Ignoring Kang Kian, who looked at him with a face that said he was such a smooth talker, Lee Chonghyun started to focus on the test paper again. His concentration was amazing. As I watched Lee Chonghyun solve the test paper at a scary speed, as if he hadn't been chatting, I thought, should I have prepared an answer in advance about the reason I became an idol? This question could come up anytime, anywhere. For now, I managed to dodge it by joking around with Chonghyun, but considering how seriously I was training, it would feel embarrassing to just say, I was scouted. Good thing I didn't get tongue-tied. I never imagined that all those years of dealing with Manager Nam and responding politely to all kinds of nonsensical comments would come in handy here. After about a year of working there, I found that I could automatically deflect conversations like an answering machine. Up until then, I believed that I could solve various situations that would come up in the future with my own improvisation. In hindsight, that was a naive assumption. As you go through life, you come to realize that things you could never even imagine in your own world do, in fact, exist. Like a boss who treats you well, or a professor who gives you less homework. I had those kinds of things too. Things that I never had in my life, like a company that provided lunch as an employee benefit or a younger sibling. And this included good parents. Some people said that family conflicts stayed in their minds for a long time and tormented them, but for me, it was a bit different. Do you remember when we couldn't sleep because it was cold and Mom kicked us out because she got sick of us? It was the middle of winter. I don't remember any of that. Wow, I'm the only one who suffered then. How can you forget that, especially after you got frostbite? On the contrary, I was the type who hardly remembered anything. I only vaguely recalled my sister being frustrated that she could remember childhood events in such detail, unlike me. In society, I encountered many adults, but they were teachers or bosses, not guardians. So I'd never met an adult who shared an emotional bond with someone my age. Your parents are coming? In that sense, the upcoming visit from Jang Songbin's parents to our dorm was going to be my first encounter with this kind of adult. Yeah, they said they want to cook something nice now that my debut is confirmed. Wow, Songbin Hyung's parents are coming. From what I heard, it seemed Jang Songbin's family had often visited the dorm, bringing food to fill the refrigerator. I'm not mentally ready yet. If I'd had any friends, I might have visited their homes and met their parents. Unfortunately, I wasn't exactly a social butterfly. At this point, as the date of the meeting approached, I grew more and more anxious. Even among adults, the etiquette you would show to a professor, a doctor, or an executive was slightly different. Although my own family was a mess and raised me to be a ruffian, Jong Songbin's home was the one that raised Jong Songbin. If I unknowingly acted inappropriately in front of someone from that kind of family, it would be a serious problem. After all, people were said to be unaware of their own mistakes. If I unknowingly did something that went against social norms, I swear on my life, I won't let my son debut with someone as unfit as you. Please trust me just this once, ma'am. If something like that happened, it would be a disaster. I need to stay sharp. This was the second most unsettling moment since I returned to the past and faced the situation of having to become an idol. 44. Chapter 44. Family Invitation Event 1. A while later, a middle-aged woman visited Spark's dorm. It's been a while, everyone. Is this the newcomer, Yiwol, that I've heard about? It was none other than Jong Songbin's mother. Nice to meet you. I am Songbin's mom. She set her luggage down at the entrance and extended her hand to me. I quickly reached out to shake her hand and greeted her. Yes, hello. I thought about adding nice to meet you too, but I held back. Even though I had never met a friend's parents before, I could tell from Lee Chonghyun's excited behavior around Songbin's parents that such formal language wouldn't be natural. Sure enough, Songbin's mother said to me with a smile, My goodness, Yiwol is much more polite than what I heard from Songbin. Already? I'd only bowed halfway. If I had said nice to meet you too, she might have thought, this kid is very formal and stiff. More importantly, I wondered what Songbin told his mom about me. I was anxious but didn't really want to know. So instead of interrogating Songbin, I decided to carry Songbin's mother's luggage. Let me take your bags. Please make yourself comfortable. No. I'll put them in the fridge myself. Songbin's mother picked up the large shopping bag she had put down. After a brief back and forth, I managed to take the shopping bag and head to the kitchen. The bag was full of sealed containers. There were so many that I wondered if this was why she came dressed so lightly. Seeing this, Songbin said, You brought side dishes again? Even though you're busy with work. It's not like I come here often, so this much is nothing. Kion, Chonghyun, can you guys put these on the veranda? Following Songbin's mother's instructions, Kong Kion and Lee Chonghyun moved. Quickly, everyone moved so efficiently, it seemed this wasn't their first time doing this. Just then, the doorbell rang again at the front door. Songbin's mother, who had been focused on unpacking the shopping bag, looked up and said, Oh, that must be your father. Dad's here too? Isn't he working today? He took a day off. When I said I was coming to see you, he insisted on coming too. When I heard that it was likely Jong Songbin's father, I hurriedly ran to the front door. When I opened it, sure enough, a man who closely resembled Songbin was standing there. He was carrying grocery baskets twice the size of what Songbin's mother had brought. Huh? I've never seen you before. Are you Yiwol? Yes, hello. I had seen many men around Songbin's father's age before. At convenience stores or when doing delivery part-time jobs, etc. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but feel a strange awkwardness from the fact that the person in front of me was a colleague's father. As a result, I had to showcase my answering in a loud voice skill that I usually only used in UA. This time, I successfully managed to help carry some of Songbin's father's luggage to the kitchen. At that moment, Songbin's mother's stern voice rang out. Why are you making the child carry this? I told you it's heavy because there's fruit inside. Oh, I forgot. It's not heavy at all, it's fine. Ma'am, not wanting to get caught in the middle of their argument, I quickly reassured her. When Songbin and I opened the grocery bag, it was once again filled with colorful plastic containers. Yiwol, is there anything you can't eat? I tried to pack a variety, but I'm worried there might be something you don't like. Don't worry, ma'am. I eat just about anything. This Hyung only eats jjolmayan, but he does eat all the vegetables in it. My answer came automatically, influenced by memories from Hampyeong industry where I had to drink even hard liquor if the boss offered it. But Chonghyun interjected. I really didn't understand why he was so obsessed with my taste in food. Do you like jjolmayan, Yiwol? Haha, a little bit. It seemed I would need to have a long talk with Chonghyun in our room after the parents left. Look forward to it. I'll give you a lecture you won't forget. After we finished sorting out all 3 large grocery baskets, we were finally able to gather in the living room. While the others chatted with the adults, I decided to make tea. Having years of experience serving guests, it would hurt my pride to just sit there and let someone else do it. It feels strange. I feel like I am back in the office pantry. Before the musty memories could flood back, I quickly placed 7 cups of warm Solomon seal tea and 1 cup of lukewarm water for myself on the tray and headed to the living room. Noticing my clear water, Park Ju-woo asked, "Why are you just drinking water, Hyung?" "To prevent teeth discoloration. If I couldn't do anything about my face, I should at least maintain cleanliness, right?" Despite my efforts to contribute to the group's overall visual appeal, the expressions on their faces as they looked at me were less than impressed. I knew my shortcomings well enough, so I'd appreciate it if they didn't emphasize them with their eyes. While I was receiving these piercing glances from the members, Songbin's parents checked on each member one by one, asking about their well-being. "Kion, I heard you hurt your ankle last time. Is it all better now?" "Yes, it's fine now." "Jiho, you've grown so much since I last saw you. How do you keep getting taller?" From what the two of them said, it seemed they had been watching over the trainees for a long time. At the same time, for some reason, all I could think of was a scene from a soap opera weekend drama. You know, the one where the future mother-in-law said to the female protagonist, "How tacky. You're not good enough to be with my son." It's understandable to think that way when an unknown small fry joins the group their son has been preparing for as a trainee for years. The side dishes they brought might as well have been a real-life version of "I packed this so you wouldn't feel left out." If it were me, I'd be deeply troubled too if a son like Songbin had to spend 7 years in the same boat with some guy who came out of nowhere. After they finished checking in with everyone else, it was finally my turn. I quickly tried to predict what would come next. "What made you think you could become an idol? Or, are you really planning to stay at UA until debut? If not then, do you often get told that you're not very tactful?" At this point, I desperately wanted to run away. This was more nerve-wracking than the stressful interviews I faced at Hampyeong Industry. I shouldn't be so quick to doubt someone else's, especially an elder's, intentions. Yet, it felt as if my head was using all the energy in my body to think negative thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Songbin's mother finally spoke. "Isn't it tough being a trainee?" Sorry, I was flustered. Her question was something I hadn't anticipated at all. Everyone in the world had their own struggles. Though the conditions to debut as an idol were ridiculous, I was lucky to even get this chance to save my sister. Besides, my fellow trainees, while they caused a bit of trouble, were undeniably talented. Complaining about difficulties in this situation would be a luxury. I answered with a smile. "Yes, I'm working hard." And I meant it honestly. Jong Songbin's parents stayed for about an hour before leaving. I asked if they would at least have dinner before leaving, but they both stubbornly refused. They said they didn't want to interrupt the kids' rest. When I asked Jong Songbin if they had any plans after this, he surprisingly told me they were heading straight home. In my house, once the adults left the house, they wouldn't return for about 3 days. Now that I thought about it, as I grew older and heard more from others, it seemed that in most households, the family gathered at home by nighttime. As we divided up the tasks to clean the living room where the guests had been, Jong Songbin approached me with an empty cup. I had taken on the task of washing the dishes, wanting to ensure that the members' hands, which their fans loved so much, wouldn't get wrinkled from cold water. "Is that a cup that needs washing? Just leave it there." "No, Hyung. I'm sorry about today." "What for? Did you spit in the cup on the way here?" Manager Nam used to spit near my shoes whenever he was in a bad mood. That was why I hated people who spit on the street. However, what Jong Songbin confessed was not something unpleasant like that. "Were you uncomfortable because my mom and dad came over?" "Huh." Jong Songbin fidgeted with the handle of the cup as he struggled to continue. "I know you're not the type to be shy around new people, but you seemed a bit nervous today." "Nervous? Not. Just flustered. It's just, I was a little overwhelmed because it was the first time I encountered such a situation. Looking back, my judgment was also wrong. If I were the type to not adapt to new environments, I would have messed up my college entrance exams or blown my interview at Hampyeong Industry. However, I didn't fail the CSAT, and unfortunately, I didn't blow my interview at Hampyeong Industry either. I wondered if I had been flustered because of an unconscious need to make a good impression. After all, There had been countless people I had to impress in my life. There were about 20 people I had to impress in college alone. It made me realize that there was no reason to be nervous about making a good impression anymore. So the conclusion was simple. I was nervous because I didn't want to make a bad impression on a colleague's parents. As embarrassing as it was, this explanation made sense. No, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. If I had met someone else's family before, I wouldn't have been this awkward. Instead, I ended up getting worked up all by myself. This went beyond just worrying about making a mistake in front of adults. I cleared my throat, trying to cover up my embarrassment, and said, I didn't have much experience talking to people my parents' age. I was just not used to it. I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Really? Yeah. Both of them took good care of us, so don't feel bad about it. I gently reassured Songbin, who looked like he had "I'm sorry" written across his forehead. In the first place, there was nothing for Songbin to apologize for. Apologies were only necessary when people like those from my family showed up. I briefly imagined such a situation and then realized it was a mistake. It felt so terrible that I almost dropped one of the few glass cups we had in the dorm's sink. As I was trying to clear my head, a thought occurred to me. How did Songbin notice my subtle discomfort? 45, Chapter 45, Family Invitation Event, 2. The HR team people used to say about me, who had been used as Director Nam's diatomaceous earth bath mat for several years. Mr. Yiwol, you really know how to hide your emotions. Even when Manager Nam cursed or threw documents around, I always maintained the same demeanor, serving that jerk of a manager without a hint of emotion. Even those who were adept at reading the mood of the organization acknowledged my secret weapon. The art of not showing how pissed off you are, so it was hard to believe that a mere 19-year-old, Songbin, had seen through it. I pretended to casually ask while rinsing out the inside of a mug I received from Songbin. Did I look nervous to you? Songbin, perhaps believing that my mood wasn't affected by his parents' surprise visit, replied in a lighter tone then. Before. Yes. Oh, but it wasn't obvious from your expression or tone. If I let it show like that, my nickname would be Dead-Eyed right after debut. Gasp. Songbin was startled and shut his mouth. What's so bad about being dead-eyed, anyway? An idol who's not managing their expressions without a good reason has to be prepared to be called that, don't they? Still, it was necessary to understand where Songbin had noticed it. That way, I wouldn't make a stupid mistake somewhere else. So what made you think that? I pretended to continue washing the dishes as if it wasn't a big deal while observing Songbin's expression. I didn't sense any discomfort on Songbin's face, like when he was trying to hide something. Well, I'm not sure. What? I don't really know what made me think you were nervous. I just felt that way. It was a deflating answer. I felt foolish for even worrying that I might have let something slip. Still, it was much better than having made an outright fool of myself. Feeling a bit more relieved, I said, it's good to be perceptive, but don't go around being too mindful of others. It'll tire you out. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, right, Hyung. Should I text my mom to make sure she got home safely, then come back to help clean up? Do you think you're the only one here who can clean up? Just go ahead and contact her. Songbin insisted on getting my permission for something so trivial. Contacting his mom, huh? It was something I couldn't even imagine. To begin with, I didn't even have my parents' contact information on my phone, as I thought that next time someone's parents visit, I should ask if they'd checked whether they got home safely. I continued wiping down the sink. Manager Kim, reserve a pension in Jeju Island. One with lots of parking and a view of the ocean. A pension? Yeah. It just needs to be big enough for a family of 3. Book it according to my vacation schedule. You've submitted your vacation request, sir? When? I just submitted it. Can you make the reservation today? I heard that if we don't book it soon, the rooms might be gone. Manager Nam had no trouble using up his vacation days, unlike me, who never got to use even one day off during the holidays. Whenever he took a vacation, it was always 4 to 5 days in a row, and it was always my job to take care of his vacation plans. One day, it was booking round-trip flight tickets. Another day, it was securing accommodations, and on another day, I even had to book theme park tickets. I had to prepare a full course of arrangements just for Manager Nam. It was better if it was a domestic trip. On days when Manager Nam planned an overseas trip with his family or a golf tour with his friends, I would find myself staying at the office until 10 p.m., racking my brain over places like Saipan and Guam, which I had never even been to. Because of this, I often thought that I might have been better off working at a travel agency. Of course, these idle thoughts would quickly dissipate when the boss, fresh from his vacation, came back with complaints. That was how I realized I had no talent for planning package tours. Assistant Manager Kim, what's with the dull sea view from the accommodation? I paid extra for an ocean view, but I didn't get to see clear waters even once during the entire trip. Manager, that's because the weather in Jeju Island was. And why didn't you make a reservation at that grilled fish restaurant I mentioned? I had to wait 20 minutes and then ended up going to another place. Are you going to compensate me for the time I lost? As I told you last time, that restaurant doesn't take reservations. Seriously, Assistant Manager Kim, your work is so frustrating. It's only because it's me that I'm letting this slide. If it were anyone else, they would have cursed you out by now. Got it. I don't give a sh*t, you bastard. I woke up with a single scream of vulgar language. It had only been 2 hours since I laid down in bed. The dream had been so vivid that it left me breathless. Was it because I searched everywhere for a music video shoot location? My sleep had been anything but peaceful. I worried that if I ever found myself dealing with another nom with the same surname, I might just collapse foaming at the mouth. Though I was furious, I knew it would be hard to fall back asleep. So, while cursing Manager Nam, who still haunted me like a persistent ghost from 9 years ago, I reluctantly got out of bed. When I walked into the living room, the night light that Choi Jiho had left turned on was faintly glowing. With the faint green light to guide me, I grabbed the shared laptop and sat at the dining table, letting out a sigh. If this wasn't voluntary overtime, then what else could this be? Fortunately, the task of selecting a shoot location was almost complete. I couldn't pursue overseas locations like the big groups like Partha because I had to stick to the budget that I had heard from the planning team. But there were a few pretty good locations. And unlike during my time at Hampyeong Industry, when I asked for estimates at UA, I could confidently ask the location rental companies, "Can we get the estimate first?" This was a revolution in cost management. Manager, it's currently a discount period, so we need to pay immediately. How should I proceed with the payment? About that, just put it on your card for now and bill me later. Excuse me, I just can't give you my card password, Assistant Manager Kim. Do you expect me to do a text verification every time you make a payment? Compared to the days when I had to pay the down payment for Manager Nam's trips, this was a much better environment. I was satisfied enough with this. If I were the project manager, I would have already submitted the payment request and completed the negotiations, but my role was merely to suggest. My job was to organize and report the preliminary designs, costs, and sponsorship possibilities. In other words, this was the extent of my responsibilities. After spending another hour or so on it, I was finally able to schedule an email to the planning team. When I finished, the system glowed brighter than the night light. Plus, system, new task, is awaiting approval. Content, secure a music video shoot location. Plus, as the work I had been focused on for several days came to an end, I felt a sense of relief. I even felt a bit uplifted. While I still have some concentration left, let's look at some more costume concepts. Thanks to the work support service, my remaining fatigue was still at 40%. After doing some light stretching, I looked for various costumes and typed on the keyboard until the laptop's battery ran out. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but there were things that didn't go as I expected. The real issue was that it was clearly my problem, different from Jong Songbin's wandering or Lee Chong-hyun's runaway. I stared at the large mirror covering the wall of the gym for a long time. My body was noticeably thinner than the body I had 9 years ago in my memory. My muscles aren't building up as much as they should. It was strange that even with clothes on, there was such a difference in my physique compared to the past. Although I didn't work part-time in logistics now, my activity level should be roughly similar since I was dancing day and night, and even working out. In that situation, it was hard to accept that I had less muscle now than before. What on earth was the reason? Was it because I eat healthier? Now that UA was covering my food expenses, I ate salads and chicken breasts, whereas during my college days, I used to eat high-calorie ramen and instant foods. If it were a dietary issue, the difference should be in body fat, not muscle. It was troubling that muscle mass wasn't increasing despite diet control and exercise. If I didn't have enough strength to perform the choreography, it might give the impression that I was just going through the motions, depending on who was watching. Much greater than while all the members are giving their all. This guy alone looks flimsy, looks like someone's being forced to debut against their will. They said they practiced the debut song for 6 months. Did he hibernate alone for 6 months? If he got a different choreography from the rest and only realized 3 days before the debut, I'd understand. If that's really the case, I'd have no choice but to tolerate it. I couldn't risk ruining the debut stage that would become someone else's portfolio. So, I pushed myself harder with personal training, thinking that I needed to build my body. But the actual results were lackluster. Then a thought occurred to me. It was the explanation I saw when the additional work support service first appeared. It definitely mentioned something like side effects. As I tried to recall the details, the exact description from the manual appeared in my mind. The section I was looking for was at the very end. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of additional work support service. If the subordinate wishes to work additional hours but feels that physical limitations are hindering KPI achievement, support is provided to enable smooth additional work. Prolonged use of the service, excessive accumulation of fatigue, or exceeding a certain threshold of temporarily reduced fatigue may result in physical side effects. Plus, if this system was designed for a successful idol debut, shouldn't it remove such side effects? I had never turned off the service since I started using it. So if there was a side effect of not gaining muscle, it was likely due to the extended use of the service. Should I turn this off only during workouts and turn it back on when I'm done? From what I remembered, my current fatigue level was 40%. The fatigue reduced through the support service was 20%. A total of 60% would probably be average for a modern office worker. After all, most office workers in Korea were practically zombies. I pressed yes when asked if I wanted to disable the service. Then, along with a message saying the changes were being applied, the system disappeared. 46. Chapter 46. Group Merchandise Order. The fatigue that had been slowly draining away returned in an instant. At the same time, my legs gave out, and I nearly collapsed onto the floor. Even while standing still, my head was spinning. It was a familiar kind of exhaustion. Wow, it really feels just like when I was working at the office. Whether to exercise after a long 10-hour workday or just drag myself home to collapse in bed. I remembered the past when I'd struggled between those two choices. I felt like crying, but I had no choice in the matter. I had a mission to debut Spark as an incredible synchronized dance group. I bit my lip hard to avoid groaning while exercising. And lying on the gym floor, fighting the urge to surrender to gravity, I somehow managed to complete today's workout. When I returned after recovering my exhausted body through the labor support service, the atmosphere in the practice room was a bit different than usual. For one thing, I could hear laughter even before opening the door. In a place where Lee Chong-hyun was usually the only one who engaged in personal conversations, it was a rare occurrence. What day is it today? As I entered the practice room, the expressions of some of the guys warming up in front of the mirror seemed oddly excited. The most notable were Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin. Combining the roster and the date, I quickly arrived at the answer. Right? It's the day their exams end. I approached Kang Ki-on, who, despite being in the same grade, was maintaining his usual calm demeanor. You don't seem any different even though your exams are over. I didn't study hard enough to be happy that they're over. Your self-awareness is impressive. I was about to applaud Kang Ki-on for not forgetting his duties as a trainee and focusing solely on debut preparations when someone jumped on my back. The only one who would do such a thing among us was Lee Chong-hyun. Sure enough, Lee Chong-hyun shouted loudly from atop my head. Hyung, the stuff you taught me came out on the exam. Isn't that awesome? So, did you get it right? Of course. If I got it wrong, Hyung would probably call me out and say, Chong-hyun, how can you still smile after getting that wrong? You know me well, and you're good at impersonating voices. You should use that as a personal talent later. Huh, what should I do? I am so talented. Then Lee Chong-hyun laughed loudly, supporting Lee Chong-hyun's thighs with both hands as he clung to my back. I said, what do you mean? What should you do? You should carry the team if you ever go on a variety show. Oh, that's so real it's scary, Hyung. Lee Chong-hyun's clinging show soon ended at Jong Song-bin's urging. However, Lee Chong-hyun didn't stop talking. Hyung, our exams are over. Should we all do something together? Do what? Going on a trip would be perfect, but that seems difficult due to our practice schedule. It's a dilemma. He was so excited that you'd think he'd just come back from an extreme sports trip rather than exams. Unable to bear the excited atmosphere, Choi Jiho had moved far away from Lee Chonghyun. Why are you so excited? Did you do well on the exam? Well, as long as I didn't mess up the OMR sheet, I think I would have come in first in the class. I casually threw out the question as a joke, but Chonghyun nonchalantly dropped this bombshell. Really? Really? Lee Chonghyun grinned as he saw me repeat the question in surprise. I knew he was smart, but this was truly remarkable intelligence. I had to study day and night for several days just to barely get first place. But this kid managed to achieve similar grades by cramming only during the exam period. I now understand why his family initially opposed him becoming an idol. Coming from an intellectual family, Chonghyun had faced strong opposition from his family before his debut. It seemed that K-pop idol was a somewhat unfamiliar occupation to his mother, who was the deputy director of a research institute, and his father, who was a high school teacher. Perhaps because of this, scenes of Lee Chonghyun solving workbooks often appeared in corners during Sparks vlogs. Sparklers, isn't it exam season now? Turn off the live quickly. I'm going to finish grammar after today's Live 2. I really need to study today. If I do poorly on the exam, my mom will scold me. Fans love this side of Lee Chonghyun, calling it Idol K High School student moments. Unexpectedly, I had to scrape through the vlogs to create a video called Study with Chonghyun, Spark Lee Chonghyun, at the request of Manager Nam's daughter. He was so tucked away solving workbooks that when making the video, I had to zoom in so much that his face looked like a pixelated game character. Anyway, if he felt pressure at home, it made sense why he would wake up early to study for exams. Looking at Chonghyun, who finally got off my back thanks to Jong Songbin's intervention, I said, if there's something you want to do to celebrate finishing exams, tell me. If it's something we can do together, I'll do it. Really? Nothing too fancy though. We can't go out for a meal since Kian is on a diet. And we definitely can't skip practice. We're short on time as it is, and I'm under a lot of pressure right now. Hey, then there's nothing we can do. If you're dissatisfied, aim for the next final exams. Lee Chonghyun looked at me incredulously. What? Why do you look at me like that? It's your grade that turns out good, not mine. While the smart Lee Chonghyun struggled to find maximum joy in an environment with limited money, time, and gourmet options, Park Ju-woo approached. How about friendship items? Friendship items? Friendship item, huh? It was a word that didn't seem likely to come from Park Ju-woo's mouth. All of us in the practice room, including Choi Jiho, probably doubted our ears. Park Ju-woo calmly held out the shared phone we used in the practice room. The screen showed search results for students who finished exams. Below were search histories like post-exam bucket list, things to do after exams, and so on. I thought you'd like this kind of thing, Chonghyun. I love it. How did you know my taste so well? Lee Chonghyun's face as he said this really looked excited. It made me wonder, was he always such an affectionate member towards the team? Friendship rings sound good. What do you think about rings, Hyungs? You guys are in the middle of your growth spurt. If we get them now, they might not fit later. Is that so? Then let's get them for Jiho Hyung and Yiwol Hyung first, since they're done growing. Can we call it a friendship ring? If we get them at different times? Before we knew it, we were putting our heads together to select an item to show off our friendship. Some were less enthusiastic about it. Like Choi Jiho, for instance. Seeing the look on his face that seemed to be thinking, do we really need to get something matching? I pointed to Kang Kian. Choi Jiho quickly clammed up. It seemed he hadn't forgotten why they'd fought last time. But even after 10 minutes, no good ideas came up. There were too many reasons why certain items wouldn't work for everyone. Where on earth would we wear rabbit headbands? They're cute. And funny too. You just want to make the members look silly. Lee Chonghyun suddenly went crazy and suggested animal ear headbands. Why don't we just go with necklaces or something? Doesn't Ju-woo hate necklaces? They make him feel suffocated. Yeah, but I'll wear it if we all get matching ones. Come on, there must be better options than necklaces. Necklaces, bracelets, and anklets were all rejected due to personal preferences. We could have compromised, but everyone seemed fixated on the idea of friendship items, insisting that we need to get something everyone can be satisfied with. Still, it wasn't good to waste practice time endlessly on this unproductive conversation. You're not planning to talk about friendship items for the entire practice time today, are you? Oh no, It's already been almost 20 minutes. Yeah, it's great and all, but we need to get back to work. At that moment, a thought occurred to me. Something that would suit these guys well, that everyone could wear. A friendship item that could be used for a long time compared to the cost invested. 3 days later, a fairly large package arrived at the dorm. It was the friendship item we had ordered. While Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun were opening the package, Choi Ji-ho asked me, "Hey, what is it? Do people usually get matching workout clothes as friendship items?" Right. We had ordered matching workout clothes that we could wear 365 days a year. In black, so it wouldn't show dirt easily. Can't we think of it as a uniform? How is this different from giving a student a stationery set as a Christmas gift? What's wrong with a stationery set? If you receive one, you should say thank you and accept it. While Ji-ho and I were having this pointless conversation, Song-bin approached with clothes in our sizes. The others were already opening their packages. "Hyung, should we film a dance practice video wearing these later?" "That's the reason we got them. So if you lose them before filming the video, you'll be in trouble. I don't want to watch your choreography practice video in your end-of-the-century casual clothes." It was painful to watch. I didn't embroider numbers or names on purpose, so it wouldn't be noticeable when I left later. It's been a while since I had group clothes, after the company hoodie zip-ups. Holding the black friendship tracksuit set gave me a strange feeling. It was inexplicable. The joy over their first friendship item following the end of the midterms was short-lived, as Lee Chong-hyun soon had to return to reality. The deadline for the debut song was fast approaching. In fact, Chong-hyun's song was already of high quality. It was much better than when it had been included as a B-side track in the past, and it had received good evaluations from the A and our team. However, it seemed that the planning PPT and choreography practice guidance I had sent him as references felt like a different kind of feedback to Chong-hyun. With his creative passion ignited, Chong-hyun began a major revision process, reworking the song as soon as the exams ended. I stayed up late as well in case I needed to intervene if the revisions went in a strange direction, but fortunately, no such mishap occurred. After going through a schedule even more intense than the exam period. "What do you think?" Lee Chong-hyun asked cautiously as the audio playback ended. His voice was hoarse from staying up until nearly sunrise. I removed my earphones and looked at Chong-hyun. The area under his eyes was dark. "You want me to be honest?" "Right. But maybe say it gently?" Chong-hyun responded playfully, though it was clear he was being completely serious. There was only one thing I could say to Lee Chong-hyun. "It's the best version I've heard so far. Let's go with this." "Really?" Lee Chong-hyun clenched his fist in excitement. A raspy sound came from Chong-hyun's throat. He probably wanted to shout an exclamation like, "Yes." Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP 5. Total EXP 5. Total point 0. Plus, at that moment, a system notification appeared, confirming the finalization of the task. Yeah, for real. This marked the moment of overcoming the biggest hurdle on the path to debut. 47. Chapter 47. A colleague's sick leave, 1. Once the song was completed, UA immediately started recruiting a lyricist to write lyrics for the debut song. Since it was a company specializing in music production, there was no need to worry about finding a suitable lyricist. When UA asked if there were any specific points I wanted included in the lyrics, I elaborated on the previously shared proposal and added some references before submitting it anew. Fortunately, the achievement rate for advice for the stage went up again this time. With this, the large-scale project for debut was more or less finished, at least within the scope of what I could handle. But that didn't mean I could rest at all. It was common knowledge among office workers that when one task ended, a new one came along. Now it'll probably assign me a bunch of weird tasks again. So instead of relaxing, I had to think about how to make the most of the little bit of free time I had. Whether it was catching up on overdue account management or drawing those love lines between members that I hadn't been able to for a while. Before I knew it, work piled up like a mountain. The blessings of tasks were endless. As long as I lived in the Republic of Korea, the land of labor, it was clear I'd never have to worry about a lack of work, at least not until I was 6 feet under. So when I quit being an idol, I hoped companies would post lots of job openings. I'd work with all my heart and soul. "Hyung, are you using the vocal practice room today? I saw your name on the board." "Yeah, I'm going to practice until I master it." I gave a casual response to Jong Sangbin's suggestion not to push myself too hard. Objectively speaking, I was in a position where I had to practice even if it meant pushing myself. It was impressive that he could say such things despite knowing my skills stick out like a sore thumb among the six of us. No matter how many times I saw it, it was truly admirable. When you say things like that, it only makes me feel more guilty. Now I could understand why Songbin's fans always said, even kindness is a sin. Back then, I thought being kind was just a good thing. Now I agreed. Kindness was indeed a sin. Even though my conscience had been ground to dust, there was still a speck of it left. After all, I was still wearing the guise of a human being. I was also receiving work support that I had never received at Hampyeong Industry, so the least I could do was burn my vocal cords. Determined to improve my vocal skills, I headed to the practice room. But the results weren't great. The growing pains were too severe compared to the minimal growth. I aimed to reach at least a 2-octave high note, even if I couldn't hit a 3-octave one, but instead, I lost half my voice. I realized I lost my voice when I greeted Jong Songbin, who was briskly walking out of his room in the morning. Good morning, Hyung. Yeah. I was about to ask, did you sleep well? But it was like my throat was grinding out cement. It was as if the acrid air of a construction site had been transplanted into my throat. Belatedly, I felt the scratchiness in my throat. Hyung, what's wrong with your voice? It must be, because it's morning. Unfortunately, my lie didn't work. My voice sounded like someone who had spent 3 hours at a karaoke bar last night. Or like someone who had spent 3 hours shouting curses at their boss from the top of Bigaksan Mountain. Hyung, you really shouldn't force yourself to use your voice. Seeing my struggle to clear my throat, Jong Songbin handed me a cup of warm water. I appreciated the kindness, but my condition was worrisome. How could my vocal cords be so shredded while my skills only improved by a tiny bit? This was so unfair. Even Hampyeong Industry paid minimum wage, but this idle gig seemed to be operating outside the bounds of the law. To think I was in this state, even with work support, I couldn't help but think the physical damage was disproportionate to the results. I understand. Damn it. I can't, even say anything. I told you not to say anything. As Jong Songbin's voice grew louder, Kang Keon came out of his room asking what was going on. Iwol Hyung's voice is really messed up. He must have overdone it yesterday. His voice? Yeah. Hyung, we'll take care of breakfast ourselves, so you should rest, and then go to the hospital. What does my voice have to do with baking bread? With a voice that could probably register as hazardous if you measured the ultra-fine dust levels, I tried to convey. Stop talking and just sit down and wait for the bread. Kang Keon's expression rapidly darkened. I really think you should go to the hospital first. Everyone was overreacting just because a rookie trainee strained their voice once. It was frustrating that I couldn't tell them I wasn't going to sing for the rest of my life. It was not like something terrible would happen just because my voice was a bit hoarse. If something really impaired my ability to practice, I'd head to the hospital without hesitation, but losing my voice didn't seem urgent enough for that. I tore open the bread bag and said, "Hey guys, Hyung, my throat hurts, so don't make me say it twice." At that, they finally shut their mouths. For someone aiming to be an idol, these guys sure were clueless. I could see how hard it would be for them in the future. Even though I repeatedly told them it wasn't that bad, Jong Songbin woke Choi Ji-ho up anyway and said, "Tell Iwol Hyung to go to the hospital before going to school. How bad is your throat?" "It's just SOSO. But it sounds so raspy." Choi Ji-ho's expression was one of shock. Wait, is it really that bad? It was not the first time my vocal cords had been overworked. During interview seasons, or when there were inspections or construction at the company building, my daily routine involved chattering like a parrot for 8 hours straight. So I hadn't thought much of it, but apparently, it sounded pretty bad to others. Hyung. Just as I was about to tell Choi Ji-ho that I'd take care of going to the hospital myself, someone called out to me from behind. At this time, the only younger member left in the dorm was Park Ju-woo. When I turned around, Park Ju-woo was standing there holding a mug. Hot. Steam was rising from inside the mug. "What is it? Please drink this." "It's honey water." Park Ju-woo set the mug down next to my plate of toast. The water had a deep yellow color, likely from the generous amount of honey he'd added. But since I couldn't smell the honey, my nose must have been blocked too. As I was about to say thank you, My words of gratitude was cut off mid-air by Juwoo's gesture to stop talking. The honey water I drank without a word was incredibly sweet and hot. Juwoo. Yes, Hyung. How much, honey did you put in? About this much. Park Juwoo pointed to a spot about a quarter of the way up the cup. It seemed our main vocalist wanted to cure me not with cold remedies, but with an overdose of sugar. Despite the overwhelming sweetness, I decided to take another sip out of consideration for his effort, but then Park Juwoo asked, "Should I add more water?" At that moment, I was reminded of a time long ago when I was 15 times more exhausted and in pain than I was now. "Why do you take medicine so often, Assistant Manager Kim? Are you sick?" "It's nothing serious. I've just been having some headaches lately." It was about 2 years after I joined Hampyeong Industry. I started suffering from chronic headaches from then on. I tried to visit the hospital whenever I had the time, but they just told me that the cause was unknown. In the end, all I could do was take painkillers whenever it got bad. And every time I did, Manager Nam would always make sure to say something to me in passing. "Young people shouldn't rely so much on medicine. That's a lack of willpower." I couldn't forget Manager Nam's words about how willpower alone could cure headaches and improve blood circulation. Meanwhile, as he aged, Manager Nam would go up to the rooftop every lunchtime to smoke for an hour, claiming that he had trouble digesting his food. He was the reason I had a headache in the first place. As my head was on the verge of being split open, Manager Nam took the medicine from my hand and threw it in the trash can, saying, "Anyway, don't keep taking medicine. Take care of your health." "Yes, I understand. It's not like you're protesting because you're sick. Anyone could think you're making a scene just to avoid working. You know what I mean, right?" The problem was that I understood all too well what he meant, even though I wished I didn't. Rain or shine, in sickness and in health, Manager Nam's unwavering dedication to nagging me was truly impressive. After that, every time he saw me, he would ask how I was feeling. If any of the staff, who didn't know what was going on, asked if I was sick, he would make a big fuss and talk about me as if I was going to die tomorrow. "Everyone, make sure to rest well over the weekend. Especially you, Assistant Manager Kim. Don't do anything foolish. Just stay put and rest." At that point, people who didn't know the situation thought I was someone who did foolish things all the time. Thanks to that, I even got scolded by the executives about how taking care of one's health was also a skill. Compared to those times, the treatment I was receiving now was almost embarrassingly luxurious. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry about this. Still, it wasn't bad to receive concern without any malice, even if it was a little embarrassing. Trying to suppress my embarrassment, I looked at the bashful Park Juwoo and said, "No, it's good. Thanks." At that, Park Juwoo smiled, a smile much lighter than the honey water. Seeing that, I couldn't bring myself to leave any honey water behind, so I ended up drinking it all, even though it was so sweet it could have been straight from the honeycomb itself. Up until this point, I had been somewhat complacent. I mistakenly thought that as my accumulated fatigue decreased due to the work support services, if I assisted the members, they too would be able to endure their grueling schedules without issues. I forgot that, in terms of both mental and physical strength, these kids were still in the midst of growing up. 48. Chapter 48. A colleague's sick leave, 2. The dorm was quiet at 4 a.m. Everyone else was asleep, except for me, living my bat-like lifestyle. This is the perfect time to monitor. I turned on the shared phone I had picked up from the living room earlier and dimmed the brightness as much as possible. Neither Choi Ji-ho nor Lee Chong-hyun were the types to wake up from light, but it felt uncomfortable to blatantly use a phone while people were sleeping. If it weren't for Jong Song-bin, I would have comfortably watched with the night light on in the living room. If Jong Song-bin caught me lurking in the living room at dawn, I'd have to endure a day of surveillance disguised as concern. I'd rather rely pitifully on this minimum light than end up like that. My only pride was being able to read every label on the soju bottles in the cafeteria fridge without glasses. But my eyesight seemed to be deteriorating by the minute. What I had to do on this dark bed was to browse the comments on Jang Junho's music video. The goal was to see the reactions regarding Choi Ji-ho. I had been too busy to check it out when the music video was released, despite my initial plans. As expected of a singer who was only moderately well-known in Korea, all the comments were in Korean. I wish he would fall off quickly and have 0 comments. I quickly scanned through the comments that mentioned Choi Ji-ho. Much greater than the song was so good that I turned up the screen brightness to watch. Much greater than who's the guy in the music video. Much greater than diligently enjoying the eye candy recommended by the algorithm. These were pretty much all the comments. Referring to Choi Ji-ho. Since no one knew him, there weren't even any replies. With so few comments, it was difficult to see any meaningful reactions. In times like these, I had to go to community forums. Thanks to Manager Nam's daughter, I knew quite a few famous communities and bulletin boards where celebrity information was posted. Indeed, there were many more raw posts here. Much greater than who's the melancholic guy in JJH's MV. Damn, he's handsome. Did he train somewhere? Much greater than who is JJH. Jang Junho. Why would they even bother to feature a non-celeb? Much greater than isn't he a rookie actor? I've never seen his face before. Wow, finally a young and handsome male actor appears. Please, please, as long as he's handsome, that's good enough. Just don't act too badly. Much greater than he's a UA trainee. A singer? No, an idol. Huh, there aren't any idols in UA. They're quick with information. Even though UA had never released any profiles of their trainees, comments about UA trainees were already circulating. Considering the time left until our debut, the comments came at a perfect time. Switching between searching UA and UEI, I was able to find posts with more detailed information. Much greater than looks like UA is really debuting an idol group. 6-member boy group, lineup confirmed. Scheduled to debut in the first half of next year, self-produced group. The guy in Jang Junho's music video is also in the same group. These days, every entertainment company is debuting idols. It's easy money. A company that couldn't even properly hold one concert for their signed artist is doing idol business. Has the CEO gone senile? Is this official? Author, a friend in the industry told me. Why are there so many industry friends in these communities? I don't know a single one. Yet there seem to be 500 friends of people of industry here. Yet ironically none can provide proof. There were some unfamiliar abbreviations, so it took quite some time to search and understand. But I managed to read most of the posts. This was possible because the buzz generated from Jang Junho's MV wasn't that big to begin with. Someone had already compiled Choi Ji-ho's dance competition videos and awards. I clicked on the links and carefully reviewed the videos. I made sure there was nothing that could potentially cause problems and even deleted the search history before turning off the phone. Then I headed to the living room to put the shared phone back in place. But something felt off. The bathroom light was off, and there was no sound of water, yet I could faintly hear someone's voice from somewhere. Is someone awake? The sound became clearer as I got closer to Jang Songbin's door. Hearing what sounded like someone groaning, I lightly knocked on the door a few times and then opened it. Using my phone to light up the dark room, I noticed a particular spot where the blanket was bunched up. I wasn't sure whose spot it was, but I could guess who it was just by the sound of their voice. Park Ji-woo. I softly called out Park Ji-woo's name, but there was no response. I put my hand on the blanket and shook it slightly, calling his name, but Park Ji-woo still remained silent. What's going on? Is he sick? I had a bad feeling, so I pulled the blanket back a little and placed my hand on Park Ji-woo's forehead. Park Ji-woo's forehead was excessively hot. It was even damp, perhaps from cold sweat. I shook Ji-woo's burning shoulders and called his name. Ji-woo, wake up for a moment. Who? Yiwol Hyung. Fortunately, Ji-woo woke up before I had to call his name a fourth time. His voice was as hoarse as mine had been a few days ago. Yeah, it's me. I woke you up because you have a high fever. Are you feeling very unwell? Do you want to go to the emergency room? No, it's not that bad. Contrary to his words, Park Ji-woo couldn't even open his eyes properly. I thought it might be due to dizziness. It was a relief that he was conscious, but it wasn't good for the high fever to continue. If he wasn't going to the hospital right away, it would be better to at least take some fever reducers. I don't think there are any first aid medicines in this dorm. The pharmacy would have closed long ago at this hour. Recalling the location of a convenience store near the dorm, I hurriedly woke up Jang Songbin. Hyung, what brings you to our room? I'm sorry for waking you up, but Ji-woo is sick. Ji-woo, Jang Songbin, who was mumbling in his sleep, suddenly got up. I'm going to the convenience store now. Can you watch Ji-woo until I get back? Right now? It's too late. I can't tell him to hold out until morning. It's dangerous to leave a high fever alone. I'll be back quickly. I rushed out of the dorm with just my wallet. I ran frantically. Even though there was no way the convenience store would be closed, I felt anxious. Those guys made such a fuss over me when I just lost my voice a bit, taking care of me. Considering how Jiwoo, with his lower stamina compared to the other members, had been sprawled on the floor during every break, I should have anticipated this situation to some extent. Even if I hadn't anticipated it, I should have at least prepared some basic medicines. That was the most basic common sense, especially since this was one of the tasks I used to handle at the Hampyeong industry. Have you become self-centered now just because your life's a bit easier? You old FA*TS, pathetic B*SH. Profanities kept ringing in my head. Just as I was gasping for breath and cursing inwardly, the convenience store came into view. My mouth was parched. Where are the fever reducers? The ones kids take when they have a fever. Ah, those are over there. I swept up every type of fever reducer from the section I was directed to. I also grabbed painkillers and digestive medicines that weren't immediately necessary and threw them into the basket. My hands kept shaking even though I was in a hurry. While the clerk scanned the items, I looked around and asked, "Is there a large hospital nearby? I'm new to this neighborhood." "Yes, it's about a 5-minute taxi ride away." "Thank you." My tension eased for a moment when I heard that there was a hospital nearby. I barely managed to keep my legs from giving out. I felt as though my spirit had left my body. The way back to the dorm felt even longer than the trip to the convenience store. When I finally rushed back to the dorm with the bag full of medicine, all the lights in the living room were on. It seemed Jong Songbin had turned them on. "Hyung, there's fever reducer in here. Let's give him one first." Songbin, who had rushed to the front door, took the bag from me. As I bent down to take off my shoes, I noticed that I was wearing someone else's sneakers. Songbin and I helped Jiwoo, who could barely sit up in bed, take the medicine and then lay him back down. Soon after, Jiwoo fell asleep with a flushed face. You scare people like that, and then just go off to dreamland? It's infuriating, but I'll let it slide since you're sick. As we had a moment to catch our breath, I started to come to my senses. At the same time, I recalled the faintly brightening sky I had seen on my way back from the convenience store. Wait. Yes? What is it, Hyung? What time is it now? It's 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Just as I suspected, the morning was already approaching. It wouldn't bother me much to miss a few hours of sleep, but Songbin had to go to school in the morning. I motioned for Jong Songbin to lie down. You should go to sleep. I'll watch over Jiwoo. What about you, Hyung? You need to sleep too. I'll sleep when you guys go to school. I wasn't sure, but I remembered hearing that it could be dangerous if a fever got too high. I couldn't just go to sleep when I wasn't certain if Jiwoo's fever would come down. I said goodnight to Jong Songbin and turned off all the lights in the living room. Then, relying on the light from my phone, I returned to Jiwoo's bedside. Somehow, it felt like I was going to be pulling an all-nighter today. Fortunately, Park Jiwoo showed signs of improvement as time passed. I, too, was only able to relax after confirming that his fever was dropping every 30 minutes. The manager, who came at dawn as soon as he saw my message, took Jiwoo to the hospital early in the morning. After sending Jiwoo to the hospital, I figured I might as well organize the medicine I had bought since there was no point in trying to sleep at this point. The bag was filled with all sorts of medicines, including a few items that didn't even qualify as medicine. Why on earth did I buy a hangover cure? It seemed I grabbed it because it looked similar to digestive medicine. It was a miracle that it didn't break despite being tossed around in the bag while I ran. The next item I pulled out was just as ridiculous. Children's fever reducer? Did I buy it without reading the label? I let out a dry laugh at my own stupidity. It had been a hectic morning. So the manager came by this morning? Choi Jiho, who ended up having breakfast alone with me thanks to Jua's absence, asked. I nodded with a face that must have looked haggard from not sleeping a wink. But how did you know? It happened at dawn, wasn't it? I stayed up late because I was watching something. My eyes, which hadn't gotten even 30 minutes of rest the night before, felt sore. As I was rubbing my eyelids with my fingers, Choi Jiho said, Hey, at this rate, you're going to end up dead yourself. Didn't I tell you to speak more nicely? Regardless of whether I asked him kindly or not, Choi Jiho was busy examining the neatly arranged medicines in the empty side dish containers. In my haste to organize them, the container that Jong Songbin's mother had used for radish kimchi had been demoted to a medicine box. You've organized the medicine just as carelessly as yourself. I'll take that as a compliment. At my words, Choi Jiho closed the lid of the medicine bottle, telling me to do as I pleased. I wondered if I should start doing roll calls in the morning and evening to check on everyone's health. Every day, I felt like I was getting older. Maybe Songbin picked up on my exhaustion. He suggested during our group meeting, let's make sure to tell each other if we're feeling sick. I was so touched I could almost cry. It was one of those days when my eyes were feeling hot. Though, it seemed more like my eyes were getting hot not from emotion, but from increased intraocular pressure due to stress. But whatever. I just hope no one else got sick from now on. 49. Chapter 49, Work Distribution. Park Ju-woo quickly recovered thanks to the members' sincere attention. Of course, my nursing couldn't be left out. Thanks to my meticulous care, Park Ju-woo's complexion became radiant. Afterward, I took advantage of the weekend evening to kindly instruct them on emergency procedures. If you notice any abnormal signs, report to Jong Songbin immediately and go to the hospital during the day. Got it. As a consideration, I had the patient, Park Ju-woo, sit on the sofa while conducting the special lecture. The rest were all on the floor. In the midst of this, Lee Chong-hyun raised his hand with a serious face and asked, Hyung, should I write this down? Yeah, it'll be on the test. Lee Chong-hyun, who showed an excellent attitude in class, was sent to his room early to compose. Seeing one of them released, the others started listening attentively. The trainees, who had now absorbed the importance of health management and maintaining good condition, evolved into disciplined individuals who ate, slept, and exercised regularly like clockwork. It was a desirable change. The lyrics for the debut song were also completed smoothly. It was exactly the atmosphere I was aiming for. The members and company's reactions weren't bad either. Seeing everything going so well, I thought something was bound to happen soon, but even the system remained quiet. This was the first time I'd had such peaceful days since becoming young again. How many tears of blood had I shed dreaming of being a high-teen star that was never in my destiny before? What are you thinking about, Hyung? I was just thinking even a mousehole wouldn't get moldy. Feeling the warm sunlight of the universe, I focused back on the lyrics sheet. That was because Lee Chong-hyun and I had been assigned the role of calculating the part distribution, with him as the composer and me as the producing member. I have some thoughts about which member would suit which part, but nothing feels just right yet. It's your first time doing this, so it's normal not to have a good sense of it yet. For now, just organize your thoughts. Can we really decide this by ourselves? The company will review it once too. Upon hearing this, Lee Chong-hyun furrowed his brows and began concentrating intensely. First of all, relax your brows. You'll get wrinkles. Geez. Here I am meticulously preventing vertical lines from forming on his forehead, and all I get is geez. I almost flipped over the lyric sheet I was holding to draw a human face and explain the cost of Botox by area, but I stopped myself. If I did that, this guy might get distracted again and ask, why didn't you pursue a career in plastic surgery instead of becoming an idol, Hyung? Seeing the lyrics sheet crumple in my hands, Lee Chong-hyun finally relaxed his brows. If only he had done that from the start. These kids always make me repeat myself. I think dividing it this way would be the safest bet. Then I marked on the lyrics sheet the parts that each member sang 9 years ago. After years of doing all-out streaming, distinguishing parts in the songs became second nature. Anyway, only Park Ju-woo and Jong Songbin could handle the high notes at this stage. It didn't take long to distribute the remaining lyrics after handing over the blank rap parts to Lee Chong-hyun. Chong-hyun watched Kim Iwol's lyric deconstruction show with great interest from beside me. Then, looking at the lyrics sheet divided with various colored highlighters, he exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, I can roughly imagine how it'll sound now." Right? I smiled shamelessly. But then Chong-hyun, who had been staring intently at the lyrics sheet, raised an objection. "But, Hyung, what? There's no part for you at all." Oops, I didn't think of that. I was so focused on perfectly reconstructing the parts that I completely forgot about the existence of subvocal Kim Iwol. Are you planning to run away the day before our debut, Hyung? No, I'll run away after my debut. I have to debut due to circumstances. However, Chong-hyun's eyes, unaware of how desperate I was to debut, were already full of suspicion. I tried to cover up the mistake I had made. It's not like that. I just forgot. How do you forget something like that and not even secure a single line for yourself? The harmony of your 5 voices was so good that I just... Are you seriously using that as an excuse? Chonghyun furrowed his brow again. I told him to unfurrow his brow, but he really didn't listen. I'm serious. Anyway, we're short on time, so let's focus. There was no time to argue with Chonghyun about whether I had parts or not. Although Chonghyu looked displeased, he didn't push the issue further. The points fans consider important were the intro, chorus, and high-note parts. All the positions that came with titles like Intro Fairy or High Note Specialist had to be distributed to the members. Besides the chorus, I had to avoid the killing parts that were always mentioned in each song. As a result, I had to find parts that wouldn't matter who sang them in this song. Thanks to Lee Chonghyun's incredible work on the song, every melody was beautiful, but I still managed to find the most neutral and unremarkable melody. Watching me highlight 2 lines of lyrics that I had painstakingly excavated, Chonghyun asked, "That can't be your part, right, Hyung?" "It is." "What? Isn't that too little? Look at the other members' parts. This isn't the final version anyway. Besides, our abilities are different, so it can't be helped." "Evenly divided parts? That would be great." In the idol world, it was common to measure time in seconds and compare it based on skill, meaning only those with the ability could earn their parts. In such a market, nothing could be better than all members sharing parts equally. However, this only applied when everyone has the skills. Imagine holding a microphone while struggling with dizziness among members who excellently handle live singing while dancing. There was nothing more embarrassing. In the first place, no one would feel upset about my parts. So 2 lines of lyrics were enough for me. One of them happened to be a line originally sung by Choi Ji-ho, whom Manager Nam's daughter passionately adored, but I decided to overlook this as compensation for the hardships I endured as an office worker. "Daughter, these lyrics are mine now." However, my perfect plan to use those 14 seconds well and return the part after debut was shattered within a few days. "Yiwol, about the parts, can you rework it with Chonghyun?" "Yes." My perfectly distributed parts were rejected at the planning team's level. I couldn't understand the reason at all. UA's operating policy hadn't changed from 9 years ago to now. Didn't the events at the agency unfold similarly to what I knew? Reusing the original parts as they were should have been the closest thing to the final _part_ distribution UA would have released. That was why I forced Jong Song-bin, who felt burdened about the intro, to take it on, saying, "Just trust me on this. Your part is too small." Did Chonghyun agree to this too? No, Chonghyun pointed out the same issue. Still, there needs to be some balance. It's best if all 6 of you have similar amounts. Even if we can't divide it exactly equally, it should be roughly balanced. But that was not true. Their song was the most perfect when 5 people sang it. This was also acknowledged by the majority of the public. In a certain survival program, a team that covered Spark's song received all sorts of harsh criticism from judges and commenters. Much greater than I appreciate your challenging spirit. I'll give you 3 points. Is it out of 5 points? Out of 100 points. Much greater than Spark's songs are truly unique. They make it look easy when the members sing, but try it in karaoke and your throat will explode. I boldly picked it and then quickly canceled after the first verse ended. Much greater than it's amazing how they haven't become popular despite singing so well. They're not ugly, and they're not short either. At this point, it's a talent. They have scandals every year, as many as their members. They're a group harsher than seasonal changes. They come suddenly one day, make you cry your eyes out, and leave on their own. Much greater than I wish the trainees would stop covering Spark songs in survival shows. The skill gap is just too obvious, it's off-putting. It would be better if they sang more modest songs that match their skill level. You're expecting too much from rookies. Some of these posts were unclear whether they were praising or subtly criticizing Spark. The system should have given me the original 5-member Spark's audio files instead of a hologram scheduler. Then I could have plugged the audio into the planning team staff's ears to persuade them. I felt a headache coming on. But as someone with no power, I had no other choice. Understood. I'll rewrite it. I was a genius at repetitive labor, doing it again if they asked me to. In the end, I had to bow my head to Chonghyun, saying I was sorry, and redistribute the lyrics again. I felt ashamed. After a 100-minute discussion between me and Lee Chonghyun, an emergency meeting with the planning team, and a meeting with the Spark TF team, the parts were finally confirmed without any issues. When I watched the behind the scenes of the recording, I saw them casually writing their names next to the lyrics on an A4 sheet with a pen, so I thought it would take about 10 minutes to decide. But as expected, nothing was ever easy. Once everyone's parts were determined and the choreography designed by Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon was finalized, the trainees began their live practice in earnest. This meant that all practice sessions involved both singing and dancing. For someone like me, who could only master one thing at a time, singing and dancing while maintaining eye contact was more challenging than organizing a web spreadsheet at 4 a.m. Trying to conquer two mountains at once made me feel like my head was about to explode. Whenever that happened, I thought of Hampyeong Industry. Assistant Manager Kim, isn't it boring to do the same thing all the time? The CEO wants us to organize an in-house study group. Why don't you take charge and come up with some ideas? Oh, and make sure to hand in the report before I leave work. Oh, Assistant Manager Kim, I heard that the CEO's closet won't open. You should go and take a look. When I remembered those memories, I couldn't help but keep practicing. I'd rather meet my end in the practice room than return to the Hampyeong Industry to create a study club and open other people's closet door. Maybe because I practiced so hard that my shoe soles were wearing out, I eventually reached the point where I could dance even right after waking up, and the system recognized my mastery of the choreography. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP 5. Total EXP, 95. Total point, 0. Plus, that wasn't all. The problematic self-cam finally secured about 10 episodes worth of content, allowing us to start full-scale video editing. Concepts, subtitles, and effects for each member had already been organized and handed over to the planning team. This time, too, I actively used web novel keywords. If I had read beyond the preview, I could have gotten more ideas. I should spend at least 10,000 won on it when I get my paycheck, as a result of stockpiling a decent amount of content. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP 5. Total EXP, 100. Total point, 1. Plus, I was finally able to earn a point for what felt like the first time in a million years. My heart swelled with pride. I invested the point into vocal proficiency, thinking about the recording session that was coming up soon. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 7/20. I dance proficiency, 6/20. Our self-PR, 12/20. I attendance management, 18 to 20. Our organizational adaptability, 10/20. Total EXP, 0%. Plus, since it was impossible to manually invest in proficiency once it reached 7 points, the last thing I could raise with experience points would probably be dance proficiency by 1 point. Still, it's not bad to have come this far. Without the system's help, let alone debuting, I would have been picking up Manager Nam's cigarette butts next to the Hampyeong Industry building entrance by now. Although the road ahead was a fiery one, I thought it was fortunate that I hadn't been roasted yet. However, peace in the workplace and society never lasted long. Along with the autumn wind, it seemed an early storm was brewing at UA, heralding a harsh winter. 50, Chapter 50, Unverified Talent. The trainee system that required debuting as young as possible, and the idol market that changed faster than the barely gathered data could keep up with. These two factors meant that time was truly money. However, UA couldn't afford to rush. The reason was simple. They had no one to work. UA, which had been trying to launch a new business with only existing employees and no dedicated personnel for the idol team, had recently come to realize how arrogant they had been. We need a manager solely responsible for business related to Spark. It was a realization that came far too late. The company had no manpower, no experience, no know-how. In short, they were utterly unprepared. Still, UA had at least some sense of conscience. Seeing Kim Yiwol, the newest trainee, who practiced during the day and for some reason worked at night, becoming as worn out as the employees, the company made a decision. They brought in a team leader-level experienced professional who had launched idol groups before and worked in the entertainment industry for a long time. UA thought this was the best support for their trainees. Little did they know that their trainee Kim Yiwol would experience the urge to resign exactly 3 days later due to this new face. New personnel will be coming on board. The news delivered through the manager wasn't all that surprising. I had anticipated that UA would eventually realize the need for more staff. Even though UA was in the entertainment business, the idol business was a new challenge for them. There was no way they could manage it with just the existing staff. The important thing was what kind of person the newcomer would be. I didn't learn much about UA's internal affairs while doing my proxy fangirling. Fans' discussions about the agency mostly focused on management policies or activity plans. Much greater than you bastards. How dare you make the photo cards such poor quality XXXX. Never experienced something like this. While standing before, this is a new low in album sales history. Much greater than the previous initial sales were 500,000 copies. But why prepare only 300,000 copies for the initial stock this time? The kids are trying their best to achieve good results, but the company is holding them back. Much greater than at first, I thought UA was just new to idol making, but now it feels like they've gotten lazy because they know fans will spend money no matter what. First time I'm considering quitting being a fan because of the agency. Can't you quit quietly? Why are there so many people announcing their departure to the whole neighborhood? No one cares, XX. Most of the talk was filled with such anger-fueled criticism. So, unfortunately, I was clueless about who the new hire was. What was the use of knowing the future 7 years ahead when I couldn't even predict what would happen 7 days from now? It was an ironic situation. They'll probably be in charge of producing for you guys. Yiwol, you'll be able to learn a lot too. Does this mean we're finally getting an idol team? Jong Songbin asked. It seemed he was quite anxious about the lack of a dedicated idol team in the company. Given his long experience as a trainee, he must have seen and heard many things, which made him more worried. In response to Jong Songbin's question, the manager answered, "That should happen soon. The new person graduated from a good university and has worked at several idol agencies. You guys will be able to rely on them. I'm sorry, but I don't trust people's academic background or career. Even Manager Nam graduated from a good university." While listening to the manager's explanation, I asked casually, "Could you tell me his name in advance?" "My bad. I forgot to tell you the PD's name. It's PD Yuhansu," the manager said. It was a familiar name, a person my body instinctively remembered, and the only individual who was singled out and stoned from all directions in UA. A company where usually the entire company would be criticized rather than one person being targeted. Much greater than please, I'm begging you. Get rid of that XXX Yuhansu. If you do, I'll forget all the crappy albums you've released so far. The lifelong wish of the early day sparklers was get rid of UA's PD. The PD who was the subject of that wish was none other than Yuhansu. It would take more than 2 days and nights to list all of Yuhansu's achievements. All the masterpieces, including this cyborg warrior that kept haunting my dreams, were born through Yuhansu's hands. And that was not all. Yuhansu even committed the heinous act of forcing Park Ju-woo to remain silent at the 21st Century fan meeting, claiming that it would strengthen each member's identity. The community's reaction at that time was, it was hard to even recall. It was scary even for a 29-year-old adult too. See, the backlash was so severe that even UA, which seemed invincible to criticism, couldn't withstand the fanbase's relentless attacks and ended up posting an apology. It was an apology filled with nonsense about wanting to give fans a new experience, stating that the concept reinforcement had not been communicated well. Nevertheless, UA was the kind of company that cherished every employee it hired, which was probably why they didn't let go of Yuhansu easily. And so, Yuhansu thoroughly ruined Spark's albums during their 3-year golden period. Looking back, it was quite strange. The results Yuhansu had produced before coming to UA weren't particularly bad. In fact, many idols who were directly produced by Yuhansu achieved moderate success or gained new attention. So why did his demonic talent suddenly bloom only after coming to UA? If Yuhansu's production for Spark was the only thing that went disastrously wrong, I could only think of 2 possible reasons. Either Yuhansu suddenly became senile, or the company collaborated on some bizarre ideas with Yuhansu. Either way, it was a headache. I already felt like a piece of pickled radish on a keyboard. Still, I doubt things went that far solely due to Yuhansu's personal issues. After all, things going wrong were rarely the responsibility of just one person. Wasn't that how company matters usually were? Maybe Yuhansu tried his best. But UA was too small a vessel to contain Yuhansu. So instead of immediately going on high alert, I decided to investigate. As soon as night fell, I logged into JobPlanet and Work.com from the dorm. Then I searched for companies where Yuhansu had stayed or collaborated, matched the job positions, and after comparing the timelines, I could see reviews mentioning individuals presumed to be him. The reviews were overwhelmingly despairing. Much greater than everyone's good except for one person who ruins everything. If you don't get rid of that person, there's no hope. Keep working like that forever. I'm leaving. Much greater than an extreme job where you have to applaud when your superior makes trash without even putting in effort. It's an extreme job where you can't even call trash what it is. It's like living in the shoes of Hong Gil-dong, who couldn't call his father father. And in the end, that person gets all the rewards. Come here if you want to have your career stolen. Much greater than the company is trash and the boss is even trashier. Pros: there's only one problematic person. Cons: that person won't leave. After legally and illegally scouring all corporate review pages, I thought, this seems F***ed up. First off, his personality seemed to be rotten. And judging by the repeated mentions of performance thief, his abilities didn't seem that exceptional either. But he received good evaluations from the company and monopolized the rewards. This was 100% a sign of office politics, and a very severe case at that. Maybe UA wanted to teach me a harsh scolding for being so insolent. Unless they wanted me to deeply experience how hard it was to debut by making me taste the bitter reality of society, there was no other reason UA would do this to me. I let out a deep sigh. I really didn't want to work anymore. Unfortunately, Yuhansu joined UA just a few days later. At the same time, a small meeting was arranged for us to formally meet the person who would be in charge of us. A simple introduction in a meeting room would have sufficed, but UA, a company proud of its harmonious atmosphere, went out of its way to book a restaurant during lunch hours, insisting that we all ate together. Thanks to that, we had our first meeting at a traditional Korean restaurant. After everyone's introductions, Yuhansu spoke up. Was it Choi Jiho? I had high expectations after seeing Jang Junha's music video, and you look good in person too. CEO, you must have worked hard to gather these trainees. Evaluating someone's appearance right after meeting them? This was already not going well. But I couldn't make a sour face, so I just smiled with my eyes like I did at Hampyeong Industry. Then Yuhansu looked at me. You're Kim Yiwol, right? Yes. I once again put on the social smile I had trained at the Hampyeong Industry. And he was wearing the same smile. Damn it, we are ***ed. I've heard a lot about you from the CEO and the planning team. They say you're very interested in planning. I am, though I still have much to learn. Can't we talk about this later? I just want to eat in peace at the restaurant. But Yuhansu, like a fool who only knew work, didn't stop talking. Your ideas aren't bad. There's a lot of room for improvement, though. But it's good to have enthusiasm. Although his tone didn't sound like he approved at all, I expressed my gratitude as gently as possible. Yuhansu's evaluation of a passionate trainee continued. Still, it'd be better for you to focus on practice for now. I heard you only recently decided to become an idol. Yes, that's right. It's good to be enthusiastic, but I've seen many kids who try to do everything and end up ruining both. I've seen a lot of those kids. While Yuhansu was rambling, all I could do was desperately pray for the rice to arrive quickly. When someone tells you to shut up and focus for the time being, what else can you do? A quick glance to the side showed that the others didn't look too happy either. While it was good they were getting better at reading the room, it was disappointing that they still hadn't fully grasped the importance of managing their expressions, despite all my explanations. The CEO, possibly trying to be considerate since we were still young, spoke up. PD Hansu probably sees some areas that need improvement. But Yiwol has a good sense, so PD Hansu, please guide him and help him grow. It sounded like he was acknowledging Yuhansu, but there was a hidden message. He was saying not to completely separate me from planning. It was better than becoming a kite with a broken string. Yuhansu, not entirely oblivious, nodded repeatedly, saying, of course. After thinking 100 times about how I just wanted to eat and get this over with, the long-awaited food finally arrived. I made a big show of thanking the CEO for the meal, then waited until the CEO and Yuhansu took their first bites before opening the lid of my hot pot. Just then, Yuhansu spoke up. CEO, since we're on the topic of planning, there's something I'd like to discuss. What is it? Let them chat or whatever. Like a child trying not to butt into adults' conversations, I fixed my gaze on the food. As I was counting how many chestnuts were in my portion of rice, Yoo Han-soo made a statement that made me doubt my ears. About these kids' debut album. I think we need to scrap the plan and redo it, at least for the music video. Steam rose from the pot. My vision became blurry, just like my future. 51. Chapter 51. Collaborating with Human, Trash, Resource, 1. A whirlwind of thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. From was my planning really that immature? To how much was the cancellation fee for the music video location? The thoughts kept expanding endlessly. A suffocating silence dominated the table, making it difficult to even pick up a side dish. Only the CEO and Yoo Han-soo seemed unfazed. Why? Isn't it fine as it is? It's too weak in common. The high-teen youth concept for a debut is too cliché now. At first glance, it sounded right. There were numerous groups debuting with a youth concept, but I had clearly presented points of differentiation in my proposal, including potential concerns and ways to address them. Did he only read the first page of the proposal? It was entirely possible. That was exactly how Manager Nam used to work. What a useless person. Whether I was cursing him internally or not, Yoo Han-soo continued his passionate speech without concern. To summarize, he argued that Spark should pursue the image of a skilled ballad boy group with a mature image. It seemed he had picked up a discarded initial concept proposal for Spark from somewhere. I felt as if a horde of ice fairies were rushing towards me on an express train. I couldn't even touch the food when someone poked my leg. It was Lee Chong-hyun. Lee Chong-hyun's face was alternating between pale and green. His face seemed to say, "Hyung, say something." He must be freaking out, having created a song with 50 or 60 metal fanfare, only to face a change of direction to become Winter Boys. Still, I couldn't open my mouth rashly. Setting aside complicated issues like age or hierarchy, there was an unbridgeable gap between me and Yoo Han-soo. The difference between a non-specialist and a hands-on practitioner. Even if Yoo Han-soo said 99 pointless things, if he made one valid point, it was worth considering. The knowledge gained on-site was vastly different from what you learned by just studying. Moreover, it seemed Yoo Han-soo intended to arrange UA's initial concept in his own way. If so, I couldn't ignore his opinion. I always had to remember that I could make wrong choices too. Let's observe for now. I could always create an opportunity to intervene. I'd keep a close eye and step in if he started talking nonsense. I'd like the outfits to be more distinctive too. You know, like fashion ahead of its time. Something modern with distinct points tends to give a sophisticated impression. F***K. Maybe I should just scrap everything now. After the meeting with Yoo Han-soo, the atmosphere among the Spark members was incredibly gloomy. Seeing them all with "I'm upset" practically written on their foreheads made me feel conflicted as well. What did you guys think of the new PD? Lee Chong-hyun asked. But no one answered. No, why aren't you saying anything? Am I the only one who's taking this seriously? I assure you, I am probably the most serious one here. If the plan got scrapped, I might have to give up all the proficiency and experience points I'd gained from planning work. That was why my hands were shaking so much. Let's just wait and see for now. The PD said he has a plan in mind. But everyone in the company liked the concept Yiwol Hyung set up. So why? Lee Chong-hyun's emotions were growing increasingly intense. To prevent it from escalating further, I gently warned him. Lee Chong-hyun, didn't I tell you not to badmouth other people carelessly? But it's just us here now. It's the same even if it's just us. It's best not to talk about others if you can help it. I could understand his frustration, but nothing good came from discussing company matters within the company itself. Lee Chong-hyun seemed displeased, but he kept his mouth shut, perhaps agreeing with my point. The CEO has suggested that the planning team, the PD, and I have a meeting soon, so I'll assess the situation then. Until that time, don't worry too much about the concept. I know it's an issue you can't help but worry about. If things seem to be going in a strange direction, I'll try to stop it somehow. When I said this, the members all looked at me. Among them, Park Ju-woo asked, "How?" There are plenty of ways. I could beg on my knees, or lie down at the door and tell them to step over me if they want to go. With that plan. Then, Choi Ji-ho chimed in. Would that even work? If I get stepped on and then head to the Ministry of Employment and Labor, it might. After sharing a tip I learned firsthand at the Hampyeong industry, I fell into contemplation. I wondered how I could extract only Yoo Han-soo's practical experience. But all this was pointless worry. A few days later, Yoo Han-soo's tiring presentation completely changed my mind. Yoo Han-soo, who had requested the materials I used for concept planning, called the planning team and me together precisely 2 days later. Even the PPT title was grandiose. The title was Reconsideration of New Group Sparks Plan. I thought that forward-thinking aspect was something to admire, but then, considering the image of UA as a company, we need to emphasize that they are more of a ballad idol group. To establish an impression of them as a skilled idol group, it's essential to focus on their vocal abilities. Right now, there's too much emphasis on dance practice. For the entire 40 minutes, Yoo-hansu's comments didn't stray from this scope. Since when were we a ballad idol group? Since joining UA, this was the first time I'd heard such a thing. If that was what they wanted to do, they should lock me in the vocal practice room right away. And what? Only vocal ability counts as a skill. Does dance skill not matter? Are we just going to bring 6 chairs to every music show and sing while sitting down? My blood pressure rose the entire time I was listening. However, the planning team was listening to Yoo-hansu's opinion quite seriously. I understood their feelings. Yoo-hansu's view might effectively make Spark look like a UA-style idol, but it would contradict the original goal of creating traditional idols. Everything would go back to square one. Tears flowed down my heart. I could already hear the sound of my EXP points being taken away. The planning team leader, who had been silently listening to Yoo-hansu, placed the printed materials on the table and asked, "So, PD Nim, what do you think would be the best approach?" Then Yoo-hansu flipped to the next slide, asking us to look at it first. On the white slide were Jang Junho's recent album cover and a graph showing a significant upward trend. As the planning team knows, I participated in planning Jang Junho's music video this time. I was wondering why that as Cole's album was showing up here. The unexpected connection gave me a headache. As you can see, the view count trend rises very steeply from a certain point. Considering that the rate of increase typically decreases over time unless it goes viral, it's clear that an effective concept plan contributed to the content's longevity. How does that even connect? It seemed Yoo-hansu thought anything that came out of his mouth automatically became valid. It was true that unless it went viral, it was difficult for content with a rapid increase in views or an upward trend to show. But the premise itself was wrong. Jang Junho's music video went viral because of Choi Ji-ho. Even just in online communities, you could often see Choi Ji-ho's name. Much greater than found out who the male lead in Jang Junho's MV is. He's a UA trainee named Choi Ji-ho, 20 years old this year and a dance member. Said to be the oldest among the trainees. Wow, I thought he was an aspiring actor. By the way, during the monitoring process, I didn't see a single comment about how this new song was particularly good or how the MV direction was great. The story didn't have much to write about either. It was just about a guy going through a miserable, everyday life due to the sadness of a broken heart. So, that upward trend was all thanks to Choi Ji-ho. Trying to take credit for someone else's work, are we? Moreover, Jang Junho's music video had only been released recently, so it was hardly suitable evidence for whether a concept contributes to the longevity of content. I had plenty more to say, but it felt like a waste of breath. Perhaps taking our silence as a sign that we were paying attention, Yoo-hansu continued. Don't you think that maximally referencing and correctly adopting successful cases is a way to reduce risks that could occur in new businesses? That's what I think. I was impressed. You had to be so shameless to make a living. How could he so confidently label that ordinary breakup story as a success case? As the listener, I was troubled, but Yoo-hansu, the person doing the talking, was as relaxed as a professional. It made my head spin. So that's why we should continue pushing for a ballad idol concept. Please look at the next slide. With that, Yoo-hansu moved to the next slide. The new slide displayed a poorly photoshopped image of a wide grassy field with a group photo of unknown men. Under the picture, there was a small title. It read, "Emotional Boys, Staying in Winter." Yoo-hansu said many more things after that, but I didn't bother listening. After the meeting, when I returned to the practice room, the Spark members gathered around me. The first to speak was Lee Chonghyun. "Hyung, how did the meeting go?" Lee Chonghyun looked at me with his hands clasped together. Park Ju-woo, looking back and forth between Lee Chonghyun and me, muttered, "I don't know the details, but it seems it didn't go well." Instead of answering Park Ju-woo, I had the guys sit on the floor. Then I explained the situation as concisely and clearly as possible. So the conclusion is that we might become emotional winter boys. Silence fell over the practice room after I finished speaking. I know what you're all thinking. You're probably thinking that the simple winter boys concept that Yue initially proposed would be better. Once again, it was Lee Chonghyun who broke the silence first. Does that even make sense? If there were a solid reason, I could understand. But is the entire justification for the concept just that we're debuting in winter? From what I heard today, that seems to be the case. The concept is too weak. Does this mean we can only be spring boys, summer boys, and autumn boys in the future? When you all become adults, they'll probably go with something like, boys become men. Then we might become men every quarter. For some reason, Choi Jiho said exactly what I was thinking. Lee Chonghyun's expression, which had been indignant, turned to despair after hearing my words. Putting aside Lee Chonghyun, who looked upset, I looked at the other members and asked, "What do you guys think?" "Us. Oh, if you like it, say it honestly. That way we can decide the direction for the future." Choi Jiho immediately answered my question. "I don't like it." "Why? If we're going to go with a ballad idol concept, then what's the point of having me and Kang Kian in the team? Wouldn't it be better for Park Ju-woo or Jong Songbin to sing one more line instead of me?" "What? Why are you dragging me into this?" I could hear the spark of conflict reigniting among our little rascals. They really can't go a day without fighting, can they? I don't think the concept itself is bad. But if you're asking whether the PD's concept is better than the one Hyung wrote, then no, it's not. I prefer the concept Hyung planned too. Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo's opinions were the same as Choi Jiho's. They weren't just trying to curry favor with me by saying they preferred my idea. After all, there was no reason for these guys to try to please me, the biggest klutz in the group. Finally, with Kang Kian also siding with me, Spark's opinion was unanimous. Putting aside how I felt about Yoo Han-soo's presentation, if the guys had wanted the emotional winter boys concept, I would have at least considered it positively. But now that it's come to this, I'll make sure that winter boy concept hibernates for good. I made up my mind firmly. As if responding to my determination, the system appeared, my field of vision brightening. 52. Chapter 52. Collaborating with Human, Trash, Resource, 2. Plus. System, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim, you can land this deal, right? I'm trusting you, so I won't check in. System, new task has been assigned. Preserve the concept. Reward, EXP, 20. Plus. Even the system was backing me up. Yoo Han-soo's idea must be that terrible. As someone who didn't miss out on the EXP points given to me, my determination to protect my plan became even stronger. Assistant Manager Kim, have you lost your mind? Why are you recklessly suggesting we cancel the year-end party? If you're going to just let young people do whatever they want, why even work for a company? Assistant Manager Kim is good in everything, but the problem is that you lack affection. If you keep cutting down ideas with cold realism every time, who's going to feel motivated to pitch anything? Hey, Assistant Manager Kim, why don't you handle that? You love using shortcuts, don't you? In the past, I had challenged my superiors and never met a good end. But now, I had no place to retreat. I had to face this head-on, even if it meant putting everything on the line. Then, where should I start? It was the first time in a long time since graduating from high school that I had to use my brain. Yoo Han-soo's new plan didn't pass easily. Of course, it wouldn't. It lacked solid reasoning and originality. In addition, the company must have expected performance from Yoo Han-soo, so it was difficult for that subpar proposal to get approved. Still, for someone like Yoo Han-soo, who had been a producer for over 10 years, being asked to improve a proposal created by a trainee must have been a blow to his pride. Perhaps that was why Yoo Han-soo shifted his approach to nitpicking my plan instead. Iwol, haven't you considered that the references here are too weak? Can you share your source materials with me? Why is this part connected like this? Write it out more clearly, so that people understand it just by reading it. And so on. I was already swamped with practice, and being called in 3 times a day was downright irritating. If it were during the Hampyeong industry era, I would have edited the sheet and given it to him since I was getting paid for it. Since Yoo Han-soo was adamant, saying things like, "You're still inexperienced, so you might have come to the wrong conclusion. Let me review the raw data and give you feedback." I just handed over the 3,800-row spreadsheet. Go ahead and analyze those statistics until your eyes pop out. However, there were limits to how much I could fend off Yoo Han-soo with petty tactics. I needed a secret weapon to maintain my small and precious concept no matter what nonsense Yuhansu spouted. Thanks to this, I ended up living like a shut-in, monitoring comments on Jang Junho's ugly as sh*t music video until 5 a.m. and summarizing the rise and fall of youth concept idols throughout history. Aren't you sleeping, Hyung? I'll sleep later. The sun is rising coming up. So what if the sun was rising? Spark was about to rise up in this industry as soon as they debuted. I never thought I'd pray so earnestly for Spark's success in my life. Life was so unpredictable. Sometimes Choi Jiho would approach me with a serious expression. Your dark circles are no joke. I know. I'll look into a clinic that's good at fat redistribution. Can't you just get some sleep? Even if I did, I'd probably have a nightmare where Yuhansu would email me. Could you summarize the lyrics of last month's music chart top 100? So why bother? At times like these, I was grateful for my ability to function on less sleep than most. It allowed me to keep going, even with minimal rest. It was a bit of a shame that I wasted this precious ability on the Hampyeong industry. But should I still take care of my dark circles? My hand, which was typing, unconsciously moved towards the area under my eyes. I hadn't been aware of it since I didn't see my own dark circles, but people had been saying that they'd gotten darker. It hadn't been long since both Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun scolded me about this. If I neglected it any further, I'd probably get pelted with twice as many stones, accused of dragging down Spark's collective looks. I'd rather pass on that. I wiped my dry face with both hands. I longed for the cozy bed I'd have 9 years from now. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the mishap of me getting double stones for appearance issues didn't happen. That was because I was attacked by a triple overtime from Yuhansu before that. Yuhansu would summon and work me like a dog as soon as individual practice time started. It was clear and simple. Harassment. I felt thankful that I had to turn in my phone to the company and couldn't receive personal calls. If I hadn't learned in advance from Manager Nam, I wouldn't have been able to endure it with my weak mental state. Yuhansu's sarcasm was now. The CEO's really too nice. Do you even realize how lucky you are to have landed at this agency? At other places, they wouldn't even bother looking at such sloppy documents. It had gotten to that point. Judging from his skill, it seemed he had reached a similar level as Manager Nam. I agreed with Yuhansu to some extent. How many companies would actually pay attention to a trainee's proposal? But I wasn't the only one benefiting from a generous CEO, was I? Even someone like him was making a living under that same CEO. Nevertheless, I had to smile brightly and answer, yes, I think I was lucky too. It wouldn't do me any good to get on a producer's bad side. It was a bitter reality. PD Nim, it's almost time for group practice. Can I go back now? What? It's that time already. Yuhansu checked the clock on the office wall. Then he told me to wait a moment and left the room. After a little over 10 minutes, Yuhansu came back with a thick stack of papers in his hands. Yuhansu handed me the papers, still warm as if fresh from printer, and said, "This is the draft of the plan I talked about when we all had dinner together the other day." Ah, yes. Now, imagine you're actually planning this, and organize it with statistics and references like you did with your planning document. If you do a good job, I might even bring it up in the meeting. Pardon. So now, you're telling me to clean up the planning document you wrote half-assedly? And you're saying this as if you're doing me a favor? For the first time in a long time, I felt blood rushing to the back of my head. This irritation, it made me feel alive. What are you waiting for? Go practice already. You've got to move quickly to survive in this industry. Is there any industry where you can move slowly and still survive? UF** card? With a bright smile, I shouted, "I'll be going now. Thanks for your hard work," and left the office. As soon as I closed the office door, I burst into laughter. Worried that I might look creepy laughing alone in the hallway, I covered my face with the documents I received from Yuhansu while laughing. What should I do about this? There were many companies in the world, and there were several garbage bosses in each company. So there was no need to be happy or sad about someone like Yuhansu. But I really hate people who try to steal credit. This time, Yuhansu was in the wrong. Of all people, why did he have to resemble Manager Nam? If it goes well, it's my doing. If it doesn't, it's your fault. There was no better way to describe Yuhansu than this. For Yu Hanu, the success of group projects, group contests, and collaborations was all thanks to him. Right after graduating from a prestigious school known for its directing program, Yu Hansu jumped right into the industry. It was a position connected by a senior from the same school. Although it wasn't a place suitable for such an outstanding talent, it wasn't a bad environment for gaining first social experience. When peers who joined at the same time were dividing and taking on odd jobs, Yu Hansu did nothing. He was a talent who had been recognized and brought in through a reliable person, and the other peers were not. See, you should have started on the right foot. Yu Hansu thought that as he looked at his peers. In reality, he lacked the ability to work for a long time, but it didn't matter. Instead, Yu Hansu had the audacity to snatch ideas from peers, juniors, and sometimes even seniors who were being sidelined in the broadcasting world, in the blink of an eye. To him, it wasn't stealing. He was just presenting ideas that he had processed to the best state at the appropriate timing. Unfortunately, by the time people started to speak up, all he had to do was present his own version of the work. If he just hired one good outsourced worker, he could quickly improve the quality of his portfolio. He would bring in someone else's plan. Then, when he felt like rumors were about to start, he would hire someone to come up with a new plan. He would get a new gig with that idea. Then, he would collaborate with someone else's idea again. As this cycle continued for over 10 years, Yu Hansu's algorithm began to get a little tangled. And in the end, it degenerated to this extent. I'm a capable person. I've been working continuously for a time long enough for mountains and rivers to change, haven't I? As his stolen ideas piled up, so did the rumors surrounding him. Of course, Yu Hansu dismissed such things as nonsense. After all, he had a well-crafted career to back him up. But even he was starting to feel burnout. He was tired of constantly having to prove himself. So, Yu Hansu made a choice. A company that was new to the idol business and thus not savvy about entertainment planning. A company that wasn't particularly rumored to have a high firing rate. A company where the idol-related department hadn't been established yet, so he could expect to lead a new business. He decided to take a new step at UA. When he saw the photos of trainees affiliated with UA with such goals in mind, Yu Hansu felt inspiration surging. He would make these unpolished gems shine with his abilities. It was a challenging task, but Yu Hansu was confident. While waiting for the inspiration to strike, Yu Hansu sketched out his ideas. He subtly incorporated the plans he claimed to have initially conceived, so as not to overly surprise the agency with his groundbreaking ideas. He even thought of words of encouragement to give when first meeting the trainees who hadn't debuted yet. After all, kids that age need advice from someone in the industry. After making such thorough preparations and entering UA, the first thing handed to Yu Hansu was a planning document. Spark Mini First Album Concept Plan. It was baffling. Hadn't he come here to plan the A to Z of the group called Spark? The CEO's next words were even more absurd. Our trainee did everything from planning to organizing and PT. I hope PD Hansu can work with him to improve the album's quality. He's only been a trainee for a short time, so he has a lot to do besides planning. Yu Hansu felt like he had been scammed. When he went home and belatedly checked the offer letter, he realized the CEO's words weren't far off from what the letter had promised. He had only focused on the company's name and the mention of a new business unit, failing to pay attention to the details. Annoyed from the start, Yu Hansu read the first page of the plan. He didn't read beyond that, as content that could be compressed into one page was written in lengthy detail afterwards. After reading the paper, Yu Hansu's impression was very simple. It's cliché. Youth? How many idol groups debut with a concept other than youth? The CEO's words also irritated him. He didn't ask to mentor this guy, but work together with him. Was he seriously expected to collaborate with some kid who was still wet behind the ears? But soon he decided to generously let slide the CEO's mistake. Didn't they say it was their first time in the idol business? Anyone could make mistakes if they didn't know better. Yu Hansu figured he could make the CEO, and that trainee Kim Yiwol realized through his abilities that they were underestimating the idol market. Yu Hansu requested a general meeting 2 weeks after joining the company. While preparing for the meeting, he focused on brainstorming and left the rest of the work, data collection and analysis, to Kim Yiwol, who would send materials day and night for him to review. The plan was to show the stark difference between the proposal Kim Yiwol had spent a month on and the one Hansu had crafted in just 2 weeks, proving the gap between a rookie and a seasoned professional. Thinking about that made him motivated. Yu Hansu gave his best, as if he had returned to his undergraduate days. And now, Oh, wait a moment. PDU, are those graph numbers correct? In the middle of his presentation, which should have been fine according to plan, the CEO interrupted and asked a question. 53, Chapter 53, Collaborating with Human, Trash, Resource, 3. The beginning of. The meeting was literally like a skit. Yu Han-soo explained the data I had researched all night long as if it were his own work. The content did not deviate one bit from the explanation I had written in script form. The ideas I had worked so hard to come up with were instantly transformed into Yu Han-soo's project with just a few words from him. He was practically a linguistic alchemist. I couldn't help but feel impressed by Yu Han-soo's audacity and confidence. He even made it look natural. No wonder there are so many reviews about Yu Han-soo stealing ideas from the staff. It was fortunate that my job was an idle. If I had been on the same team as Yu Han-soo, I would have already been enraged. The atmosphere changed when the CEO interrupted the PT for a moment and asked a question. Can the graph really come out like that? Is the highest proportion really from 2 years ago? Yu Han-soo was visibly flustered by the CEO's question. Some figures might be missing, but the graph itself should be correct, CEO. No, that graph was all wrong. This happened because Yu Han-soo misunderstood the main point. To create the data you're asking for, a full survey would be required, but it's realistically impossible, PDNIM. It's hard to investigate every idol debuting in the country unless we're a statistics agency. Just inflate the numbers. Leave out the units and figures in the graph. I knew this would happen. From the moment he said that nonsense. In the idol market where trends change every time, how can you get meaningful data just by multiplying a few numbers? If you don't know, then don't commit fraud. If this were Hampyeong industry, I would have stayed up all night or pleaded with Yu Han-soo through tears to provide decent data. Even if I got scolded by Manager Nam, as long as it passed through the executives, I'd get fewer scoldings that day. But this time, I had no intention of doing that. I gave him a chance once, but he didn't listen, so I was certain that I couldn't work with that guy. I sat at the far end of the conference room, watching how flustered Yu Han-soo became. Then I made eye contact with Yu Han-soo. Yu Han-soo suddenly made a stern expression when he noticed me and said, "Yiwol, did you check this data? Oh, are you going to shift the blame like this?" It was not an unexpected move. Manager Nam was an expert at getting away with things like this. Thanks to him, I got a full taste of the bitterness of society. Here. Ah, yes. I put in exactly what you asked for, PDNIM. If I said that. When did I ever say that, Sai? I'm sorry, CEO. It seems there was a mistake. Yiwol, let's have a word later. It was obvious that he would pretend as if he had never given such an instruction. Let's stay calm. Ah, I'm sorry. I think I put in the wrong data. Don't panic. Calmly pretend to act flustered upon discovering your own mistake. There were some changes, and I didn't reflect all of them. I'll correct it, while inserting words enough to get nitpicked. It was best not to make mistakes. However, mistakes could happen as long as you were human. Furthermore, I was 20 years old on the outside and hadn't even started my social life. My mistakes could be tolerated to some extent. Then what about Yu Han-soo, who was more or less 20 years older than me, had long been in the industry, was in a position to manage me, and was presenting his own project? All right, Yiwol, please correct the data after the meeting. PD Han-soo. Yes, CEO. You can continue to the extent of explaining the general flow, right? Please continue. Pardon, there was no way he could. Yu Han-soo couldn't have drawn any meaningful conclusions from the raw data. If he had actually read the data, there was no way he would have come up with such garbage logic. He can't read when given the file, rejects ideas when presented with them, doesn't even review when materials are made. As a superior, he scored 0 points. I watched with interest as Yu Han-soo broke into a nervous sweat. What are you doing? Aren't you continuing? I'm sorry. The numbers suddenly got mixed up in my head. Without missing a beat, he lied through his teeth, even though there was nothing going on. In his head, the CEO rested his chin on his hand and tapped his fingers on the desk a few times. An agonizing silence filled the conference room. How many seconds passed like that? The CEO, who had been watching Yu Han-soo silently fumble with the materials, called my name. Yiwol. Yes. Do you roughly remember the data that should be included here? At the same time, Han-soo's gaze turned to me. Don't worry. I don't plan on acting as a talented genius trainee with an excellent memory. I can't even act anyway. I can't remember, but I brought all the files I used to create the data. Good job. Let me see those. The CEO held out his hand to me. I walked straight to the CEO and handed him the printed Excel document. The CEO flipped through the file, read it, and asked, "Why is there estimate in front of the summary here?" "Since it's an estimate, I put it there." I answered carefully, as if my previous mistake earlier was bothering me. "Estimate? Didn't you say it was a complete survey?" When I hesitated, the CEO made a face that seemed like he didn't understand. I tried not to let my gaze turn to Yoo-Han-soo, who was turning pale over the CEO's shoulder. Then I spoke with the corners of my lips that were about to go up firmly fixed. I adjusted the sample survey values, so I marked it that way for PD-NIM to verify. Adjusted? Is that how statistics work? The CEO's brow furrowed. Even without turning my head, I could feel it. The atmosphere in the conference room was becoming uneasy. It was now up to the CEO to decide who would be held accountable. Even if I alone had inflated the data, I'd be satisfied with just giving the impression. Did PD Yoo-Han-soo not even check his own project? It would be best if they decided that it's still a little too early to give PD Yoo-Han-soo full authority. If the rumors spread around the company, it would be even better if they reached the vocal teacher's ears. That teacher had been keeping a close eye on me every class ever since I used my brain a little during the monthly evaluation. It seemed she was curious about just how far ahead I was thinking. Hopefully, she'd hear this story and thought, Yiwol, making such a rookie mistake. He really is just a kid. Anyway, I waited for the CEO's next words while trying my best to look as apologetic as possible. Yiwol, yes. Leave the data and head out for now. We'll continue the meeting with the staff. It might look like I was being dismissed, but it was essentially a declaration of innocence. You're leaving now, and we're going to take care of Yoo-Han-soo. That was what they meant. There was no more satisfying outcome than this. I smiled inwardly, and in a subdued voice, said, "Yes, understood. I'll be more careful next time." Then, I quietly left the meeting room, relishing the refreshing sensation that washed over me from head to toe. It felt like the dark circles that had built up because of Yoo-Han-soo were being washed away all the way to the basement practice room. Not long after the meeting ended, I was called up to the rooftop. The atmosphere wasn't much different from the time I was called to the break room in the past, so I stood politely with my hands clasped. Yoo-Han-soo stood there and lit his second cigarette. Then he took a deep drag. "Hey. Yes. You sure know how to respond well, don't you? Assistant Manager Kim." "Yes. Our Assistant Manager Kim is great at responding, huh? How come our boomers always have such identical repertoires?" The only difference with the Hampyeong industry era was that I was summoned to the break room instead of the rooftop, but the conversation that followed was not much different. I bet the next line would be something like, "Kim Yiwol, are you trying to make a fool out of me? You almost made me look like a complete fool, Yiwol. You know that. Told ya. What was the point of having the system? It never gave me things like read your boss's mind as hidden tasks. Honestly, I half expected it. But of course, the system didn't even bother to show its nose. It wasn't intentional. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry at all, but whatever. Still, I apologized politely because I humiliated him in front of everyone. Yoo-Han-soo flicked his cigarette ash near the tip of my shoe. Should I be grateful that he didn't blow smoke to my face? You're still young, so you don't know this. But when someone asks you to do something, you really have to check it thoroughly and do it. Do you understand? True. But did you even pretend to listen to my suggestions? Do you know how much I've agonized over intentionally making that mistake, when I'd never made one during my entire tenure at Hampyeong Industry? I fought the instinct to refuse such a ridiculous task and did exactly what he asked, yet he still had a lot to say. Aren't you going to answer? Yes, I'll make sure to remember that. See? You're good at responding. He hated if I answered, and he hated if I didn't answer. I'd always wondered, what did people like this really want from me? If I hadn't handled it, you would have been in deep sh*t. Be grateful. I almost clapped when he said he managed to handle it. This guy was really something. I wondered how he wiggled his way out of that mess. It did feel like things got resolved a bit too easily, though. Given that he'd survived in his career purely through office politics, I figured he'd know how to escape, but something felt off. Regardless of whether I was deep in thought or not, Yoo-Han-soo kept puffing on his cigarette and said, "The CEO likes you, so I'm letting this slide, but screw up again, and you're out. If you don't want to be cut loose, stay sharp." Yes. I wanted to disagree with the part about the CEO liking me. It was not that he liked me. It was more like I'd gained a tiny bit of trust, about as much as my salary bump from last year. Seeing my head bowed seemed to please Yu Han-soo, and he added, "If you think you can't handle it, just give up early." I could tell without even looking. That son of a b******. The corners of his mouth were probably twitching. I raised my head as if I had really been disciplined. Sure enough, I saw the corner of Yu Han-soo's mouth twitch. "Yes, PD Nim. I'll work hard." "Good. Take it to heart and go practice." Yu Han-soo patted my shoulder a couple of times as if encouraging me, and then squeezed hard. This amount of power had nothing on me. I'd seen Choi Ji-ho crack a walnut with his bare hands live. I glanced at Yu Han-soo, who clearly hoped this intimidation would work, with a bit of pity, then left the rooftop with a light heart. A few days later, I opened the door to the practice room, carrying the hot news I received from the planning team. "We're sticking with our original concept." "Really?" Jong Song-bin, who usually never raised his voice, shouted, while Lee Chong-hyun jumped up in excitement behind him. I didn't bother trying to calm Lee Chong-hyun down. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP, 20. Total EXP, 20. Total point, 0. Plus, as long as my experience points were safely delivered, that was all that mattered. I was enjoying the feeling of satisfaction when Lee Chong-hyun approached me. "Feels like that took off 10 years of our group's life." "Right. Indeed. You guys didn't even last 10 years. You disbanded after 7 years. Who are you trying to kid?" It really feels that way. Now that the debut lineup is confirmed, when I go home this time, my mom will ask if the debut preparations are going well. Ugh, if we had stuck with that concept, I wouldn't be able to proudly say things are going well. Lee Chong-hyun grimaced. "It's confidential anyway, so you couldn't really explain anything to her. But there's still the matter of feelings, you know?" Then Lee Chong-hyun grinned ear to ear. He seemed quite excited. "By the way, are you going home?" "When?" "What do you mean when?" "It's Chuseok next week." Chuseok. When did time fly by so quickly? 54. Chapter 54, Chuseok Holiday 1. What was a holiday for an office worker? It was like an oasis in the desert, a lighthouse in the sea. A box of zero-calorie cola arriving in an empty pantry. An absolute force that gave you the strength to live once in the first half and once in the second half of the year, and created a shackle that made it impossible to quit. There was a time when holidays felt that way to me. When the year started, I counted how many statutory holidays there were this year, and would desperately try to use up vacation days for the holidays. Even when working late until the night before a holiday, the thought of I can rest for a few days while still getting paid would make me happy. Just a little while ago, I was breaking my back making these guys' 7th anniversary banner just so I could use up my vacation days during the Chuseok holiday. I suddenly felt dizzy. It had been 8 months since I started this miserable trainee life. I could only cry. Now that I think about it, are you guys going home for the holidays? For Seattle and Chuseok, we each go to our hometowns. We stay for 2 nights and come back. Lee Chong-hyun made a V sign with his fingers. Hometown. It was fitting for the holidays. Wait. Did this mean I had to vacate the dorm? This was an unexpected crisis. Even if I tried to book holiday accommodation now, there wouldn't be any rooms or they'd be ridiculously expensive. The 15 million won my sister left me. No, I couldn't waste the remaining 14.2 million won after spending 800,000 won like that. Unaware of how flustered I was, Lee Chong-hyun stuck close to me and asked, "Where's your home, Hyung?" "Mine's in Seoul." "Me? I don't know. All the adults in my family vanished overnight. I want to stay at the dorm. If you get permission from the manager, you should be able to stay." "But why? Don't tell me you're going to practice." "No, just to rest a bit." It was fortunate that I could stay at the dorm. Otherwise, I might have had to spend all night searching for available rooms on accommodation apps. At that moment, Lee Chong-hyun looked around and said in a low voice, "Maybe Ju-woo Hyung will stay too. He didn't go home for Seattle either." "Ju-woo?" "Yes. Ju-woo Hyung has his own reasons, so please don't directly ask him about it." Lee Chong-hyun added cautiously, then looked around again. He seemed to be checking if Park Ju-woo was around. "Okay, I won't bring it up first." "Thank you." "Sigh, if Hyungs are staying, should I stay this time too? Didn't you say you only get 2 vacations a year? You still want to practice?" "I'll be back soon, Hyungnam." With that, Lee Chong-hyun made a run for it. I wasn't interested in Park Ju-woo's personal life, especially when it came to family history. So I thought I would never have a conversation with Park Ji-woo about this topic. So I never imagined that I'd be chatting with him over grilled skewers in the near future. When the holidays came, younger employees would often talk about what they were going to do during their vacation. Meanwhile, the older or married employees would talk more about ancestral rites or memorial services. Setting up the ancestral table during the holidays is such a hassle. I'm already stressed out. Does your family do ancestral rites, team leader? We do both memorial service and ancestral rites. It's so annoying. When asked, "What are you doing for the holiday?" Assistant Manager Kim, I usually replied, "I'll meet up with my sister for a bit, then just rest at home." That was until my sister passed away. The day before Chuseok, the first Chuseok after my sister died, I lay in bed and searched for how to set up an ancestral rites table. Even after turning off my phone and lying down, sleep wouldn't come. So I stayed awake until the supermarket opened, then went there right at opening time. I bought loads of ingredients I'd seen in the search results. I hadn't realized how much work went into preparing food for ancestral rites. I hadn't cooked much, and it was even before my sister's first death anniversary. For someone like me, making seasoned vegetables and skewered pancakes was a high-level challenge. The vegetable lost its color, and the pancakes spread out so much that no matter how much egg batter I used, it just kept spreading sideways. By the time I was frying dongarangting, the whole house smelled of oil. After wrestling with piles of ingredients all day, I was finally able to set up a late ancestral table after the sun had set. Without a proper ceremonial tray, I brought out as many plates as I could find at home, and even opened a 1.8L bottle of Chonju to pour the ceremonial alcohol. Nuna, this is probably the first time you've seen an ancestral table set up at our place, huh? I couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the messy pancakes made me laugh even harder. At the sight of macarons and financiers piled high on a ceremonial table without ancestral tables, how could I not laugh? Many dessert shops in our neighborhood are closed on holidays. Next time, I should buy macarons in advance. With that, I started unwrapping the individually packaged desserts. I figured you'd be disappointed if you came for something delicious and there wasn't any, so I bought these. If there's no flavor you like, blame the lineup at the local macaron shop. I bought one of everything they had, so I'm innocent. Even though I was mumbling to myself, why did it feel like I was talking to my older sister? That day, I built a colorful tower of macarons on our low dining table. It looked pretty impressive. And then, after finishing a bottle of Chonju, I lay down next to the ancestral rite table and fell asleep. After setting up the ancestral table and holiday offerings 3 times a year, I became quite skilled at making ceremonial dishes. Every holiday morning and on my sister's Memorial Day, I would wake up at dawn, go grocery shopping without a list, and cook without looking at recipes. Yeah, it's good to be familiar with this. I thought to myself, feeling the weight of the bag in my hand. But why am I still doing this? Right. After 9 years had passed, I woke up early on Chuseok, realized what day it was, and instinctively went to the nearest supermarket to buy a bunch of ingredients. I did it with the unconscious thought of preparing an ancestral table for my sister, who should still be alive at this point. How messed up was that? By the time I fully came to my sense, I had already paid for everything. I thought about returning it all, but since there was frozen food in the ingredients, and because, as Lee Chongyunjin mentioned, Park Ji-woo was staying at the dorm too, I figured I could use the food to at least enjoy some holiday dishes. So I took everything home. I'm sorry, Nuna. Think of this not as an ancestral table, but as traditional learning to preserve our cultural identity. What is all this? Preparations for holiday cooking content. Cooking content. At my words, Park Ji-woo opened a plastic bag. It was a bag containing dongarangting, fish, and flour. Park Ji-woo looked back and forth between the inside of the bag and me with a subtle expression. I wasn't going to repeat the mistake of saying something awkward like last time when I told him I couldn't go to college due to lack of money. Stay calm. It's a holiday after all, so I thought we could do something festive. I'll do the cooking. Ji-woo, you should go rest. No, let's do it together. Well, that works for me. Oh, if you don't like the smell of oil, we don't have to fry the pancakes. Wouldn't it be fine if we ventilated it well? That's true. Thanks to Park Ji-woo's consideration, I decided to fry dongarangting as well. It started off smoothly. While Ji-woo beat an entire carton of eggs into egg batter, I stir-fried and sautéed the other ingredients. Just as I was thinking that with this level of skill, I could quit being an idol and get a job as an assistant at a side dish shop. Park Ji-woo called me over after preparing all the flour. I'll fry the pancakes, so could you coat them with flour and egg? Make sure to wear gloves and put on a mask. And KF94-1. Why gloves and a mask? You're a singer. You shouldn't be inhaling smoke. You're a vocalist too, Hyung. I'm a temporary vocalist, and you're the main vocalist. I gave Park Ji-woo the mask I had bought just in case. Because he insisted I wear one too, we both ended up frying pancakes indoors with masks on. Now that I'd gotten the hang of it, the pancakes turned out beautifully. It was even good enough to sell. Park Ji-woo said as he watched me put red peppers and green peppers on the dongarangtang. Hyung, you're really good at cooking. Not at all. Feel free to have one if you want. They're low sodium. Can I eat it before it's finished? Why not? I made it for us to eat. The peppers look hot, but they're not spicy. I assured Park Ji-woo, who preferred bland food, that my dongarangtang was harmless. Even though I had absent-mindedly bought way too many ingredients this morning, I hadn't forgotten my role as an idol and opted for healthy food choices. Good job, me. When I took out the appetizer plate and served him one dongarangtang, Park Ji-woo waited for it to cool down and then carefully took a bite. Park Ji-woo's eyes widened a little. How is it? Hyung, it's really good. Have two. They're made with tofu, so they're lighter than ones made with meat. Park Ji-woo's expression brightened at my words. It was the same expression he usually had only when talking about rock bands. After tasting the dongarangtang once, Park Ji-woo also tried the skewered pancake and pollock pancake. Both the lightly seasoned fish pancakes and the mini skewered pancakes, filled with finely chopped ingredients, passed the test. Do you like cooking, Hyung? Park Ji-woo asked as he watched me boil spinach. Not at all. Aside from ceremonial dishes, I'm not great at other things. I can make ramen really well. If the former was a dish that I had mastered with concentration, the latter was a dish that I had eaten so often that it had become a habit. Why do you only learn to make this kind of thing? Park Ji-woo spoke cautiously. He was curious, but he seemed to be hesitant because the ingredients were typically served for memorial dishes. I just like it. And since you were staying at the dorm today, I thought I'd try making something. I see. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'm eating it too, after all. As I pulled the spinach out of the pot to rinse it in cold water, Park Ji-woo called out to me. Hyung, what is it? Why didn't you go home? Chapter 55, Chuseok Holiday 2. 55, Chapter 55, Chuseok Holiday 2. My home. Actually, it was not difficult to answer. I could just say, I ended up getting kicked out of my house. But when I thought about the look on Park Ji-woo's face when he misunderstood that I couldn't go to college because I didn't have money, I hesitated. There was nothing better than changing the subject to gloss over awkward moments. I cut a dongarangtang in half and put it on Park Ji-woo's plate and asked, what about you? Huh? Why didn't you go home? If it were Lee Chong-hyun, he'd say, I asked first, and nitpicked on me, but Park Ji-woo wasn't like that. Sure enough, he picked up the halved dongarangtang with his chopsticks, picked it up and put it down repeatedly, and then finally opened his mouth. Well, I feel like holidays are days that should be spent with family. That was a strange thing to say, considering he hadn't gone home and stayed at the dorm. Perhaps noticing my confusion, Park Ji-woo continued. I lived at my aunt's place. It's been about 10 years, I think. This was the first time I'd heard this. Now that I thought about it, Park Ji-woo's family story had never come up in any of Spark's usual TMI conversations. There must be a reason he didn't mention his parents, so I didn't press him on it. Instead, I asked trivial questions, pretending it was no big deal. How many people do you have in your family? 4. My aunt, uncle, Hyung, and Nuna. So, you were the youngest at your aunt's house. Must be tiring looking after 2 dongsangs here, huh? No, I actually enjoy the noise and bustle. Park Ji-woo had a smile on his face as he said that. It seemed his life at his aunt's house wasn't all that bad. Maybe it's not that he's avoiding going home because it's uncomfortable, but rather, he's choosing not to go to be considerate of them. Just as that thought crossed my mind, Park Ji-woo spoke again. After living off of someone for a long time, I just feel like I should give them space on days like this. I guess that makes sense. The sound of pancakes being fried filled the quiet kitchen like BGM. I felt awkward. I hadn't expected such a heavy conversation to come up so suddenly. I knew the feeling of being a burden all too well. I'd been living in a place I got with money my sister lent me, after all. But the thought of not having anyone to meet on holidays felt kind of sad. At least I met my sister whenever I had a break from work. I sighed inwardly. I hesitated for a moment, and then said while flipping the skewered pancake, I didn't go home because I'm not really close with my family. Geez. Now that I heard his reason, I couldn't avoid it. It's not that things are bad, it just feels awkward. That's why I didn't go. Park Ji-woo, who was laying a new sheet of kitchen paper on the plate, opened his eyes wide and looked at me. Even though I'd phrased it vaguely so that there wouldn't be another major misunderstanding, he seemed quite surprised. Did you have a fight? It wasn't that serious. I just took the opportunity to move out when I became an adult. They say to speak straight even if your mouth is crooked. I didn't have a fight with my family. I was one-sidedly beaten up. It was 100% their fault. That's why you never called them. How did you know? When we all get our phones once in a while, you're the only one who doesn't call anyone. At UA, they gave us our personal phones for about 30 minutes once a month to check in with our families. During that time, the guys would contact their families. Someone like Jong Song-bin, who had a ton of friends, had to make the most of those 30 minutes. So, what I did during that time? What else? I just zoned out. I mean, I could ask the manager for my phone whenever I needed it, and I didn't have anyone to call, so there was nothing for me to do. I wasn't into stocks or anything like that, so even when I had my phone, there wasn't much for me to check. I didn't realize you were watching. I just happened to notice it. I'm sorry if it offended you. No, I am just a little surprised. Actually, I was really surprised. I thought everyone would be too dazzled by the phones they hadn't seen in 30 days to even notice me. I'd been too complacent. I didn't want to stand out for no reason, so next time I should at least pretend to take a survey call or something. Who do you usually call? My aunt. Or Hyung or Nuna. What's this? Why are you excluding your uncle? Park Ji-woo smiled slightly at my words. It certainly seemed like his relationship with his aunt's family wasn't bad. Next time, I'll call my uncle too. Yeah. And make sure you tell him you ate some tofu dongarangtang. With that light-hearted conversation, we ended our meal party. After spending most of the day in the kitchen, we had a basket full of fried goodies, neatly packed side dishes in 3 containers, and Ji-woo. Yes, the dishes. Will we be able to finish them today? There was a huge amount of dishes left to wash. I looked at the frying pan soaked in oil and pulled out a kitchen towel with a heavy heart. After 2 long hours of dishwashing, Park Ji-woo and I were freed from the cleaning up duty. As soon as we finished cleaning up, we closed all the windows we had opened for ventilation and took refuge in a cafe near our dorm. I thought there wouldn't be many places open since it was the holiday, but I was wrong. I didn't know because I always rested at home after the ancestral rites. Park Ji-woo and I ordered a yogurt smoothie each and sat on the terrace. As I was inhaling down my smoothie to relieve my sore throat from the long hours of cooking, Park Ji-woo asked me, "Is that to prevent your teeth from staining too?" Yeah. Wow. Park Ji-woo let out an exclamation that I couldn't understand. I thought he was being sarcastic, but his expression seemed to say, I'm genuinely impressed. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. You worked hard today? Preparing food for the ancestral rites is no easy feat, really. No. But you must be tired too, Hyung. I'll buy you some on New Year's Day. I'd like it, but my heart doesn't like that. If it were someone else, I would have said, why go through the hassle? Just buy it. But when it was my own task, it was a different story. Well, I might not have a choice though. Why not? Prices have gone up too. Much. I was shocked when I went to buy some green onions. Though it was cheaper than 9 years ago, the price for one bunch still startled me. I learned once again that memories tend to be glorified with time. I had briefly considered buying some meat too, but that idea quickly evaporated. It's a good thing I only bought apples and pears. If I had bought chestnuts and persimmons too, I wouldn't be enjoying these yogurt smoothies today. It's because of the holiday, right? Yeah, but prices don't really drop even after the holiday is over. My aunt always said that. Park Ji-woo laughed silently. He seemed to be recalling holiday memories. Though he was being cautious, it seemed the atmosphere at his aunt's house was pretty harmonious, just as I had thought. As I thought this far, I felt a bit sorry for Park Ji-woo, who probably didn't get to eat much of the holiday food. I should have made japchae too. The regret slipped out of my mouth without thinking. Park Ji-woo, who had sharp ears, caught it and asked, Hyung, do you know how to make japchae? I can, though I can't guarantee that it'll be delicious. I didn't make it this time because it's high in calories. Ah, I wished I had made at least a small portion for these guys to eat. As we were talking about how much the radish cost this time and how the pancakes were bland because they weren't seasoned, I suddenly felt a burning sensation on the side of my face. When I turned my head, the ladies in the next seat were staring at us. I hurriedly avoided their gaze, bent my upper body, and asked Park Ji-woo, was my voice too loud? Even if there weren't that many people around, it wasn't polite to be loud in a space shared by others. Fortunately, Park Ji-woo shook his head. If that guy who preferred quiet said that, that meant I wasn't being a nuisance. Perhaps sensing my self-consciousness, the ladies soon turned their attention away. Instead, I could hear their conversation, which had briefly paused, resumed. Yuni, where did you buy songpyeon this year? You know that rice cake shop under the apartment complex? I bought it here. Yuni, you buy it from there every year. Uh-huh. It seemed they overheard two young men sitting stiffly like blanched spinach, talking about the same topics as them. If I were them, if there were two elementary school kids in the next seat sipping Miss Sukgaru and chatting about stuff like, do you think the new student recruitment will go well this year? I'm not sure. We might not be able to fill the quota. If I heard a conversation like that, I'd naturally stare too. Should we buy some songpyeon too? I'd like that. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I gathered my things with Park Ji-woo and we quietly slipped out of the cafe. Although many quick shoppers had already bought their share, Park Ji-woo and I still managed to successfully purchase some songpyeon. After enjoying the pancakes and songpyeon, we headed to the Han River at 10 p.m. to burn off the calories. Just eating 5 of them was equivalent to a bowl of rice in calories. If you eat, you must run. With the gym closed for the holiday, running along the Han River was our only option. As I was warming up, prepared to run for about 2 hours, a phone rang. Park Ji-woo took out his personal phone, which he had received as a gift for the holiday. Park Ji-woo paused after checking the screen. What? Is it one of those survey calls? No, it's a call from my aunt. Hyung, is it okay if I take this call? Why are you asking me for permission? Answer it quickly. Making an elder wait on the line? If it were Manager Nam calling, he'd have yelled at me the moment I picked up the phone. Assistant Manager Kim, did you put your phone away to make a soup pot? Why didn't you answer right away? Assistant Manager Kim, what were you doing not picking up? What if it was something super important? I'd heard such words once or twice. Those calls weren't even work-related. The reasons varied, but I didn't want to recall them all. I urged Park Ji-woo, asking why he wasn't answering already. Yielding to my prodding, Park Ji-woo reluctantly answered the phone. 56. Chapter 56. Chuseok. Holiday 3. Hello? Before Park Ji-woo could even ask why they were calling him, the voice of what was presumed to be his aunt came through the phone. Ji-woo, have you eaten? Yes, I have. With who? Songbin must have gone back home, right? There's a Hyung staying at the dorm, so we ate together. Then you should have come together with that Hyung. The galba gym here tastes good. Ji-woo, did you eat songpyeon? Should Dad pack some and deliver it to the dorm? Can you be quiet for a second? And wouldn't it be faster to send it via delivery than for you to go? When the person who was presumed to be his uncle joined in, the call became chaotic. While I lost track of the flow for a moment, the topic had shifted to whether they should send songpyeon with or without the pine needles still attached. It was a completely different atmosphere from Jong Songbin's family. Park Ji-woo can't even get a word in. The race hadn't even started, and Park Ji-woo already seemed a bit worn out. After a few more exchanges, his aunt spoke again. Can you come for the Lunar New Year? Or should Mom come and visit Seoul? Park Ji-woo flinched at those words. But he didn't show it, and spoke in a calm tone. It's okay. I'm doing fine. And I saw it clearly. A slight smile was forming on Park Ji-woo's lips. Judging from the fact that they referred to themselves as Mom and Dad, they were already a family. Trying to keep some distance wouldn't change that. After barely managing to stop the songpyeon delivery to Seoul, Park Ji-woo ended the call. Park Ji-woo. Yes, Hyung. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. For the Lunar New Year, go visit your aunt's house. Huh? Park Ji-woo looked at me, confused. What do you mean, huh? I am telling you to go. Still, it's a holiday. Park Ji-woo hesitated, slipping his phone into his pocket. I didn't really know what it meant for family members to gather. It's exactly because it's a holiday that you should go. Otherwise, you might regret it someday. We ran for an hour. A cool weather and quiet riverside. Weren't these the perfect conditions for exercise? Well, That was my thought, anyway. Next to me, Park Ju-woo was slowly falling apart. He didn't complain about being tired, but he looked pitiful. Before Park Ju-woo's breathing got any rougher, I stopped and looked for a bench. How are you going to hold a concert with such a lack of stamina? As soon as I thought that, the system flashed. Additional labor support services were being activated. I guess I am not one to talk, huh? Though, in the first place, this had nothing to do with me. I wasn't going to hold a concert. Since I had decided to rest anyway, I figured I'd drink some water from what I brought with me from the dorm and catch my breath, but I suddenly heard a loud voice from under my feet. Even just hearing it in passing, it was full of vulgar language. Are they drunk? I slightly lifted myself to look down and saw two men sitting on the stone steps below. Thankfully, it didn't look like they were fighting. Are they going to fight? Park Ju-woo asked in a small voice. I don't think so. I also spoke in a volume close to a whisper. However, as if to contradict my answer, one of the men started to snap again. F***CK. This time, the profanity was crystal clear. There was no mistaking the tense atmosphere. He seems angry. Park Ju-woo muttered. This was really awkward. Just as I was about to suggest moving from the awkward atmosphere, the man's companion stopped the man who was expressing anger. Hyung, what if someone hears you? Let them hear. I don't give a F***CK. Can't I even speak my mind? This is really fed up. The man's curses didn't stop. I cursed in my head too, but usually, when you grew up, you stopped letting those words spill out like that. I grew up hearing my family members curse all the time, so my head was filled with vulgar language. But when I realized how ugly it sounded, I tried not to curse out loud. I thought, he must have a really bad day, and closed the cap on my water bottle. I was about to get up from my seat, but something felt off. The man's voice sounded familiar. Where have I heard it before? First of all, it couldn't be one of the Spark members. They had sent me photos of their old albums they found at home to prove their arrival. I made them do that because I thought it might be used in a variety show. If it was someone I had talked to even once, I would usually remember their voice, so it probably wasn't someone close. Is it someone I met at UA? As I hesitated to move, the man stood up first. Stop bothering me, UB***. Are you going to keep pestering me? You're nothing without me, you furs. Gone. Do you hate it when I pester you? That makes me sad. I'd die without you and the other members. I remembered. It was the voice of Song Minil, the center of the group Partha, who would soon become Spark's biggest obstacle, and who had one of the largest individual fandoms among rookie idols. It went without saying, but there were always basic truths in our lives. Anyone can swear. Idols are people. Idols can swear too. Of course, anyone could swear, but there were times when they shouldn't. Idols were held to stricter standards than regular people. So, it was better to be cautious about swearing. Though it seems some people don't care. I thought, watching Song Minil venting his frustrations at my feet. He had just been so upset that Gon wasn't paying him attention, but now he looked like he was ready to eat the guy alive. I tried to pretend not to hear, thinking that he must have some personal circumstances or difficulty, but just because I got a Saising's number, the F***King Company, and everyone else thinks they can F***CK around with me. F***CK them. I ended up hearing his pathetic excuse that he got caught getting a Saising fan's number and was scolded by the agency. More importantly, a Saising? Of course, that's a big deal, UB star. Just as I was about to make some noise and get up, not wanting to dirty Park Ju-woo's ears any further, Han Gon's desperate voice held me back. Hyung, if someone hears, we'll be in trouble. Damn it, now I can't get up. Fortunately, it was particularly dark under the bridge, and they were below us, so it seemed they hadn't noticed us. If we were caught moving now, Han Gon would probably beg us not to post about this on community sites. No, who knew? Maybe Song Minil would even threaten us. Park Ju-woo must have thought the same, because he didn't even make a sound. Still, as I was about to cover his ears out of courtesy, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. And about 0.02 seconds later, the quiet Han River Park was filled with my ringtone. At the same time, the medley of vulgar language that had been playing endlessly below stopped, as if it were never there. F***CK. If I wasn't careful, we'd look like trainees who were about to debut and had been eavesdropping on an industry. Senior's dirty laundry. Park Ju-woo's pupils were already trembling like a leaf. I had no intention of letting Park Ju-woo get caught up in this. It was my fault for choosing the wrong place to rest. But I couldn't just turn myself in and leave Juwoo to keep hiding either. So I braced myself and answered the call. Hello. Yiwol Kim. Huh. Hey, what time is it? Yes. F***ck hey. I think I fell asleep while drinking at the Han River. This was the so-called, I was too drunk to hear your conversation, strategy. This time, the party members below us went quiet. I must have sounded like someone they didn't want to mess with. Whatever they were feeling wasn't my concern. They were probably holding their breath, just like us. I put on my best performance, recalling the countless drunk people I'd seen during my night shifts at convenience stores in college. F***ck, I'm freezing. Hey, sorry. If I leave now, it'll take me about 30 minutes. Fully immersed in the role of a typical drunk man in his 20s, I rambled on alone until Jong Songbin asked, Hyung, is something wrong? Kahun's here too. This B** is completely wasted. Can I just leave Park Kahun behind? Park Juwoo, who was suddenly renamed to Park Kahun, swallowed. You'll have to understand. If we use real names here and you debut, Partha will remember this Han River incident. Furthermore, Park Juwoo's voice was quite distinctive. Later, even the general public, not just fans, would be able to recognize Park Juwoo by his voice alone. We couldn't rule out the possibility that if Park Juwoo spoke now, those two might recognize him. So there was no other choice. We had to go with the setting that Park Juwoo was drunk and unconscious. I'll be right there. I'll call you once I catch a taxi. With that, I hung up the phone. Then, after sending a text to Songbin saying, Songbin, I'm sorry. I'll call you in 5 minutes. I exaggeratedly scratched my head and muttered to myself, oh F, this sucks. Then I carried Park Juwoo on my back. Park Juwoo helped by giving me a running start without being obvious. His effort moved me to tears. With that, I carried Park Kun off to hail a taxi, getting as far from them as possible. You ran into Par the Sunbanums? Yeah, though, they probably didn't see us. What does that have to do with pretending to be drunk? Jong Songbin asked, but Park Juwoo and I couldn't answer. Because we had promised to keep everything we heard a secret when we got out of the bridge. Regardless of whether they were talking loudly in a public place or we heard it unintentionally, it was not right to talk about things that people didn't want others to find out. Besides, Park Juwoo had to continue his career as an idol. It wouldn't hurt to develop the habit of not talking about others. It just happened. If Hyung says it's nothing, then it really must be not a big deal, but don't worry about it. More importantly, why did you call? I was just checking on Hyung. And Juwoo too. Jong Songbin. This guy must have been really concerned about the ones who stayed behind at the dorm. Wouldn't it be better for him to forget about trainee life during the few vacations he got each year? I guess I should be thankful that he's at least not cursing by the river somewhere. For a moment, I imagined Choi Ji-ho and Kong Keon yelling, F***CKUUA, by the river. I squeezed my eyes shut. We're fine. We've been eating on our own, so enjoy your break. Yes, I will. Is there anything you want to eat? I was thinking of bringing something back. There's plenty of food here, so come back empty-handed. I firmly told Jong Songbin before hanging up the phone. When all these guys got home, we probably would be stuck eating 3-color vegetable bibimbap, so what was the point of bringing food here? What did Songbin say? He asked if we wanted anything to eat. I'll send him a text saying there's a lot of food in the fridge. As soon as he finished speaking, Park Juwoo left to remind Jong Songbin. Then, the surroundings became quiet. Yes, this is what a holiday should feel like. I never would have imagined that spending Chuseok with the reserved Juwoo would turn into such a chaotic experience. As the familiar calmness settled back in, I finally started to relax. It's not so bad to experience a holiday like this once in a while. Thinking it would be a good experience, I laid down in bed and relaxed. However, I didn't know until then. A holiday wasn't over until it was completely over. 57. Chapter 57. Chuseok Holiday 4. How sweet was the luxury of sleeping in on a holiday. For a corporate worker who woke up every day at 6:30 a.m., rubbing sleepy eyes, taking a quick shower, dressing up in a suit, and squeezing into the hellish subway, a holiday morning was literally a time to cherish and waste away previously. The trainees at UA probably felt the same way. They woke up early in the morning and danced and sang every day. So, Mr. Kim, who not only worked in an office for years but was now also a trainee, wanted to enjoy the rare opportunity to sleep in. Why are you here so early? I asked as I hurriedly ran out to the sound of an unidentified outsider pressing the password to the dorm. I thought it was some drunk person banging on the door early in the morning. But to my surprise, the intruder, struggling with the door lock outside, shouted loudly, "Yiwol Kim, Jiwoo Kim, open the door." That was how the early morning unexpected visitor, who advertised to the whole neighborhood that Mr. Yiwol and Mr. Jiwoo lived here, managed to get into the dorm before breaking the door down. It was Lee Chong-hyun, a member of this dorm. This trouble happened because I had locked the security latch on, thinking that no one would come. Who came over early without a heads up? I felt like I had heard somewhere that beautiful people were sleepyheads, but it seemed it was all just a lie. This is the first time someone's been unhappy to see me arrive early. How upright of you. You could have just called first. I didn't want to wake you guys up if you were sleeping. And yet here you are, waking everyone up anyway. Well, how was I supposed to know you'd even lock the latch? Lee Chong-hyun kept trying to plead his case, but I wasn't having it. As we were arguing, Lee Chong-hyun took things out of the large supermarket shopping cart and placed them on the floor. What is all this? Chestnuts. Oh, and watermelon-flavored jelly, too. I heard you guys already ate some pancake. Who told you? Songbin Hyung. I spoke with him last night. Didn't Songbin Hyung call you? Was he referring to that nerve-wracking call on the Han River? It seemed Jong Songbin contacted Lee Chong-hyun after that call. I thought he had called only to keep an eye on the members who were left in the dorms, but apparently, he called each of us one by one. What a ridiculously diligent guy. In the meantime, Park Jiwoo came out, half asleep and staggered around, moving the watermelon jelly to the cupboard. The uncle was pleased that the division of household chores seemed to be going well. As I moved the food Chong-hyun brought to the refrigerator, I asked, "So, why did you come so early? I thought Hyungs might be bored." "What? You know the saying, you may not notice who's there, but you definitely notice who's missing." Lee Chong-hyun shouted confidently. Wasn't it the quality of an idol to say such embarrassing things so confidently? I briefly wondered if it was okay for him to spend his long-awaited vacation like this. Even Jiwoo, who had finished organizing the food, asked, "Are you sure it's fine not to be with your family?" Chong-hyun was unbothered. "What's the point of being there? I'll just get nagged." "Oh, but since my grades were good this time, they didn't say much." "Your family must care a lot about academics." "Not just a lot, but completely. Honestly, I think it's a bit much to have 3 children and expect all of them to focus on studying." Lee Chong-hyun said firmly, "Well, if there were 5 people in a family and only one of them was pursuing the path of music, it would not be easy for them to get along with the other family members." We continued chatting, each munching on a couple of chestnuts that Chong-hyun had brought. A few hours later, Songbin returned, carrying a black plastic bag. Songbin Hyung, Jong Songbin, greeted by Lee Chong-hyun, who was happy to see him, handed the bag to Park Jiwoo. The envelope that Park Jiwoo received was filled with yagwa. Park Jiwoo looked at the sheer amount of yagwa inside the bag with puzzled eyes and asked, "What is all this?" "It's yagwa. Hyung, has everything been okay? I see Chong-hyun's already here." I asked, full of worry. "Do you like yagwa?" "It would be a problem if you did." Yagwa contained a whopping 140 kilocalories per piece. "No, I brought it for the members to eat." Fortunately, Songbin quickly put my worries to rest. What Jong Songbin brought wasn't just yagwa. This time, Jong Songbin's mother sent a sealed container filled with dumplings she made herself. Apparently, the whole family had made them together to celebrate Chuseok. "Hyung, some of the dumplings are a bit burst, though." "Oh, those are probably the ones Jong Seonjin made." With a small sigh, Jong Songbin mentioned his younger brother's name. That dry tone and a tone of voice that seemed to hide a feeling of pity. My Nuna must have spoken like that too when she talked about me somewhere. "I'm sorry for being a lacking younger brother, Nuna." As I suddenly felt a strange sense of kinship with Seonjin, whom I'd never even met, Songbin said to me, "You're supposed to steam these dumplings. I learned how to do it, so I'll take care of it. I know how to steam dumplings too. But how did you carry all this?" "Dad gave me a lift." "I see. You should have invited him in for a drink or something." "Now I feel guilty about not meeting your father properly." The holiday food blessings didn't stop there. Not long after, Kong Keon arrived with a whole box of ginger hangwa. "Do you guys like ginger?" he asked with a sheepish look. It seemed Keon wasn't fond of ginger, but I, who absolutely adored ginger tea, welcomed the ginger hangwa with open arms. Seeing all these snacks his friend brought from home, Chonghyun laughed and said, "At this rate, isn't Jiho Hyung going to bring something too?" "No way. Jiho Hyung lives far away." When Lee Chonghyun joked, Jong Song-bin, who was opening the box of hangwa with sparkled eyes, laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "It takes him 3 hours just on the KTX." Even Park Ju-woo doubted it would happen. And sure enough, Choi Ji-ho didn't bring anything. Instead, he carried something on his back. "So you carried plum extract all the way here from your house?" "Yeah. Mom asked me to bring it." Choi Ji-ho put down the clearly heavy backpack and plopped onto the couch. Through the bag's outline, I could make out the silhouettes of 2 1.5-liter bottles. "If you don't want to drink it, just leave it. I'll take care of it." "What are you saying?" "Hyung, I love plum extract." Lee Chong-hyun quickly put the 2 plastic bottles in the refrigerator before Choi Ji-ho could think of throwing away the plum extract. "You're saying that everyone below the manager level should get the same holiday bonus as regular employees?" "Yeah, that's what the higher-ups said. Plan your budget accordingly. There's going to be up to 400,000 won difference compared to last Lunar New Year. Won't there be a backlash?" "What? That much?" Some companies even cut bonuses for employees who had worked more than 5 years because they felt it was a waste. "Hey guys," I said, thinking of the chestnut plate, yagwa bag, hangwa box, and the plum extract bottles in the fridge, and said, "Everyone gather around. Let's start by making a thank you call to Choi Ji-ho's house. Thanks to everyone who brought food thinking of each other. We almost gained 500 grams each. If the 6 of us hadn't lined up in 2 rows every night to run along the Han River, our family's love and care would have turned directly into extra weight. That was how we tried our best during that short holiday to fulfill our idle duties. I've been thinking while everyone was resting about what we need to do to help this group survive in a unique market. If there's a God, I'd like to ask them, why didn't you strike Yoo Han-soo with lightning for not fulfilling his duties?" I wanted to either tear apart the PowerPoint slide titled Spark, Stage Name, Draft, in front of me or gouge out my own eyes to avoid seeing it. Very violently, too. Stage names were not uncommon in idol groups. Sometimes, using stage names was trendy, and at other times, sticking to real names was the norm. However, stage names were only created when there was a need to show idols in a more effective way after thorough discussions, by considering the team's color or the individuality of its members. See, these stage names would reflect how the 6 of you belong to a single group, not by giving all 6 members matching names. I took the chance while everyone was staring at Yoo Han-soo to rub my eyes, then looked at the screen again. But the words, "the 6 you brothers," were still there, along with the names Lee-won, Jae-won, Sung-won, Ju-won, Chong-won, and Kai-won. What were the ancestors doing during Chuseok? They didn't even bother to take Yoo Han-soo with them. Apparently, this was the best he could come up with after squeezing his brain, using examples like character limits, the alphabet, or even pure Korean names. I was not a very creative person, and I knew how annoying it was to just critique someone's work without contributing, but isn't this too lame? I read the trend survey data that Yoo Han-soo had brought once again. The fans like groups that feel like family? Sure. It was also true that the fans often assigned roles like parent, first son, second son, uncle, youngest. But did we really need to turn not just a few video concepts, but the entire group's identity into a chaotic brotherhood story? Not an album concept, but a group concept? At this point, I wasn't even angry anymore. I was just confused. At the same time, I was at a loss as to how to handle this. I even seriously considered whether it might be better to just leave the room. Sitting here felt like the most pointless thing I could be doing right now. But I couldn't. What if they put "I won" under my profile picture? By the way, that 1 stands for one team. Lee Chong-hyun, who was obviously going to end up with the nickname National Petition after debuting with a name like Chong-won, didn't look happy today either. And sitting next to him, Kang Kyeon, who was clearly going to get stuck with the nickname Lotto Prayer, was biting his lip in frustration. Don't you think all the members' real names are fine? Having 1 or 2 stage names is okay, but giving everyone matching stage names, there's no precedent for that. One of the planning team members spoke up. Their firmness made me want to pledge eternal loyalty to them. However, Yoo Han-soo was resolute. Can you succeed just by doing what others have done? Since UA is challenging a new market, The public must have some expectations, so I think we need a spirit of challenge that matches that. Yu Hansu shrugged. I saw Lee Chonghyun across from me tightly close his eyes. Clearly, Yu Hansu had never heard the saying that there's usually a reason people don't do certain things. Yu Hansu continued his presentation, seemingly oblivious to the expressions on the faces of the people in the meeting room. Let's emphasize that from the name. Isn't a name supposed to represent a person? Why not just go all out and make the team slogan Spark is always one? Let's make the debut song titled Only One, and we'd only have to promote it once per album on music shows. In the first place, teamwork was a basic requirement for idols. It was not something you had to emphasize. It was an essential skill you needed to have from the start. Is he trying to claim credit by hijacking someone else's work, while still wanting to keep his pride intact by pushing some new idea? It had been a while since I'd dealt with someone this frustrating. My head ached. The only good thing was that the rest of the room wasn't responding too favorably to Yu Hansu either. Judging from the rotting expressions of the planning team, it seemed I wouldn't have to step up this time. Sure enough, the planning team leader opened his mouth. I understand for now. Is there anything else we need to discuss? It was a subtle way to change the subject. The planning team leader seemed to want to end this exhausting meeting as soon as possible. Oh, this is connected to the stage names. Yu Hansu turned the page of the PPT. On the screen, Spark fandom name proposal was written in clear Gothic letters on a white background. No. Why is the fandom name coming up here? 58. Chapter 58. Filming the corporate promotional video, 1. I didn't really know how fandom names were usually decided. The only idol I knew was Spark. However, I distinctly remember how Spark's fandom name came to be. It was during a live event where they were recruiting for the first generation of the fan club and revealing the light stick, or something like that. As I searched through my memory, Yu Hansu passionately preached about how important the relationship between Spark, the stage name, and the fandom was. To summarize all of that in one sentence, he said that we should name the fan club Only One. They are the one and only existence that supports Spark and makes Spark a unique entity. Yeah, sure. Only One Foot sounded nice. It was unique. As a Korean fandom name, it sounded pretty too. If you attached it to Spark, you could even call it The Only Spark, which didn't sound too bad. But so what? I was so obsessed with the original concept that now I felt like I had just been devoured. It was also unpleasant that the first letter of the fandom name was aligned with his last name, Yu. It felt like he was trying too hard to leave his mark. Was this even about the fandom? The reaction we'd get when the fandom name was revealed was also obvious. Much greater than give it a rest already. Cutting off your brain should be done in moderation. Much greater than it's disgusting that you keep pushing the oneness concept but still releasing 12 different photo cards. Pathetic B***. True that. Much greater than changed my Bubble Pop nickname to the Only ATM. As soon as I changed it, I got a lot of praise from the enthusiastic supporters. The Only ATM, are you busy right now? It sounded like they were asking to lend money. New type of scamming. Paid message leaks are prohibited. Please take down the post. The concept, the relationships, they were great and all. But for the fandom name, shouldn't we at least focus more on the bond between the fans and the idols? If we emphasize that fans are an essential part of Spark's journey, it could strengthen the fandom even more. That's what I think. Instead of fitting it into a singular worldview like that. After Yu Hansu's long speech, the meeting room fell silent. It was that familiar atmosphere when a project was heading in the wrong direction. It felt comforting, but also uncomfortable. Even if their mouths were tightly shut, the planning team's hands were busy moving. It seemed they were desperately brainstorming to somehow decide on a different fandom name. Normally, I would have joined in, trying to come up with something. But this time, I didn't need to. The name existing fandom name Sparkler was created by Spark themselves, not the company. Even if I just sat still, I figured they'd come up with their own opinions. Since the group name was still Spark, the fandom name shouldn't be any different. As expected, the employees who had been coming up with various ideas looked at us and asked, "What do you think?" It was outrageous to voice an opposing opinion in front of the person in charge who brought the proposal. Note, a high-ranking official. But what else could I do? If I didn't want to become the only Spark in the idol market, I had to speak up assertively. I pretended to think seriously and watch their movements. I was ready to applaud for the moment the name Sparkler came up, saying it was an incredible idea. I thought, Think about it, you guys. Quickly mention Sparkler and then end this meeting. But something was strange. Time passed, and yet none of them spoke up. PDNIM. Since the fandom name is a name that will be used with the group for a long time, it would be good to take some time to think about it. The planning team leader stepped forward, perhaps sensing the idol's discomfort. However, Yu Han-soo was stubborn. No, spending too much time on things like this is a waste of resources. If we want to use our personnel efficiently, we need to cut unnecessary tasks. Did he just call the fandom name things like this while running an idol business? Did he even know what he was talking about? And if he was going to reduce unnecessary work in the first place, he should have come up with several name options. If one example was eliminated, we had to come up with another example and had another meeting to decide whether to pass it. It was frustrating. Well, he probably never even considered that his idea might get rejected. It was obvious just by looking at that confident expression and attitude. This guy truly believed his idea would be accepted without question. That was why he kept babbling like that. How could someone be so sure of themselves? At this point, I was starting to suspect he had a spy planted at the company. Meanwhile, the silence on our side continued. Someone had to say something. What's going on? Why is no one speaking up? For a moment, I doubted whether the past interviews where they claimed to have come up with sparklers themselves were true. And then it hit me. Plus, excessive changes to the existing schedule may result in corresponding disadvantages. Plus, this was also an effect of the system. For instance, let's say Spark needed about a week to think of their fandom name. Because I drastically adjusted the debut date, a character named Yu Han-soo suddenly barged in, and all the things that had to happen in the meantime were brought forward, leaving them no time to think. On top of that, I had weakened Yu Han-soo's position, fueling his drive even more. In short, I turned their already limited time into ashes. F***CK, they meant it when they said they spent a lot of time thinking about it. I thought they came up with it on the spot, like a flash of inspiration. Now, I almost felt like crying at their sincerity. Whether the fandom name ended up being Sparkler, only one, or something else didn't concern me. It didn't concern me, but, you know we exist because you sparklers exist, right? Much greater than they say they can shine because we exist. My babies, why are your words so beautiful? That's why I love the name Sparkler, it makes me feel proud. Much greater than it's Sparkler, what a cute name. Actually, isn't it fireworks and firecrackers? Sounds like it came from a fireworks company. But I like the strong vibe. I actually like it. Memories of what I'd accidentally learned from Sparks fans surfaced in my mind. Please write your Sparkler, always lighting up your way on the bottom right. Please take care of us this time too. Even the email that Director Nam's daughter had sent. I held back the sigh that was about to come out reflexively and spoke up. I talked with the members about the group name recently, and we came up with a name. Making sure not to take all the credit, I added the mention of the members. How about Sparkler? Since I've been on the receiving end, I'll help you guys just this once. The meeting wrapped up in the best possible way, even if it wasn't satisfactory. The stage names were put on hold, and the fandom name was settled as Sparkler. Yu Han-soo glared at me like he was going to kill me, but it wasn't my problem. Outside the meeting room, Lee Chong-hyun, looking relieved, called to me in a quiet voice. Hyung, what is it? Can't you just be in charge of our activities from now on, Hyung? Are you telling me not to debut and to switch to being a producer? Are you picking on Hyung right now, Chong-hyun? That won't work. But can't you do both? No way. Would the fans like it if a member who left the group were to produce? And besides, it wouldn't be good for them to be stuck with an amateur producer. My mom always told me society runs on merit. But these days, it doesn't seem true. It's merit-based, but age comes before ability. Lee Chong-hyun quickly accepted my explanation. I felt bitter that I had already shown the bitterness of society to a boy who was still a high school student. Jong Song-bin, who overheard our conversation, chimed in. Still, he might be able to help in other ways, so don't be too negative. It was the kind of cautious remark I always emphasized, something safe to say even if someone else overheard. But this time, we needed to be a little more extreme. In my opinion, that person needed to go. There were people in the world who only created more work. It would be better if such people did not exist. I'll have a lot to talk about with PDNIM. Hearing my words, Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun looked at me. Even if they didn't say anything, I could read their gazes. They were looking at me with pity. If I ever suddenly leave the group, I hope you guys remember at least some of my efforts. While there were tasks being hotly debated between the company and Yuhan Su, there were also tasks that progressed smoothly. Recording and music video shoots, where all the planning had already been decided, were examples of this. The planning team must have been working tirelessly day and night to achieve this. I truly respected them. Among all the tasks, the recording went exceptionally well. Everyone miraculously finished recording in one take, without a single NG. It would have been cool and nice if it had been like that. But even though it didn't go perfectly like that, everyone did their part excellently. In fact, even though Jang Songbin and Park Joo-woo received okay signs on their first takes, they still insisted on doing additional takes. Their dedication was impressive. How fortunate that I was able to be included in this, everyone. It was pure luck that I didn't end up stuck in the recording booth all night, unable to get out. And now, with the audio track completed, the moment had finally arrived. Spark's first music video shoot. My condition was also perfect. I had been getting 8 hours of sleep each night, thanks to Jang Songbin's constant monitoring, making sure I kept my dark circles in check. Lee Chong-hyun, who also had been under strict surveillance, spoke in an excited voice. "Hyung, this is my first time wearing such heavy makeup. What do you think? Is it too much? It'll all wash out under the lights anyway. And with your face, you'd still look fine even if you painted with ink, so don't worry." "Wow, I'm touched. But don't paint it with ink. Don't put anything on your face." Of course, skin troubles caused by neglect are one of the 7 deadly sins for idols. Lee Chong-hyun walked away, his eyes suddenly looking empty. As expected, he was good at memorizing things. More importantly, now was not the time to worry about Lee Chong-hyun's makeup. That was the most important thing, of course, but since the staff must have put their heart and soul into Chong-hyun's makeup, I wasn't too concerned. The real problem was somewhere else. Specifically, on my face. 59. Chapter 59. Filming the corporate promotional video, 2. Wouldn't number 21 be too dark for Yiwol? If we go too light, his features will all get washed out. We can't have that. Should we change the makeup for each set? 3 professionals surrounded me, engaged in a heated discussion. I still hadn't gotten used to the experience of them applying all these famous brand cosmetics. As a 29-year-old office worker, this was far more attention than I was comfortable with. On top of that, all 3 of them looked quite serious, as if there was something wrong with my skin tone. To my eyes, number 17 to number 23 all looked the same, but the staff members' eyebrows were all furrowed. With them acting like that, I couldn't help but feel concerned. It would be fine if it was just a matter of brightness, but Yiwol looks a little pale. "Yiwol, are you sick?" "No, I'm perfectly fine." The staff member smiled brightly, relieved by my answer. Then she patted my face with something like a sponge. This was the second time I experienced it after the profile photo shoot, but I couldn't seem to get used to it. How many more makeup sessions would I have to go through before my debut? My heart raced for various reasons. The transformative power of makeup was truly remarkable. First, Choi Ji-ho. This guy was given the role of rough but charming, so he was given the flashiest style among us. He didn't bother with a tie and left 2 buttons undone, as if he had no idea where his tie went, and his hair was styled dramatically with wax. He even dyed it dark gray. Do high school students use wax these days? I didn't know because I just had a plain hairstyle for 3 years. Compared to him, Jang Songbin looked like a neat class president. Unlike the other 5 who you wouldn't want to meet in the hallways, Jang Songbin had a gentler aura, so his hair was dyed a dark brown. A lighter brown probably would have been too soft for his cool on the outside, warm on the inside concept, so the darker tone was a good choice. For Park Joo-woo, he got a special sky blue knit vest. That was because Park Joo-woo's birthstone was that color. Fans didn't miss even these small details. Even for me, who didn't care about anything Spark wore, Park Joo-woo's knit outfit looked good. I predicted that once the music video was released, there would be comments like, "Park Joo-woo looks so King awesome in that vest." They even tousled his hair with a blow dryer to give him a disheveled look, and the final result was surprisingly good. He looked like a kid who just got dragged to the back of the classroom after getting caught napping. Lee Chong-hyun looked normal, but with subtle quirks. For instance, his tie would casually be tucked into his pocket, or he'd wear socks with a splash of colorful paint patterns against his dark school uniform. for the drama scenes. They even planned to smudge some ink on his sleeves. This guy even dyed his hair purple. To match his role in the music video, he created an eccentric scientist look. If you looked closely, unlike Lee Chong-hyun who looked free-spirited, Kang Keon wore an outfit so tidy that it looked almost suffocating. His shirt was buttoned all the way to the neck and his tie was tied tightly, giving off a strong impression in contrast to his sharp face. He even wore a black turtleneck underneath. Since Choi Ji-ho was wearing clothes as fancy as his face, they went in the opposite direction with Kang Keon, and it worked just as great. As a bonus, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Keon each were given a friendship item that Lee Chong-hyun loved so much. As I had discussed with the planning team in advance, I put matching straps on Lee Chong-hyun's belt hole and Kang Keon's bracelet. It was in the shape of a cute doll. After organizing the contents up to this point and handing them over to the planning team, all of the 3 pieces of advice for improving stage quality task that had been clinging to me like leeches were met. After all 6 of us had our makeup done and changed into gray uniforms arranged to match our personalities, the actual filming began. We had rehearsed the choreography so much that our shoes were worn out in the practice room. I even chose the filming location carefully after staying up all night brainstorming, so it was perfect for gaining EXP without complaints from the system. So, just like the recording a while ago, this music video filming would also proceed smoothly, or so I naively thought. It was a foolish assumption. Stop filming for a moment. At the director's words, the music video set instantly fell silent. I was out of breath after dancing 3 times in a row, but I couldn't make a sound. Everyone, from the staff to the manager, gathered around the monitor with serious expressions to review the footage. What could be the problem? Did we not practice how to hold the center of the stage enough, so the axis was tilted to one side? Or was there a member who still had a dark expression? Or worse yet, is it because I'm in it that the picture is different than before? While I was thinking about all sorts of things, the manager's gaze turned to us. Guys, come here for a moment. At the manager's call, we cautiously headed toward the monitor. Then the director played the video he had just shot. My embarrassing face kept popping in and out of the screen. No, that was not the point. The shape of the lips doesn't match the lip sync at all. You can see it too, Yiwol. Yeah, the Spark members, who had never practiced lip syncing before, were concentrating on the director's instructions to dance while being conscious of the movement. So they just moved their lips slightly. Despite the lyrics playing, some of us had already closed our mouths halfway through the chorus. The track clearly showed everyone singing the chorus together, but their mouth shapes were all different. Could you imagine releasing a video like this into the world, where fans captured every frame and share slow-motion clips of even the smallest mistakes? Much greater than what has 1 body but 6 mouths. Spark. Correct answer. I'll give you this year's lip-syncing fail GIF as a prize. Is that really a prize? I didn't even have to watch the video to know. We'd probably get a humiliating nickname like idols known for their synchronized moves, except when it comes to their lips. This was all my fault for forgetting that Spark's debut music video was a sentimental ballad. Back then, everyone was just sitting still and opened their mouths so things didn't get this bad. Since we couldn't learn how to lip sync on the spot, we ended up having to shoot a music video with a live performance that was full of emotion and tension. I just hoped the video team could capture this scene well. After the music video shoot, which seemed to have strained my throat even more than the recording, Yue began planning the album. Of course, planning the album wasn't easy either. That was because Yu Han-soo had returned, full of determination. So, you're saying we should release 3 versions of the debut album? Yes. The idea is to show the flow of a day through 3 concepts: before school, during class, and after school. This time, it seemed like he at least understood the concept of a school-themed youth album, but still, it was impossible. Who released 3 versions of an album right when they made a debut? Especially at a small company like this. If you were me, would you want to buy 3 albums from kids whose faces and names you hadn't even memorized yet? It was quite a sight to see him proudly come up with the 3 ideas. It seemed Yu Han-soo didn't know the basic common sense that sometimes the best way for incompetent people to help was by not getting involved. It was at that moment I realized I wasn't wrong in thinking we needed to get rid of him. Even while I was seriously thinking about how to get rid of Yu Han-soo's mouth didn't stop. I wasn't the only one who didn't pay attention. The planning team that had to work directly with Yoo Han-soo already had no light in their eyes. From what I'd heard, the planning team had been locked in a battle with him for some time. The planning team leader had an argument with PDU? Yeah, since they've both been in the field for a long time, I guess they have trouble resolving their differences in opinions. I didn't need to hear the rest of the manager's sentence to know what came next. It's less a difference of opinion and more that one side is trying to block the other's stubbornness. Or something like that. What did that guy even know about actual production work? The only reason my own proposal had gone through smoothly with the planning team was, first, because the company didn't have a clear plan at the time. Second, my age and position as a trainee made my actions look like the passion of a young trainee. However, in a situation where a project was in progress, a third party who didn't even understand the background story came in and started making demands. That would be seen as reckless rather than proactive. So, from the perspective of the planning team who I had worked with so far, Yoo Han-soo must have looked like a troublemaker. Compared to the planning team, I was actually listening to Yoo Han-soo's nonsense. He should be grateful. In the bleak atmosphere, the PPT that I had to organize all night under Yoo Han-soo's instructions passed by without anyone paying attention. It was painful to watch. Perhaps noticing everyone's soulless attitude, Yoo Han-soo stopped his presentation and said, "Everyone, are you even paying attention to what I'm saying right now?" His tone was snarky enough to rival Choi Ji-ho's. Still, I commended him for knowing how to keep talking despite being terrible at his job. Not everyone could pull off that kind of shamelessness. PDU, what exactly do you mean by that? The planning team leader asked without hiding his displeasure. Yoo Han-soo answered without hesitation. Well, everyone seems so blatantly uninterested. How do you expect the person presenting to stay motivated in this environment? The tension between Yoo Han-soo and the planning team leader as palpable, like a fight was about to break out any second. I hurriedly lowered my gaze to the keyboard where I was flipping through the PPT. Soon, the room was filled with sarcastic remarks from the planning team and blunt retorts from Yoo Han-soo. And that was when it happened. The system appeared above the keyboard. 60, Chapter 60, How to Resolve Conflicts with Your Boss, 1. Plus, System, New task has been assigned. Separate Spark and Yoo Han-soo. Reward, EXP. Plus, I couldn't help but clench my fist. The system had just confirmed that debuting successfully while maintaining distance from Han-soo was possible, without directly kicking him out. Forcing someone away was not an easy task. Now that Yoo Han-soo was officially part of UA, it was highly unlikely he'd get fired just because he was a nuisance. Legally, companies couldn't fire employees at will. Furthermore, Yoo Han-soo had not made any fatal mistake yet. He just gave off bad vibes, talked too much nonsense, and didn't seem like he'd work well in the future. It wasn't enough of a justifiable reason to get rid of him. The fact that no department had a particularly negative impression of Yoo Han-soo, except for the planning team, also played a part. If someone speaks like that, he's definitely caused trouble. Somewhere before. Even the manager seemed to fully understand which side was at fault when he relayed the issue of the conflict between Yoo Han-soo and the planning team. And yet, there was still no word from within the company. In a place where rumors would spread before lunchtime if someone had a resignation interview in the morning, then there was only one thing I could suspect. Yoo Han-soo has connections within UA. There were frequent cases like that at the Hampyeong industry, like the nephew and the director's younger brother that manager Nam brought in, etc. It was difficult to talk back to someone with connections or ties to powerful figures. There was no point in causing a big problem with someone you couldn't send away, so you just had to adjust to the atmosphere to some extent, even if it was unpleasant. I don't know if his connections were established before or after joining the company. Either way, it was a headache. Kim Yiwol, the career legend. After working for so long, I had even ended up rooting out and cutting off these parachutes. Up until now, all I could do was put up with the annoying things, since I had no choice but to listen to my boss. Being an average employee who couldn't do anything against the boss also played a role in that. But now things had changed. There was clear evidence that someone in the company was covering for Yoo Han-soo's wrongdoings. This provided a legitimate reason to cut him out. Should I make Yoo Han-soo leave on his own? But I couldn't engage in office politics. My previous dilemmas felt insignificant now. This made the solution much simpler. PD Nim, team leader, I'm really sorry to interrupt during your conversation. Kim Yiwol, Didn't I tell you not to interrupt when the adults are talking? PDU, why have you been so aggressive since earlier? Ah, well, what is it? Tell me. All I had to do was deliver results and get them accepted. In that case, there was only one answer. It's not much, but I have some items in mind for the album. Huh. If the company is still discussing it, I'd like to organize it and make a suggestion. This was my way of saying, let's drop the ranks and settle this with skill alone. Idol albums were as diverse as the characteristics of the group. In Korea, there were dozens of idol groups that debut every year. However, if you were to categorize them into two types based on the nature of the album, you could probably divide them into photo albums and concept albums. First, photo albums. Photo album type included a photo book with numerous pictures of the artist. Next, concept albums. They included a photo book but with fewer photos, and instead incorporated a small amount of merchandise or event-related items. While every fan had different preferences, Sparks fans particularly disliked the former. The reason was simple, much greater than because the otakus say all the identical photos are beautiful. They literally just filled the album with a million identical photos. Much greater than what's the point of including 100 unreleased photos if all the backgrounds are the same? I haven't received the album yet, but are they really the same? Yes, they were all taken in the same studio. Huh, I guess I can't get a refund now. This was because UA, being strapped for cash, opted for cost-effective shoots, resulting in bottom-tier quality. While newer agencies were packing photos in USB kits and sharing them, UA was stuck doing things that made people naturally say, sorry, Earth. Who would want to buy several copies of an album that cost a lot of money and was not worth the price? Especially an album from a rookie group where the chances of getting a fan-signed photo weren't even that high. So, it was all about quality no matter what. High-quality content came from Capital, and UA, which had cut costs on outfits and studio rentals, clearly didn't have that kind of capital. I involuntarily sighed. It seemed I'd have to start the hellish research all over again. Assistant Manager Kim gathers some welcome kit references. Small business. No, medium-sized business owners regularly experienced a period of innovation. When this period of innovation came, the owners suddenly wanted to do something grand as if they were possessed, like renewing the homepage or reorganizing the organization. Or they wanted to do something they'd never done before to feel like their business was keeping up with the times. The president of Hampyeong Industry went through a similar period around this time 2 years ago. Whether it was because he didn't like the old-fashioned impression the company name gave off, or because he was displeased with the rapid rise in the average age of employees due to young staff resigning one after another, the president wanted to create a youthful, sensible company culture. These short-sighted remarks of the president were relayed to the brain-dead executives, and then they passed through Manager Nam, who had no brain, and reached me, whose brain had rusted. The task given to me was to create a welcome kit as part of the great operation to recruit young employees. As my clients included the mouths of Manager Nam and about 20 other people, the demands were, naturally, endless. It shouldn't cost too much, but it shouldn't look cheap. Put in something the younger generation likes. Don't they like stuff like that? Characters. Assistant Manager Kim, the director is asking if we can just rent VR equipment. It was just a bunch of nonsense. I still felt dizzy when I thought back on that time. Following their demands, I worked hard to find something reasonably priced, yet not too cheap-looking, something sleek. And even a bit retro. What was it again? I'm sure it was. Gasp. I woke up from my dream, gasping for breath. In front of me was a laptop with its screen turned off and a crumpled notebook. I vaguely remembered searching for the album components. My back ached because I fell asleep face down. It was a good thing the other members didn't come out to the living room during the night. If they had seen the shadowy figure of a man slumped over the dining table, there would have been quite the commotion in the middle of the night. When I moved the mouse, the laptop light came back on. The file I was working on before I fell asleep was still open. Welcome kit. I didn't remember what item I had chosen at the time. By the time I had organized and presented my ideas, the president had already shifted his focus to solid management. I didn't know how much it had to do with internal management, but I still vividly remembered getting chewed out for not printing the welcome kit report on the backside of scratch paper. But this time it was different. In order to send Yohansu away, I had to bring an item that UA had no choice but to accept and commercialize. Since I had dared to step in without any prepared ideas, I had to bring something substantial to back it up. I blinked my heavy eyes a few times and checked the time on my laptop. There was still about an hour left before the students woke up. I stretched, pressing down on my elbows, and refocused on the laptop screen. Soon, the presentation day that no one was looking forward to arrived. As if to say there was no rule saying I had to just sit back and suffer, the planning work was wrapped up smoothly after some straightforward tasks. At the same time, the skin under my eyes, which had cleared up briefly during the music video shoot, became dark again. My appearance must have been quite rough, as Kong Keon even spoke to me last night. Are you staying up all night again today? Staying up all night? I am getting 2 solid hours of sleep. You said you had something in mind. But it takes this long. It was taking that long because I didn't actually have any ideas. With Yu Han-soo and the planning team on the verge of tearing each other apart, saying, "I'll start preparing now," would obviously get me nowhere, so I lied. This was why people shouldn't lie. Still, thanks to all my hard work, I came up with a pretty decent plan. If the junior who had taught me the 3 major Mayo had been here, I would have been able to get an objective evaluation. What a pity. The atmosphere in the conference room where I entered with my USB was so different from when I first entered UA. How could anyone have a pleasant expression when a certain villain was spewing nonsense? The deep frown etched into the planning team leader's face, as if chiseled in with a sculptor's knife over the past few months, was pitiful to witness. It was a case study that could be included as a photo reference for why companies should hire good people. I looked at the CEO, who was slightly upset because there was no progress despite hiring more staff, the planning team, who wanted to wrap things up soon, and Yu Han-soo, who was glaring at me with his arms crossed. If it had been like usual, I would have started by saying something like, "Thank you for giving me a chance despite my shortcomings." But now there was no time for that. I cut it short and got to the point. With a PowerPoint slide depicting an old, dusty box hidden in a school storage room, waiting to be discovered by Sparkler. What was the best approach to capture both the desire to buy and the fan loyalty? The answer for the former was quite clear. Make it either broadly appealing or incredibly rare. Either one of the two. It was like either making delicious bungeopang that everyone liked, or making a giant carp candy that no one necessarily sought out, but everyone wanted to try at least once. On the other hand, the realm of fandom was a different matter. The way the fandom operated might seem obvious in some ways, but the more I looked into it, the more I couldn't figure it out. Even the manager's daughter was the same way. She said that Choi Ji-ho would look good with whatever, but when I attached a photo of Choi Ji-ho wearing a fluorescent orange vest as his civilian clothes, she didn't forget to say, "Please take that damn vest off." It wasn't just her. At least all the fans of Spark that I had seen were contradictory. There were many fans who said they wanted to see the members crying tears of joy after winning first place. But when the boys' eyes actually welled up, they'd cry even harder, telling them, "Don't cry, guys," in the most positive kind of contradiction. There were also fans who saved up money, eagerly awaiting a comeback, only to say, honestly, this comeback is kind of disappointing once it finally happened. After all my years of being a Proxy fan, this was how I'd translate their mindset. I'll accept everything so long as it's still normal, so please think it through before you release it. That was why I prepared it. A concept that mixed the nostalgic school days everyone's experienced with something no one had ever seen before. Namely, Sparkler's special secret box discovered in a hidden corner of the school's clubroom. 61. Chapter 61. How to Resolve Conflicts with Your Boss, 2. Every Korean had experienced school days at least once. A student who was trying to bring a line marking tool to the storage room found an unknown box in the corner of the room. Debating whether to throw it away, they opened it to find items left behind by unknown students, things that might not be valuable, but somehow feel too precious to discard. And that's the concept of this album package. With these words, my unconventional presentation came to an end. There were various reactions in the meeting room regarding the concept album, the secret box left behind by Spark. Some thought it was too experimental, while others felt it was too elaborate for a mini-debut album. All of these opinions were within my expectations. So, I presented the cost analysis, references, and viral reactions from social media for concept-driven albums, all carefully prepared. For the opinions that it was too elaborate, I think losing traction right after debut would cost us more in the long run. I refuted with these words. Come to your senses, people. If this flops, Spark won't see the light of day for the next 2 years after their debut. As I stood there quietly, hoping for a positive review, the CEO called out to me. Yiwol. Yes. Open that community reaction page again. When I opened the page, the CEO stared at the screen for a few minutes without saying anything. It seemed he was trying to read all the screenshots. And after a while, the CEO opened his mouth. Team Leader Jang. Yes, CEO. The planning team develop Yiwol's plan together and submits it to us. When the time is right, let's have Yiwol sit down for a meeting. It was an approval. I felt a weight lift off my chest. Of course, this joy didn't last long. Not long after the meeting ended, Yoo-Soo called me through the manager. When I heard that Yoo-Soo was looking for me, I didn't think much of it. At best, he probably would just vent his frustration about his plan being useless. But as soon as I entered the meeting room, I could tell. This guy was really pissed. Yoo-Soo, reclining so far back in his chair that it was on the verge of tipping over, stared at me and, without any greeting, asked, Hey. Yes, PD Nim. Am I AF * King joke to you? It was raw emotion, surprising that he'd reveal it to someone 20 years younger than him. Thankfully, I had enough common sense not to escalate things. I clasped my hands together politely and replied, No, I don't. But Yoo-Soo didn't believe me. What do you mean no, you piece of? Do you think I haven't seen punks like you before? Amazing. I thought he only learned how to be a bully during his career, but maybe he learned how to read people's minds too? Yoo-Soo sighed dramatically, as if to show just how angry he was. I, Mr. Kim, a 29-year-old office worker who was not afraid of size, had to wait quietly for Yoo-Soo's next words. What kind of words would Yoo-Soo say to me? Do you like making fun of your boss? Or do you feel like you've achieved something just by getting praised once? I wasn't too worried since I'd probably heard that at the Hampyeong industry at least once. Just then, Yoo-Soo opened his mouth. You be honest with me. I don't know what you mean. Whose parachute are you? Wow, that was a new one. This was a fresh assumption that a HR staff who knew the personal details of the employees would never have heard. Bonus points for creativity. More importantly, this guy is beyond saving. Yoo-Soo wasn't even considering the possibility that my proposal succeeded by chance. To him, it was only because of some connection I had. It seemed Yoo-Soo had never actually seen a parachute. In that sense, I'd seen so many that I had gotten sick of them, and I'd never lived the life of a parachute, so I could confidently respond. Yes. With a mocking tone that asked, What nonsense are you spouting out? Yoo-Soo's expression distorted in response to my sneer. Did you just laugh at me? Yoo-Soo asked. Yes, I just did, *TCH. Wouldn't you laugh if you were me? For the first time in my life, I'd reached a historic moment where I could actually stand up to my boss. It was absurd that he went around spewing insults and abusing his power, yet expected a trainee like me to not even laugh. Yoo-Soo's face turned red when I didn't even say I'm sorry like I had always done. I knew you were this kind of punk. You teamed up with the planning team leader. Didn't you? The CEO seems to like you, so you probably got the proposal from team leader Jang and passed it off as your own, didn't you? Yoo-Soo got up from his seat and jabbed at my shoulder with his finger. There was only one thing I could say to Yoo-Soo. I don't do things like that. I looked at his clenched fist, trembling with anger, and continued. Someone else might, though. As soon as I finished speaking, Yoo-Soo pulled back the hand that jabbed at my shoulder. And in the next moment, with a dull thud, my head snapped to the right. For a moment, everything was silent, as if time had stopped. But then, gradually, I began to hear the sounds that made the situation clear, even without seeing. Yoo-Soo was breathing heavily, seething with rage. Still facing the other way, I cautiously lifted my left hand to my cheek. Pain came slowly and belatedly. Did this be *TCH really hit me just now? Why on earth? In this situation, there was nothing he could gain by using violence. Was it just because he was angry and impulsive? This guy, who knew how to use his brain to suck up to people and made a living out of it. Maybe it was because of the blow to my head, but I couldn't fully grasp the situation. However, unlike me, Yoo-Soo's face only showed a look of anger, and I couldn't see the shock that might come from unconsciously hitting someone. When I lowered my gaze, I saw Yoo-Soo's fist still clenched. Hitting someone with the palm of your hand would have been bad enough. But he even hit someone with his fist? And right to the face at that? And in the middle of winter, when my face was already frozen from the cold, just because he'd been sitting comfortably in the warm meeting room? Let's say it was me who got hit this time. Then, how could I guarantee that he wouldn't hit someone else next time? The feeling that had been nothing more than annoyance gradually turned into anger. I thought of Jang Junho throwing an empty water bottle, and my mood went sh*t. I looked straight at Yohan-soo in front of me and said, "PD Nim, are you the kind of person who hits people? What the f***ck did you just say to me? People who hit others didn't deserve to be treated with respect. That was my principle and belief. You seem to have a habit of throwing punches. You want to hit me a few more times. Hey, why are you the one yelling when I'm the one who got hit?" When I threw that question, Yohan-soo paused. F***ck. I didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was just so annoying. Yohan-soo, who hit me and then lashed out at me as if I was at fault. In similar situations, Manager Nam, who didn't touch me but used a file or a ballpoint pen and tried to harass me in all sorts of ways. My parents, who hit me until I hated getting hit so much. And me, who barely made up my mind to confront Yohan-soo only after getting confirmation from the unknown entity called the system. In a situation where there was no device to record the current conversation, it was meaningless to continue talking to Yohan-soo. However, I couldn't help feeling like something that had been suppressed was about to burst out. As if a screw had come loose, my mouth wouldn't stop. Does the CEO know that PD Nim is going around assaulting trainees like this? Assault? Don't try to make a big deal out of it by using strong words. Do you think I don't know that you're trying to manipulate the situation? How could I possibly manipulate anything? I can't even think straight after getting punched. No sooner had I said this than Yohan-soo slapped me across the face again. He even hit the same spot. Seriously, where's the garbage truck when you needed to take out this trash? As I cursed inwardly, my cheeks burned and they stung. The bones in my face were throbbing. Even then, Yohan-soo grabbed me by the collar, still unsatisfied. "You little punk, I'll make sure you're blacklisted in this industry no matter what." Blacklisted? You've only been a trainee for 6 months, so I guess your pride's still intact, huh? It's easy for someone like me to bury a nobody like you. Got it. Do I need to know? I pulled out the MP3 player I usually use during vocal practice, an old device with no real function except for playing a few stored songs. If I had this one, someone else would be blacklisted before me, right? When I showed him the MP3 player that only had about 10 songs on it, Yohan-soo ran up to me and forcibly forced my hand open. Then he screamed at me with a mixture of curses and stepped on the MP3 player until the screen broke. Shortly after throwing that tantrum, Yohan-soo stormed out of the meeting room, unable to control his anger. Once his footsteps completely faded away, I finally let out a deep sigh, full of mixed emotions. Phew. Sure, it felt good to piss him off, but now I was a trainee who'd been slapped twice and lost my MP3 player. How pitiful. Still, I couldn't just leave the trash behind, so I crouched down to gather the shattered pieces of the MP3. As I did, I cooled my head and replayed the recent events in my mind. No matter how you look at it, he seemed way angrier than necessary. For people like him who sucked up to higher-ups, image management was important. That way, they could manipulate others with their words more easily. Yohan-soo, who had just started working at a new company, couldn't possibly not know that. It didn't make sense that Yohan-soo would throw all that away and risk such a high-stakes outburst over a few words from me. He even hit me in the face. Earlier, I provoked Yohan-soo by asking if he had a habit of hitting people, but truly vicious.